Good morning and welcome to the third day of the National Schools Regatta 2026. It is promising to be a scorching day both on and off the water. We hope that you all have ice in your coffee in the morning and long may it remain that way. And if you are coming onto site later or are already on your way or are in fact already here and watching on your iPad from down the course, may you have cold water, plenty of shade and an accessible hat. And we are already underway with the racing today. We have again a morning of time trials before we move into the semi-finals and finals today. And first up, we have the time trial for the Open J16 double sculls. There are 40 of these boats, 2 athletes in each, 2 oars for each athlete, being set off in lanes 1, 2 and 3, as you can see in the picture. Should be being set off ideally with about 10 to 20 seconds behind them to give each of these crews a nice clear run down the lake. There always is a chance that an incredibly fast crew will be set off behind a less fast crew and will have to overtake, and in that case the slower crew is required to get out of the way of the faster crew so that the fastest crews have an unimpeded chance to set their very best time. And we already have the first 8 or so crews underway. They'll be racing 1,900 meters in the time trial today. They can't fit in quite the full 2,000 when we do a time trial format because we start from a rolling start where the crews are already moving, so they're given 10 strokes or so to get their boats up to speed before the volunteers with the timing system will press their buttons and capture the time as they gallop down the 1,900 meters of the course. The progression system from this time trial is that the 6 fastest crews go straight through to the A final to contend for the medals, 7th to 12th place into the B final, 13th to 18th into the C final, and 19th to 24th in the D final. So there will unfortunately be 16 crews who do not get to race for a second time today, so everyone is looking to secure their slot in their second race, with the fastest going for those 6 spots to compete for the medals.
Good morning from a beautiful Dorney Lake, as Caroline was saying. So Caroline, you said there were 40 crews. There are actually 42 listed. So who are the 2 that are not taking part?
This is my bad. I looked at the number of entries listed on the website where you can follow along with live times at regatta.time-team.nl/NSR/2026 or follow the links from the National Schools Regatta, which unfortunately gave me a number of 40 on the screen. I'm terribly sorry to have put my faith in the computer rather than the paper.
It was because you had two on your sheet in front of you that I can see, which you've got a box round, and I assumed that meant that those 2 had withdrawn.
No,
so
that
I wasn't setting you up to fail. I was giving you the chance to say that those were the 2 that were.
No, it is the other way round. Those are the 2 who have submitted interesting facts about themselves, as all crews are welcome to do, again, through the National Schools Regatta website. We do invite you to submit your comments and thoughts about the crew, not in that sort of way, but information, that's what I mean, about the crews racing today so that we can relay it in commentary. And the 2 I had marked on my sheet are in fact crew number 37, Henley, who have let us know that they raced in the under-19 doubles at Ghent International Regatta this year, coming 7th overall. That's racing 3 years above their actual age category. Took a silver at the Junior Sculling Regatta earlier this season and gold at the Henley Sculls. And the other crew I had marked was Hereford Cathedral School, who have let us know that they took the gold medal at the Junior Interregional Regatta a few weeks ago in the J16 doubles, and the gold medal in the J16 doubles at the Junior Sculling Regatta, which I believe means that Hereford and his Henley crew have form, and Hereford have beaten Henley just a few weeks ago at that Junior Sculling Regatta. So we will be interested to see what they can put down in terms of time today. They're going off near the back of the pack, which I believe means that they are seeded to be pretty quick, which those results would suggest. So it might be a little while until we have those times come through, but we will keep you up to date with the virtual leaderboard as the times start to be populated. We still have a lovely view of the start on your screen at the moment, crews setting off into the morning light. In the bottom right hand side you also have the view from further down the course where you can see the crews coming thick and fast, as well as the girls' doubles on their way to the start.
So those two crews that Caroline mentioned haven't yet started. The first 25 are off. 25 out of 42. It's the Lees Boat Club which has gone off first. J16 doubles this is. So Lees being followed by Q House, and then the Gorse, and then Great Marlow. And the first crew is just coming towards us at the finishing line as we speak. Double from Lee's School. We will get a first marker time in the next 30 seconds or so.
And Mark, there's a heroic assumption that they have indeed gone off in order, because to me those bright green blades with the distinctive flower appears to me to be Q House School. Should have gone off number 2. The starting team do tend to start the athletes in the order in which they arrive at the start, rather than strictly in numerical order, just to keep things moving. There is no real benefit or hindrance where you start in a time trial. After all, they all race 1900 meters against the clock, and that is Q House posting a 7:19 to a 7:11.9 to put the first time on the board and set the standard for what is to come. We believe Gorse is now on their way, coming in to their last few strokes. And also on your screen you do have that same view of the finish line that we have, but do remember the yellow line is only vertical in reality. It is a nice clear stretch across the water, with the finish judges sitting in the Olympic finish tower with 2 wires in front of them to make sure that they view the line correctly without the need to draw a large yellow line across the lake. And they are followed through by Great Marlow School, just crossing the line now, who have put in a 7:30 to go into 3rd at the moment, with Gorse posting a 7:22. Lymington now crossing the line to slip into 3rd with a 7:25. These crews have been absolutely fired off by the start team, coming thick and fast. Canterburygian Rowing Club put in a very quick 7:13 to taking 3rd, and Hinksey Sculling School in their blue and white just crossing the line. A blisteringly quick 7:03. We've still got 40 odd, high 30s number of crews still to start, still to finish. I think it's 36 still to go, but that is a big statement from the Hinksey Sculling School crew of that 7:03. And Walbrook have just completely blown that out of the water on the live times with a 6:44. It's very substantially quicker than anyone else on the water. We will see if that gets verified and stands, but Walbrook 6:44 leading the way by some 19 seconds ahead of Hinksey with what I just called as a very quick 7:03. It looks like they have indeed set the crews off roughly in inverse speed order, and we will see how far these times will tumble during the course of this time trial as the temperatures rise.
So it's looking from the early indicators as if 7:20 is going to be the time that is needed in order to get into the A final. The fastest 6 will go into that. 7:22 is the current 6th quickest time. That's the Gorse.
Which is a relatively new programme up in Leeds, which is community-based, very open access club, welcoming those who may not previously have had access to rowing up in Leeds. Great to see these new programmes come and join us at National Schools Regatta. We've just had Winchester College cross the line posting a 7:09. I think it's going to be more like a 7:10 or maybe even close to a 7 to get through to that A final at the end of the day. We've now got Magdalen College School side by side with just squinting against the sunshine for the blades. Someone else in black and red coming across the line together. I believe that was American School in London, who have put in a 7:06 to take 3rd spot at the moment, having caught up substantially on the Magdalen College School crew, who have posted a 7:19 going to 7th place.
So at the moment Walbrook comfortably the quickest crew to finish so far. 19 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. And the Lees that I mentioned that we were expecting to come down first, I think passed by a number of crews along the way. They have now just crossed the line.
Closely followed by Oundle and Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club, also snuck past where we were talking. And the dark burgundy of Tees, I believe, have also just crossed. And Peterborough. They really are coming down quickly. We've just had a really quick time put in by Northampton Rowing Club, who have also gone sub-7, as have King's Canterbury. So at the moment, at the top, we are looking at Walbrook maintain their first position with their 6:44 as yet unbeaten. Northampton with a 6:56 holding that second spot, and King's Canterbury at 6:58 pushing Hinksey with their 7:03 back into fourth. Let's see if we will get full A final of sub 7 minute cruise. That A final will be at 18 minutes past 4 this afternoon, with the minor finals slightly earlier in the day, but do stick around if this is an event you are following. Very exciting, large and very deep field in the J16 open double sculls.
So every crew that is starting is now on the water or has crossed the finish line. 2 crews haven't started, King's Worcester and Brentford. But of the remainder, everybody is either completed or on the water.
That's a surprise. I saw the Brentford crew paddling up to the start earlier before we came on air. I wonder what might have befallen them up at the top of the lake. It is absolutely immaculate conditions again today. Looking at the flags on the marquees on the far side of the lake from our position, not a breath of wind just yet. I think we are indeed in for a scorcher.
Well, it was very quick conditions yesterday, in spite of the fact there was so little wind. Number of records fell in the afternoon, so maybe we'll have the same again today, in spite of the lack of wind.
Indeed, yesterday had a little bit of a tailwind come the afternoon, which I think helped. But today, the warmer the water gets, actually the slightly less resistance there is, and with the warmer water, it is slightly more likely to get some records, but that has to be balanced against the heat for the athletes and whether they are comfortable racing in these conditions. And as we get to the majority of the pack now finished, 23 across the line, Walbrook still sitting on their 6:44 in first place, as yet unbeaten, wondering if they will remain so throughout the next couple of minutes. Northampton holding second place, King's Canterbury in third, Hinksey in fourth as they were. Hexham put in a very good time of 7:05 to take fifth place. And the American School in London currently would be rounding out the A final with a 7:06, with some very quick crews still to come, we believe, including those I mentioned from Henley and Hereford Cathedral School. We'll have to see what these young gentlemen are able to put in the water this morning.
Yeah, pull it out, go, finish!
Don't know if you can hear that over our microphone, certainly hear it out the window. The coaches cheering their crews on. The coaches are allowed to follow their crews on bicycles down the island in the centre of the lake between the main lake and the warm-up lake to watch their crews race as close as possible and to give them some unamplified encouragement. Very important point in the British rowing rules of racing. You can cheer as loudly as you like, but you cannot have any electronic means of helping to communicate. So no megaphones, no radios, just good old-fashioned shouting and cheering. Crew from Marlow crossing the line now with another crew in hot pursuit. We are just struggling a little in the sun to work out who that is. Do you reckon those white blades with the dark vertical stripes? That may have been Oundle, and Oundle have been recent anyway. I think that was RGS High Wycombe, actually, that with the vertical red, green and blue, and they've gone into third. And while I was talking, Oundle have snuck in astonishing 6:43 to take second place. with Royal Grammar School High Wycombe on 6:54 in third, Northampton pushed back to fourth, King's Canterbury fifth, and Peterborough City in their blue and yellow holding sixth at the moment in 7:01. I think with some of the fastest crews still on the course, we are looking at sub-7 being the target for the A final. Already is, and they've done it. We have just had the Windsor Boys School post a 6:57 to go into fifth, meaning that now anyone with above a 7-minute time, actually, someone else is just at Wallingford, just slipped into third, 6:52. Those times really are tumbling, and now you need better than a 6:57 to guarantee yourself a shot at the A final this afternoon. With 24 crews progressing through to finals of any shape, all of them have a second race at stake and are pushing as hard as they can.
The Windsor boys have just been edged out, therefore, of the A final. They have an astonishing programme of sculling at Windsor Boys School. Never ceases to amaze me what Mark Wilkinson does there. He has produced crew after crew over the years, but his boys have been edged out of the A final on this occasion. They're down to 8th, with Hereford Cathedral having posted the fastest time so far. They've just gone in ahead of Woolbrook. 6:40 is the best time of the day so far, with just 2 crews to finish, Yarm and St Michael's from Limerick.
And George Watson's College sneaking into third there with a 6:46. So that makes 6:52 the time to beat for the A final for the last few crews, just coming into the last 200 or so metres of this race. It might be able to see it on the screen, but to the left of the finish line you should see that the boys that mark the lanes on the course are red, which designates the last 250 metres of the course. The rest of the course, they're sort of, I think they start out yellow, fade to white over time. But that change to the red boys for the last 250 metres is an excellent signal to the crews, without having to look or make any effort, that they know there are just 25 to 30 strokes to go to push as hard as they can to set that time and ramp things up for the finish. And so that is St Michael's just crossing the line now to round out that J16 time trial. The Henley crew I mentioned earlier did manage to get into 6th place, Yarm taking 5th. So as things stand, remember these are not yet official times until they are sanctioned by the timing team and the umpires. We have Hereford Cathedral School, the gold medal crew in this category at the Junior Sculling Regatta, posting the fastest time, with Walbrook in 2nd, George Watson's College in 3rd, Oundle in 4th, Yarm in 5th, and Henley Rowing Club, the other crew I mentioned, the silver medalist in the Junior Sculling Regatta, in 6th. That looks like that will be our A final later this afternoon, but a reminder that everyone placed through to 24th place will be racing again later today. The minor finals starting at 1:43 for this event.
So the next time trial is off in a couple of minutes. It'll be the girls' J16 doubles. Slightly fewer competitors in this one. There are 33 of them, but it's still the 6 fastest that go into the A final. This competition is the Simon Sears Cup. The open equivalent is the Marlow Bowl that we've just seen. So there's a bit of trivia for you, Caroline. Who was Simon Sears? Or who is Simon Sears?
I'm just scrabbling for the programme to let you know. We have a very comprehensive section on this in the programme for those of you who are on site and able to purchase one. So Simon Sears, unfortunately, was a student at Radley College who passed away in his first year at Radley. And this cup was presented in 1978 in his memory, originally for junior under 14 eights, which we assume was the age category Simon was when he so sadly died, but has been given now to the junior under 16 girls double sculls in memory of Simon Sears.
That's rather wonderful that 50 years on, we should be remembering that.
Indeed, there's fascinating history behind all of these trophies, some of them dating back to the earliest days of this regatta. And in fact, one that will come later today, the Junior Under-16 Girls Quadruple Sculls, the trophy that we use for that was originally the trophy for the UK Senior 8s at the 1919 Peace Regatta in Henley, which has since been donated onto the National Schools Regatta.
So the J16 girls are off. 7 of them are on the water. Oh, 7 of them have crossed the start line, I should say. They're all on the water, having paddled up to the start. And Fulham Reach Boat Club were the first to show, but we will see by the time they get to us whether they have stayed out in front or not. They've got King's School Lily chasing them, the Windsor Girls, Newark, Hinksey, Thames and King's Chester.
And as with the previous race, we do have facts on a couple of the crews we can bring you. And actually, again, this is 2 very well-matched crews who were competing against each other in the J16 double sculls at the Junior Sculling Regatta. We've heard from Brentford Boat Club that their double came 4th, so narrowly missing out on bronze just a few weeks ago. They've been loaned a better boat for the National Schools Regatta and are hoping that this makes all the difference and they are able to progress into the medals. Brentford as a club has had a bit of a rocky time recently, so is deeply appreciative of all the support from the wider rowing community, including the loan of the boat for their J16 girls doubles today. And they're going off number 51, I believe, and we also have number 76, the pair of Alice Baker and Zia Gordon from Rob Roy, who took silver in the J16 double sculls at the Junior Sculling Regatta. So 2 places ahead of the girls from Brentford, but let's see if that new boat for Brentford is going to make the difference today. Brentford going off 51, it should be relatively near the front of the pack and indeed are on the water at the moment, on the course somewhere. And the progression for this event is the same as the previous, as for the open event, with the 6 fastest crews progressing to the A final, the next 6 to the B final, the next 6 to the C final, and the next 6 to the D final, which means that out of the 34 crews racing today, 24 of them will progress through to the next round, and those minor finals start at 1:49 this afternoon, with the A final at 4:28. And on your screen now, just while we wait for those girls' doubles to come down, you can actually see the girls' quads and some of the boys' quads going past the bottom of your screen from time to time as they paddle up to the start. To keep the circulation pattern simple for the time trials, crews row up in lanes 8 and 9, 8 the last racing lane, 9 the lane by the bank, up to the start. They will be using the Olympic warm-up lake. There is a whole second lake here for those of you who have not been in person. So crews can normally warm up in a totally separate area from those racing. It means better racing experience all round, better warm-up experience, and a lot more space for the crews. But for the time trial format, we keep it simple and we send them up the main lake, turn them right at the top near the start tower, and then send them down. I believe for these J16 races, they are using lanes 1, 2 and 3. So depending on relative speed, these crews may well end up 3 across. Mark, I've always thought that it's easier to race a side-by-side format, pushes you harder, makes you maybe a little faster, than rowing a pure time trial where you are in splendid isolation. What do you think about that, the pros and cons of straight line or having crews around you?
Oh, I think it's certainly true that when you pull alongside another boat, much as is true when you're running. In fact, if you run and you have somebody who's just in front of you, can drag you along, or somebody you pull alongside, it just gives you a little bit of a spring in your step. I always find when I'm running that I manage to accelerate if I'm going past somebody. Feel a little bit better, and it's exactly the same in a rowing boat. You just have that crew alongside you to push you along. I think time trial formats are tricky because it's just you and the clock. Certainly as a cox, there is a lot less you can say in a time trial format.
Indeed, but these in doubles, there'll be one of these athletes will be making the calls for the other, as well as making the judgment on the steering. The double is the biggest boat that doesn't have a rudder, so these ladies, and same as the J16 boys in the race before, will be steering entirely based on differential pressure between one hand and the other, to make small adjustments to the steering. It is a straight line course, but that doesn't necessarily mean it is a straightforward thing to go in a pure straight line. Very few of these athletes train on perfectly straight stretches of water. Many of them will be much more accustomed to going around corners than 2 kilometers perfectly straight. But yeah, in the singles and the doubles, no help from a rudder or a cox. Of course, they will be on their own and entirely self-sufficient.
At least this morning they are blessed with the fact that there isn't any wind that is going to knock them off their steering. Steering when there's a crosswind is obviously that much more difficult, but there is not a breath out here this morning. Interestingly, talking about the course generally, the fact that the wind blows cross here quite a lot has always been a problem from a world rowing perspective. That's why we haven't had any major events come back here since the Olympic Games. We've been reluctant to bid on the basis that world rowing have been concerned about the wind, but there's none of it today.
And in fact, we have King's Ely, the first crew coming down to cross the line in this J16 girls doubles time trial, setting a standard of 8:30. We did see the boys' times get increasingly fast as the race went on, so we'll see if they have used the same methodology for the start order for the girls. I think that is Windsor Girls' School just having come through the line. Relatively new program. Good to see them matching their local boys' school, stroke for stroke and race for race. Lovely to have them be part of the National Schools Regatta. Fulham Reach also now crossing the line. Windsor Girls, Hinksey Sculling School have just come through in their blue and white to take first spot, a clear 20 seconds ahead of Windsor Girls. I think there has been some attempt to seed the crews for the start order, but it is very dependent on the races the crews have done before and the information that is available to estimate those speeds. And we have just had Thames Scullers in their neon yellow cross the line to go into second. And I think for me that was Brentford on the far side. No, possibly Newark coming through. Thames Scullers having closed down on them, posting a speedy 8 minutes 17 seconds to take second behind Hinksey, currently in the lead. And we're not quite sure, when you see the times on the screen, we're not entirely sure what order they show you to those in, because they are not in the not necessarily, they don't seem to be in the order in which crews cross the line, but the number in brackets to the right hand side gives you the at the time the time was posted on your screen, the position, and I think they do try and update those. And I believe that was King's Chester crossing, so this may in fact be a scrolling live feed that you might have to interpret some of those 4-letter club codes to see if you can figure out where your crew is. So St Neots just crossing the line, as you can see, going into second position with an 8:14. Hinksey still maintaining their lead, 5 seconds ahead at the moment. Thames Scullers in third. And now St Peter's School crossing the line to post an 8:12 and slip into second place, hunted down by Brentford.
So all crews that are starting have started. William Borlase did not start, crew number 54, but everybody else is on the course or has crossed the finish line. Sixth fastest time at the moment is Windsor Girls at 8:29. That is the yardstick that needs to be beaten if you're going to get into the A final. I suspect it will be a yardstick that's lowered over the course of the next minute or so. And indeed, it's down to 8:17 now. 8:15 is the time now needed in order to make the top 6. Tideway Scullers will be hoping it doesn't happen because they are holding on to the 6th place at the moment.
And Bedford Rowing Club, I believe, just coming down towards the finish now. We've already had Bedford Girls come through and take 4th, so Bedford Rowing Club, I believe, looking to see, Bedford Rowing Club beating their local rivals comprehensively, going equal first with Hereford Cathedral School, who have both posted an 8 minutes, 0.4 seconds. And so that does take us to requiring an 8:14 or better, with Tideway Scullers having been nudged out of that A final. But still 16 crews or so to come across the line. Lee Rowing Club, a distinctive bright orange, somehow managed to miss in this glorious summer sunshine, posting an 8:01 to take the 3rd spot, still behind Bedford Rowing Club and Hereford Cathedral School in that joint first, the timing team unable to split them. Hinksey, who led for so much of this, being pushed back into 4th at the moment, St Peter's in 5th, and Bedford Girls currently in 6th. And Emmanuel School going into 9th as they cross the line in the dark blue and gold blades. Being chased by Marlow, who seem to be in a tussle with LEH. Both of them racing all the way through the finish line. You can just about see on the screen to the right there is a set of larger white buoys that are actually some 10 or 15 metres beyond the finish line, and many of these athletes seem to think that that is the finish line, and we'll often see them racing full pelt all the way through down there. It is better to be safe than sorry. If you're not entirely sure where the line is, always take a couple of extra strokes rather than stopping short. And that Lady Eleanor Hollis crew who were hunting down Marlow have just posted a 7:47 to take the first slot, with Derby coming across the line to also go sub 8 minutes with a 7:55.
It's always been a fascination to me, Caroline, how the finish line at a rowing event is never as clear as you think it ought to be, because you have lines of buoys and then you don't have a line of buoys for the finish line.
That is so that there is nothing on the water that obstructs the view of the finish judge or the finish timing team, who will be using kind of laser adjusted lines and often a pair of wires or a wire lined up with the panel on the far side that is hiding behind the yellow virtual line at the moment. So it's actually much more helpful to the finish judges to not have any buoys on the water on the exact finish line. But indeed, I have been a victim of this in my first ever race that I coxed, of not quite knowing I did finish several strokes too early. Mercifully, we were far enough ahead of our opposition to start rowing again and still win. But it is a disgrace I will carry with me forever, and a small amount of mortification, which is why I'm now always row the extra couple of strokes. But while we have been talking about the niceties of finish lines, Trafford Rowing Club have come through with a 7:44 to take that first place in the speed order from Lady Eleanor Hollis. Kingston Rowing Club crossing the line now, who can only go into 7th, although the very respectable 8:03. And Tideway Scullers, who'd been chasing Kingston, 7:38.5 to take the top spot at the moment. It's TSSN on the screen. Marlow, who pushed them all the way, I think in similarly 8:03, very similar time to Kingston. I believe that is distinctive green all-in-ones of Notts County Rowing Association, having just finished, going into 4th with a 7:46, and Strathclyde Park 7:33 to take that top spot. At the moment, you do need a sub 8 minute time to guarantee your seat in the A final later today. 4 crews still to finish and post their time, and here come, I believe, Henley Rowing Club. going into 6th with a 7:52, just nudging Derby down into 7th. There's been some astonishing displays of speed later on in this very dynamic situation at the top of the leaderboard. Brentford now just about to appear on your screen, coming towards the finish line. Last couple of strokes for them. The crew I mentioned earlier hoping for the best in their new boat.
So
Going into 6th, Strathclyde Park, 7:33.
in yesterday's time trials, Caroline, they set them off so that the quickest were going down the course earliest, and this time obviously the opposite has happened. What's the thinking behind that?
I think in general, and the way the draws have been published and the numbers have been issued, you would put the fastest crews at the back. I'm not entirely sure why, because in head racing, in the winter time trials, where they don't then feed into a regatta, you always put the fastest crews off first. That generally is to make sure the fastest crews have a clear run, and those are often on some windy courses, maybe racing against the stream. But when you're on a lake like Dorney, you've got plenty of lanes available. There should be space for everyone to have a clear run in terms of overtaking and obstacles in front of you. But I do think that starting the fast crews off at the back gives them more of a chance to get into that side-by-side situation that we mentioned, which can, to me, have quite a dramatic effect on the race. But it does give perhaps the slower crews, the lower-ranked crews, a little more space to come down early, which if they're a little nervous for their first experience at Nat Schools, perhaps the J16, many of them will have raced here as J15s and J14s in the past. It can be a good settler to not have to worry too much about the overtaking and to have a lot of space. Honestly, I don't know. I'm not currently race committee at this one. I'm race committee for
an
the
interesting one. I
heads.
think the natural thing, I think, would be to set the fastest crews off quickly, because then it gives them a clear run. On the other hand, as you say, if you're chasing, then it gives you an incentive. If you're being chased, in contrast, I think it can be quite disheartening if you are seeing a crew bearing down on you and potentially going past you. And potentially, it's slightly panicky if you see a crew that is in your lane. So I can see arguments on both sides, but what I'm fascinated by is that it was one approach yesterday morning which worked extremely well, and it's a different approach this morning which has also worked extremely well. So it just goes to show you can do it either way. And if anybody in the race committee wants to let us know what the thinking is as to why it's one rather than the other, I would be fascinated to know, and I'm sure that there are people listening who will be in the same camp.
I think this way is certainly more fun to commentate on, as the leaderboard changes with almost every crew that comes across the line. If you set the fastest crews off first, they tend to set the fastest time and everyone slots in behind them, which is it's a little less fun for us in commentary. We do have a little bit of a gap now between races, and that's because what will be coming down next is the J16 second and also the J16 first girls quads. And given that quads are so much faster than doubles, they have put a nice safety margin in to make sure that those quads don't catch up with the doubles, because it's one thing having crews in the same category catch up with each other. The time differential can be moderately large from the front to the back of this sort of time trial, particularly if you've got 30 or 40 boats. But what you really do not want in a small boat is a much larger boat bearing down on you. That could be quite terrifying.
Well, just the logistics of organising these things. I mean, just looking at the time trial we've just had, there was 1 minute and 50 seconds between the fastest and the slowest crews on the water. Obviously, that's an awful lot of ground that can be made up.
Indeed, but it just gives us and you on the screen time to either make a very quick cup of tea or watch the quads, the boys' quads, who are now rowing up to the start for their time trials, which will be the J16 coxed quads coming up in at 10:53. Are just rowing past, many of them with hats on, as would be requested. I'm sure any of you who subscribe to the live stream will have received the email from the committee overnight reminding you of the importance of being safe in the sun today. So if you are watching on site or are on your way, please do make sure that you all have t-shirts as a minimum, long sleeves for preference, hats and plenty of water, and take a lot of care out there. It is both a lovely day and also potentially one where we'd rather not see people dropping from heat exhaustion. So please do take all good precautions as you come and enjoy the National Schools Regatta. Even if you're at home, please do look after yourselves while you're enjoying watching the racing on our live stream.
Yeah, I thought it was a very good note that was sent out. I was on that distribution list as well, going into the detail of when things become unsafe to race. I was in Shanghai for the World Championships last year. Was it last year or the year before? I forget now. Where we got within 1 degree of the wet bulb temperature, which would have required racing to stop. And there was a lot of running around with ice packs to try and keep people cool. Thankfully, not quite that bad here today, but it is certainly warm. And now out on the course are the J16 girls quads, both the second quads and the first quads. This is the next time trial off. There are 11 crews taking part in this one, of which all but one is actually a second quad. Interestingly, Kingston Grammar School are the only one that are not marked as a second quad in this field of 11.
Indeed, I think this may be a partial time trial, because it would seem very unusual that there is only one J16 girl quad. I'm sure there are more than those entered. I am just trying to have a little look at the entry list on the website to let you know how that is shaping up. Or did they time trial? Yes, no, they are split across 2 time trials. There is one that is the first quad that is time trialing with the second quads, and then the remainder of the J16 girls quads time trial at 9:07. That was probably a change of status or a change of boat entries. It's by one of those crews. So we have the J16, the J16 girls second quads plus one of the J16 girls first quads going off imminently, and then the next 29 of them time trialing at 9:07. So given today that the conditions are absolutely calm, I think those times will be directly comparable and not too problematic. Normally you would want to time trial a whole event together, so that everyone who will be racing each other in the side-by-side racing that follows the time trials will have been through the same conditions for their time trial. It could be a little unfair if someone time trialed 2 hours later and the conditions were substantially better or worse, but today I don't think that's too much of a problem, and I'm sure the committee had a good reason for slotting one of the first quads in to the with the second quad time trial.
So that first quad from Kingston Grammar School will be competing for the Colonel's Cup, but everybody else in this time trial is competing for the Kitchen Cup.
Kitchen with an I, not an E, which presented by the Kitchen Society in 1996 to mark the 50th year of this regatta.
Kitchen Society being the group that organises school rowing amongst. Is it a set group of schools, or is it all the private schools?
As someone who didn't row at school, this has always remained a little bit of a mystery to me. I think it started with the original cohort of the public schools who rowed, and I think their membership has grown over time to encompass the larger junior rowing school programs, regardless of what type of school they're in.
Yes, I think that's right.
It is a sort of behind-the-scenes consortium who get together to discuss how they would like some of these things to be run, how many entries they would like, and what focus they would like on certain types of boat class. which then saves regatta organisers having to guess at what the rowing community would want, and hopefully provide events and racing opportunities that fit the needs of those programmes.
Well, having attended many a Kitchen Society meeting, I ought to be able to give you chapter and verse on them, but in fact the finer details of the Kitchen Society, which runs schools rowing, I'm afraid I can't.
Is it a little bit like Fight Club? First rule.
Well, I was only ever there as a guest, so I'm not sure. But
I've always liked to imagine it is indeed. The first rule of the Kitchen Society is that you do not mention the Kitchen Society, but I fear that may be unfair.
So they're all out on the course in this J16 quads time trial. Around about the 1500 metre mark, the first crews off Streatham and Clapham High School were the first to start. We're talking about whether you can use amplification or any kind of means of contacting a crew. Obviously you can't. But of course in the Olympic Games last year that was exactly what happened. One crew had a telephone in their boat and ended up being disqualified as a result.
I seem to have missed that somewhere along the line. I did watch most of it. And
it was in the para-sculling. An Italian sculler had a phone in the boat which the other scullers could hear as they were going down the course.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It's interesting it was in the power event, because one of the tools that the adaptive athletes, the visually impaired athletes use, particularly on the domestic scene, to allow as many people as possible to race, is those with visual impairments can have a guide boat and radio communication to help them navigate the course. This is normally used on river regattas with corners, where the crew will need some help navigating that course. But indeed, the rules for para rowing between domestic competition and international competition can be quite different. The domestic scene always very much looking for inclusion and making rowing as accessible as possible to as wide a range of people as they can. And the the rules at the Olympic level and Paralympic level being very, very much stricter.
Well, the Italian in question definitely wasn't visually impaired.
Yes, in a single you wouldn't be at the Paralympics. It would normally be so the visual impairment at the Olympics would be limited to 2 athletes in the mixed coxed 4 only, I believe.
So the first crew to cross the line here is going to be Kingston, which, as we've been discussing earlier, is a first quad, and so understandably they have overhauled the Streatham and Clapham quad, which started ahead of them. So they're coming down in lane 3 to give themselves a clear run, and they are crossing the line now to post what should be the quickest time of this time trial, given that they are actually in the higher category.
Streatham and Clapham crossing next, having put in an 8:05, which gives them at the moment their first time on the board for the second J16 quads. Just trying to find the progression for this, which has not been printed on our paperwork, unfortunately. I would assume it is definitely first 6 to A final. We will just have a little look.
And while Caroline's doing that, the J16 second open quads have started as well. So we've got 2 different categories on the course at the moment, the Shawcross Cup and the Kitchen Cup.
And indeed, the J16 girls' second quads are being sorted into the A final and the B final, so everyone will progress. The B final for the crews ranked 7th and 8th, I believe, in this. I'm just doing some quick adding up. There are 11, 10 of them. So will be 4 of them going into the B final at 16:43, and the top 6 going to the A final at 16:48 this afternoon.
Leeds Rowing Club posted 7:38 and Putney High School 7:39, so they're only 8 and 9 seconds behind that Kingston boat. In fact, William Borlase have just gone ahead of that Kingston boat, even though it's a first quad. The Borlase crew have just posted 7:21.
Incredibly rapid. Marlowe just crossing the line with a 7:23, having overhauled St Mary's School Cambridge, who have slotted into, will look like 7th on your screen, actually 6th in the J16 second girls quads, just because of Kingston included in this one. And that is Sir William Perkins, I believe, just across, 7:18 to Sir William confused by the Williamses. Sir William Perkins posting a 7:18 to claim the top spot ahead of Sir William Borlase, who are second with a 7:21.
Too many United Williams.
Indeed. Tiffin just crossing now to take 9th position, which is 8th in that second quad category, with the Grange School still to come. Ah, there they are, Grange School, sorry. I have a pillar, I'm sat behind a pillar in the commentary booth, so torn between looking out the window. I can see either the finish line or the 200 metres to go, and unfortunately not the 100 metres to go from this seat. But Grange School rounding out that race, and I'm not quite sure about the treatment of Kingston Grammar School, whether they're racing with the second quads or will be bumped up into the first quads later. But the top 6 on our screens are Sir William Perkins, Sir William Borlase, Marlowe, Kingston Grammar School. Not quite sure whether they're going to the other, the first quads or staying in the second quads. The Grange School and Leeds are the top 6 on time. If this is an event in which you are invested, please do keep a good eye on the live results feed to make sure that we understand properly in due course how Kingston Grammar School will be progressing through this event.
I think from the way it's listed, Caroline, that Kingston are in the Colonel's Cup rather than the Kitchen Cup, so they would be in a different final, which would mean that Putney High School would take the last place in the A final as the 7th fastest crew, but we can confirm that in due course. Meanwhile, the J16 Open second quads are all on the course. King's School Chester didn't start, but everybody else has started. That means 9 boats are coming down as we speak, led off by the American School in London, chased by Leeds, Kingston, Tiffin, King's Worcester, Molesey, Leeds, Barnelms and Windsor Boys.
And in terms of facts that have been submitted before the event to help us with some of this commentary, Molesey in this event have declared themselves the underdogs, but they still have big ambition and are incredibly keen to make their way into the A final and aim for a medal. They, by their own admission, do not have spectacular ergs, but as we all know, and many of us have seen many times, ergs do not float. We are hoping that Molesey can live up to their committed, punchy underdog title here and put in a solid performance that does themselves and their coaches proud, proving that your erg, while a useful training tool and part of the data set, does not need to be the defining factor in your rowing career. As you can just about see the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, that live feed, you have the lovely view down the lake in that slightly hazy morning sunshine. Sunshine bouncing off the water. You see the umpire's launch in the middle, glistening in light. Those umpires are out there, even in the time trials, just to make sure that everyone is behaving properly, no one is interfering with anyone else, and keeping everything nice and safe. So we get the first crews coming down across the line. That looks to me like Leeds Rowing Club crossing as American School in London just come into their last few strokes. So the time set by Leeds is a 6:55. We will see there are not so many crews, there are only 10 of them. 6 of them to go through to the A final. American Schools some 35 seconds behind Leeds, so Leeds setting the bar high here. Kingston Rowing Club in their distinctive red and white hooped tops with their plain red blades coming in now to do a 7:03 and slot into second. This is King's Worcester, now on the way down into their last few strokes, will appear from behind the timing panel on your screen shortly. King's Worcester rate nice and high, going into the lead with a 6:40 at this stage. Looking very rapid. Some athletes will be enjoying these warmer temperatures, some would be preferring it slightly cooler. I think this could be a big factor in performances today. Who is happier in the heat, who isn't, and who is able to stay as cool as possible during the day.
So 4 crews still to finish are in the last 250 metres, and the next race is already off, the J16 Open Quads. 5 of those boats have started, and 4 of the previous are still to finish. King's Worcester, the fastest boat, and the Molesey Boat Club crew that see themselves as underdogs have come in second place as we look at the times coming in, 6:50.
And Marlow just easy and drift.
So Molesey will certainly get themselves a place in the A final. They're the 4th fastest crew, with 1 to finish, Tiffin School.
And
Where are they going to post?
2 remarkably well-matched crews from Leeds Rowing Club, starting 6 boats apart, but finishing just over a second apart. And definitely one of the Leeds boats has booked their place in the A final, just waiting for that time for Tiffin, who are coming into their last 100 or so metres now, to see if both Leeds crews can go through. We also had Barn Elms in their white and green sneak past us while we were talking, to go into second with a 6:39, and the Windsor Boys School, that absolute tour de force of British junior sculling, taking the fastest place at 6:29. And with Tiffin crossing the line now, that is looking like an A final of Windsor Boys School, Barn Elms, King's Worcester, Molesey, the self-proclaimed underdogs, Leeds and Leeds. With Kingston, Tiffin, American School in London going through to the B final. Those races will be at 4:43 and 4:48. Oh no, that's the girls, sorry. 4:33 and 4:38 this afternoon.
So half of the J16 Open Quads are on the water, on the course, including Infinity Boat Club, which is one of the great stories of recent years, owing to the philanthropy and drive of Stephen Peel, who set that up with a view to broadening reach of rowing in his area. He assembled an excellent team around him, which included one of the longest standing volunteers in rowing and former deputy chair of British Rowing, Kate O'Sullivan, who is one of the trustees up there. The latest in a series of wonderful jobs that she has done for the sport. Well, in fact, not the latest job that she has, because she's now also the president of Commonwealth Rowing, Commonwealth Rowing Association, which she was elected to a few months back. Anyway, Infinity Boat Club, they are currently coming down the course in the J16 quads, open quads.
And we have 25 of these quads entered today, of which 24 will progress to finals. Similar progressions as before: fastest 6 into the A final, 7 to 12 into the B final, 13th to 18th into the C final, and 19th to 24th in the D final. meaning that just one crew who will be at the bottom of the speed order at the end of this time trial will miss out on their second race today, and everyone will be hoping it is not them. Everyone going as fast as they can to guarantee their second race. And for those at the top of the pecking order, that place in the A final to compete for the medals and for the Kingston Cup, which was presented by Ray Ward whilst he was a master at Kingston Grammar School in 1987 in order to help promote crew sculling, presumably as distinct from single sculling or smaller boats, in an effort to promote those bigger boats, presented by Ray Ward of Kingston Grammar School.
Well, he's had some success given that there are 25 crews taking part.
Absolutely, I think the number of competitors at this regatta, someone mentioned this, I believe it's around 5,500. It's been a phenomenal success in showing the interest in junior rowing and the depth of talent that we now have in the UK, and it's fabulous to see such large numbers coming to this event, and of course to many other events across the country, across the year. The first crew is just about to come into the red buoys, marking that last 250 metres. They're wearing red kit with white blades. I'm just trying to look at my list and guess who that might be. There's a possibility that is Star Club, based in Bedford. Rowing appearing to be an incredibly popular pastime up in Bedford, with Star Club, Bedford Rowing Club, Bedford Modern, Bedford School and Bedford Girls.
Well, it's a beautiful stretch of water they have up there.
Yeah, I believe that's Star Club. Distinctive white writing on the back of the all-in-one, just waiting to see the red star on the front of the blade, or if we have missed the stickers for national schools.
Well, from the all-in-ones, it's either them or a Harvard crew that's got lost.
And started accepting J16s. Indeed, there is Star Club posting a 640 to set the standard for this J16 quad event. I think it's going to be very hotly contested. We have King's Canterbury, I believe, in lane 2 on the way down now. Very closely chased by Tideway Scullers, who are also in lane 2. This is something that is not necessarily meant to happen in the time trials. They are meant to be set off in different lanes to get everyone the space, but sometimes this does happen. In the quad sculls, these are now too big to be steered just with the pressure from the oars, so one of these athletes will have the rudder for the boat hooked up to their foot, so they tilt their foot to the right or to the left to move the rudder, and will be responsible for steering the boat down the course. It is no mean feat. I tried it for one horrifying week one summer, culminating in a race at Peterborough Regatta, which, for those of you who have never been, is a small 1 kilometre long 4-lane rowing lake, and I believed I used all 4 lanes in the course of that 1,000 metres. I'm much better suited to
I think
coxing.
that's a much worse coxing story than your previous one.
Oh, my coxing was fine. Attempting to foot steer, terrible. I do not belong in the bow seat of a quad. But anyway, back to these athletes we have on the course at the moment. The times are once again tumbling. Kingston Grammar School, red and white, crossing to post a 6:31 and take the crown at the moment from Star Club. Tideway Scullers just 2 seconds behind Star in third at the moment, and Shoreham Rowing Club just a fraction of a second behind Tideway Scullers in fourth. But with many crews still to come, we still have 19 crews to post their times. And then a small cluster of crews crossing the line, including Infinity, which Mark mentioned earlier, who have posted an astonishing 6:17 to take the lead on this timesheet by a comprehensive distance. Tiffin, a 6:36 to slip in to third. which making our top 6 at the moment. Everyone, you're going to need a 640 or faster, I think, and I think that might come down lower as we go through, but Infinity 617 in top spot at the moment. Kingston Grammar in 2nd, Tiffin in 3rd, Star in 4th, Tideway Scullers 5th, and Shoreham 6th. We've had only 9 crews across the line at the moment, 16 still to go. All hunting those final positions, not wanting to be that last 25th placed crew who will not get a chance to race in a final later today.
Infinity Boat Club, look at that, 6:17.
Yeah.
14 seconds clear of the rest of the field as things stand. That's a very impressive time for them to be posting.
It is quite the shift, isn't it?
I was saying they're a very exciting, but also quite a young club. It's only been a few years since they've been here at schools, so they are obviously going something up there.
No, I think from my memory, do you remember having to look them up and commentate on them last year? May have been their first. So they're a very young programme and excellent to see them finding such talent in their community so early on.
Okay guys, we're going to try and put you in order. So 132 followed by 133, 134. Follow on.
I think coming down towards the line now, we have the all blue of Taunton cheered on by their coaches from their bikes. Looking to book their place later. Chased by, I think Taunton putting in their absolute level best. I think that's King's Worcester with the white blades. They do have a small logo on the blades, tricky to pick out at a distance. King's Worcester going into 4th with 6:38. This is Grange School now coming down across the line. A lot of support from the banks, really great to hear. Seeing what Grange can do, and they go into 5th with a 6:40. So we are definitely going to go sub 6:40, I think, for the top 6 by the time that we have had all of these crews down.
Well, on the basis that they're going to come down in the same way as the other time trials have gone so far, we're about to see some of the quicker crews come through, but Infinity at the moment are a long way clear of the field, 14 seconds ahead. Half of the crews are still on the course. We can see some big names in sculling in amongst those. We just saw the Windsor Boys School in the previous time trial post a time 10 seconds quicker than the nearest crew, and there is a Windsor Boys School crew at the back of this field going off just after Shiplake, who have their own strong pedigree.
But I think it is going to be tight at the top because Leeds Rowing Club have just beaten Infinity by less than a second, putting in a 6:16 to take the top spot. I'm not sure if there's enough scope in the speed of a J16 quad to have Windsor Boys take a lead by that much again. We will have to see. I think this is going to be very closely fought, leading to some incredibly exciting racing later this afternoon. Lee Rowing Club in their distinctive orange, of course from Hackney in East London, crossing in 6:23 to go into 3rd. As we've said, at this stage, no one is safe. We believe that we are in inverse speed order, and we'll expect people to be slotting in near the top of the time order as we go.
10 crews still to place.
Indeed, coming down towards us now, the dark all-in-ones and white blades may well be King's Chester, would be my guess. There are a lot of commentating turns out to be an exercise in spotting boat blade colours and kit colours and hoping that we stitch them together in the right order to correctly identify crews can be a little tricky. I think, having now seen the front of the blades, that is Falcon, based in Oxford. And a plea to any coaches listening, if you have logos on one side of your blades, please could you help out the commentators by perhaps having logos on the back of your blades as well. Marlowe now crossing the line, going into the lead with a 6:14.9. Falcon not able to keep up with that pace, and this, I believe, is now King's Chester. Slotting into 14th spot at the moment, safe of a second race. Chased by Barn Elms.
Thank you!
Another Tideway in southwest London going into 5th spot at the moment with a speedy 6:24.
So the Shiplake crew looks quick, coming through now. 6 crews still to finish. At the moment, 6:31 is the time that they need to beat, not anymore, 6:24, because Shiplake were indeed quick. They've come in at the top of the order, 6:09. So with 5 still on the course, Barn Elms hold the final place at the moment in the A final.
Indeed, with 5 still to put their times in, the only people who are safe in their A final berth are Shiplake at the moment, who are in 1st. It's a bit of a gap, and the next crews just entering the last 200 metres to go. It's to me like I see the orange flash of the American school in London, all-in-ones on their shoulders. Got the power of the Windsor Boys School coming down at lane 2. Beautiful rhythm, quite the thing to see. I think that is not something, if I was in the American school quad, want to see coming up behind me, that absolute synchronicity of Windsor. Such a technically tight programme, turning out absolutely beautiful crews across the junior age categories.
God, they look good.
Just waiting for their times to pop up on the screen. Windsor Boys 0.8 of a second behind Shiplake. Shiplake and Windsor Boys and Marlowe are safe in their A final berths. 3 crews still to post times.
So that's going to be the real tussle in the A final between Shiplake and Windsor Boys. Both of those crews looked extremely impressive coming down.
This Clare's Court crew just coming into their last 100 metres, also looking powerful. They will be hoping for that A final spot as well. And at the moment they have it, Clare's Court going into 6th, but with 2 boats still to race. We have Kingston and Molesey, 2 of the 7 oldest clubs on the River Thames. Of the traditional rivalry between the clubs that come together to form the Remenham Club at Henley. The seven oldest clubs on the River Thames. They're all around the 1860s to the 1880s. So the heritage of rowing in the southeast of England, going back some considerable distance indeed. But these youngsters from Kingston and Molesey, just coming down to the last 250 metres for Molesey. Kingston just taking their last 10 or so strokes as they come down towards the line.
Nervous moments for Infinity Boat Club, who are in 5th place at the moment with 2 crews still on the water, Kingston and Molesey. Are they going to squeeze them out of that A final or not? Kingston just crossing the line now, and Molesey are about 100 metres behind them. Infinity and Clare's Court hold the 5th and 6th places.
And Infinity are safe. Kingston slot into 18th at the moment, heading for the C or the D final, depending where Molesey finish. They are just a couple of strokes away from crossing the line. And Molesey crossing to go into 9th place, so still unofficial, of course. But that A final, based on the times on our screens, looking like Shiplake College, the Windsor Boys, Marlowe leads Infinity and Clare's Court. And that those finals, the D final starts at 2:01, with the A and B finals at 4:53 and 4:58 this afternoon. and we already have the J16 girls quads on the course. It does appear that Kingston Grammar School, who raced with the second quads, will be racing in this event as their time has come up at the top of the time trial, which means that the next 10 crews who are already on the course know what time they have to beat. It's a little bit of an unusual approach, but I think because the conditions today are so absolutely dead calm, it is not going to be a concern in terms of fairness. There are, I think, around 30 of these crews who will be competing for the Colonel's Cup.
Morning.
And we have swapped out Mark for Martin.
How are you doing?
Pretty good, Martin. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Gorgeous day again.
Possibly a little too gorgeous, as the reminder from the committee came to all of those who have subscribed to the live feed last night. Please do be sensible in the heat. Remember your hat, remember your t-shirts, remember your sun cream, remember your water, and remember to look after yourselves and each other, which we will be doing up here as well. I'm already wearing a hat. I'm assuming we're all covered in sunscreen and we're in the shade anyway.
And we've rehydrated. That's important. We got some friends in here this morning, Caroline.
We do. It turns out that the commentary caravan is a delightful place for all of the moths and flies at Dorney to spend the evening. We have developed quite a little colony in the corner. Mercifully, it is around 5 feet away from me, and there may it remain for the remainder of this shift.
They came here for an overnight stay by the look of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we got the J16 quads.
Indeed we do. We believe I think there's 30 of them, because it looks like there's 29 on the list, and then there's Kingston, who raced in the second quad time trial despite being first quad and have turned up on the list. We've got 24 going through to their finals, 6 to the A final, next 6 to the B, next 6 to the C, next 6 to the D final. And those will all be raced this afternoon between the D final, which starts at 1:55, all the way to the A final at 5:08 p.m. So I think by my count that means everybody goes through, and we're just using this time trial to sort into who goes to which final and who gets which lane.
And yeah, you rather cleverly find out the times of the finals. That's the A final at just after 5 o'clock. That's it.
Indeed. So a long day for these girls. They get the coolest weather to race in this morning, and then the longest wait through almost to the end of the day. We are racing until I think around 6 p.m. this evening.
Yep.
So a bit of a wait for these girls, but we do have the first crews in sight of us in the commentary tower. You can see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you can see the batch of crews starting to come down past those marquees, past that umpire's launch in the middle of the lake, and will be making their way onto the top section of your screen in the near future. Heading up to the start, we have the championship doubles, just rowing the other way across the finish line, up for their time trial in about half an hour or so for the boys' champ doubles. The girls are already up there for theirs, which is slightly sooner. And I think the start have been endeavouring to set these quads off at regular intervals so that everyone has a real time trial environment. I think the crews have been doing everything in their power to overturn that and come in bunches, because as Mark and I were discussing earlier, it is much more exciting to race with someone next to you than someone 7 lengths behind you.
And in saying that, we've got the first bunch now.
We do indeed. Trying to work out who is at the front. Dark all-in-ones, white blades, like so many other people. I think that is Lymington in second, and Shrewsbury will be third across the line, just waiting for the time confirmation. So our Dart Totnes, yes, their dark all-in-ones have posted a 7:37. Lymington, slightly faster than their South Coast compatriots, a 7:32. And Royal Shrewsbury are a blistering 7:09 to take that first place. I think the order we think we are meant to be an inverse speed order, going from slowest to fastest, but of course this very much depends on the information in the British rowing system and the wins that they may have had. If you have an inexperienced crew who happens to be incredibly fast, You can get these things where someone who doesn't have many points and isn't particularly seeded can go very, very quickly indeed. So we had Shoreham across with an 8:33, somewhat off the pace. It's difficult to know when you don't race a lot of these crews regularly where you might seed. And Stratford upon Avon, a compelling 7:23 to take second at this point. Shrewsbury, comfortable margin ahead there, 7:08. Sorry, 7:09.8.
Yeah.
Just another bunch of crews crossing the line. Far side is Falcon, with their diagonally quartered squares, and I think Streatham and Clapham.
Streatham and Clapham, yeah.
Indeed. The pro was out of South West London. I think Streatham and Clapham row out of Fulham Reach, and have recently gained enough critical mass to race under their own banner rather than Fulham Reach, which is lovely to see.
If you haven't already gone past me, Kingston 190, Ipswich 191, Hartlepool 190.
So had Windsor Girls over the line, who have posted a 7:28 to go into fourth, just 0.3 of a second behind Falcon, who are currently holding third. So a reminder, they want a top 6 position to go through into the A final to compete for the medals.
Kingston now just about to cross the line. Kingston go over in 7 minutes and 40 seconds.
Kingston been having a cracking weekend. We have both Kingston Grammar School and Kingston Rowing Club with exceptionally deep showings here, and in fact Kingston Grammar School and Kingston Rowing Club in this event as well. They are definitely coming thick and fast.
Yeah, Tideway Scullers now just about to cross the line.
And we've had Peterborough City have snuck past to go into, I was going to say third, they're now fourth because Tideway Scullers posting a 7:20 to take the second, but Shrewsbury School still 7:09. I'm wondering if that is going to be beaten. We've had about half these crews down at the moment. We've got 13 out of the 30 crews already placed, and everyone on the course. This is going to be hotly contested all the way down, but that is a big marker from Shrewsbury. One of the very traditional rowing school in the UK had, I don't want to sound the wrong way, gone a little quiet their programme in recent years, and it's really nice to see a resurgence coming from Shrewsbury and posting some very good times this weekend.
City of Cambridge, was that just went over then?
That was indeed, and having just extolled the virtue of Shrewsbury, City of Cambridge 6:58, our first.
Yeah, they've
crew,
gone
sub
under 7 minutes.
Yeah,
Very good.
that is quite special. And also the first crew this morning who seemed to know precisely where the finish line was, and easy at the finish line, rather than, I mentioned earlier with Mark, many of the crews go all the way to the white boys. Better to go too far than not far enough. But I think City of Cambridge have been studying their course map in immense detail. That's Walbrook Rowing Club crossing now, distinctive green, yellow and black blades to slot in at 13th position.
That 6:58 was a cracking time, wasn't it, considering what you were saying earlier, that the quicker crews were supposedly going to go off first.
I'm not sure. I think quicker crews might be last today.
Yeah, well, the City of Cambridge, halfway down the list, are considerably quicker.
I think it's very difficult to see the junior crews.
Yeah, Lee have gone over in 7:11.
That is also speedy. But it's very difficult to seed the junior crews often. They can change dramatically from one age category to the next. As they reform crews, people might take up rowing later or earlier, and of course all these athletes going through various growth spurts at the same time they're going through their junior rowing careers. And this differential speed can change very fast, and also a good season of coaching, a good few months in a crew together can make a very big change.
Great Marlow School there looking good, crossing the line. Looked to have put on a bit of a spurt there. See what their time is.
Indeed, trying to hunt down at King's Worcester,
Great Marlow Sculls 7:16.
which at the moment is enough for fourth, but with the top six to proceed through, we will wait and see whether that is going to remain enough. At the moment, the live screen, we've had 19 crews across the line. I believe we've got 11 to go. Our top six right now are City of Cambridge, Royal Shrewsbury, Leeds, Great Marlow, Tideway Scullers and Stratford-upon-Avon. But everyone officially in the drop zone with 11 still to come. It is St Mary's just crossing the line now. St Mary's School in Cambridge with Putney High in hot pursuit, just starting to come onto the screen now. Please don't be distracted by the boys' doubles going the other way. The racing action is all up at the top of the screen at the moment. With
Yeah, and here the girls from Walton now coming into the last few strokes.
Has anyone managed? No one yet has knocked City of Cambridge or Shrewsbury off the top, but Putney High putting in a 7:13 to go into fourth place. Great Marlow in fifth. Walton taking sixth spot at the moment, a 7:18.
7:18, yeah.
Just 8 of them left to go. All entries in this race have started. You can see them fanned out down the lake. This is City of Bristol, just coming across the line now. Chased by
They've posted a
Grange.
7:16, so that would see them in the top six.
That sees them into fifth. Grange School turned out some very quick crews this weekend. See what this crew can do, and Grange have gone into
7:12,
fourth.
yeah.
I definitely think we've got the fastest crews at the back of the order.
I think you're right. This is
Borlace.
Sir William Borlace.
Very easy to spot, nice big bees on the back of their all-in-ones, commentators' favourite, any crew who is identifiable.
And Nottinghamshire County, they look to be
Oh, that
moving
boat's
pretty
moving.
quick.
That's
Yeah.
moving very nicely.
Yeah, now let's see what they do. Borlace 7:17.
Grange School, who we just saw, popped up into fourth. City of Bristol into sixth.
And
Notts County into
Nottinghamshire.
second.
Are they? What have they gone over
Yeah,
in?
it's 7:03. Yeah, it's come up on my screen before it's come up on your screen.
Hasn't come up on my screen. What did you say they were? 7:03.
7:03. To me, they've gone into second. We have
Very
4
good.
crews left to finish, which means
Yeah,
that the current
that's Marlow.
which means the current top 2 are safe. So City of Cambridge and Notts County are definitely in. Marlow and Sir William
Sir
Perkins.
William Perkins. Now, Sir William Perkins look a bit swift there.
Just crossing Marlow into sixth. Sir William Perkins take the lead, 7:58.8.3 seconds ahead of City of Cambridge. They are through to the A final.
6:57. Well, I said they looked quick, and they were. Wow, that's a terrific time.
Absolutely.
Right, Maidenhead and the Irish.
St Michael's of Limerick still to come, which means our top 4 are definitely safe in A final, which is William Perkins, City of Cambridge, Notts County and Shrewsbury definitely through. Leeds Rowing Club and the Grange waiting in anticipation.
Have we
for
seen Maidenhead?
Maidenhead and St Michael's. Maidenhead and St Michael's are the last 2. This is Maidenhead just coming into the last
St
100
Michael's
metres
look to be
now.
having trouble back there, actually.
St Michael's do not look like they have had the best day.
Right, let's have a look at Maidenhead, see what they do.
Keep going, please, ladies. 160, keep going. Follow American School.
Last few strokes. So does it start with a 6? Probably not. 7:02.
7:02 into
There we are.
third. They are safe. And I think, unfortunately, St Michael's,
Well,
do
they're
not-
not going to, are they? No.
they're not going to trouble the A final for sure here. So I think we can, well, with as much confidence as we are ever allowed to say before the results go green for official, our A final is Sir William Perkins, City of Cambridge, Maidenhead, Notts County, Shrewsbury and Leeds. And that A final will be at 5:08 today, with the lower finals slightly earlier. And this is competing for the Colonel's Cup, the J16 J16 Girls Quadruple Sculls. The actual title is somewhat longer than the Colonel Cup. It is written in the programme as the Thames Rowing Club, close to my heart, I'm a Thames girl, Fawley Cup, the Colonel's Cup. So this cup was originally the trophy for the UK Senior 8s at the 1919 Peace Regatta at Henley, where it was won by Thames Rowing Club. It was then presented to the legendary Jack Beresford Sr., who rowed in the crew when he was 51. It was returned to Thames in 1960 by Jack Beresford's sons, Jack, also called Jack, and Eric. From 1966 to 1972, it was the cup for the junior double sculls at the National Youth Championships. The loan of the cup was negotiated by the previous chairman, David McClellan, often called Colonel by the rest of the committee, as a final farewell gesture. The plinth is full because this trophy has been around since 1919, so a book of honour has been added and is now the trophy for the junior under-16 girls quads. What a lovely story.
And there we go. And remind us again the 6 that have got through to the A final.
That is Sir William Perkins, City of Cambridge, Maidenhead, Notts County, Shrewsbury and Leeds.
And that final is at, what did you say, 8 minutes past
5:08 this afternoon.
Right, next we go on to the championship double sculls. 8 fastest here through to the final. And we have 37 crews racing off on this time trial, and they're probably about at the 1500 metre mark just now. And looks to me as like somebody's leaving. What have I said? Have I upset you, Caroline? Caroline's left, and I have the Le Grand Fromage, the big cheese himself, Fergus Maitland, with me, grinning away here. Had a good night's sleep? Yes, he did. Yeah, he's trying to get his act together here. I'll just waffle on while we await the first of these crews for the championship double sculls. It should be Kingston Grammar, but there's still a little way to go. So we've got 37 crews here racing off, 8 fastest to the A final. Positions 9 to 16 go in the B, 17 to 24 the C, and then the D final is the 25th crew down to the 32nd. So I think he's with us now. Hi, Fergus.
Finally all set up.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm slightly apprehensive, though, about the weather conditions we're going to have today.
Are you?
As someone north of the border, I don't do particularly well in temperatures that really go over 20 degrees. And I think we're going to be going north of 30, so that'll be an interesting experiment.
That's not entirely true, because you were telling me you've been southernised. You'd even stayed on somebody's floor in London, and that's pretty hardcore, really, isn't it?
It's Tom Morgan's floor. He's
That is hardcore.
He's looked out for me over the years, covering boat race stuff and all sorts of bits and bobs.
So who we got crossing the line here? That, to me, doesn't look like Kingston.
I'd say that's a combination from Wycliffe.
Right, crew 189, yeah?
189 Wycliffe College, then.
Oh, sorry, we missed a crew while we were blathering away there.
Hartbury University and College.
Yeah, they went through in 7:10. So the first crew down went down in 7:10. Wycliffe have gone down the course in 7:26, and here come the others.
It helps when the coaches come down and are bellowing to help pick them out. I think that we've got Bristol coming through.
Yeah, City of
Bristol.
And that looks like Warrington, is it?
It is Warrington.
Yeah, that's good, isn't it? Spot that. They were sponsored by a dentist once, Warrington. I remember it was something like Make Me Smile. One of the very, very few boats with a bit of sponsorship on.
Yes, it
Once
was.
upon a
It was an
time.
old Vespoli quad.
You remember?
I do
Yeah.
actually. I think the girls raced in it. I remember seeing it at Henley Women's, and yeah, something like, don't forget to smile, or smile like you mean it. That's what it was.
Yeah. Right, a few times for you then. Hartbury 7:10, Wycliffe 7:26, Warrington 7:24, City of Bristol 7:50.
Hexham.
What's the other one? Hexham 7:22. So what are we looking at here? We're looking at top 8. What's going to do it then? You've got to be 7, well, around 7, haven't you? Really?
I'd hate to hazard a guess for what it needs to be.
We're just guessing, really, aren't we? It's William Perkins, 7:20.
We've got next Marlow Rowing Club up next.
Yeah.
Pete Chambers there, coach there, he's watching on.
Okay, any guys doubles in the 240s or 230s?
Yeah, great careers in rowing, the Chambers brothers had.
They
great,
did indeed, yeah.
Great careers in coaching as well. Pete's doing
Yeah.
a great job at Marlow. His brother Rich is doing a great job at the National Training Centre. They're giving a huge amount to this sport.
They look very nice and comfortable, this double. It's the boat you can easily accelerate, isn't it? The double scull.
It's good fun. I always enjoyed a double. I always enjoyed how quickly you just feel, because there's just two of you, you can really feel it kick on when you decide, actually, we're going to make a bit of a move here. And just the way it runs is
So
delightful.
that was Nottingham and Union there. Sorry to interrupt, folks. At 7:24. So Marlow presently at 7:14. Have we got a list of who the top guys are? Oh, a laptop, aren't you grown up? What's that? 7:10 Hartbury. 7:14 Marlow. William Perkins 7:20. So top 8 we're looking at. Yeah, it's going to be a warm one, isn't it? It is. With, joking aside. Oh, hello. Is our fellow commentator Alex. He wore one Arsenal shirt for breakfast and then went and got changed to the home kit to come down here.
He is actually a proper Arsenal fan, though. Despite
he's a proper gooner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll come down. No, he's up in Birmingham, but he will come down, and he's at the men's games, he's at the women's games. He's not one of those people who's just jumped on a bandwagon.
No, there are a few people live near Islington that support Arsenal, but the vast majority, like him, I think, live miles away. Anyway, we've got plenty of shirts. That's the main thing. Who's gone over there? Yarm, 7:50.
Yarm have come through. We've had Canford as well.
Canford 7:50.
Any more in the 230s, please? George.
Peter O'Hanlon's old school, Canford.
Yeah, he was absolute rubbish there. I was talking to somebody who rode there. They can barely remember him. He liked a blazer, but he didn't enjoy the active bit. He'd rather talk about it, and he's made a bit of career of that, hasn't he?
Tell you what, Alex Darby has arrived straight in here, and top marks to him. He can come back next year. He's brought a fan into our box, which I think is going to be life-saving for the next 6 or 7 hours of the day.
Ibstock Place, opposed to the time of 8:06.
Keep it going, Christian! Let's push once again!
So what have we got then? Hartbury still at the top. Marlow, Sir William Perkins, Hexham, Notts and Union, Warrington, Wycliffe, Christchurch. They're rounding out the top 8 at the moment. Things still provisional. We haven't even had half of the field coming through yet.
No, we haven't. Kingston Grammar don't look as if they're going to start. St George's should be the next crew across the line.
Yeah, a bit of a gap, but yes, St George's, they've got 50 metres left or so, St George's do.
Any more in the 230s, please?
St George's, then Falcon.
Okay, 230, yeah, well done, guys. Just have a look at the numbers. So you're going to be going just after Tiffin, I think. Coming here, yep. Okay, keep going please, 237. You've got almost everybody to overtake. Keep going until my colleague tells you what to do.
Those 7. Falcon in 7:55. So without sort of reading too much into it, I think the faster crews have probably gone down. So some of those crews posting nearer 7 minutes, looking pretty good for an A final.
Yeah, I think so. I think what do we have? We had it's still Heartbreak at the top, 7:10. I think anything under 7:20 will guarantee you, I think, an A final spot at the moment.
Yeah.
7:30 should be touch and go, as we said. We've still got another combination from Sir William Perkins to come down. We've still got Shiplake to come down. Hinksey are still coming down across the board. Plenty of crews with a huge amount of experience on board.
Yeah, they have. I mean, it just makes me wonder whether they're not putting some of their, or if not all of their better girls in the sweep. So that's a Shiplake double there, crossing the line. 7:59 puts them in 14th position. Tideway Scullers.
Tideway Scullers, I'm excited by this. They had their J16 girls did particularly well in their time trial. The whole program's going very nicely at the moment.
7:44 puts them 10th, not enough to make the top 8.
I've been scanning ahead though to see what else is coming up throughout the day. We've got time trials running this morning until at 11:15. We get the first, our final time trial kicks off at 10:21. That's the Championship Girls Pairs. Then we'll get a bit of a breather because everything's running to time this morning.
Yeah,
it's going like clockwork. 11:15. That's when our semi-finals kick off, and we start to build into it. We'll have some of the CD semi-finals for the Championship Single Sculls, but they'll all be 8 lanes, which will be fantastic. And then we build into the AB semi-finals of some of those Championship Single Sculls, the quads. And in 12:35 to 12:40, we'll have the Championship 8 semi-finals, and then we'll have the first of our A finals. Will be at 10:1 with the Championship Girls 8s. And then we'll go into a heap of minor finals, HG, FD finals. And then we'll be back into medal finals this afternoon, the first of those at 18 minutes past 4 to be specific for the J16 doubles, building right the way through to the end of the day when we'll have the Championship Singles, Championship Quads, Championship 8s, really from 6 o'clock onwards.
So the last races of the day are the Boys and Girls Championship 8s, correct?
We'll have the boys at 18:38, but the girls...
Oh, the girls was early. I did hear something about that.
We get a nice bit of excitement, a huge deal of excitement, about 10:1.
And the reason for that being, I think there was going to be such a long gap for the girls, which is why they didn't put them, if you like, on very, very late on the Sunday. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah.
Brings people down to the banks nice and early.
What's the penultimate final then? What do we got?
Of the day,
Aye.
We'll have Championship Quads and Championship 8s.
Great.
That's the whole thing. The whole thing. We'll just build through. We'll build through the pairs, build through the singles, and then the quads, and then finishing with the 8s.
Fabulous. Due to finish, what's that, 6-ish?
20 to... I think we'll be done by about 6:45 tonight.
Great. Okay, back to the time trials here. And we have...
We've had Hinksey, we've had AB7 coming through.
This is Tiffin now.
Tiffin School.
Crossing the line.
Sir William Perkins.
Sir William Perkins, about 8:24. Tiffin 8:06. Headington went over in...
we'll find out. We're just about to cross the line, Headington.
Who's this one then? That's not Headington, is it?
Well, that's heading. Hinksey, you've got
Hinksey,
Hinksey
sorry.
at the top of your screen. Headington are just crossing the line now.
Right, let's have a look, see what they've done.
For this to pop up on screen. First of all,
Championship girls double sculls. We're just waiting for confirmation of a couple of times for
I've
the
got-
crews that have finished off.
I've got Headington through in 15th on this one, as opposed to
Right.
on screen. Pairs, though, they're warming up, getting ready to rock and roll. Our team's growing as well. We've just had Ken Roberts arriving for his shift. We've got
Yes.
Tom Morgan clocking in.
Yes. Tom's put on his very best Sunday black T-shirt for the occasion.
Slightly finer than
It's the
yesterday.
same as his very worst one, actually. I don't know why I said that. He's a absolute victim to fashion, that lad, isn't he?
No, I've been accused that my standards of leading this team in terms of the dress have dropped over the years.
Well, you're not as scruffy as Tom, if that's any... Mind you, that's a very low bar, isn't it? Yeah. No, I mean, I remember when we were all sat here suited and booted. You know, what is the point of that? Nobody can see you. We can look at each other and admire the tie and goodness knows what, but it's boiling hot. So the thing today is be comfortable, drink plenty of water, put a hat on. If you're competing or you're one of your children or a member of your crew, just make sure they stay off their feet, stay out the sun, stay out the heat, because it could come and bite you a bit later on.
Yeah. And you've got all of these marquees, all of the spaces just to go and hang out in there. And I think
Yeah.
a load of the clubs have got marquees and gazebos just hidden in amongst the trees as well to get as much shade as possible. When we look over our shoulders, that's what Latimer have done, that's what Radley have done over the back of us. Just get away from it all, because it's lethal, this heat. I'm not out in the course doing the rowing.
No.
Who have we had? We've had Newark coming through. We've had American School in London coming through, the two of them. Probably about 3/4 of the way through this field in Championship Girls Double Sculls. Our top 8 has been untouched for a little while.
And they are.
They are. Well, you'll find out after the break. No, I'll tell you just now.
Tell me now.
Yeah. Hartbury, Marlow, Sir William Perkins, Hexham, Nottingham and Union, Warrington, Wycliffe and Christchurch. So they've been established for some time in this time trial, but we'll see if any of the remaining crews coming through can make a dent in our established 8. So looking at, I think we'll have Reading Bluecoat. They'll be coming into the mix. Reading Bluecoat will have someone for a combination from Walbrook as well. So there go Reading Bluecoat. They're across the line. They're followed by Walbrook. 31st and 29th respectively for both of them. So by my counting, I make that 4 crews left to come down the course. 2 of them didn't start. Kingston Grammar didn't start. Stretton and Clapham High School didn't start. So that leaves us Royal Chester. It leaves us Lees School, Northampton and Reading Rowing Club still out there on the course. And I can see all 4 of them, so that's good. So I think the first of them will be 156. That'll be the Lee School.
Followed by Northampton. Followed by, I think, excuse me, Royal Chester.
We're just picking up on what they're saying downstairs. I think they've nicked the binoculars, I think is what's happened.
Well, they've actually put somebody outside to have a real good look down the course. And this looks like Reading. So that will be the last of the trialists for this, the championship double sculls. Reading just about to cross the line. So we've got the top 8. It goes official when our little button here turns green.
It's still unofficial.
But it is.
Hartbury, Marlow, Sir William Perkins, Hexham, Nottingham Union, Warrington, Wycliffe and Christchurch. And there is, between 1st and 8th, we've got 20 seconds or so. The top 2 very much established. Hartbury 4 seconds ahead of Marlow. There, 5.5 seconds ahead of Sir William Perkins. But then it's quite tight between Perkins, Hexham, Notts and Union and Warrington and Wycliffe. All of them within 6 seconds of each other. So that should set up quite a good race for the minor medals.
And what time was that final? I did see it written down somewhere.
Championship girls double sculls.
Yeah.
We can look forward to that one at 23 minutes past 5 for the B final, and the A final will be coming down at 28 minutes past. We're at 5-minute finals.
Yeah. Thick and fast then. Old chap. Right, what have we got now? For the Fox Tankard for championship double sculls. How many got here? 46 crews.
The Fox Tankard.
Yeah,
Presented.
same applies here. 8 fastest to the final. Come on, put us to sleep. Tell us all about the trophy.
Presented by Ian Fox in 1971, together with a vellum Roll of Honour for the championship coxed pairs. The tankard is a copy of an item of plate in the possession of the inn holders company. It was originally presented to Mr. Fox's uncle Edwin Fox, who was a past master of the inn holders company. As the coxed pairs event is no longer held, the trophy was transferred to championship double sculls.
Do you know, I'll sleep a lot better tonight knowing all that. Great news. Right, so this is the first of the crews to post a time. Championship double sculls, 8 fastest to the A final.
I mate, that's St Michael's, our crew from Ireland, first
Yep.
off. Winners of the J16 Irish Championships last summer, so that's them stepping up to J18 Championship level here at the National Schools Regatta. Let's see what they can do.
Well, they've gone a bit further than everybody else. They went past the finish line.
2,050 metres.
Carried on to the white boys.
I'm going to get all excited here. We've got George Watson's College coming up next. My old school. Let's see what they can do. It's great. Do you know what? I haven't seen them racing at championship double level in quite some time. So this is awesome. They've got a really good group of J16s, J18s.
Well, he's given it some. He's collapsed on the line. He's a stroke boy there.
He's given it. He woke up. He had his Scots porridge oats this morning. Is what he had.
Old Harris Faith from the Kingdom of Faith.
But yeah, winners of the Scullery. They won the G17 quads at the Scullery. So they're in really good position this season. They go ahead of St Michael's by 6 seconds.
They are the quickest in a time of 6:40.
What that means, we'll find out. But Lee have just come in and gone 3 seconds quicker.
6:37. Yeah, these boys look pretty swift.
Trentham.
Yeah.
They had a formidable quad when I was a G14, G15. They just seem to have a real talent of developing those guys at that sort of
they
age
have
group.
finished very strongly there. Be interested to see what time they do. Trentham cross the line.
Third for Trentham. 2 seconds back on George
6:42.
Watson's.
Windsor boys. Cross the line. Watched by their coach, Mark Wilkinson. I'd love to know how many miles Mark does on his bike over these 3 days. He follows every single crew.
It's incredible.
And Windsor boys, by God, they have enough kid boys racing. He must do miles.
He'll be exhausted by the end of it.
Yeah, you got thighs like a python. Whatever that means. Right. What a thought. Here we go.
Beale Bridge up next, I've got coming down.
So Windsor Boys 6:28. That puts them top.
Comfortably top. No,
Yeah.
9 seconds ahead of Lee at this
Yeah.
point. Beale Bridge, they're coming in. Let's see what they can do. They're being chased hard. Beale Bridge goes 6th. And then that's a combination of Hartbury, University and College, who go top. Wow, they've beaten Windsor to the top spot.
6:26. They look pretty swift, didn't they? They certainly did. So Hartbury, Windsor Boys, Lee. Is that right? Yeah.
Hartbury, Windsor, Lee, George Watson's, Trentham. Top 5 at the moment. St Michael's and Beale Bridge. They're all heading to the final at this point.
Yeah, these are very long. They're noticeably different as much as they are taking great long strokes, these two.
Mightily impressive. Hereford Cathedral School. They've been having some great results actually across the board.
Well, they go
8th.
8th fastest in a time of 6:53. Now this double look a bit more punchy, if you know what I mean. Shorter strokes, but
Higher rating.
yeah.
Wait and see what they can do as they come through the line then. That's Newark Rowing Club.
They go 8th, 6:52.
We've got RGS High Wycombe coming through next. Yeah, they're doing some good stuff. Long, punchy.
Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it, watching the different styles. And I suppose the other trick is that you do the same as your mate.
Do you know who's coaching them? Oliver Costley. Leander's Oliver Costley.
Oh right. Well, yeah, they're all on that sort of Marlow reach, aren't they? Up there, there's Clares Court, Marlow, Great Marlow School, RGS. They're all on that same reach.
And actually, of all the people you want coaching you, he's won. I mean, he won the Foley with Clares Court, did the triple, schools head, national schools, and in the Foley. And since then, I've lost count of the number of times he's won the Prince of Wales with Leander. So, overseeing some of your sculling, what a pair of eyes. City of Cambridge, one of the crews we've got coming up next.
Yep.
So High Wycombe, they came in, they went 10th overall. Tiffin coming in, they go 11th. And then we've got City of Cambridge, 8th overall for them.
So that's tight, isn't it, that 8th position? So what, 650 would get you in the top 8 now? Is that correct?
Yeah, 650. But we just have these crews, they're constantly coming in. And that 8th place, they've just been constantly taken away from them. Lee Rowing Club next.
And Lee have gone 12th, 656.
We go from one side of London right the way down to the other.
Yeah.
Lee up in the northeast, down to Molesey in the southwest. Jack Gilligan, their new junior head coach, overseeing things.
So we got here Molesey Boat Club.
Yep, there come Molesey.
And they did 655, 12th. American School in London. They put a lot of rowers and scullers out, don't they?
I feel they've had a bit of a rejuvenation in recent years.
Yeah.
Again, a lot of athletes around when I was racing, so 15, 16, 17, big contingent coming through there. But over recent years, Jamie Kirkwood did a bit of work there. Under new leadership now, he's over at LEH. But yeah, nice to see them back on the circuit in as much strength as they are in at the moment.
Yeah, so the American school in London, 7th, 6:49. There we are. We said 6:50 to get them in, so 6:49 puts them 7th. Durham School, 6:44.5 puts them in 6th spot. What time do we finish this nonsense? 10?
You're officially. You can stand down from your duties. Mr.
Yeah.
Morgan is.
I was officially late, wasn't I? I'll see the end of this. Right, read out the top 8 and then let's see where we are here, Fergus.
So the top 8 then: Hartbury University and College, Windsor Boys School, Lee George Watson's College, Trenton Boat Club, Durham School, St Michael's, and the American School in London. 6:49.1 at the moment is good enough to get you into the top 8.
So what was that? 6:26.9 was the top spot.
Down to 6:49. So about 20 seconds separating the field.
Yeah, so 6:49 or better would see you in. Here's Tybay Scullers School. There seems to be a lot of them about. Have they had a bit of an injection of athletes or something?
They have. Well, they've got Rona McCallum leading their programme, who's doing a wonderful job, particularly on the girls' side of things. And then she's stepping up and she's being involved with coaching some of the under-19 crews for Great Britain. She's doing an outstanding job with Tidbury Scullers.
They're in the B final here with 6:52.
Star Club next. See, Tom's ears have prickled as Star Club come through the line. I think we've managed to tick off everyone from Bedford so far this morning. We've done Bedford Modern, Bedford Girls, Bedford School, and now Star Club and Bedford Rowing Club.
Anything else in Bedford? Where were Black Sheep? That was Derby, was it? Remember Black Sheep? Derby. Mate. Did you hear that? Mate. Here we are, mate. Right, mate. Who's crossing the line here? Well, Buddy. That's another one. That's a northern thing, isn't it, Buddy? Chum, Buddy. Petal, but we won't go there.
Second of our combinations from Hartbury University and College coming through. Let's see what they can do. What have they done? 18th for them.
Yeah, 19th, I think.
Oundle go 7th though.
Yeah, they do. That's a decent time, 7:45.
Which means that a 7:46 will get you into the A final now. St Michael's
So
with a 6:46.
who's that pushed out?
That's pushed American School in London down into 9th place.
In the B. So how many got left? One, two,
I think we're looking about halfway through the field at the moment.
Yeah.
I make this Hereford Rowing Club. They'll be coming up next.
Oundle 7th. That was a decent effort there, wasn't it? 6:45.
I wonder, coming through the rest, we're about halfway through the field at the moment. I wonder if you might need maybe a 6:40.
Yeah, Hereford's 7:05. That's not going to get to see them in the A final.
I think maybe a 6:45 you'd like to think would be good enough to get you in.
cut-off, yeah.
So we've had Hereford Cathedral. We saw them come in. This is City of Cambridge, who have just posted their time. Similar to Hereford.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, boys!
City of Cambridge, followed by the second of our
Second
combination.
Oundle, yeah. So that Oundle crew, 6:55.
6:50. Gosh, we're now at the stage. 6:55 will get you 18th.
I know.
That
Shows
middle.
how competitive it is, doesn't
No,
it?
massively. Massively. That Hereford double that we saw come through, they're only J17s at this point, so they've got another year to come and have a crack at this event next year. They were second in the J17 doubles at the Junior Sculling Regatta, 11th at Championship Quads at the School's Head. Having a crack in the smaller boat, but hopefully see them back next year to see how far up the rankings they can climb.
So that was Burton Leander that went across the line there. They did 7:03.
Hinksey up next. Next of our crews coming through the finish.
So here's a question for you, Ferguson. I know Tom sat just right behind me. So
this could go in any direction.
It could do. But back in the day, you know, JRN used to tweet a bit and post stuff. What do you do now? What's the thing?
Instagram.
Is it?
We find Twitter's our X, I should say, the platform formerly known as Twitter.
Yeah.
It's the algorithms have changed on it, but a lot of our audience operating on Instagram, so we're able to engage with.
So your sort of instant breaking news, brief sort of things, it's chats or whatever you call it, posts. Are all now on Instagram,
all now across on Instagram.
Okay.
And that's where you'll be able to see whenever our previews go live across all of our events. So we've had a busy old week last week with getting everything out for the national schools. We've had events going off in the US as well that we've been previewing. We're going to do the same again this coming weekend. What is it, Met Regatta next weekend here in the UK. We've got the...
And do you do a lot of that? Do you overload it? Do you bombard people, or are you a bit selective?
Oh, we fully bombard.
You do? Okay.
Fully bombard. I think to put it into perspective, I think last season or last year we had the best part of about 1,300 articles coming out, 1,400 articles coming out across the entire year, across the previews, across our features and everything.
Yeah.
So we're averaging about 4 or 5 bits of content a day.
Yeah.
And that going from one side of the world in Australia and New Zealand to everything going on in Europe to covering everything that's going off in the United States and Canada as well.
And do you have an app?
We don't have an app.
You don't have an app. There you go. There's a suggestion. Get an app. Hey, Tom. No, you know somebody out there. You know everyone. Just have a word. Everything has an app these days. Even the church stall in our village have an app. You know, for their cakes and teas. Surely an organisation the size of yours now, get an app. There you go, you heard it here first. What was I going to say there? Wallingford go 10th.
10th, 650 will now get you 10th.
650 will get you 10th, wow. So we're looking for someone to break in to the final with sub 6:45. Still a few to come.
Yeah, that Wallingford crew, they're another young one as well. There's a J60 in there, there's a J17 in there, both injured throughout the course of this season. So again, they'll look to bounce back next year like the combination from Hereford, and hopefully see them rising up the rankings. But 10th for a J16 and a J17 is a good crack at this event.
It's a good effort, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, how many crews have you got in this? 46?
46. City of Bristol, provisionally 29th at the moment, as everything is adjusting. But our top 8 is now starting to set a little bit. Hartpury University and College, the Windsor Boys School, Lee Rowing Club, George Watson's, Trentham, Durham School, Oundle and St Michael's.
Walton there, 6:56, takes them 21st. Trentham coming down now. This is the second double scull from Trentham.
Yeah, Trentham, their top crew at the moment, currently placed 5th, 6:42.5. They're long, this combination, though.
Yeah. Lucas Beaumont, no relation to Jack. No.
No.
No. 7:08. what we got? We got a little bit of a gap here. 203 is Royal Chester coming into view.
It's a great set of eyes to spot that from up here.
Yeah, I heard somebody say it downstairs.
They've got an exciting senior squad at the moment. You know, their juniors are going well, but their senior squads on both sides, the men's and the women's side, is going nicely at the moment. Unfortunate, I think, to miss out on the Jackson at the head of the river this year. That went to Agecroft. But earlier on in the season, the two of our quality provincial clubs, racing particularly well.
Cheltenham and Lee Valley from Ireland here.
So there come Royal Chester.
Yeah, 801.
Berwick. Berwick are our other club who have come through.
Berwick, yeah, 726.
Yep. Lee Valley from Ireland.
Lee Valley from Ireland. Lee Valley
Sixth.
from Ireland, 6th. 643. Wow.
Come on down, please. In order, if you can.
Which means we've had one Irish crew dropping out of the top 8, replaced by another one. St Michael's are pushed down into 9th. Lee Valley come in 6th place at the moment, which means top 8, 6:45.5.
So according to my reckoning, there should be another 7 crews. Anybody not starting, can you see?
Great question. Clare's Court did not start.
Right, this is Reading. Bendugets Graz, there's a name, eh? With his partner crossing the line from Reading.
Reading, how are they getting on? 37th for them.
722.
Okay, 282, just ahead of Teddy's, please. And then tuck in the side.
So down to the last 6 crews. This
Okay, 276, 275, just
particular trial kicked off at 9:43.
Oh, we've had about half an hour's worth of doubles time trials
Yeah,
coming
10,
through.
12. So we're probably running a couple of minutes late.
I think, what about the
They
champ?
should cap that up with the Coxless pairs.
Do you know, I think they're doing all right, actually. I think the Coxless pair is due to kick off at 10 past 10. It's now
Yeah.
13 minutes past, and we've had
we're doing
4 or
okay.
5 of them
Yeah.
start. Yeah.
Yeah. Coxless pairs. We'll be handing over to Tom for that. He'll give you where they were born, inside leg measurement, favourite food. He'll give you the lot, Tom. He knows
He knows his stuff.
absolutely everything. He knows his onions, as they say.
King's Ely.
Yep.
King's School, Ely, they come through. It's 801 for them. And the next up, the combination from the King's School, Canterbury, are just coming into shot, because the ones at the moment who are right in front of us are Yarm School.
Yeah. Hear the guy downstairs talking about Thames Scullers. I don't know. Tell him he's got a microphone. He doesn't need to shout. Yeah, they've borrowed the car park man's high vis. These two, look. That is very bright, isn't it? It's
It helps, though. I love that.
It's really good.
Do you know what?
yeah.
It's the sort of lineup that I aspire to. You know, Thames Valley Scullers, Lee Rowing Club, a Kingston in there, Westminster. Yeah, you can see them. It's like commentators dream that, and then Minerva Bath as well.
Yeah.
That's the sort of lineup we aspire to.
There is Minerva Bath that you're saying that.
It's perfect. 250 metres away, you can and see them like
Yeah.
they're right in front of you.
Yeah. We've got commentary downstairs from Fraser, who's clearly had some bird seed or something. He's chirping away this morning like there's no tomorrow. Did he sleep last night? He's just excited to be out, isn't he?
Fraser doesn't sleep.
I can imagine he lives in a little croft in the north of Scotland on his own and just has a sheep to have a chat with. He's just delighted to be out, absolutely. Former George Herriot. Oh, yeah, well done, well done. Here we go.
We don't let him out particularly
No,
often.
I know. Minerva Barton-Lees. Have we assassinated pretty much every commentator we know? Right, they're the last two for this event. Championship double sculls, Sunday morning, day 3 of National Schools Regatta. Down here in the sunny south this year. And by gum, it's a hot one. Water, sun cream, hat.
Long sleeve.
Athletes, stay out of sun during the day. Do that, and everybody will be happy. Right, you read out the top 8 that's gone through
Do you know
there.
the other one that I mentioned as well? Keep your dogs off the tarmac.
Yes. Well, I saw people with dogs here yesterday. The announcement had gone out, do not bring dogs. And the thing was cocking its leg against the finish line. I mean, what's that about? For goodness sake. People, come on. Don't bring your dogs today, to be sensible.
It's too
right,
hot.
read
Anyway,
the top
8. Still unofficial at the moment, waiting for it to be finalised, but we've had the top 8 for a while. Hartpury University in College, Windsor Boys School, Lee Rowing Club, George Watson's College, Trentham in 5th, Lee Valley from Ireland in 6th. We've got Durham School in 7th, and rounding it off is Oundle in 8th place. 6:26.9, your quickest time, through to a 6:45. So about 19 seconds separating our crews for this one. All of our crews have completed. Clare's Court didn't start, and that is the time trial of the championship double sculls.
And we got through it, 46 of them. Well done, you. And I'm going to hand over to Mr. Tom Morgan.
Thanks very much to Mr. Martin Unsworth for the past hour or so. Tom Morgan, just the 2 time trials for you. We've got the Championship Open pairs to look forward to. We've got the Championship Girls pair to look forward to. And we've got a gigantic afternoon of semis and finals and everything to look forward to. Lots of looking forward, but so much looking forward.
No,
right
looking
now,
back here.
no, right, we're looking straight forward now onto the course, because it's the time trial of the Championship Open pairs coming into view. The top 6, they head through to final A, 7 to 12 to final B, 13 to 18 to final C, and everyone else will be destined for the D final. First of our crews, though, St Paul's School. They come through, setting the benchmark. 7:05.
Is that Walton up behind them, I think? Yeah, Walton 6:47.
They've been good in recent years, Walton, in the sweet boats. Again,
Right.
I think the junior men in particular have looked good in some of the 4s.
They were an excellent club back maybe 12 years ago when I was rowing. They made a 40 Challenge Cup final in 2011 and sort of had a bit of a drop off, but have really rebounded in the last 3 or 4 years.
I think Matthew Tarrant was.
He was a
Walton.
Walton boy. He was indeed. Oh, you can see the spread between the times. 6:47 for Walton, 6:44 just gone in St George's College, always good in these small boats. 7:05 for Paul's, and then Durham School in 8:03. So already, what's that? A minute and 20 seconds between those 4 crews.
Yeah. It was interesting. St George's came across the line and they came straight through and punching, slapping the water. They clearly knew they were on for a good time there.
They do know it's not a side-by-side, rather. They know this is a time trial.
Well, they've still got others
This
to come
isn't
through.
the A final, lads.
Yeah.
They must have overtaken someone on the way through, and that's given them the conviction and the belief that they've had a good time. I mean, look, they have. They're currently atop the standings. And what a beautiful day to go rowing, apart from the heat. Weather is absolutely stunning. Not a breath of wind, flat water, fast times, nobody having to time trial through.
I know there is pretty much no wind. There's a slight ripple coming across the lake towards us as King's Chester come through and go 4th in our rankings. But there's nothing, absolutely nothing. The warm-up lake behind us is like a mill pond.
Placid, isn't it?
Yeah. Wouldn't mind a bit of a breeze just coming through.
No,
cool
we've
things
got this
down.
fan, but it's essentially it's acting as a hairdryer right now, blowing hot air into my face. I feel like I'm in sub-Saharan Africa, it's just like constantly warm air. Who's this coming up towards the line? Bit of a
Next
guessing
up,
game.
well, we've got a couple of crews who'll be coming up to the line, the first of which Queen Elizabeth High School
Slotting in 5th, 7:14.
and Wallingford Rowing Club.
Yeah, I'm sure Wallingford, where we go, they're going at 3rd, 6:54. I'm sure that club is still revelling in the triumphs of yesterday, which was an astonishing day for them. I think 4 gold medals across the various categories that were rounded out on Saturday.
Well, there's Katie Greaves on her bike, keeping a watchful eye under all of the proceedings, heading back up because I suspect it will either... Yes, I think they've got a combination racing in the championship girls race that we'll see later on. 18 of those racing the girls event, 19 racing in the open event.
This haberdashers coming down towards the line.
We've got 2 crews from haberdashers. We'll have the first one just now, the second one just with about 200 metres or so left to go for them.
First crew number 255, slotting in 4th, 7:04, so about 20 seconds back on current time trial leader St George's College.
Yeah, they're a good crew, that Wallingford one we've just seen. They won at Wallingford Regatta. They won the pair, the J16 pair at the British Championships last year. But I've only spent 2 or 3 weeks together so far this season in this particular combination. But they know how to win, they've done well. But they're up against the big boys, the older boys in this event, racing up as J17s as the second of our haberdashers crews cross the line. 8th and 4th for them. But Windsor Boys School, we were delighted to see, it was incredibly exciting to watch them win a gold and a silver in the coxed fours and the coxless fours yesterday afternoon. Now they're having a crack at the pairs as well. They go 3rd.
Not surprising. Flotilla of success, really. Continue to redefine what that word looks like for junior rowing. Crossing the line, I think there was King's Charles, was it Queen Elizabeth High School, coming in 8th. Oh, no, it was Leeds. Was that Leeds Rowing Club?
Leeds Rowing Club,
Crossing
yeah.
the line, that was 10th and 7:29. Yeah, a few standout names already sort of occurring to us, I think, over the course of the weekend for Wallingford, Perkins, Windsor Boys, all having excellent weekends.
Bradley.
In with a shout of the Open Championship 8 gold this afternoon or this evening, which I think you and I are going to be on the comps for.
Yeah. Wonder how that happened.
Helps when you're ahead of the commentary, doesn't it?
This is Great Marlow School.
Nottingham and Union, I think.
It's Nottingham Union. It's not Great Marlow School. It's a dreadful spot.
Happens to the best of us.
It does. But they will be followed by Clare's Court.
Yep. Yeah, Nottingham and Union slotting in 7th, so they are on the precipice of that B final between the B and the A. No semi-finals by the looks of things for this, the Open Championship pairs. Straight to the finals, which will happen later on this afternoon.
We can tell you exactly when, actually, to what you can be looking forward to, what you can expect coming up. Championship pairs. 17:33, 5:30 this evening will be the B final, then 17:38. There's a song. I'm not going to sing the song lyric. I started it off. It's like 17:38. Yeah. Anyway, well, that's when the championship pairs, gold, silver, and bronze medals will be contested, and the girls will be 17:43 and 17:48. And that'll just set the scene nicely for the remainder of our medal finals in the championship single sculls, the championship quads, and then rounding out the day with the boys championship 8s. We won't have the girls. If you're wondering when you will see the girls championship 8s racing, that will be at 12:50. The A final for that at 12:45 this afternoon around lunchtime, but the girls medals in the championship 8s will be decided at 12:50 this afternoon, and that is set to be a thrilling grudge match. All of that is still to look forward to. We're rounding out the rest of the championship pairs. The open event, the girls are started there on the race course at the moment. But a reminder of that top 6. We've had Clare's Court just pushing up into 6th place. St George's, Walton, the Windsor Boys School, Wallingford, Cantabridgian and Clare's Court are your top 6, which means Haberdashers Monmouth at the moment miss out by a second and a half behind Clare's Court School. And they'll be contesting the B final as things stand, provisionally until officially confirmed by an official. So a couple of crews left out on the course. We've just heard Queen's Park Chester, they come through in 12th at the moment, just sneaking into the B final. A couple of fast finishers though, Eton Excelsior and Reading Rowing Club. Reading will be the first of them, the two of them racing incredibly hard in the last 100 metres or so of this race. Well, across the line then, our final two crews, Reading Rowing Club and Eton Excelsior, 14th and 17th respectively. Eton Excelsior celebrating their 200th anniversary of their club. They'll have a row past Henley later on this year. They had a big dinner to celebrate back in January. 200 years Eton Excelsior of rowing there. And that means that from the open pairs, we progress on to the championship girls pairs. Our final time trial, not just of the day, but of National Schools Regatta 2026. Just about all of our crews have started, 18 as we've said. So it's a nice clear progression. 1/3 of them, the fastest third to final A, the middle third to final B, and then the remaining crews to final C. But as we've been looking ahead, there's much to be excited about this afternoon. We've had 265 crews time trialling, but the side-by-side that will come this afternoon will be particularly good, won't it?
But it's the culmination of everything that's essentially been happening all weekend. You've got champ singles, champ quads, champ eights, which to me are the three sort of premier categories on offer at the National Schools Regatta, and it's pretty hard to choose between contenders and contestants in pretty much all of those categories on the open and the girls side. So super excited as to how those unfold, and the finals of the champ pairs a notoriously tricky boat to row, and we can see already from the open category that essentially between those top 3 or 4 crews there's only about 8 to 10 seconds in a time trial to split, which will naturally come down in the side-by-side racing. So we should be in for some fantastic contests later today, just as Wallingford Rowing Club come up over the line in the first of the girls open pairs, or first of the girls championship pairs to successfully navigate the time trial.
They look great. They look really impressive, that Wallingford crew.
Are we surprised at this stage? Every single Wallingford crew has been excellent this weekend, done themselves proud, and Katie Greaves and the programme she's built. You can see there, look, Wallingford putting a minute nearly into Kingston Grammar School.
Well, Kingston Grammar School, as we know, they're under the stewardship of James Cracknell now. He was at Vesta Rowing Club last season, and now leading the Kingston Grammar School programme. I seem to remember sort of going back 14, 16 hours to yesterday, you know, some good Kingston Grammar Schools in those B&A final races yesterday that we were commentating over the top of.
Yeah, they're always in and around the medals, particularly in these slightly smaller boats, the pairs, the fours. decent programme, consistent.
Bedford Girls' School, they'll be next up.
Teddy's just behind them. Distinctive blue and yellow kit. Expect plenty of gas in their tank.
Yeah, their 8 looked particularly good yesterday. Set to be a great race between themselves, Shiplake, Headington for those top spots in the Championship Girls 8's final. 12.50 as we've said for that one. Bedford Girls go second overall. But Wallingford absolutely setting the standard. St Edward's slip into second. At 10 seconds or so ahead of Bedford Girls' School.
Wallingford 30 seconds out on St Edward's, so putting down an impressive early marker there. Just to see if anybody else in the field can get anywhere close to that time set by the Wallingford pair, because you're right, folk, they looked really impressive.
So who's this next up? This is Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association coming into shot. Yeah, tick off the bingo card that's when I say they've travelled the furthest to come and race.
Yeah, I was going to say, Aberdeen probably have them with the shout though, aren't they? And then Glasgow. And Aberdeen and Glasgow, to be fair, whenever they bring crews down, it's impossible to ignore them. It's sort of like when the Irish bring crews over, you just have to assume they're going to be fast because of the pedigree that they've had at this event in years gone by.
Yeah, well, we had one of the Glasgow fours yesterday in our cracking contest in it was the Cockless Fours yesterday. Aberdeen Schools, across the sweep events over the years, traditionally very good. Frequent winners or frequently in the medals of the J15 fours. They won championship pairs a few years back with Robert Powell and Miles Beeson.
Just looking again at that Wallingford Rowing Club time. You can see King's College School Boat Club just slotting into second place and then shortly replaced by St Michael's Rowing Club, who have managed to get within 9 seconds of Wallingford's time. But Wallingford's time is 7:26. I mean, if you think the winning time trial time for the Open was 6:44, that really is an extraordinarily fast time.
7:26. That would have put them 15th overall in the Open.
Yeah, that's amazing. But they're not going to have it all their own way. St Michael's, again over from Limerick Island, 7:35. So within 9 seconds of in a time trial means that the side-by-side should be fairly interesting.
Oh, that's probably about 3 lengths or so. So if they can stick with them in the opening stages of the race.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that should be exciting. King's Chester coming through. King's Chester go third, 10 seconds back on St Michael's. Which means we are about halfway through this field.
It's great Marlow School crew look quite well put together. Nice and neat in the closing stages. Always a good sign of a crew with plenty of form and time spent together.
Well, they spent the season racing in a double scull, and this is actually the first time racing in a pair for the two of them.
But they've spent a little time together in a boat, basically. They have good chemistry. So the results bear out.
So they get on fourth for Great Marlow School. It's that time in the double, that synergy that they've been concocting, been paying off.
Big word for this time on a Sunday.
Now what have we we're just ticked after 10:30, we're dropping concocting in. Leeds Rowing Club. We've seen plenty of their combinations racing this morning.
Into third.
Great row. Really impressive row from them. We've got a second combination from Leeds Rowing Club. They have just come through the red buoy, so about 200 metres or so left for Leeds Rowing Club.
Leeds Rowing Club have really emerged off the scene, haven't they, in the last couple of years? Is there a performance development academy there?
There is. One of British Rowing's performance development academies, Tom.
Thought you might know.
Yeah.
So no surprise, really, but it feels like they are starting to make a name for themselves, not just in sort of the J15 and 16 events where we usually see, that formulating and then expanding out into the championship stuff, but actually it feels like they're punching quite hard in all the categories they enter.
Yeah, and it means now there's a proper pathway for those athletes in that region. A lot of work in Leeds, across the region as well. I think tapping into like some Nottingham, a bit of Loughborough as well. And then they can that's them on the pathway to what they want to go and achieve. one of several performance development academies that they have around the country. But Leeds Rowing Club, with that support and with that foundation and everything that's been created, it just generates so many great opportunities for the juniors to come and race.
Well, you can see on their website, for many years they were the largest city in the UK without an open rowing club. Opened their doors in 2006, they've never looked back. So clearly a club on the rise. Actually, in September 2014, they had a new £1 million boathouse in South Leeds opened. So, a great place for folk to learn the rudiments of the sport, and Leeds slotting into third behind St Michael's of Limerick and that outstanding crew from Wallingford Rowing Club.
We've had St George's, we've had Walton. St George's now good enough for 5th place, which means Great Marlow School just pushed down into 6th place. Wallingford still leading them, 7:26.4.
They're going to take some beating, aren't they, Wallingford?
They are, which means 4 crews left to go. Weybridge, Clares Court, King's School, Worcester and Glasgow Academy.
So if you're a Great Marlow School supporter, all eyes on Clares Court, King's Worcester and Glasgow Academy to see if they manage to post a time faster than the 7:53, I should say, 0.3 that your young women put down a few moments ago. Because if no one is able to beat that, Great Marlow secure their berth in this afternoon's A final.
7:53.3, that's the golden time that they have to hit. So the first of them will be Clares Court. Let's see what Clares Court can do. Then it will be King's School Worcester, and then it will be Glasgow Academy, who have the honour of the final crew to time trial at the National Schools Regatta this year. Right then though, Clares Court School up to the line. What are we looking out for? We're looking out for 6:53.3. That's the magic time to see if they can book themselves into an A final. Of course, it's all still unofficial until it's verified by our timing team, by the umpires. Clares Court School Clares Court School 16th for them. King's School Worcester up to the line. They're next to have a crack at this top 6, see what they can do. King's School Worcester 16th for them. Glasgow Academy, one more crew competing in this time trial. 265 boats this morning have time trialled. (265 boats, part of a total entry of 1,154 crews with 5,431 athletes. Glasgow Academy then, good enough for 12th place provisionally, and that will round out our field of championship pairs for the girls. They are of course racing for the Leander Cup, and they will be contesting those finals later on today. As we've said, the first of our A finals will be taking place at 12:50. That is the championship girls 8, and then the finals will kick off, A and B finals, at 16:13 after a plethora of minor finals. And these pairs, if you've been enjoying these pairs time trials, 17:33 and 38 for the open and 43 and 48 for the girls. Building through the singles, through the quads, to the final race of the day at 18:38, the A final of the Open Championship 8. But that's all of our racing that has taken place just now. The first of our semi-finals of the day will be at 11:15. That's the first semi-final, CD1 of the Open Championship Single Sculls. So we will be back. Our next pair of commentators from the team will be on just before that race. So we'll see you in just over half an hour.
Well, good morning, and we're back with just the start of these side-by-side racing, and it's the semi-finals, the CD semi-finals, and we're starting with the championship single sculls. I'm joined this afternoon with somebody I've never commentated with before, but I'm delighted to be joined by Becky Wild, bronze medalist from the Paris Olympics in the double sculls. So Becky, this is first time at National Schools commentating?
It is my first time here. Lovely to be here. Great to be sat with you right now, Carol. And really excited for what looks like it's going to be a very fast day of racing.
And I've said this many times over this weekend. It's not often you get the privilege of having the camera sitting on the start and then looking all the way down the course. So you've got 2,000 metres in front of you just to watch these athletes. But this is the single sculls, just headed off the first semi, the CD. So the first 4 are going into the C final, the other 4 into the D final, and in lane 1 we have great Henry Froome of Great Marlow School, Seth Marston of Hexham, Artus Carclins of Tideway Sculler School, Edwin Morgan Jones of the Hereford Cathedral School, Bo Hulse of Tyne, Simon Graham of Durham School, George Robb of Star, and Leo Davies of Maidenhead. I do remember watching these scullers in the time trials yesterday, because the names are all very familiar now that I've spoken them out loud. But we've got this lovely overhead shot here, Becky. Who do you think's in the lead there? I think the action, between lanes 2, 3 and 7.
So yeah, it looks like Seth Marston and Artis Carclins are having a good tussle over there in the far lanes with George Robb. Is he potentially in the lead right now in lane 7?
It's difficult to tell when you've got, we've got this beautiful overhead shot which shows everything laying out, but when you've got the scullers at the opposite ends of the field, it's really hard to tell who's got a nose ball in front and who hasn't. And but early days in this race, they're just come off their start. They'll be settling into their rhythm, their race pace, just settling down. And here we have the first times just flashing up on screen. And we will be able to tell you who it is first. Look at that lovely shot. Look at the water just as the scullers come into it, just causing ripples. And that's the only ripples we're seeing today. Isn't this beautiful?
It is lovely. And such a change from the crosswind that crews will often find at Dorney.
Friday was a bit of a crosswind, but yesterday was a tailwind, and today is just very neutral.
It is stunning and perfect conditions for a single sculls race. They're not going to have to be navigating any waves or any gusts of wind, so they can really look to get some fast times down here in the semi-finals.
Less than 7 seconds separating these sculls at 500 metres. So nothing much in it as yet. Just looking at these scullers, just creating the ripples on the water. It's a beautiful day still here at Eton Dorney. Conditions are very good. I would expect some fast times, not as fast as yesterday, because there's not the same tailwind. And we will just have to see what these scullers do, because they did the time trial yesterday, they've had some time to rest, and now this is where they want to put on their pushes to get into the C final rather than the D final. And the action is still, I think, with lanes 3, Artus Carclins of Tideway Scullers, and George Robb of Star. And I think it was the Star sculler we were focusing in there with the red kit.
Yep, he looked very comfortable coming through, about to approach the midway mark. But a single sculls race, it is a long race, obviously, compared to eights racing. So actually, it can be all to play for in the second half as well, and you will see potentially the lead changing or positions changing throughout this next K.
Look at that beautiful shot there. It's got a lovely picture of Artus Carclins of Tideway Sculler School. I think he's maybe in the lead now, just trying to get my eye on the line of the boys. I think it's maybe Tideway Scullers just in the lead there, just as they come into 1,000 metres. It's very helpful. We've got the times coming up on the screen, but I don't have them coming up on my computer as yet, and the times haven't been allocated to the crews. So we're just going to have to work with what we can see on the screen, and to me it was Tideway Scullers just going through that line of boys just ahead of the rest of the chasing pack. But the rest of the chasing pack, less than 2 seconds. It's about half a boat length.
Yeah, that is, it's close. And they'll be able to feel that as well. They won't quite know exactly where they're stacked up, but they'll feel that they're close to their competitors. And it is all to play for in the second K.
Indeed it is. And Just these lovely, lovely sculling shots just as they come towards the marquee area. And Becky, are you surprised by how many gazebos you've got at the course here?
I am actually. I didn't row when I was a junior, so never fully experienced National Schools Regatta, obviously, and I've heard lots about it. But to actually be here today and see just what an event this is, it's amazing how much support there is out there.
It is, and I've said to lots of people, if you come to spectate, you get a lot of value for your parking pass. Just lots of races, lots of good races, and we've got this lovely overhead shot now, and it's a race between Artus Carclins of Tideway Scullers and Edward Morgan Jones of the Hereford Cathedral School in lanes 3 and 4. And then I think there's a bit of a gap. I think George Robb of Stars just dropped off the pace somewhat in lane 7.
Yeah, you can really see there Artus Carclins and Edward Morgan Jones pulling away from the field. Looks like they're at the moment going to secure the top spots to get into that C final.
What they'll be looking for is the times to get in the middle lanes so that they are in control of that C final. And look, I think the Hereford Cathedral School Sculler's just got himself out in front there.
I think he is edging ahead here. Every stroke he takes, he'll be looking to inch away from the Tideway Sculler's sculler.
That was a really interesting move, just about 1,500 metres, 500 metres out, just to sit there comfortably and then just make a move and just see what the Tideway Sculler's sculler has got left in the tank. And it is Hereford Cathedral School just being confirmed, just coming into that first place with the Tideway Sculler's sculler, and I can see the Hexham sculler just behind. I think it's between Hexham and Star for that 3rd, 4th place at the moment.
I think so. That's going to be a tight tussle, and you can see Seth Marston's looking around there to see where he is, see if he's in 3rd place, looking across the course to George Robb, who's probably pushing him right now for that 3rd place.
Becky and I just flicked our heads round so we can see what's happening on the course. We can hear the roars from the crowds over in the far bank. The support's on, and to me it's Hereford Cathedral just stolen that lead from Tideway Scullers. He's just got his nose out in front, and then the race is on for 3 and 4 in this C final, because I can see 3 boats contending for that. We've got Hexham, we've got Durham School, and we've got Tyne have come up really well in that last 1,000 metres just to put in a charge to get that C final rather than the D final. But it's going to be Edward Morgan Jones going to come into the line first. Of course, it's a virtual line we've got on the screen. We're not exactly on the final line with Artus Carclins in that 2nd place. Oh, Becky, how's this going to go? Who's going to get it? Wow.
Was that Durham, do you think?
I think Durham School and Tyne, maybe over Hexham.
That was a very close finish. Incredible racing there, and just goes to show just how much the places can change over a 2K course.
It's interesting that sometimes the big contention is for that cut-off point between the C final and the D final, and you know we've got a great display of sculling there for that race. And
Brilliant
we're
racing.
moving rapidly on to the 2nd CD semi-final, and we have yet again 8 boats. Would you like to tell us who's in this race, Becky?
So in lane 1 of the semi-final we have Zad El Al-Kaif of Maidenhead. Lane 2, Sebastian Thompson of King's School Ely. Lane 3, Harry Mystery, Eton Excelsior. Lane 4, Brage Wallace, Leamington. Lane 5, Owen Thornton of Camboy. Lane 6, Will Credland, Clare's Court School. Lane 7, Harry Mahish of Marlow. And in lane 8, Leondis Morthis of Hereford Cathedral School.
I'm sorry, Becky, I didn't realise there were so many tricky names in that
Apologies
one, and I ducked, I had
names
slopey shoulders in that one and just ducked that whole we don't seem to have the sculler in lane 2. I'm quite surprised there. I can see 1, 3, 4, 5. And the action, yet again, is happening in the middle of the course between Brage Wallace of Leamington and Owen Thornton of Camas. And, Harry Mahesh of Marlow is just not letting them get away. That is really pretty much bow ball to bow ball across the course. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4th is with Harry Mystery of Eton Excelsior.
There is some close racing in this as they approach the 1500 mark already. And you can see those scullers in the middle of the course pushing each other on.
I think, is that the straight line of boys? We might be able to get a straight line of boys across to tell us who's in front. And I think it's Lymington by the kit. Lymington with Camus in second place. And we've got Marlow just going through, but over the far side we had a couple of scullers go through as well. Harry Mystery of Eton Excelsior. Oh, 4, as in the previous semi, 4 into the C final, the others into the D final. So this is where the race will maybe develop between the cut-off point between C and D.
Yeah, and I think as we saw in that first semi, it is going to be close to that cut-off place and some really close racing in the middle of the field.
There's the Lymington sculler. Got a nice Harlequin kit there.
Lovely kit.
So sometimes it's really nice to get your commentary eye in and spot the kit. So in this sort of lighting, it's quite difficult to see colours. So sometimes just shapes just come into fore. So yeah, lovely kit there, quite distinctive. And it just shows you how little wind there is, that between these two races the water has flattened beautifully, so that it looks as though these scullers are coming into the first race of the day, because there is so little disturbance on the water.
It is beautiful out there, and like I said earlier, brilliant conditions for these single scull races.
It's like one of these races that could, days that could almost persuade me to get back in a sculling boat, but I'm not a happy sculler, so maybe not. Happier in a double, of course. You've got somebody to help you.
Actually.
It's a nice boat, the double. Very much so. But anyway, we're back with these championship single sculls, and it's between Camus and Lymington in the middle of the course. Lymington taking the honours, but Thornton of Camus is just coming back on him there, pushing hard. But there again, have we got 4? Oh gosh. Lymington just coming towards us in the tower here, and we'll see how far in front of Camus Sculler. Camus Sculler's lifting it though. He's going for a good lane choice in the C final. Is he going to take it on the line? That's a big push he's just put in there. 2 beeps of the finishing judge, so close together. And then we have Harry Mystery of Eton Excelsior and Harry Mahesh of Marlow. And then Will Credland of Clare's Court School. And then over on the far side, we have the Maidenhead Sculler, Al Koshef, and we have Morphus of the Hereford Cathedral School just coming up to the line now. If you're watching at home, these athletes are just showing how hot it is and how much racing this heat is taking out of them. I'm sure they'll be encouraged by their coaches to get into the shade, get off their feet, drink plenty of water, have some sugar and salt just to sort of balance the fluids, the elements that they've lost during their race. But it will be important for them to get back into the shade as soon as they can. So we're moving from, that was race 312 into race 313, which is the championship girls single scull. As before, first 4 into the C final, the other 4 into the D final. We've got Emmy Creed of Burway in lane 1, Olivia Toot of Chesterley Street in lane 3, Madeline Evans of Haberdashers Monmouth in lane 3, Olivia Toot was in lane 2. Guy O'Callis of St Mary's School, Cambridge in lane 4, Naya Davison of Hereford Cathedral School in lane 5, Sophia Michael of Surbiton in lane 6, Claudia Ioris of Marlow in lane 7, and Annie Walker of Hereford in lane 8. And look at this beautiful shot we've got from the drone. This drone footage is just so beautiful to watch. And I think the action this time is between Haberdashers Monmouth in lane 3, and Olivia Toot of Chesterley Street in lane 2. And then we've got these other 4 scullers in lanes 4, 5, 6 and 7. St Mary's School, Hereford Cathedral School and Surbiton High School and Marlow pretty much line abreast, challenging for that sort of trying to make the cut-off between 4 and 5 in this race.
Oh, look at that shot. Some really close racing there as we again approach the 1500 mark. You can see those top 6 scullers. There's really not much to play for. And bow balls inching ahead.
So the top 6 are all sort of got overlap between all the boats. So, you know, they'll be able to see, especially in the middle of the field, they'll be able to see what's happening around. But, you know, being in the lead in lanes 2 and 3 is not particularly easy to see what's happening over in lane 7.
It's not. You're a long way away. The occasional glance here and there can help, but again, you don't really want to be thrown off your rhythm. You want to be internal and sticking to your race plan, not getting too distracted by the other scullers, and then as we approach the line, just giving it all you have left.
Yeah, you have to keep an eye on them though, because you're never quite sure. You know, you may feel that you're having a good race, but somebody out to the periphery of your vision may be having a better race, and I think that's maybe happening here. I think it's the Marlow sculler in lane 7. It's got, just see the red coming into shot here, or I can see it out the window. And we said that there were 2 out in front. I think that may have changed. I think that the whole leaderboard is moving around as they've come through that middle 1,000. Middle 1,000, lots of things can happen and change. And I think that Marlow sculler has had a great middle section. But over on the far side, it's still Olivia Toot, Chesterley Street, and Madeline Evans of Haberdashers Monmouth. But look at these 4 scullers, as I said before, lanes 4, 5, 6 and 7, and all of them pushing on for the C final rather than the D final. This is going to be another one, close one for the Finnish judges. And they are all starting to pick up because they realise what's at stake here.
Some really tough sprinting going on there. You can see they're all rating really high as we approach the finish line, the last few strokes.
And it's going to be Chesterley Street just going through that first place, and then Haberdashers Monmouth. Oh, is that St Mary's School? Oh gosh. That is. And then there was Surbiton, I think, managed to get the hooter there. Of course, the umpire hasn't confirmed the result or finished the race. There are still scullers to finish. Until he's happy that the race was fair for everybody, he will not put up the flag, and these results will not be finalised or made official. Wow, that was a cracking race for the CD finals, wasn't it? It just sort of developed, and wow. I love these races where, you know, you can watch but the race is on for the minor positions. That's where the push really comes from, and that's where the excitement develops. And here we go rapidly into the next one, Becky. So, you want to talk us through this one?
I can indeed. So in lane 1, we have Millie Howard of St Neots. Lane 2, Charlotte Puzzy of Minerva Bath. Lane 3, Ruby Wells of Warrington. Lane 4, Freya Hall, Barn Elms. Lane 5, Libby Doughty of Stow. Lane 6, Alexa Glyn Mills of St Peter's School. Lane 7, Alice Pearson of Hinksey. And in lane 8, Isabel Chambers of Queen's Park, Chester.
A lovely shot of Alexa Glyn Mills of St Peter's School there. Just with a beautiful blue and white boat. And I just can't get over how beautiful these sculling conditions are. Just astoundingly good.
It is really beautiful. These are the kind of conditions that you dream of on race day. So all these girls, hopefully they're enjoying the water despite the tough racing.
These are the days that you dream of when you're ploughing through waves and whichever stretch of water you're in, and it's blowing and it's starting to rain and it's miserable, and these are the days that you think, these are the ones we're training for. These are the beautiful days where the water's gorgeous, ambient temperature's nice, family can come and sit and watch rather than say, no, not today, thank you, dear.
This is why we row.
We row for the good days.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's all good. Coming through 1,000 metres, it's Peter's School just taking the lead there. Alexa Glyn Mills, who we were watching earlier. Second place is with Freya Hall of Barn Elms. And then in third we have Ruby Wells of Warrington, Freya Hall of Barn Elms in third. Fourth, sorry, it was Stowe Sculling School, Libby Doughty in third, Ruby Wells in fourth. Very, very close together though, these scullers. And as we look, the numbers, fifth place was with Minerva Bath.
I have to give a shout out to Minerva Bath there, as that's where I learned to row on the same stretch of river.
Well, I'm glad I
Shared
fed
the
you that line.
So a big shout out to Charlotte Puzzy. I know that stretch of water very well, and know her mum well as well. So great to see Minerva Bath with a single sculler here in the field.
It is nice, distinctive kit as well from Minerva Bath. So it's a
makes
good
a
one to
change.
spot. I've seen it quite a few times at the British Championship, so it is a good one to spot from a distance.
Have that yellow and purple.
Yep. And just a lovely shot there, and that's still with the sculler from St Peter's School. Oh, just shot from the back there. Blue and green and white boat, gosh. Just tapping it along, just doing enough just to maintain that sort of position in the lead. She's still in the lead. We've got the 1500 timing points coming up. And Stowe are now in that second place, come up from third. And third place is with Warrington. But not by much, in fact, by 0.38 of a second. Barn Elms behind Warrington, Freya Hall. And then closely behind her we have the sculler from Hinksey. So, you know, it's going to be another one for the cut-off between the C and the D finals, I think.
Another close race, and we can see here, just coming through the 250 mark, that sculler in lane 3, really making a charge for the line. Ruby Wells, she's challenging Libby Doughty in lane 5 for the lead, I believe, right now.
I think, as I remember from the time trials yesterday, Ruby Wells had a really strong finish as she came towards us just as we were commentating on it. And Alexa's going to have to do a lot of hard work to sort of stay in front of her, as she's still pushing on, going for these lane positions. And going with her, we've got Freya Hall of Barn Elms. In fact, it's Libby Doughty now in that first place. Just recognised the boat. So what a performance she's had in that last 1,000 metres to pull herself into that first place. Libby Doughty, Ruby Wells, and then it's going to be a battle between Alexa, she's just getting it there, and Alice Pearson of Hinksey taking it over Barn Elms. So a tight finish yet again. And then we've got the scullers, Charlotte Pusey of Minerva Bath, Millie Howitt of St Neots, and Isabel Chambers of Queen's Park, Chester.
And that concludes our CD semi-finals of the Championship Single Sculls for girls.
So what's your favourite boat class is what I'm trying to say.
My favourite boat class is definitely the double. I think, I mean, I love a quad, it goes very fast. In a single, you do get those moments on your own that you really feel like you're making the difference to the boat. But I feel like the double is like the ultimate boat where you can really gel with someone and find that speed together and work as a team to do that, and whatever you're doing is going to directly affect the other person and vice versa. So I've always found doubles to be the most rewarding of boats and most exciting boats to race.
But doubles are lovely boats, and we're talking about the speed of the quads, and we're now moving to the championship quads, and they were pushing down some really fast times yesterday. So this is for the CD semi-finals. We've got 6 boats in this. Dart Totnes in lane 2, King's Rochester in lane 3, King's School Worcester in lane 4, Brentford in lane 5, Northwich in lane 6, and Peterborough City in lane 7. First 4 going into the C final the others into the D final. And that is an early lead that has been put down there by Brentford in lane 5.
Brilliant lead there, and they'll be able to see the rest of the crews have a real vantage point from where they are, can continue to push and respond to pushes from other crews, or just sit up and try and conserve themselves for the final.
Yeah, but yeah, I was surprised to see such a big lead so early in the race. Just
They've got out really hard and fast, and definitely been rewarded for that fast start.
We were talking yesterday about some crews maybe not having such good time trials and then putting down really impressive performances. We're talking about the B finals, but this can also happen CD finals if you just don't quite gel in the time trial and you go into the CD final with something to prove. And I think this Brentford crew's proving that they have got some spectacular boat speed. Look at that differential already. Wow.
Really beautiful sculling there. And you can definitely learn so much from a time trial, and they'll have wanted to take that into their semi-final racing. And also, they might just be built for side-by-side racing and not time trials. They might be competitors, racers in there, and much prefer this format rather than a single file time trial.
Yeah, sadly these days you have to be good at both, and I totally agree that sitting beside 5 other crews in the mix, the adrenaline certainly gets up to a different level than it does in a time trial. But what a performance from this Brentford crew, still motoring on as they come towards us. They're sitting in that middle lane, and they'll be aiming for that favoured middle lanes in the final later on. But just pushing on. From that overhead shot earlier, we saw just how much run they're getting on the boat, where the puddles of the previous stroke are in relation to where the next stroke is, and they're getting a lovely run on the boat.
It's lovely, really brilliant sculling there from Brentford, and you can see they're not quite getting the rate as high as they need to in a sprint for the line. They can just conserve their energy as they head into the final later on.
So that's Brentford we're focusing on, but what's happening behind them? There's good battle going on between King's School, Worcester, Northwich, Dark Totnes over on the far side, and these crews racing for, and this is where the big race is on for those places in the C final and not to appear in the D final. Oh gosh, it's another one where we've got 3 crews racing for 2 places. It could be Peterborough on this side, just getting their noses in front, the blue and yellow, but up at the top we've got Dark Totnes, and these Finnish beepers are going so fast. I think having to settle for the D final is King's Rochester. We'll just have to wait for a confirmation of that. And I think it might be Northwich will have to settle for the D final too.
So that was a really close sprint for the line there between Northwich and Peterborough, but it did look like Peterborough just got their bow ball in front.
It's so interesting just watching these crews race, and Brentford got themselves, it must have been part of their race plan for this, to put it down early and just stay in front and ensure their place in that C final.
I think so. That was a commanding race from Brentford, and hopefully they can take that into the final and aim to replicate their performance.
But we're rapidly moving into the second CD semi of this championship quads. Yet again, 6 boats. Yet again, first 4 into the C final, the others into the D final. And gosh, just trying to get my eyes around the kit. I think that's Yarm there, just making a good performance. We've got Taunton in lane 2, St Neots in lane 3, Bedford in lane 4, Yarm in lane 5, Bradford Grammar School in lane 6, and Magdalen College School in lane 7. Just trying to figure out these 2 crews there. Look at them, bow ball to bow ball just as they go through that line of boys.
So Yarm School were ahead at the 500 metre mark, leading Bedford, and Bradford in 2nd and 3rd place.
Not much between Yarm and Bedford, just as they went through that timing point. And as you said, Bradford Grammar School not far behind them either. In fact, first 5 boats are within about 4 or 5 seconds, which is really impressive. There we go, these lovely overhead shots. I just love that drone footage, just so good. But it's Yarm still holding on to that lead, being pushed very, very hard indeed by Bedford on their outside. They can see what Bedford are doing, but Bedford matching them pretty much stroke for stroke there.
Yeah, you can see there barely a canvas in it, really pushing each other through, rating very high and really clean sculling by both those crews. Really impressive.
Well, I've been impressed by the sculling. Well, it is championship, so you'd expect to have decent sculling, but really clean placements, really clean. Sort of get it in, get the legs on and move. Not much water splashing around at all. It looks just so effortless, really. Just get them in, on, and what a great example these crews are showing. In fact, all the championship quads I've watched have been really good at this. But it's still Yarm School. Is that lead increased? I don't think it has, really. It's still Yarm School over Bedford, with Bradford Grammar School slightly behind. So these three crews look as though they've got their places set in that C final. And it'll be the battle on for the 4th place.
So in 4th place at the moment looks to be Magdalen College.
Yeah. With 5th with St Neots and 6th with Taunton over in lanes 2 and 3.
Great to see a crew from Taunton racing here at National Schools Regatta. Taunton's where I grew up, so another small shout out. I didn't row when I was younger, but have been down to the Taunton Club in recent years, and yeah, great to see a club that has a very small stretch of water coming here to this brilliant facility.
Indeed, if you're rowing a small stretch of water, you're very good at manoeuvring your boats, turning it round, backing down. Not necessarily good at long distance straight line stuff, but what we're seeing here is Yarm School still maintaining that lead over Bedford. Just very strong. Bedford's starting to pick it up there. I think the differential is coming down just as it came through the 1500 metre. Bedford pushing on all the time over Yarm, and Bedford have sort of decreasing the lead that Yarm have, and Bedford are putting in a sprint for the line. They've just gone up. Have Yarm spotted that? I think they have, but oh, Bedford motoring on. That boat speed has increased. Yarm have just got it now and just picked up and just pushing on to stay that distance in front of Bedford. But Bradford Grammar School also picking up, putting on a show for us in the last 250 metres. 4th spot at the present looks to be going to Magdalen College School in lane 7, and then over on the far side it looks like it will be Taunton and St Neots going into the D final. But these results all to be confirmed by the umpires, because they make the decisions on the racing, and the finish judges in the tower will beep their horn when the crews have passed the line.
See there, St Neots just crossing the line in 5th place, and they'll head into the D final later today. And Taunton just approaching the finish line. Some great experience for these boys, and they'll get another chance to race down this course later today.
Immortalised in film forever. Isn't that lovely? Be one to look back in the future and just say, I remember. One of those special memories.
Exactly.
From the boys' championship quads, the Open Championships quads, we move into the Girls' Championships quads, and this race is well underway. We have Hexham in lane 2, Kew House School in lane 3, Reading in lane 4, Bedford in lane 5, Stratford upon Avon in lane 6, and Moncton Combe School in lane 7. And making an early showing, we have Bedford leading Reading, who are leading Kew House School, who are leading Stratford upon Avon. In fact, there is less than 2 seconds separating those 4 crews. with Moncton Coombe just slightly behind, about 4 or 5 seconds behind, with Hexham just behind them. As previous race, 4 into the C final and 2 into the D final.
You can see there again, Bedford clearly have a really strong sculling programme for their juniors. The girls looking to replicate what the boys just did in that previous semi-final and make it through to the C final.
Yeah, that's a strong performance there. These first 4 crews, now it's going to make a very exciting C final, isn't it?
It is.
We're hanging around to watch that one just later in the day. These time trials give us boats of similar speeds, and I've said this a few times over the weekend, so that we get the minor finals becoming quite exciting, or very exciting, or sometimes you're bouncing up and down just because it is so exciting. So just so good to see these 4 boats, and they'll be racing each other again possibly later, because we can't see the other 2 boats, which I think might have been dropped slightly on the outside lanes 2 and 7, but it's still Bedford leading. Lovely shot of the big jets flying over, just taking off from Heathrow there. But it's Bedford leading with overlap between these other three boats there.
And of course, these top 4 crews who'll qualify for the C final, it's not just about qualifying, it's about who gets the lane draw in those finals. And as we've seen, the middle lanes, that's where you have the advantage. You can see the rest of the crews around you. You want to be in those middle lanes come the final, whereas the outside lanes have less of a vantage point. So they'll be racing for lanes as well as those spots.
I think they'll be testing each other as well. You know, you've been through the time trial, and this is the first chance of a side-by-side racing. And some of these crews will not have had the chance to sit side-by-side at all this season. So this is a little tester just to push, or just to find out where things happen and which crews. And it's always nice to keep the pressure on just at this stage that you just want to see. And I'm sure the coaches are out there keeping an eye as well, so they can feed back some information for the crews for their final later on.
It's as much a mental battle as it is a physical one, and they'll be seeing how the other crews respond to their race plan, where they can get some advantages for later in the day, and perhaps even have a bit of a psychological advantage as they head into the final if they've already beaten those crews in the semi-final here now.
That gives you a really nice position to be in if you know that you've beaten them once already, and inversely, maybe it gives them an incentive to go harder in the next race. So, it's as you said, it's a mental thing as well as a physical thing. So it's still Bedford leading, just putting in a push there, and these other crews just putting, it's Reading and Kew House School just side by side there, just ramping it up for the finish. Bedford leading all the way down the course, still maintaining that lead, about a length in front. Oh, look at this battle between Reading and Kew House School, and as you said earlier, this is for the lane order, and to my eye it's possibly Kew House School just going through before Reading, with Stratford upon Avon in that 4th place into the C final. And it's Moncton Coombe School just coming towards us, just on this side. And they'll have to settle for the D final, with Hexham, blue and yellow over on the far side, also meeting them in the D final.
Some great sculling there from all those crews. We head into the second CD semi-final of the Championship Girls quads. In lane 1, we've got Tiffin School. Lane 2, Bryanston School. Lane 3, Brentford. Lane 4, Westminster School. Lane 5, St Michael's from Ireland. Number 6, King's School Chester. Number 7, St Peter's School. And number 8, Oratory School.
And the action is all with the crew in lane 4 at the moment, Westminster fact, they were in second place. We're just focusing in the moment, and they're coming through the line of boys, and I think they've just taken the lead from St Michael's Rowing Club, who are leading at 500 metres. So it's Westminster getting their noses out in front now. St Michael's in that second place, and I think it's Brentford just on the outside of Westminster third. These three crews just getting their noses out in front, with King's School Chester just coming into shot there as well. I keep saying this, and the drone driver is just doing a phenomenal job of getting these amazing shots. I mean to say, it's only recently that drones have come into play in rowing regattas, and these shots are ones that we'd have loved to have seen years ago, and it's just such great delight to be able to watch these crews from above.
It is brilliant. It's really adding to this live stream, and I think you can just see how far these crews are travelling each stroke. And I do think quads, they look brilliant from above. All boats do, but I really do think that symmetry is a sight to behold.
It's the symmetry and the synchronization, and it's the angles, and you see them from above, you just think, yeah, they've got that nailed, and it's just, as you say, beautiful to watch.
It is.
And that is a lovely performance from Westminster School there. They took the lead. They were sort of second place at 500 metres, and they've taken the lead, and they're still leading at 1,000 metres. In fact, that lead has increased, well, I think it's more than the times would show on my screen. As to me, it's about 3 or 4 seconds. We'll get the 1,500 metre times coming up shortly. As these, oh, and there we have, just as they do. So yes, Westminster about 4 seconds up on St Michael's. Just to see the bright pink of Westminster coming towards us. And then I think it's Brentford on the right side. I think we can see Bryanston further right from there. And then on the left-hand side of the screen, we can see St Michael's pushing on for that second and third place. This race, we've got 8 crews in it, the first 4 into the C final, the others into the D final. And here we can just see the first of the orange boys, which tells these crews 250 metres out, you've done most of the work, and this is where, if it's a very close race, you can ramp up the rating. It's an indication that this is where, if you need to, you leave it, you empty your tank, but these crews don't necessarily need to do that. I think the race will be on for that 4th place. But that said, I think the St Michael's crew has just picked up the rating as it came into the red boys. That must have been part of their game plan at that stage, just to go for it.
Yeah, I think so there. You can see they've really started that final push for the line, pushing the legs harder, that rating's come up, and they're mounting their last charge on Westminster. But you can see here Westminster will cross the line first. About 2 length lead, do you think, there? And they'll be heading into that C final later today. And Brentford over on the far side, pushing St Michael's, and they'll cross the line in 3rd. But a really nice sprint for the line there from St Michael's.
Yeah, just going for the favoured, as we've been talking about the favoured middle lanes, beating Brentford into that 3rd place. Who's coming in 4th then? I think it's King's School Chester in lane 6. And that will be the 4th crew into the C final. The others just going to have to race each other in the D final. St Peter's School, Bryanston in the yellow over on the far side, and then we've got the Oratory School coming in lane 8 there. Just getting a lovely back shot of them. And then over the far side we have Tiffin School, who will be appearing again in the D final later on today.
That concludes our semi-finals of the Girls' Championship Quads for the C and D final. And we head now to the... Oh, sorry, just waiting to cross the line is Tiffin School. These girls will head into the D final later today. And they'll look to take that experience from the semi-final into their last race of this weekend. And we head now to the semi-finals for the A and B rounds of the championship boys single.
So we started our shift, or our day started with the CD semi-finals of championship singles, and I think we'll see the AB finals, semi-finals out of the championship singles. So it'll be really nice to watch them. Just some of these athletes that we've seen racing earlier, and this first heat is underway. And in this we have Seth Hillis of Walton in lane 1, Finn Walker of City of Bristol in lane 2, Benjamin Cousins of Leander in lane 3, Peter Masters of the Grange School in lane 4, Daniel Page of Hartpury University and College in lane 5, Harry Shaw of Camas in lane 6, Kieran O'Loughlin of Molesey in lane 7, and Dara Fuller of St Joseph College in lane 8. Now these names are ringing bells, and I think it's because I saw them in the time trial and they were going very well, which they would have to have done to end up in this AB semi. And very familiar names and some very fast scullers out here.
Yeah, these are the country's leading boys scullers, and some really impressive single scullers in this field, as we see here, approaching the final 250. I believe that is Peter Masters of Grange School in lane 4, and he looks like he's conserving his energy here as he's taken some real chunks out the field in the early part of the race.
First 4 going into the A final, so it's the first 4 places that these scullers are fighting for. Well, other 4 into the B final. But this is a big push on from Peter Masters. He's gone out there, gone out hard, getting himself in that comfortable place in the middle of the field, just showing everybody else what he can do, and just let the rest of the field fight it out. And this is just amazing. So he's gone out there hard. Second place is with Hartpury at the moment, and it still is with Hartpury, Daniel Page. And then the battle is on. Oh, look at the sculler in lane 8, just ramping it up now as he's coming towards the line. 4 into the A final, so it's that 3rd, 4th and 5th places that are really important, but it's to be, I think it's going to be Benjamin Cousins of Leander and Harry Shaw of Camas just knocking Dara Fuller into that B final.
Some really close racing there for those 3rd, 4th and 5th places.
And Finn Walker of City of Bristol and Kieran O'Loughlin of Molesey will also appear in the B final later, along with Seth Hillis of Walton. Wow. Yes, as we were talking about earlier, it's that race for that cut-off between the A's and the B's where the excitement often happens. You get somebody going out really hard and strong, and then the tussle for the cut-off point, and it's just that cut-off point that's really important.
Exactly, we've seen here with all our races, we've commentated here on today, just how close that field is, and it's brilliant, especially in sculling, just to see how much depth there is in these fields. From the B final to the C final and the D final.
And I've just seen that Fergus has just popped up here to join us, and I think it's because he knows there is a George Watson's College sculler in this next race, and I'm sure he's up here just watching it on screen. So Becky, can you tell us who's in this race apart from George Watson's?
So in lane 1 from York City we've got Oliver Richardson. In lane 2 Ben Rayner from Marlow. Lane 3 Adam Pritchard from Warrington. Lane 4, that George Watson's College sculler Ezra Ferguson. Lane 5, Thomas Porklis from Lee. Lane 6, Hamish Gamble from Hereford. Lane 7, William Findlay from Nottingham and Union. And in lane 8 from American School, Noah Tejpur.
And making a very strong early showing, it's Ezra Ferguson of George Watson's College, a very strong sculler. winning lots of events, and he also does some commentary, has been doing commentary up in Scotland, so it's really nice to see one of my colleagues doing so well at this event. So I'll be shouting out for Ezra later on. So he's gone out there hard. He's made sure he's got that sort of pole position, going for that really nice position in the centre of the field in the A final, assuming no disasters happen to him. But that is a very strong position to be this early in the race. According to this, he wasn't that far in the lead at early on. The Lee Sculler was in the lead at 1,000 metres, so he's managed to overhaul him.
Yep, he's
In fact,
overhauled
has
Thomas
he though?
Walkless.
Is it the Lee Sculler that's in the lead? Maybe I've been feeding you wrong information. It is the Lee Sculler in the lead. I do apologise, with Ezra Ferguson in second place and the Hereford Sculler, Hamish Gamble, in third. Strong performance. So Thomas Bakulis of Lee really proving that he wants that sort of prime position in the A final, really pulling it all out and putting it out there just to show the other scullers. I think he's making a marker here. I think he's just saying, this is what I can do. Can you beat this? Can you match this? Because I can do this again. And that is a very, very strong performance.
He's heading now to the finish line. Looks to have taken the rate down a little bit to conserve that for the final later.
He's ripped that field apart, hasn't he?
Really, even there with that lower rate, he's still moving away from the field. And you can see there, Ezra Ferguson will cross the line in second place with a real tight tussle for third, fourth and fifth.
It is. Oh gosh, Nottingham Union pushing, Hereford pushing.
Warrington
Hereford.
and Nottingham Union.
Who's timed their push at the right time? I think, oh gosh, it's Hereford. Oh, I think it was Hereford and Nottingham Union over Warrington. But that's just my eyes. And the finish line is just not quite on the finish. It's an artificial one put on to help us. But over the top now we have Ben Rayner of Marlow just coming through with Oliver Richardson of York City and Noah Teipel of the American School. But what a race yet again for these that cut-off between the A and the B final.
These semi-finals, really brutal racing.
I can honestly say I'm really looking forward to the A final. I think that is going to be a cracking race because we saw in the previous semi one sculler going out really hard and strong and dominating the field. Saw that again. When you put them side by side in the A final, that's going to be something to watch.
Definitely a race.
But talking of races, we're so excited about what's happening, has just happened, that we're missing what's coming up. And this AB semi-final of the Girls' Championship single is well underway. We have Olivia Greenwell of Minerva Bath in lane 1, Maya Weller of American School in lane 2, Holly Ann Andrews of Grange School in lane 3, Matilda Hudson Hulls of Hartpury University and College in lane 4, Caitlin Warnock of Glasgow Rowing Club in lane 5, Alva Clements of George Watson's College in lane 6, Alyssa Stoker of Sunderland in lane 7, and in lane 8 we have Mia Stevenson. And I would really like to give a shout out there for Caitlin Warnock. I've been a fan of hers since she was about 12, so I am delighted to see her in this race off for the AB semi-finals. And if Mum and Dad are out there, I'll come and speak to you later.
Caitlin there just went through the 1,000 metre mark in third place. She's led by the George Watson's School, College sculler Alva Clements. And leading the way of this field is Matilda Hudson Hills from Hartpury College.
As in the previous races, the first 4 into the A semi-final. And that is a good lead that Matilda has there as we look on the screen. Really looks like a very relaxed sculling style. Looks relaxed, but it's very, very effective. Looks beautiful, just that sort of long levers going out there. But very, very effective indeed. The other 2 scullers a bit overrating her. But yeah, wow. This is so exciting.
Yeah, she's really leading
looks
the way right
relaxed,
now with
doesn't
some
it?
efficient sculling strokes. Some brilliant rowing there, and she is one of the top scullers, top junior scullers in the country right now, and a name to look out for in the future.
Indeed, so that's just her going through the shot, and then we've got the yellow boat, yellow kit of Caitlin Warnock. I think she's now in that second place, with Watson's just slightly behind. So Caitlin just in front of Alva of Watson's. That's the Sunderland sculler, Alyssa Stoker, just going through the shot, and just coming into shot we have Mia Stevenson of Weybridge. So we've got the times coming up from 1500 metres. And I think it's Matilda Hudson-Hulls of Hartpury University and College. There's the distinctive kit of Glasgow, yellow in the back with red bits at the side. Caitlin racing in, I think it's her mum's boat. Her mum was a very good quad sculler as well. There's a lot of history in Caitlin.
That is some lovely insight there. You can see here they're just about to approach that 2:50 to go marker. This is where they'll really want to get their bow balls in front for that all-important top 4 placing to get into the final later today.
You know something, I think I can hear cheers from Glasgow Rowing Club all the way down south, because I'm sure they're all watching this up in Scotland, just cheering Caitlin on. But anyway, it's still Matilda Hudson-Hulls leading this charge for the line, 4 into the A final. It's to me, it's Caitlin in that second place at the moment. On the other side of Caitlin, we have Holly Andrews of the Grade School, and then on our outside we have Alva Clements of George Watson's College. First 4 into the A final, the next 4 into the B final. And I think those 4, there seems to be a split in the field there between those first 4 and the next 4. But a really nice performance from Matilda Hudson-Hulls there. And Caitlin indeed has pulled herself into that second place, and I know she's a racer at heart, so she'll be racing it all the way out across the line. And indeed Caitlin in second place. Matilda from Hartpury University and College first, Glasgow Rowing Club in second, and I think it was Grange School third, and Watson's College fourth. And then it is Alyssa Stoker of Sunderland, and up on that far side Maya Weller of the American School, and then we have Mia Stevenson of Weybridge and Olivia Greenwell of Minerva Bath. What another cracking race, Becky.
Brilliant racing from those girls, and definitely another round of racing to look forward to later with the A and B finals of those single sculls. And we're just about to complete that now with the second semi-final of the A and B semis. In this race, we've got Anya Knight from Nottingham and Union in lane 1. From Northampton, we've got May Harrison. Lane 3, St Andrews sculler Katie McKendrick. Lane 4, Amelia Robb from Lady Elizabeth Hall School. Wallingford sculler Naomi Bell is in lane 5. From Bradford, Amy Milner, lane 6. Lane 7, Connie Bately-Smith from Shanklin Sandown. And in lane 8, to complete the field, is Vienna Townsend from Millfield School.
Just looking at that screenshot, I had to do my counting along to find out which sculler was so far in front, and it is Naomi Bell of Wallingford. And she's gone out, as Matilda did in the previous race, just to pull that race apart, just get herself out in front and just pull herself. She was second place at 500 metres, but she has got a substantial lead now at 1,000 metres, with Amelia Robb of LEH in that second place. Third place is with Amy Milner of Bradford. And then we have Katie McKendrick of St Andrew Boat Club.
Yeah, Naomi Bell, definitely another name to look out for. She's definitely made a move there through the 500 metre mark. And she'll want to cement that confidence heading into the A final later today, and that could be a tight tussle between her and Matilda Hudson Hulls.
Yeah, absolutely. Like in the Open Championship singles, where we were looking forward to that big tussle in the A-final between those two spectacular scullers who led the field. We're seeing the same with the girls' race. Two amazing scullers way out front, so it'll be interesting to see how that develops when we get to the A-final later. But I was just looking at that overhead shot of Naomi Bell, and it looked quite relaxed. She's got a really relaxed rhythm and style, but you can afford to be relaxed and have that rhythm when you are 2 or 3 lengths out in front.
Exactly. Yeah. When you can see the rest of the field behind you, you can respond to what they're doing. You can really afford just to lengthen your strokes out, take as much time to be loose and relaxed as possible, and try and conserve that energy for later today.
Yeah. It's very efficient through the stroke, very effective with what's going through the water, just to keep that boat gliding through. It almost looks as though it's gliding on a surface of glass. Just these shots, just can't get over how still the water is. It's just amazing.
It is brilliant conditions today, and hopefully they'll continue for the rest of the afternoon.
There we have the Orange Boys. She knows where she is. She's just looking behind to see how much more she has to go, but she has really broken that field, hasn't she? Just pulling herself away as Naomi Bell of Wallingford, and just trying to see where the rest of the pack is in relation to Naomi Bell there. Just pushing on, just picking it up. I think the chase is going to be on for those that cut-off point yet again between 4 and 5. Who makes the A final, who makes the B final?
I think so. At the moment we've got Amy Milner from Bradford in second place, but she is being challenged by Amelia Robb and Katie McKendrick.
Well, I could see the Bradford sculler, but I could see 3 scullers over on the far side. Anya Knight of Nottingham and Union is really putting in a big push there over in lane 1, and has she left her push too late to overhaul Katie McKendrick and Amelia Robb? So going through the line first, we have Naomi Bell, and then she's been chased by Amy Milner of Bradford. But look at this push coming on from this side as well. The sculler from Millfield School just really ramping it up. I think she left it a bit too late. I think Amelia Robb and Katie McKendrick, Lady LEH and St Andrews respectively, just made it into that A final. What phenomenal races we've had, Becky. It's been fun. Have you had fun?
It's been brilliant fun and great to sit here with you and see this racing. What a lovely day, and I've really got to experience my first National Schools Regatta from a brilliant vantage point, and a delight to sit with you here.
Well, it's lovely to meet you, and we're handing rapidly on because I can see the quads coming on screen to Tom and Eve, who are taking over. So
Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Becky. Yeah, that's exactly right. Tom and Eve Stewart joining you now for the next hour and a bit for some fantastic racing to come over the next 75 minutes, inclusive of the Girls' Championship A final. Really excited for that. But on the track now with the shots on screen, the first A-B semi-final of the Open Championship Quads. Roll call from 1 to 8. St Andrew Boat Club, City of Cambridge Rowing Club, Hingsey Sculling School, the Tideway Sculler School in 4. 5 is Leander, Clare's Court School Boat Club in 6, Hartbury University and College Boat Club in 7, and Grange School in 8. And from what I can see here, Eve, in the early running, it looks to me like the Tideway Sculler School have established a little bit of a lead, but those pictures perhaps slightly deceptive as they come through.
It's always so hard to see with the buoy lines, isn't it? But first impressions, really tight racing and amazing rowing.
The weather is just so gorgeous. Conditions perfect for quad sculling. These crews able to put on a bit of clinic in how to move this notoriously difficult boat along. Actually looking now as these boats come into shot for us and examining some of the times that are appearing on our screen. It seems to me that it is Leander Club who actually have the lead there with their distinctive pink blades. Your home club, Eve, so be as partisan as you possibly can
It
be.
is pink hippos all the way, of course, but it's not over yet. You know, that 1 second, second place coming in 1 second behind them, that's not a done deal at all. So they're going to have to keep their heads level, keep rowing together and keep pressing on to come over the line first.
This for a place in the A final, the first 4 crews making it through to this evening's A final and in with a chance of winning a coveted medal in the championship quad category, and it's pretty much all to play for here. You've got 5 crews chasing in for 4 spots. Clares Court, Leander, Tideway Scullers and Hinksey all in with a shout here. City of Cambridge maybe leaving it a little bit too late as they come into the red buoys. It looks to me though Leander leading this one home.
This is an absolutely fantastic race. I mean, obviously you'd want to be ahead, but look at this, coming across the line with almost 4 watts across. That's the type of race where you come over the line and you're proud of that.
It leaves us with plenty to think about as we move into this evening's A finals.
Absolutely it does. I think a great push here actually from the Leander quad to just nudge out, almost getting a boat length there. Really just pressing on, showing what they're made of in this last 100 metres.
Yeah, fast finishing Clares Court.
They are, yeah.
Winding up into second. I think they took second place over Scullers, and of course although there is very little wind today, very little advantage to be had in any of the lanes, but it is important to get as good a lane draw as you possibly can just in case the weather does turn. But that was Leander taking the win. I think Clares Court in second, Tideway Scullers 0.3 of a second back in third, Hinksey in fourth, taking that all-important fourth slot into the A final. Over the line, City of Cambridge in fifth, Harbury in sixth, Grange in seventh, and it will be St Andrew Boat Club completing the set in eighth. Fast times as well, 6:14 there, clocked by that Leander crew.
I mean, it's perfect conditions for it, isn't it? It's exciting. I think racing on warm water, light tail breeze, it's the dream.
Yeah, compared to some iterations of the National Schools Regatta I've seen in the past where, you know, it was too windy to build an airport here, so they built a rowing lake instead. It's felt tempestuous, but today, no excuses. It is glorious, glorious weather, and that's St Andrew Boat Club. Coming across the line, first of the AB semi-finals for the Championship Open Quads now complete, so we move on to the second semi-final. 1 to 8, Monkton Combe School in lane 1, Tiffin in 2, Norwich School Boat Club in 3, the Sir William Borlase Grammar School, one of the favourites, in 4, up against the holders from the Windsor Boys School in 5, Marlow Rowing Club in 6, Kingston in 7, and George Heriot School Rowing Club in 8. And I, just watching this from the outside, Eve, would think that the battle between the Windsor Boys and Borlases in lanes 4 and 5, to me, is the narrative to watch. But Marlow pushing hard here in the opening exchanges.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I would say this is not done and dusted yet. I think this is great. Coming through the first 500, you want to be setting up the rhythm, making it feel smooth. You want to really come out of that start sequence and feel like, okay, I've stepped onto something here that I can push through to the, to the finish. And it looks like all the crews have done a great job of that.
Well, Borlase and Windsor in shot there, the two boats who have been tussling all season with each other. Borlase saw Windsor off by 0.1 of a second or 0.01 of a second at the Junior Sculling Regatta 3 weeks ago. So that rivalry only increasing in intensity as they make their way down the course. And of course the psychological bragging rights that you can get from beating your opponent in the semi-final before you then face them again later in an A final, immense. But I think if you're in that Windsor Boys crew here, Eve, what are you thinking? Are you staying calm? Are you feeling good? Or are you thinking actually we need to get ourselves level, we need to push on, we need to have that element of impetus going into tonight's final?
I think the trick is always to stay calm, and that's the hard part, isn't it? Because even when you're not up, you're generally not going to go any quicker by trying to rush it and really grab at it. But I think they're doing a good job of that there. You want to just stay true to your race plan, keep your heads in the boat, and keep pressing, because it's not over till it's over.
Well, the same progression pattern available here for all of these boats. 4 to the A final, the rest to the B final, and we can see the spread. There are 6 crews essentially competing for 4 slots here. It looks to me like the Windsor Boys, Marlow and Borlase are our favourites to take positions 1, 2 and 3, but that 4th slot open between, I think it's Norwich School, Tiffin School and Kingston Rowing Club, all within a shout of taking slots 3 and 4.
I mean, look at this. This looks like an international racing spread. Like, this is not something that you wouldn't see at a World Cup, and I think that's a real testament to the level of all of these clubs, to be honest.
Well, we were chatting, weren't we, before we came on air about the standard of sculling, even in the CD semi-finals, how strong it is. And this, of course, the best junior scullers in the country on show. And Windsor just ratcheting up the rate. They have so much experience, so much know-how at this level. Serial winners of this trophy and, of course, the Thorley Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta. The question now is, can Windsor stage a comeback against this mightily impressive Ball A's crew, who continue to lead this second semi-final?
I just want to say and take a moment for how amazing the pickup on these boats are. You can see just how long they're leaving their arms out there. There's not a pull. Like, these athletes are going to be absolutely in the bin by now. It's hot, it's fatigue. They're coming into the last 250, but they're still maintaining that efficiency, and that is real testament to the hard work they'll have put in this whole year.
It looks to me like Marlow, who had such a strong start, were right in the thick of it with 1,000 metres gone. They have had a more challenging second half and are now in danger of potentially slipping back behind Kingston. But it's Ball A's all the way. This is a turn up for the books. Ball A's by nearly a length over that Windsor crew. Cannot wait to see that rivalry reignited later this evening. All the way up to the line, it's going to be the Sir William Ball A's who take out this second semi-final and secure priority passage to the A final. Windsor in second, Marlow in third, and I think just on the line, it's going to be Norwich School.
Wow, that was a tight finish for that fourth place.
Really, really tight. Kingston missing out by segments of a second, but it's going to be Norwich School who take fourth. Yeah, just under a second ahead of Kingston, who in turn were just under a second ahead of Tiffin. So a phenomenal second semi-final there. But Windsor and Ball A's all to play for in this afternoon's A final. Of course, they will meet Leander, Clares Court, Scullers and Hinksey for that phenomenal medal contest later. So we move back to the start. Championship girls quads now, the first of those semi-finals. We've just had the open events. York City in 1, City of Cambridge in 2, Oundle in 3, Wycliffe College Boat Club, the holders in, I should say, that's July. They won the Diamond Jubilee. They didn't win this event last year. In 4, Tideway Scullers are the holders in 5, Royal Shrewsbury School in 6, Lee in 7, and Peterborough City Rowing Club in 8. And as we see this 1 to 8, it looks to me all the early running here being done by Tideway Scullers School in lane 5.
Yeah, absolutely. They've actually moved out to quite a good lead there, almost probably just under 3 seconds. You can see that bow and stern just touching of, I believe, the Wycliffe crew on their right, but really impressive sort of coming through the first 500 here.
Well, these two boats no stranger to each other, a perennial rivalry that's been stretched out over several years now. Wycliffe, 2-time winner of the Diamond Jubilee in 24 and 25, and of course Tideway Scullers won it in 23 in what was probably one of the surprises of the regatta that year. And they've been exchanging blows at various racecourses up and down the country throughout the course of this season. But it does look to me like the Tideway Scullers School stretching out here.
It is. I think what's really interesting, as you say, they've been exchanging blows throughout the season. You can kind of see that in their racing, you know, even though they're up. Wycliffe is not stepping down, just come through on the timings that they're just about 2 seconds behind, but that is not a boat length yet. And when you have contact, anything can happen. So this is not over.
And that contact, Eve, is crucial to maintaining just an element of psychological control. If you lose contact with the crew that's leading you, you not only can't lose sight of them, you can't really hear them anymore either.
No, exactly. When you've got contact, you can hear, you can feel their puddles, you can often hear their calls, and there's you can get a sense of momentum, and with that you can just inch, try and walk through. And look here, I mean, they're definitely moving up. The bow girl is just about over the canvas of the stern, so here either Tideway needs to move, or I think Wycliffe is going to catch them.
They're both crews crossing the 1,000-metre marker, dictating that half of the race is now done. The battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th very much ongoing between crews inclusive of Lee, Royal Shrewsbury, Oundle and City of Cambridge. Of course, it's 4 crews through to the A final and the chance to pitch for medals later on this afternoon. So all to play for these boats. We're just getting the live times here. It's Scullers through in 3:23. Yeah, about a second and a half clear of Wycliffe, as we saw there, who maybe had slight overlap. And at the moment in 3rd, Royal Shrewsbury School, and in 4th, Oundle. But the gap between 4th and 5th, a little over a second. And the gap between 5th and 6th, just about 2 seconds. So it's tight right across the field. And we can see here, just as you called it, Eve, it's Wycliffe coming back into contention.
I mean, it gives me goosebumps, to be honest, looking at it. This is what racing's all about. If they can hold their nerve now, not get rattled, and keep pressing, I reckon they could do something really special here coming into the last sort of 1,600 metres.
If you're in that scullers boat, how do you combat this?
It's much the same, really. We like to say, rowing is not a combat sport. You've got to stay in your own lane, and you have absolutely no control of what your opposition's doing. So if you can just keep being the most efficient version of yourself and your crew, that's often where it pays off. But it is hard not to get rattled, and I think Wycliffe is nudging out ahead a bit here. We'll get their next timing point soon, so we'll see if they have in fact changed around that margin from, I think, 1.5 seconds down at the last checkpoint.
Yeah, superb third 500 from Wycliffe to draw level with the Tideway Sculler School as we come into the final 500 metres of this first semi-final of the Championship Girls Quads, the A-B semi-final. So the rights here to progress through to the A final. First four crews will make that. It seems to me Scullers and Wycliffe trading blows at the top of the field. They are fairly assured of passage. And the contest behind them unfolding between City of Cambridge, Oundle, Lee and Royal Shrewsbury for those third and fourth all-important slots. And not just all-important, of course, for the chance to pitch for silverware, but actually for potential pre-qualification to the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta in about 6 weeks' time. It looks like Tideway Scullers might have responded. That camera angle a little bit deceiving.
It is. I'm not sure. I think they might be 0.3 down, But I do just want to say overall, like, the level of sculling in this field is incredible. Wow. Beautiful shot there.
Stunning.
I mean, you can just see when you get stuck in a tussle like this, like Tideway and Wycliffe are, it can just stretch you out ahead if you can respond, and that is exactly what's happened. No one's been able to stay with them. Tideway, you were right, you called it, pulling away a little bit here, but this is a very exciting race.
There's almost sort of four races within the race,
there
right?
There's
the race for first, there's sort of Royal Shrewsbury out on their own in third, and then there's that race ongoing for fourth at the moment between lanes 2 and 3, City of Cambridge and Oundle. They will be scrapping desperately for a slot in today's A final. And as they come up towards the line, it's Scullers who have responded really impressively. It's almost like Wycliffe used all their beans in the third 500 and eased off ever so slightly. Tideway up towards the line.
Wow.
That's nearly a length.
That is nearly a length. To go from almost level to taking a length back, that is amazing work by Tideway.
And it's Royal Shrewsbury up for third. The battle for fourth very much on, by the way, between City of Cambridge and Owl. Who's going to sneak this? It looks like it might just be City of Cambridge on the line, but we'll watch it right the way through.
That was very good. Few peeps out of the boat in those last few strokes.
Outstanding racing from all these young women. But that was a win for the Tideway Sculler School, a hard-fought win. And we'll see that rivalry renewed later on today. Royal Shrewsbury taking third. They're into the A final alongside the City of Cambridge, who just pipped Oundle on the line. Exceptional sculling from all of these crews. And there's no break in play here. We're back on for the second semi-final of the Championship Girls Quad. So this same progression pattern, top 4 through to the A final. The remainder to the B final. Your roll call from 1 through 8. Kingston in 1, Yarm in 2, Hartbury University in 3, Maidenhead in 4, Marlow, arguably the favourites in 5, George Heriot's in 6, Borlase in 7, and Hereford Rowing Club in 8. And it seems to me that Marlow are flying.
Good. 8 seconds coming through the K almost. Wow. And that is some pretty textbook sculling, I must say.
What are you seeing here? What are you liking here?
Oh, it's so long, it's horizontal, the blades are dropping in, doesn't look fussy, there's no pulling. A lot of good things, to be honest. Just really nice.
Nearly 8 seconds at 1,000 metres is an extraordinary margin.
It is. And hopefully these girls now can sit back. They've literally got the race in the palm of their hand. So they won't be having a race like Wycliffe and Tideway did. They're relaxed. They can probably take it down a few pips once they sort of get near the 1,500. They'll be enjoying this. And as they should, because it's well-deserved when you race like this. But a very exciting race happening in 2 and 3 at the moment as well. Obviously a few seconds behind them. But they'll be having a tough one.
Yeah, Maidenhead and George Heriot scrapping it out for second and third, but all in the wake of this extraordinary Marlow Rowing Club crew. So many times nearly the winners of the major titles at domestic level, but this year this crew have so much promise. It seems to me that they are destined for greatness. I guess from a Marlow perspective, you touched on it there, Eve. In today's condition, given the heat that we've talked about and the fact that the two primary contenders for their gold, Marlow, were scrapping out in the other semi-final. This has worked in Marlow's favour.
This is the dream. This is the dream semi-final for Marlow, I'd say. If I was them, I would be feeling very happy. But of course, it isn't over till it's over, so it's not that they can completely switch off. But hopefully, they will be feeling a bit more relaxed, and they won't be using everything they've got.
Yeah, I'm sure in this final 500 they can afford to drop down potentially a gear as they come up towards the line. They've done all the hard work in the first 1,500 metres, and impressive hard work that it was. But it's the battle on behind them for places 2, 3 and 4. At the last checkpoint we had Maidenhead in second, George Heriot's in third, and Sir William Borlase in fourth. But the gap between Borlase and Hartbury in fifth was about 3 seconds, which is quite reversible over the course of 1,000 metres. So it will be interesting to see what the last timing marker has for us as we watch this Marlow crew leading at this second semi-final of the Championship Girls Quads.
Absolutely. I'm just still looking at this Marlow, but I wouldn't be surprised if these names are one that we see on the GB senior team in a few years to come, because these girls are rowing really well. There we see Marlow coming through in 5:09.7, George School 5:17, and Maidenhead also 5:17. So they're still having a good fight for it. Then in coming through fourth at the moment is Sir William Borlase School in 5:24.
Yeah, it seems to me that certainly Marlow have assured their place in today's A final. It looks like Maidenhead and George Heriot's good for it as well. Good Scottish representation at this year's regatta. Marlow just able to scull up towards the line. This crew of Alice Moss, Ione Haley, Eve Pinson and Lauren Kennedy, each of them having competed in and won medals at last year's Under-19 World Rowing Championships. That's an extraordinary gifted crew. The battle between second and third still ongoing. They've been tussling all the way down the course, George Heriot's and Maidenhead. It looks to me, Eve, like it's going to be maybe on the surge, George Heriot's.
Oh my gosh, this is literally bow ball for bow ball. Whew.
Well, they will certainly be renewing acquaintances later on this afternoon. It's Borlase up towards the line in fourth. They take the last slot into the A final, and they can see they're very pleased about that. As Hartbury come up over the line into fifth. It is Kingston in sixth. Sorry, excuse me. It is Yarm in sixth. It's Kingston in seventh, and it will be Hereford Rowing Club in eighth. Hard to bet against that Marlow crew, I think.
Yeah, I reckon so. I wouldn't want to be racing them, to be honest. But you have to do it in the final. Just because you've done it here doesn't mean you do it again. So they'll have to get after all the recovery, do everything right to still take away that win.
We're really excited to see them trade blows with Wycliffe and the Tideway Sculler School later on this afternoon as we watch Hereford Rowing Club coming up towards the line. They'll be heading to the B final in the Championship Girls Quads. So we can probably move back to start for one of the most exciting races of the day, the first A-B semi-final for the Open Championship 8, some of the fastest boats you're going to see on the river today, on the lake I should say. It's Latimer in 1, Reading Bluecoat School in 2, St Edwards in 3, Shiplake in 4, Radley in 5, Bedford School in 6, Royal Shrewsbury School in 7, and Enniskillen of Ireland in 8. And it seems to me, Eve, based on what we're seeing here, it's Radley who are doing the early running.
It is. I mean, this is exciting. I love 8s racing. It's so fast. It's ferocious. The atmosphere is unlike anything else. But it looks like all of these crews are doing a great job at settling into their rhythm. They're going to want to press out now, try and extend that lead, because in 8s rowing especially, it's all about momentum.
Well, are we seeing already the sort of divergence of two narratives here, which is those cluster of 4 in the middle, St Edwards, Shiplake, Radley and Bedford, moving out into their own race, and then the peripherals, Latimer, Reading, Royal Shrewsbury and Enniskillen, contesting for places 5 through 8. And of course the progression here, similar to our previous semi-finals, first 4 to the A final, second 4 through to the B final. But this Radley crew, there's a lot of chat about them on the towpath. They've come in, they've put in a really strong time trial performance, just a handful of milliseconds behind St Paul's in the running order. Under new stewardship, Patrick Duggan moved over from KCS to lead this programme, rowing in a shiny new Empacker. They are looking the business.
Nothing better than a shiny new Empacker, am I right?
Well, you know, I'd like a shiny new Felipe, but... Yeah, Shiplake, of course, the holders, but not having it all their own way here at Dorney Lake. Radley out to nearly 3/4 of a length, and Eve just in an 8. How hard is that now to reconcile?
It's pretty hard, to be honest. The speeds are so high in 8s, and you sort of come out the start blocks. If you've not got a fast start in an 8, you're going to find it very hard to make it up because it's moving so quickly. The race is obviously shorter. 3 seconds in an 8 is a hard one to make up because unlike in the small boats where in a single you can create really vast differences in speed, that's much harder to execute in an 8 because you're so close to that top level speed from the start of the race. And it's basically just hang on and cling on and make it over the line first.
Well, Radley leading this one by about 2 seconds over Bedford School in second at the moment, leading Shiplake by half a second. So Bedford School having a storming semi-final here. It's Teddy's in fourth and about 3 seconds back, Reading Bluecoat, followed by Royal Shrewsbury in sixth, Enniskillen in seventh and Latimer in eighth. And really the battle here between those four leading crews, Teddy's, Shiplake, Radley, Bedford, not necessarily for berths in the A final. It feels like they're all relatively secure, but for bragging rights heading into tonight's Premier Showdown. Radley sending out a message to St Paul's in the semi-final to come that they are here to stay. Shiplake scrapping hard, trying to get their bows ahead of Bedford, which looking at those pictures there, Eve, I think Shiplake, on the sort of right of those leading three, have just nudged ahead of Bedford.
I think so too. You can look at if you sort of draw a horizontal line between the boys, you can kind of see it. But this is brilliant racing for a semi-final. I love it.
Well, could this be the beginning of the Radley resurgence? So many times, like Marlow in the previous girls' semi-final of quads, so many times the nearly ran, so many times the nearly men. Is this their year to stride atop the podium at the National Schools Regatta and take out gold? This is certainly a good showing in their semi-final if they can hold off a charging Shiplake, who I think have found another gear.
I think Shiplake have too. If you just look, it looks like they've just got that bit more push and swing to the end of their stroke. I think they're moving.
Well, Bedford paying the price for a really strong opening 1,000. They've slipped back into third and now have Teddy's roaring down their neck as well for that third slot into the A final. Of course, these four crews likely to progress, but the lane order will matter as we come into tonight's final. It's Radley into the red boys now. I think it's going to be Radley who take gold, but Shiplake, a really impressive second 1,000 from them, showing their fitness.
Absolutely it is. This is how you want to come over the line, knowing you've just got that little bit more to give in the final, being that close to the gold.
Superb racing from Radley there. They led from the front. Shiplake in second. They saw off the attentions of Bedford, who I think might have just been pipped by Teddy's on the line. But we'll see all four of those boats again in this evening's A final. Reading up into fifth. It's Shrewsbury in sixth. Enniskillen in seventh. And it will be Latimer in eighth. What a fantastic race that was.
Racing.
And so quick. 5:54.
Really quick. Really well done.
It almost doesn't give you time to pay it tribute because it moves so fast down the course.
Got to keep your wits about you.
Absolutely. Well, we're just going to review, obviously, all these results unofficial until the umpire has certified a clean race and the timing team have checked that everything is correct. There you go, the white flag has gone up, so it will be Radley who win that semi-final. And no rest for the wicked. We're moving straight on to the second semi-final of the Open Championship 8. Abingdon in 1, Dulwich in 2, Hampton 3, St Paul's School in 4, Westminster in 5, King's College Boat Club in 6, Eton home favourites in 7, and Kew House School Boat Club in 8. And the early running here, to me, Eve, looks like it's being done by Hampton in 3, Paul's in 4, and a really strong Westminster unit in 5.
Yeah, I think so too. That Westminster crew looks like it's almost level with Hampton, to be honest. So I'd be interested to see how this plays out. But what a great sight. 8 crews long. It's beautiful. This is what rowing's about.
Yeah, there's nothing quite like the 8s at the National Schools Regatta. And the speed at which these programmes now move. We talked about it a moment ago, and trying to get our words in, trying to actually narrate what's going on the water without it sort of slipping by us. But they're already probably coming up to 500 metres, if not they've gone past it in all likelihood. And it does look to me pretty hard to choose. You could throw a blanket over those top 3 crews. Maybe Hampton, but we're talking feet.
Yeah, feet, centimetres perhaps. This is great. This is honestly coming through here. I mean, you can see there the sort of 500-metre mark in the distance. They're probably about 600, 650 in. To be 3 boats across still at that point of the race, it's edge of the seat type of stuff.
Well, if you're joining us here for the first time at the National Schools Regatta, this is not a bad time to join the live stream. We are riding with the second semi-final AB Championship Open 8s. First 4 crews progress through to the A final. Second 4 will move to the B final. And at the moment, we are running with Westminster on the left in their distinctive pink kit. Paul's in the middle, serial winners of this trophy, looking like they are trying to just squeeze out a bit of a margin here on Hampton, who are also having an excellent semi-final. Come up to 1,000 metres here, Eve. What are you seeing? Who are you liking the look of the most?
I mean, I hate to be that person, but they all look pretty good, to be honest. I'm really liking here just the run that we're seeing on the holes. Like, if you look at that bow ball, there's not much check. It's not really grinding to a hole. It's really lifting from stroke to stroke for a lot of these boats. And you can see that in the speed, and that's why they're all keeping up with each other, essentially. Looks like here we are getting a bit more of a clear 1 and 2 coming through, but it's not going to be easy, I think, for 3rd and 4th place, because there's definitely a tussle going on there as well.
Yeah, definitive second 500 move there from both Pauls and Hampton, are almost dragging each other through the field. But it's Pauls who've hit the front now, as we would expect of this vastly experienced crew. Numerous A finalists at the April Trials Regatta, of course coached by the legendary Bobby Thatcher, who has numerous titles at this event and also at Henley Royal Regatta to his name. It's Pauls who've hit the front. Westminster trying to stay in this. They are under threat and under pressure from King's College, who are currently sat in 4th, and Kew House having a really good race, currently in 5th. If they can make an A final, they'll be absolutely thrilled.
One thing that I'm really loving here that you can see actually with all these boys is just how horizontal it looks. There's not much lifting of the shoulders. If you look at their heads through the stroke, they're all staying pretty level. There's not much up and down movement going on, and that is responsible for that speed. You want every bit of energy you have going towards the finish line rather than going up or down.
Yeah, it's absolutely a great call, that, and I think the efficiency is key, particularly in these conditions when the water's moving so quickly. But it's Pauls who've hit the front now, attritionally moved out on the field. They are about 3 seats up on Hampton, who in turn have got about a length on Westminster. The battle for 4th and that all-important final slot into the A final raging currently between Westminster in 3rd, King's College currently in 4th, about 2 seconds clear of Dulwich in 5th, Abingdon in 6th and Eton in 7th, all separated by less than a second. So all to play for as they come up towards the line.
This is so exciting. Tell you what, these A finals are going to be very good races to watch.
Exhilarating,
yeah,
is the word I would use. Well, we love 8s racing here at the National Schools Regatta. This is the top of the mountain for all of these young athletes. For many of them, this will be their last or potentially penultimate run down the National Schools Regatta track as a junior athlete. And moving up towards the line at 1,500 metres, it was Pauls clear of Hampton by just under 2 seconds. And it does seem to me that Pauls have had a really strong and decisive middle thousand. But that fight for the 4th slot into the A final very much ongoing between Hampton, Westminster, KCS, and then out in lane number 2, Dulwich College.
Yeah, absolutely is. This is brilliant racing from St Paul's, actually, because there's not been any point where the field has just walked away, and having the nerve to race this hard with people next to you the whole way down the track, that is no small thing.
Well, Pauls are going to take this. Westminster have responded really well. They've come up back into 2nd. It's Pauls to the line. It's going to be Westminster. It's going to be Hampton. KCS just squeezing out Eton, who had a late charge there. I called it as Dulwich earlier. I apologise for that. It was Eton in lane number 7 who had a really strong closing sprint. It wasn't quite enough, I don't think, to unseat KCS, who secure their berth in the A final, but a phenomenal bit of racing there as they came up towards the line. It was Pauls who just got their noses in front and managed to sit on the field. Westminster, I think, were into 2nd, Hampton in 3rd, and King's College in 4th. That is your lineup for this evening's A final in the Championship Open 8s.
Brilliant. Excellent racing.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's exciting.
Well, speaking of excellent racing, I have more for you, Eve. We
Here
have
we
the
go.
B final of the Girls' Championship 8, which of course will be followed by the all-important medal contention A final. This B final contested between 4 crews, lanes 3 through 6, King's School Canterbury in 3, Latimer Upper School Boat Club in 4, the Royal Shrewsbury School in 5, and Bedford Modern School in 6.
Here we go, and it looks actually that in this first sort of 500, 600 metres that it's stretched out, hasn't it? We're not seeing that sort of, 4 abreast, 8 abreast racing that we just saw in the boys 8 semi-finals, but this B final is being beautifully rowed right now.
Yeah, it's Latimer who have already stretched out to a fairly decisive lead over Royal Shrewsbury. They've got nearly 3 seconds at the 500-metre gone marker. Shrewsbury in 2nd as it stands, Bedford Modern some 6 seconds back in 3rd, and King's School Canterbury in 4th. And you can see there the split of the field. Latimer's race to lose at this stage.
It absolutely is. I think when you're in a B final, you know, you've got a point to prove. You've often just narrowly missed out on that A final slot, and you want to show that that's where you belong. So that is definitely what these girls from Latimer Upper are doing right now.
It may be slightly surprising not to see Latimer in this afternoon's A final, which will follow this race. But they're certainly sending a message that they think they should have been there.
Yeah, and doing a great job of it as well. I think here as well it's worth noting that unlike, you know, in those semi-finals, quarter-finals heats where if you're in the lead you sort of can sit back and let it stretch out behind you, these girls are going to want to be pushing all the way to the line, and it's not an easy place to be in the B final. It's a hard race to race, and I think they're really doing it justice, so all credit to them.
Well, particularly when it's spread out of this at such an early stage, it's hard to find the grit and determination you need to keep that boat moving underneath you. But Latimer clearly sending a message to onlookers that they are a class outfit, followed by Royal Shrewsbury School at this stage in second, about 7 seconds back. BMS 18 seconds back on the leaders, and King's School Canterbury in fourth. You can see that Latimer, they come into the second 1,000 metres of this B final, the Championship Girls 8. Just keeping themselves focused, keeping themselves together. Of course, the next phase for them will be attempted qualification for both Henley Women's and Henley Royal Regatta to come in the next 4 to 6 weeks. So much to look forward to, and every run down the track, every competitive outing is important to build that fitness and that speed heading into the crux of the junior rowing season.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more.
You can see they're in shot. Bedford Modern School need to move that shell along. All these crews raced time trials yesterday, which is why they are finding themselves, and repechages, I think, which is why they're finding themselves now in the B final.
Wow, really stretching out that lead here, doing an excellent job of it. Unfortunately, rowing is one of those sports where the better you are at it, the easier it looks, which makes it really frustrating. You're like, no, I am trying hard, but I think the Latimer girls are doing a great job of that, and you can see it just looks that bit stiller, just picking up the boat, nudging it along. It's really nice.
Most things are like that, though, aren't they, in life? If you make it look easy, generally speaking, you're pretty good at it. And I think, I mean, I was never good enough at rowing to be considered someone who made it look easy, but. It is astounding to me every year, and I come to the National Schools Regatta and have been for over a decade now as a spectator, just how high the standard is for junior rowing in this country. And we see it time and time again at events like Henley Royal Regatta, where top class crews from overseas come to the UK to pitch up against the best we can offer, and time again we send them home packing, because the strength and quality of our programs in the UK is so high. And of course Latimer here with an enjoyable B final, I guess, from their perspective,
Absolutely.
But another indicative statement of how good rowing is in this country.
Couldn't agree more. Interestingly, you can see that bucket in Latimer up in the stern in their boat with two bow side athletes sat behind each other, rather than the alternating sort of standard rig that you see in eights.
Why would you do that?
Different reasons. Sometimes it's to sort of harness power, or if the boat's being pulled around in a funny way, like get people to line up a bit better. Can be technical reasons, but for whatever reason they chose to put it there, it's absolutely working, as we can see.
The unconventional bucket rig paying dividends for Latimer as they make their way towards the line. No danger of them being overhauled here. A couple more strokes to go to take them up.
And as you can see, still pressing all the way to the line, so great racing from Latimer Upper here, attacking the B final the only way you should, so kudos to them.
Yeah, Latimer taking out that Championship Girls 8B final. Several lengths clear of Royal Shrewsbury School in second. It'll be Bedford Modern School who finish up in third. And at the King's School Canterbury bringing up the rear in fourth. But as we watch these crews make their way over the line, I'm excited to return up the course to the A final.
Absolutely, I can't wait to watch this one.
Championship Girls 8, lanes 2 through 7 roll call as follows. St Paul's Girls' School in 2, Enniskillen of Ireland in 3, it's Shiplake the Holders in 4, Headington School Boat Club in 5, St Edward's School in 6, and Henley Rowing Club in 7. And as King's Canterbury crossed the line in the B final, we are now riding with the A final of the Championship Girls 8, and it looks to me like St Edward's have had a flying start.
Absolutely. They've stretched that out to almost a boat length in the first 500 metres, which is amazing going. I'll be really interested to see if they continue to walk out or whether that they sort of, played all their cards in the beginning of the race. But they look excellent from this angle.
Well, that is quite remarkable and not what the form book had dictated to us prior to coming into this weekend. Teddy's had a good ding-dong with Headington in the semi-final yesterday. I was lucky enough to commentate on that, and they were nip and tuck, but Headington just about got one over on them. But Teddy's clearly have had something pretty impactful for breakfast, because their first 500 has been astonishing. They've nearly got clear water.
This is brilliant. In our Olympic year, Rich Chambers, our coach, used to say, race your 2K like it's a 500 metre, and I thought he was absolutely bonkers. But it paid off, and this is exactly what these girls are doing, and, well, I love it. It's it's so brave, because it is really daunting coming out of the blocks at this speed and holding on to that, because you are just clinging on for dear life at this point. Do not underestimate the amount of pain and lactic that will be running through these athletes' bodies at this point in the race. But an excellent start to this final.
Well, as a reminder, this is the Championship Girls 8A final, coming to you at about 1 p.m. local time, so slightly unusual timing for it, but it is the premier event for girls sweep at this regatta, and at the moment you are watching St Edward's School in lane number 6 doing the business in the first 1,000 metres. They continue to lead this field. I've just been watching Shiplake and Headington in the middle of our screen. It looks to me like Shiplake attritionally moving out on Headington here.
I think so too, and I think we can just see them seeking a bit more overlap over the stern deck of St Edward's, so it'd be interesting to see if Shiplake continue to press as the race continues.
And I think we're in for a phenomenal final 1,000
so
here,
too,
because Teddies have clearly gone out with everything they have in the opening half of this contest, and now they're going to have to watch the field come back towards them as we ride there with Teddies and Henley Rowing Club in 7, currently sat in 5th. Paul's in 6th, but not a lot to choose between any of those crews. Anyone really from this point could theoretically win a medal, and it's now going to be how much have Teddies got left in the tank after what was an astonishing first 1,000 metres.
Yeah, absolutely. Just for reference, that first 500 clocked with only 4 seconds between the first and the current last crew in this final, so that is not enough time for anything to be a done deal. This race is not over.
Well, there we go. We're getting the spread of crews, and we can see there Teddy's continuing to lead. Shiplake now moving out on Headington. It's half a length they've got on Headington and probably half a length back on Teddy's. And we can see Henley on the far right of the screen, not out of contention for a medal. And Nora Enniskillen currently sat in 5th position out of lane number 3. They have an outside shot of a medal here as well. So as we come up towards 500 metres to go in this, the Championship Girls 8 final, can Teddy's hold off a charging Shiplake?
This is really exciting. And make no mistake, this is the point in the race where the Cox would be saying, rely on the training you've done. Think of all those hard miles we've put in. Think of the hardest moments of the year, and let's move. And that's exactly what Shiplake is doing.
Well, those words, I'm sure, resounding in their head. Let's move, let's go now. I'm sure their Cox will be calling them on as they come up into the final 500 metres to go in this A final Championship Girls 8. If you were going to call it now, Eve, which way are you going?
Oh my gosh, I think it's Shiplake.
They have the momentum, don't they?
They've got the momentum. Look at it. They're inching every stroke. That barbell is nudging, and they won't be that aware of that because they're, there's a lane in between them, so it's quite hard to know where you are. All they'll know is they've got momentum, and it'll be like, close your eyes and hang on for dear life. We're taking this all the way to the finish line.
Well, Headington now potentially out of contention for gold. It's all about Teddies, who are the early runners against Shiplake, who have patiently bided their time, waited, and now they come up towards the line. The Red Boys are here. It is neck and neck between Teddies on the left, Shiplake on the right. Have Shiplake got a final gear to go through as they come up towards the finish line? This for the Championship Girls 8 title. Teddies look tired.
Teddies do look tired, but I did see maybe a bit of a half crab in that Shiplake boat. I need the overhead view to see what's happening, but this is still bow ball for bow ball as they come into the last 100 metres here. I think Shiplake may just be nudging ahead. They've got great surge on the bow ball as they come through.
Shiplake with the sprint. I think you look at them, they're smoother, they're more dynamic around each end. I think Shiplake are going to take this title. They've edged out, they've timed that move to absolute perfection. They have 3 seats now on Teddy's up towards the line. It will be Shiplake to take gold in the Girls' Championship 8 for the second year in a row. Teddy's in second. Third, Headington. Bronze for Headington and Ryan Domain. Henley in fourth. It's going to be Enniskillen in fifth. And it's going to be the St Paul's Girls' School in sixth. But Eve, wow, what a final. What a race from
What
Shiplake.
a race. And you could see just as the girls, oh, it makes me emotional actually, I love it. As they cross the finish line, that look of, oh my gosh, what have we just done? Amazing, really well done. Excellent racing, and excellent racing from every crew in this race, because it had different leaders at different points. Really mature racing from all of these athletes.
Charlie Watkins in the Cox can see Alice Dargay, Anna Cisa Ings, Ottilie Campbell-Reid, Avakoko Lau, Isis Sternum, Alia Hall, and the names are now gone off the screen, so I can't even read them all. But look, you did yourselves proud today. Fantastic racing from you. Patient, so mature for a junior crew to sit, bide your time, wait to make you move, and they sprung the trap at the perfect moment. Teddy's, of course, will be devastated having led that race by clear water with 1,000 metres gone, but all credit to Shiplake in retaining what is a fiercely contested Championship Girls 8 title.
Absolutely. It's the way to go. It's the only way you can race these finals. As we said earlier, it's just so fast in eights, and if you don't go out with everything you've got, you might as well not even try. And that's exactly what all of these crews did. So phenomenal racing. Look at those smiles. Over the moon.
Well, if a picture could say 1,000 words, right, there's almost no need
No, exactly.
for us to say anything. You can see the delight, the adulation on the Shiplake faces. And that will feel extra special because of the way in which they won it.
Yeah, it will. And in this heat as well, I mean, let's not forget, it is hot out there. They'll have spent probably over an hour on the water with the warm-up they've done, rowing up to the start, you know, trying to get warm even though your body's already overheating from about 10 minutes out there. It's really hard to perform in these conditions, and something that, you know, on the GB team we have to practice to do, and we have heat chambers and, you know, cooling vests and everything, and these schools won't have that. They're just getting out here and showing what they've got, and they've done a great job of it.
So if you are just joining us for the first time, you've just missed a belt of a race, our first A final of the final day of the National Schools Regatta. Shiplake taking the gold medal in the Championship Girls 8 final. A superb race between themselves, St Edward's School and Headington School in 1, 2 and 3. It was Teddy's who led through the 1,500 metre mark, but just came unstuck in the final closing sprint to this superb Shiplake outfit. Of course, all these crews, I'm sure, will renew their rivalries in the weeks to come at the Henley Women's and Henley Royal Regatta. But this is the first step on the road to the second step on the road to Shiplake's potential Triple Crown. They won the Schools Head of the River in March on the Tideway. They've now won the National Schools Regatta. The question will be, can they complete the set and win the Henleys too?
Well, these next 2 weeks will be all telling, because once you come off like this, it's easy to take your foot off the gas, you know, but it will be a very interesting race, I think, at Henley Women's to see who's gone, all right, well, let's do even more now. I have no doubt that they'll do a great job of it, but it will be very exciting racing still to come this summer.
Well, no one's going to be living comfortably, are they, in the next few weeks? No one's going to be looking at thinking, well, we've got this in the bag.
Well, you never know. But it would be surprising.
A word, too, I think, for Teddy's, who had such a brave race strategy, I thought, to go out, to control from the front, and basically say to the field, right, you've got to come and take us on, come and have a go. Shiplake did, they responded and they got it right, but actually Teddy's, I thought the way they raced that was really impressive.
I totally agree, and I also think you learn so much from towing that red line the way that Teddy's did, and if they can stretch that out another 1,500 metres, or sorry, another 500 metres.
Yeah, another 1,500 might be a big
that might
ask,
be a bit much, but Henley Women's obviously is only that 1,500 metre course,
yeah.
so they're used to towing the red line, they're used to pushing themselves to that limit now, and that's really invaluable experience as well.
It's funny you say that, so that they would have won Henley Women's Regatta with that strategy.
Yeah.
But we're not at Henley Women's Regatta, we're at Dorney Lake for the National Schools Regatta, and this is a title that will be especially sweet for Shiplake, Dan Safdari, Dave Curry, who run that programme. They've done a remarkable job at building Shiplake into one of the most revered rowing institutions, arguably on the planet, for under-19 rowing on the boys and girls side. And of course Shiplake going for glory again in the Open Championship 8s later on this afternoon. We saw them produce a very strong performance in their semi-final up against Radley earlier today, so they'll be going for gold this evening in our final race of the day, but we can see there Shiplake being crowned winners of the Championship Girls 8s, and you can see the delight on their face after a year of training, a year of long winter miles, minimal amount of racing because of numerous cancellations, inclement weather, problems with the fixtures and the calendar. It must feel so sweet to finally have that validated for you.
Absolutely, it must. And I actually hadn't seen the time yet, but that 6:33.6 is a pretty good time to come home with.
Really fast. I mean, we've got fast conditions, but these are fast crews as well.
They are. They absolutely are.
And they were pushed right to the line. There was no sense of the outcome being predetermined here. But like you say, Teddy's and to some extent Headington will go away now. They will know that this one is not sewn up. There is a lot left to play for in the coming weeks. Training camps, I'm sure.
Yeah, they'll be ready to put the work in because it's not out of reach.
I'm going to see a little bit of a trophy lift here from Cox Charlie Watkins.
The winning photo says it all, doesn't it? Look at those smiles.
That's the money shot.
Beautiful trophy as well.
You want to think it's keep it? Probably not.
Probably not. It's amazing as well. Also, a shout out to all the crowds here. Obviously, it's hot weather. It's not always comfortable, but it makes it so special. Cheering on everyone in person. So really excellent to see so many people standing there on the podium to cheer on our 3 medal-winning teams.
See there, the Teddy School crew silver medalists: Katrina Webber, Maddie Webb, Darcy Murphy, B. Peters, Cox, Sophia Thomas, Rosie Reynolds, Isabella Akunu, Esther Walker and Dana Simpson of Teddy's. So nearly a gold medal for them. They just ran out of, I guess, gas in the final few strokes. But a brave effort, and one that they can take real heart and spirit from, because I think in the weeks to come they are absolutely a crew to watch.
Yeah, I agree, and hopefully they come away with this still feeling proud of themselves. Obviously, it's always hard to miss out on that gold medal, but this was epic racing, and coming away with a silver or a bronze, you know, it's impressive rowing. They're at the top of the field. They've done themselves proud, so it's definitely not something to look down on.
Just there riding with Headington in bronze, Eleanor Duxbury, Zena Breed, Katie Gardner, Eleanor Price, Alice Gelling in the coxswain seat, Hannah Palin, Henriette Smith, Olivia Nicholson and Eleanor Yap from Headington School. Again, serial winners. They know what it takes to triumph at the highest level. Not for them today. The second year in a row that they failed to get their hands on this trophy, but they came back very strong in June and July for the Henley Series, and I feel confident that we will see renewed vigour from the Headington programme under the tutelage of Ryan Domain and Chris Hermes in the weeks to come.
Absolutely.
So if you are in the area listening to our live stream and you think, well, it's a lovely bank holiday Sunday, do you know what, I really fancy being outside. Eve is bang on the money. Come down and support some of these junior rowers in their endeavours at Dorney Lake today. There is food, there is beverages, there is sunshine, there is even a little bit of live stream commentary you can listen to just to brighten your day. It's a gorgeous, glorious afternoon in the Thames Valley, and we have a full set of racing to come in the next few hours, right up to the Open Boys or Open Championship 8 final later on this evening. I think at 6:45 local time that'll be kicking off.
Full day of racing, and there's even, I think the tailwind's actually picking up a bit, so there is a lovely breeze coming in right now.
Might get some records, who knows. In fact, I'd be curious to see if that 6:33 was a record. I don't have my record sheet to hand, or my stats man Fraser Innes. He's busy doing something else at the moment. Maybe if I can find him, he can tell me if that was a record. But we'll find out, and we'll come back to you later on this afternoon. But as of now, we have another race about to get started after the excitement of that final. We're back to the single sculls. It's the G final of the Open Championship single. Herodian Boat Club, Ben Curtis in lane 2. Hexham Rowing Club, George Fuller in 3. Carl Schreiber of the American School in London in lane 4. William Wood Davis of Northampton Rowing Club in 5. And Arjun Mudgil of St George's College Boat Club in lane number 6. Crew just getting attached to the state boat. Shouldn't theoretically take too long in a single scull, but you tell me if I'm wrong on that.
Can't say I've got that much experience in single scull, but you would think it would go a bit quicker than an 8, that's for sure.
Is it a particular favourite discipline of yours, or are you?
I'd say no.
You're a detractor, are you?
Yeah, I'm definitely a one-all kind of gal.
Well, you're very good at that, to be fair. So I don't think anyone's going to come at you for that. I think it's a very reasonable stance to take. Windsor Castle. See, it's so scenic. It's so lovely.
That's a beautiful shot.
It really is. That's the beauty of the drone.
Where have we got that from? The drone just now?
I guess
is that
so.
a view from somewhere here? That's
I guess
stunning.
so. Yeah, yeah. Oh, you can see Windsor Castle. Yeah, if you go up the top of the lake, you can see it.
Oh wow. Well, there you go.
It really is a gorgeous day here.
Look at those crowds. That is a sight to behold. I love it.
And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you come down, watch a bit of rowing, enjoy the sunshine? Plenty of places to stop, chat in our Regatta village, trade village, speak to some of the vendors, find out what's going on over there.
Absolutely. I also heard there's an Olympic medalist at the RP3 tent under the name of Annie Campbell-Lord today, so go and say hi to her if you're listening. Lovely girl, dear friend of mine. Always happy to chat.
Two a penny, aren't they, Olympic medalists at this event? They're all over the bloody place. Yeah, between us, we've got an Olympic gold medal as well. what a duo.
Yeah, yes, the mixed pair.
Yeah, maybe not. My rowing days are long behind me. There we go, we can see Shiplake getting out of the boat, disembarking, reunion with their coaches, who I'm sure are thrilled with that outcome. Certainly wasn't clear that that was going to be the case with 500 metres left to row, but they found that gear, they found that added speed to take them over the line. A well-deserved gold.
Very well deserved. You see the wet white t-shirts going on here in an attempt to cool down. I'm sure they will be so hot right now.
Yeah, it is punchy out there. And here we are.
The medal shot.
Charlie Watkins flashing the silverware.
Well, goldware.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. So it's how many times I've won gold that I don't even know what the right word for it is. But if you are joining us for the first time on this stream, welcome to the Sunday of the National Schools Regatta, our final day here at Eton Dorney. We are about to get underway with the G final of the Open Championship Single Sculls. We should be getting started in the next couple of moments.
Here we see these athletes just trying to get their bows pointing in the right direction, and they're off. Slight little moment of straightening up there for Hexham Rowing Club in lane 3. Just came off the start a little bit towards stroke side, but straightened up really nicely there. Clean start from all the boats by the looks of it. And here we go, clean starts from all the boats. As we mentioned earlier in these singles, you sometimes do see bigger gaps, but it's also much easier to make big changes in speed. So if someone's behind, unlike in the eights, it doesn't mean it's a done deal. You can see singles come back from sort of 3, 4, 5 second gaps just by making the changes they need to get that bit more efficient and access some more speed.
So it's a 4-boat contest, this one. Herodian Boat Club didn't start the G final of the Open Championship Single Sculls. As you say, Eve, these are subject to very rapid changes in speed. It's never predetermined. I always remember fondly some of the best races I ever saw in the single scull at Henley, where it looked like it was done deal at halfway, and then all of a sudden, 4 or 5 lengths was recaptured in the space of 30 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. You really never know what's going to happen in a small boat race.
Also indicative, of course, of the depth of sculling excellence in this country that we have a G final.
I know, amazing.
Every sculler getting their chance to race side by side alongside opponents of similar calibre and speed.
Such a different race, isn't it, to the 8s? It's peaceful, it's quiet. You're just out there on your own, creating the rhythm. It's a completely different sport, really.
Bit of tranquility after the surge and spit and spray and the, yeah,
exactly. And you can see here these first 3 coming through very close together, within a second of each other. 4th coming through just under 2 seconds, so it's all still to play for in the first coming through the first 500 meters.
Yeah, it's gladiatorial in its dynamic, single sculling. You have to go mano a mano with your opponents. It's just you and them locked in. No help from anybody else. It's as much a battle of the mind as it is a battle of the body.
Absolutely. And I think what's so amazing about single sculls is that you just, because it's so dependent on one person and how they turn up on the day, you can get some crazy results.
Well, this in and of itself, as you've already pointed out, Eve, is actually a really good race.
Absolutely.
Because there's only 2 seconds between the entire field, which, as we've already pointed out in a single scull, is essentially nothing.
Yeah.
It's Hexham leading the way at the moment, but only by about 0.4 of a second over St George's, who then in turn lead by about 0.3 of a second over American School, who in turn lead by around a second over Northampton. So it really is all to play for. And the crew's coming up now towards the 1,000-metre marker, and it looks like it's still pretty measured and equal.
Yeah, absolutely does. Here again, just looking to see how connected the athletes are from the moment they put the blade in, whether you want your seat and blade to sort of move at the same time. If your seat's moving and your blade's not moving, it means you're not connected, the hull's not moving. But all of the athletes doing a really good job. Look at that, literally 4 bow balls across the line there at once over the K.
Wow.
So really exciting racing for this G final.
Yeah, absolutely. This is shaping up to be one of the races of the regatta.
Absolutely, and this is what I mean, where when you're doing a good job of it, it looks really calm and effortless, but do not be mistaken, this will be really painful. Lungs burning, quads on fire, shoulders sore.
Well, you can see as the timing markers come up for the 1,000-metre, everyone is now in a different position to where they were at 500 metres gone. The sculler from St George's College has taken the lead. The sculler from Hexham's now in second. The sculler from Northampton, who was in 4th, is now 3rd. And the sculler from American School Boat Club is now 4th, and they were 3rd.
And again, by tiny, tiny, tiny margins.
But if this is the proximity all these scullers have to each other in the G final, you've got to assume that it's going to be competitive right the way up the chain.
Yeah, absolutely. Very close to those buoy lines here from the Northampton sculler. He'll be wanting to probably move over a touch from them. It always gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, it's not what you want.
No.
Especially on a single scull.
No.
There's nowhere to hide.
Nowhere to hide. But moving over nicely there.
Yeah, it does seem to me that the sculler from, I think it's the Northampton Rowing Club, you're right, is just starting to stretch out a little bit on the field, breaking the back of the race somewhat. Maybe he has had a look and thought, enough of this.
Yeah, time to move.
Yeah, I'm going to stamp my authority on proceedings, and he's doing just that in the second 1,000.
I think it's so interesting as well in the single sculls. You can get very different tactics. As we said in the 8, you sort of have to get out hard and fast and hold on because it's such a heavy boat. You can't really put that much speed into it once it's up and running. But in these singles, you can get all sorts of different tactics. I think it's unlikely that any of these will have really shot out at the start. As you saw, there was no one sort of taking a boat lead. But now coming through the K, we are starting to see it stretch out, I believe, but from the Northampton sculler.
Well, no medals on offer for this G final. Simply bragging rights and a little bit of pride, but the Northampton sculler keen to make sure that it is his name written in the record books for a winner of this G final, and doing all he can to maintain some level of margin between himself and the rest of the field. And it does look like now we are seeing the field splinter a little bit. There's 4 seconds that Northampton sculler has put into the field since the 1,000-metre marker.
Yeah, and he's doing a good job there. I think from 4 seconds onward, it sort of starts to get a bit interesting and perhaps a bit more decisive of, you know, what may happen in the rest of the race. But you can see from the rest of the field, they're still within sort of 1 to 3 seconds of each other. I will say as well, pretty like neat and tidy sculling going on here. I reckon, you know, in years to come, as they maybe get a bit more comfortable with the rate coming upwards, they will find a lot of extra speed, because technically there's really not much to complain about here. It looks long, it's loose, it's not overworked.
I agree with you though, the sculler from Northampton flirting with the boys too much for my comfort level.
Same.
For sure. But he clearly feels like he's got the right racing line, and he's got this race under control as he comes up into the red boys. Doesn't look like he's going to be overhauled.
No, really nicely rode, and also a great example of just sort of being patient in that first 5. I think in small boats, you know, just because you're not ahead at the start doesn't mean you won't be later. Oh, here, just coming up in the rate, putting in a bit of a sprint towards the finish line, and stretched out to a really nice lead.
I agree with your analysis as well. Very neat and tidy, composed. There's no drama at either end. It's very smooth sculling. You can see the power that sculler has got on board. The athlete from Northampton, plenty at his disposal, and he's using everything in his toolkit today to secure the win in the G final of the Open Championship Sculls. Up towards the line, it will be Northampton who take the win. It's going to be the sculler, I think, from the American school in London, barring a very, very late sprint from the St George's College sculler. It's American school in London in second, St George's in third, and it will be Hexham, who led the race with 500 metres gone, who end up fourth.
Sort of the complete opposite of some of the other races we've seen, isn't it? But
yeah, the sculler from Northampton was last at 500 metres gone, and the Hexham sculler was first, and those roles completely reversed at the finish line. But it just shows you that it's a race of 4 quarters, and you need to get them all right.
Absolutely.
So we move on to the Championship Open Single Sculls F final. So many scullers getting their chance to shine on the Dorney waters today. Looks to me like we've got 7 scullers in the field. Lane 1, Reading Bluecoat. Lane 2, Kew House School. Lane 4, Gloucester Rowing Club. Lane 5, Shoreham Rowing Club. Lane 6, Kew House School, their second sculler in this event. 7, Doncaster Schools Rowing Association. And number 8, rounding out the field, Cheltenham College Boat Club.
Off to what looks like a really clean start here as well. As we said earlier, that tail breeze just picking up a little bit, which in a single will be really welcome.
Yeah, there's one thing you don't need. You've already got everything else conspiring against you and just trying to move the boat through the water. You don't really need the weather
No.
to become an opponent too.
No, but these are pretty much dream conditions, I'd say, for a single sculler.
Yeah, I think it stands in stark contrast to even earlier in the weekend. On the Friday, I heard we had a devilish crosswind that was preventing crews from attaching properly to the state boats.
The
Whereas
classic
today,
Dorney crosswind.
The classic Dorney crosswind. As I said, too windy to build an airport, so they built a rowing lake instead. But you can see those flags flying very gently in the breeze. It is a straight tailwind today. So crews get that added little bit of speed. And as we said, the single scull is much a battle of the mind as it is the body. It can be decided in a few moments. A couple of sprints, extra pushes.
Absolutely.
Someone just grabbing it and thinking, I'm going to take this on. Like we saw from the sculler from Northampton in the race previously. Got to halfway and he thought, do you know what, I've had enough of this. I'm off.
Time to go. And some really nice clean sculling going on here as well. It's hard to tell, we're just waiting for those 500 metre times to come in without the aerial shot, who exactly is in the lead. Looks like perhaps there's a bit more of a lead stretched out, sort of in that lane 2 and 4 possibly. Kew House School and Shoreham Rowing Club, but
Yeah,
again, I wouldn't bet on it just from this angle.
No, I agree with you. I think you're right. I think the angle is and can be deceptive, but that feels fairly decisive to me. I think it's lanes 2 and 4 have taken the early margin of control here. Kew House School Boat Club, one of two scullers they've got in this race, and then the athlete from Shoreham Rowing Club. I think it's the athlete from Shoreham in lane 5 who is leading this race at the moment. We should get some updated timings as they go through the 1,000-metre marker. It looks like Shoreham to Kew House, and then the stern of the Kew House sculler, I think it's the athlete from, looks like, Doncaster Schools Rowing Association.
You can see here a few more sort of head turns, looks out the boats than you might see in some of the bigger boat racing. Obviously no cocks on board, no one doing the calls, it's just you, and makes it even harder not to start peering out. Obviously a few times, absolutely you need to look, sort of see where you are, see where you need to push, but it is so hard to stay in your own lane, literally and figuratively, and just row your own race.
And we say it a lot, and I hear a lot of the high-performance athletes say it, but it is critical to success is just executing your own race plan to the best of your ability.
Absolutely.
It is Shoreham Rowing Club in lane 5 who currently lead this race at 1,000 metres. They had about 5 seconds on the field back to Kew House in lane 2 in second. Third at the 1,000 metres was Doncaster Schools Rowing Association, closely followed by Cheltenham in 4th. In 5th, the second Kew House School sculler. In 6th, Gloucester Rowing Club, and 7th at the moment, but not a lot between these crews, was Reading Bluecoat School. This, of course, the F final for Championship Open Single Sculls. Scullers about 2/3 of the way through now. 2 or so minutes left to row. Compare those two athletes, I guess the ones we have on shot there, left to right, it looks like left, there's a little bit more punch.
Yeah, I'd say so. Just that bit more acceleration. You can see as the knees drop, the hips swing through, and it looks like he's just nudging the boat on a bit more. These races, of course, so much longer than the bigger boats are, coming through currently in 6:15 at the 1,500 metre marks, where the 8s, of course, finished their race in 6:30 or under. So it is different, it feels different, but doing a great job of staying focused and continuing to press on.
Yeah, field's starting to lengthen out now. You can see there, with 500 metres left to row, the athlete from Shoreham Rowing Club in control of this one. 7.5 seconds out on Doncaster Schools Rowing Association, who've had a strong third 500, moved from third to second. In third at the moment, Kew House School, they've got a crew, sculler I should say, in third and fourth at the moment. In 5th, Cheltenham College, in 6th, Gloucester, and in 7th, Reading Bluecoat. But I think this one is going to be Shoreham's to lose, barring anything late and quite dramatic. They have a firm grip on proceedings.
Yeah, this is nice. Looks in control, still pressing on, not comfortable, but leading the race nicely here.
I mean, can you ever be comfortable in the Red Boys?
Well, it's a good point, to be fair.
So into the Red Boys here, the Championship Open Single Scull F final. Shoreham Rowing Club sculled that well, executed what looked like a pretty decisive and effectual race plan. Coming up towards the line now, it is going to be, I think, a win for Shoreham. Places second, third and fourth, slightly more contentious, but it's probably going to be the sculler from Doncaster Schools Rowing Association, who's just slowly, attritionally crept out. Getting plenty of attention now from Kew House, though, in third and fourth. Kew House, a programme continuing to build momentum. Third and fourth for those scullers.
All the way through the line.
In 5th, I think it's going to be Gloucester Rowing Club. 6th and 7th, hard to tell, but I think it was 6th Reading Bluecoats, 7th Cheltenham College.
Well raced by all of these athletes. You can see the look of exhaustion on them as they come over the line. Not an easy thing to do. Once again, we've talked about the heat, but it really does take its toll.
Yeah, it's a tough gig out there, but this has not been a tough gig at all, Eve. It's been a pleasure to share the commentary with you over the last hour and 15. We've had some fabulous racing to enjoy, inclusive of the A final, a dramatic A final in the Championship Girls 8s. But now delighted to be handing over to Fraser and Carol to take you through the next hour or so.
Thank you very much to Tom and Eve there, and we are right in this one in the race 336, the F final of our Girls' Championship Single Sculls. In this one, we have a full 8-lane field from lane 1. Well, I apologise, we have a 7-lane field. Wallingford Rowing Club did not start this one, but in lane 2, Peterborough City, Florence Lillywhite. In lane 3, Clare's Court School, Grace O'Clee. In lane 4, Lady Eleanor Hollis, Evie Barrand. In lane 5, Lymington, Molly Cartwright Tickle. In lane 6, Maidenhead, Tilda Forsyth. In lane 7, Worcester's Freya Molson. And in lane 8, Queen Elizabeth High School's Isla Pride. But we're most of the way through this one, Carol.
We are indeed, and just trying to figure out who was in front. We've got new timings. In fact, just as I spoke, they've flashed up in front of me. And the lead at 500 metres was with Lymington, with LEH in second place, Clare's Court in third. That had all changed at 1,000 metres. It's Clare's Court in lane 3 in the lead. LEH now just been pushed into second place, but only by 0.5 of a second, which is probably about a canvas. So these two scullers, Evie Barrand and Grace O'Clee, just pushing each other on in this mid part of the race. We'll just get the line of boys now. They'll just give us an idea as to where that tussle has ended, who's it with at the moment. And I think, to my eye, it's maybe with LEH.
I think I might agree with you there. But these girls raced a time trial yesterday morning, and they haven't been able. And this is their first race. Didn't quite make it into the reps, and so they race here, and they'll be chomping at the bit. It's been a long, hot couple of days, and they will be absolutely excited, ecstatic to get some 7-lane racing in this one.
Oh, absolutely. And as you say, it's been a long time since the time trial. It's a long time to keep focus, but sometimes a wee bit of a rest, a reflection of what went wrong, what could have gone better, actually focuses you on a side-by-side race. But of course, side-by-side racing is very different because you were in the thick of it. You've got crews either side of you or scullers either side of you. You can hear much more of what's happening, and you've got an idea of relative boat speed. So the lead is still with Grace O'Clee of Clare's Court School there, the darker boat that you can see on your screen. And then up alongside her we have Evie Barrand of LEH. Look at this water, Fraser. Isn't that just beautiful?
I'm jealous. I'm glad I'm in here with our little fan oscillating in front of us. But otherwise, there's nowhere I'd rather be. Racing in a single scull, there isn't much better weather for it. It is really an excellent conditions for these ones. But as soon as this race started, as long as they had to wait for it, it's almost done. We're in the red, boys. 250 metres left as we rise to the finish in this one.
Yeah, and these scullers, Grace O'Clee and Evie Barrand, can see the orange boys now. They know that they are almost finished. They're their race and they will execute their race plan. Whether they're going to pick it up for the finish, in fact, just seeing Evie Barrand of LEH just starting to pick it up. Look at that, Fraser, but going with her. Here we have Grace O'Clea. I love it when...
I believe that's Molly Cartwright-Tickle of Lymington.
Oh, very sorry, I've got this wrong then.
But it is a tight battle between these ones. It's the Lymington Sculler who is coming in, but the LEH has the advantage entering the first thing. It's half a length as they pass us. I think she's going to run out of water, but in a single scull, you just never know. But to my eye, I think crossing the line, the Eleanor Hollis Sculler, Evie Barrand, holds off the charging Molly Cartwright-Tickle to claim the victory in this one.
And then we've got this big push from Freya Molson of Worcester, just to come into...
and then another close battle behind. Who's going to take it? I think not quite as close as
Peterborough
it
City or
looks
Queen Elizabeth High School. That's Queen Elizabeth High School. Maybe just take it on the line there.
I would have gone with Peterborough there. As I think the results may be flashing up in my favour on that one, but it was a close run thing. We're not quite on the finish line from our commentary position as our final sculler comes across the line to complete this field on a beautiful day at Dorney Lake.
And I do apologise for getting those scullers wrong. What threw me was that there was no sculler in lane 1 and I was counting from the top, so I do apologise.
But as soon as here we are, yes, back up to the top. Well, not really the top. We're 4.5 minutes into this one.
And
but
it's the E-final.
E-final of the same race. Maidenhead Rowing Club in lane 1 with their sculler Romilly Hallworth. Another Queen Elizabeth High School entry in this Girls' Championship single. Astrid Carlson Mitchell is in lane 2. Walton Rowing Club, Charlotte Curtis in lane 3. Megan Hill of Doncaster Schools is in lane 4. Celia Schloten of Tideway Scullers in lane 5. Ava Russo of Notts County in lane 6. Durham Schools' Amy Gatland is in lane 7. And Tees Rowing Club's Martha Anderson in lane 8 rounds out our field.
So early on it was the sculler from Nottinghamshire County, Ava Russo, leading the charge towards the line, second place with Martha Anderson of Tees, and in third place at 500 metres it was the sculler from Doncaster Schools, Megan Hill. At 1,000 metres that had changed, though Ava Russo still led at 1,000 metres. Second place is still with the Tees sculler. I thought I'd seen something flash up in my screen, but it didn't. And Megan Hill still in that third place. So at present, halfway down the course, that's where the action is.
We've got a couple of tight battles there. The second, third battle, maybe a length back on our leader, presents an interesting challenge, as well as that battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. All of these, and even down to 8th, in a really tightly grouped pack as they come down the course.
Indeed, it is. You see these scullers just take these really nice long straights, levering the blades in and just pushing the boat past the puddles.
Yeah, this nice sort of the single sculls. You're not going to see quite as high rates as you saw in the 8s earlier, but these girls really making the most of every stroke, levering their body weight against this in order to squeeze that boat through the water. Really working for every stroke, maximising their length per stroke. Although some of these scullers are managing to do that and keep up a fair rate of striking.
Indeed, and so Nottinghamshire County go through Tees, just coming through just now on that side of the screen. I did see one of my favourite boats of the weekend, and I've seen it a few times elsewhere, the green, yellow and red boat of Doncaster Schools Rowing Association, always a distinctive one, and I saw it pass through that timing point, and we'll get some times shortly, I would assume. And there we go.
Times on your screen being shown, yes, as we've seen the same across all 3 timing points. A lead by our sculler from Notts County, being chased by Martha Anderson, who remains in second, ahead, extending her lead over Megan Hill of Doncaster, with the race behind 4th and 5th being held by Queen Elizabeth High School and the Tideway Scullers, as we begin to see these positions stretch out a little bit.
It's certainly Ava Russo has got herself out in front there, Fraser, but if you just flick your head round and look across this course, I don't think there's very much between lanes 8, 6, 5 and 4 there. They're having a great battle for the minor places, but to my eye, it's still Eva Russo leading as they come towards this the Orange Boy part of the course, the last 250 metres or so. And it's Eva Russo, bright green kit, just coming towards us in the dark boat.
Yeah, this is a really great race on our hands here. This last 250 metres in a single scull, you can change speed so quickly, especially on the flat cam conditions we have this weekend. And all of the scullers are winding up to have their final sprint, their last few strokes of their National Schools Regatta campaigns for 2026.
Eva Russo has just seen this charge coming on from all around her, and she's just picking up that rating just to keep herself in that pole position this E-final. But the challenge is on, and it is Martha Anderson of Tees who's just sneaking up there, and over the far side, Astrid Carlson Mitchell of Queen Elizabeth High School, Megan Hill of Doncaster Schools also in the mix there. Look at this sprint for the line, Fraser. This is amazing.
Yeah, unfortunately our Queen Elizabeth High School sculler getting a little bit of a tangle with the boys, unfortunately denting her progress somewhat. But it is Notts County and then Tees and then Doncaster, and a tight battle here for the 4th place finish. I think the Queen Elizabeth High School sculler just holding on over the Tideway Schools in a really great race for some of these minor places, but a phenomenal piece of sculling from our sculler from Nottinghamshire County, Eva Russo. And as our last few crews come over the line, I imagine we will be panning right back up to the sort of halfway mark.
Well, I've seen that the E-final of the championship singles is well underway, and we have Digby Ridgewell of Shanklin Sandown in lane 1, Sam Wicks of Maidenhead in lane 2, Isaac King also of Shanklin Sandown in lane 3, Alexander Goldo of the King's School in lane 4, the King's College School, I apologise, Hugo Downer of Minerva Bath in lane 5, Henry Cripps of the Leys School in lane 6, Nicholas Turner of Eton Excelsior in lane 7, and Johan Brun of Westminster School in lane 8. And early on it was the sculler from Minerva Bath in lane 5. Hugo Downer leading at 500 metres. Second place is with Isaac King of Shanklin Sandown. But come 1,000 metres, that had changed somewhat. It was Isaac King of Shanklin Sandown have taken the lead. Hugo Downer of Minerva Bath was in that second place, and in third place then it was Nicholas Turner.
Yes, these scullers more than halfway through their race now really looking to accelerate. They are beginning to experience that famous Dorney roar, willing cruise home on this most beautiful of Bank Holiday Sunday afternoons. It is a really great sight to see as these crews now approach the 1,500 metre mark. We have a fixed camera up there as they look to enter the final stages of the race.
I was just trying to get my eye for the line of boys there. I think it was Isaac King of Shanklin Sandown went through that timing point first, but he was closely followed by Hugo Downer of Minerva Bath, and we'll just see the Westminster School sculler there, Johan Brun, just coming through that timing point.
Indeed, yes. The results will flash up on your screen as soon as we get them, but that demonstrates our tight race up front as well as in those minor positions, 5th down to 7th and maybe even 4th in that really tight tussle. But naturally, our eyes focus on our leading pair from Shanklin Sandowns and Minerva Bath. These two scullers looking across sort of two empty lanes at each other as they go stroke forward stroke as we enter the final page. Looking at them out of the window of our commentary position, it would appear the Minerva Bath sculler still got some ground to make up, but they are closing as they enter the final 250 metres
Like you
of
see
rowing.
there, I'd probably disagree with you, Fraser. I think it's the yellow Minerva Bath's got themselves back in front. I think these two scullers have had a phenomenal tussle, Hugo Downer and Isaac King, sort of coming down the course, and I think it's now Hugo Downer of Minerva Bath back in that first place, and at 1,500 metres I was wrong because it was indeed Isaac King leading. I think
two very different sculling motions here. The Minerva Bath sculler at a much higher rate of striking, whereas our Shanklin Sandown The other athlete is taking a much lower pace and being much more deliberate, getting that drive off the water. We'll
Hugo Downer's just upped his rating just as they're coming into the Orange Boys. He's just starting to pick up, as is Isaac King. We can see them coming towards us. The camera's got a different angle from what we're seeing just on the course, and these two scullers could go through this finish line pretty much together.
I think the Minerva Bath sculler may have the advantage here, sort of 2/3 the length. He's just made that push, but he's dangerously close to the buoy lines. We can see how that affects. He slowed down a little. Oh, that was lucky. He stopped rowing a stroke or two before the finish line there, but he just had enough speed to
look at this finish for the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th places.
Oh my lord!
We took our eyes off the prize there, and it was Westminster School just going through, I think, just in front of the Leys School, then Eton Excelsior, and then King's College School. But boy, that was a phenomenal finish for
the results
3rd,
we're
4th.
getting from the finish line have those 3rd and 4th the other way around.
Well,
Such was the closeness of the race and the excitement, but it was. That turned into quite the race, didn't it?
It did. As we were busily concentrating on the leaders, and we forgot to look, which is a classic mistake of what is happening behind. And it was the race for the minor positions that became so exciting. Now,
5 singles races in a row. We are now up for some doubles that are coming down the course. We don't quite have it in front of us on our timing screens, but I will run you through the lanes in the D final of the Open Junior 16s double sculls. In lane 2, George Watson's College. In lane 3, Kew House School. In lane 4, Winchester College. In lane 5, Buell Bridge Rowing Club. In lane 6, Weybridge. And in lane 7, Cantabrian.
I was going to accuse you of some bias, but I don't think you have any bias for George Watson's College, being a Heriot's boy.
We're south of the border. Everyone's Scottish for now.
Yeah, indeed. Just trying to... Yeah, that's. I think it's Kew House School with the Harlequin blades.
Kew House School are green blades with the white designs on it. I think that may be Buell Bridge. This angle. Apologies to the crews and clubs watching who know these crews oh so
Very well.
But we are almost in the closing stages of this one. We haven't. Unfortunately, our timing screens haven't popped us up to show us how this race has developed, and we are just going to have to look at the pictures you are seeing in front of you as well as out of our window and try and talk you through it the best we can. To my eye, out the window, it looks like the crew in lane 5 from Buell Bridge are our leaders at this point in the race. But with our narrow camera angle, here we have a better shot of you on the fixed as they enter the last quarter of the race.
Indeed it is Buell Bridge. Just leading there.
I think quite possibly that's the George Watson's College crew is the next following them in that sort of
recognise the
boat
boat. Yeah,
that I've seen running up and down the Union Canal so many times.
Followed by Winchester College, and then we have Weybridge, Cantabrigian, and Kew House School. I think.
Yeah, those last 3 you can really throw a blanket over the field. These athletes also racing in a time trial. For them, it was their first time trial was this morning. And then they're racing again. The first of this morning's time trials, I believe, to line up side by side in this regatta. But in this one, it continues to be the lead of Buell Bridge as they come towards us. Maybe 350 meters to go in this one.
They've pulled themselves out in front and just got themselves into that sort of pole position in this race. And that's a nice place to be in a 6-lane race, just out in front, looking behind, looking at the other crews behind you, because you can see them to the left and to the right, and you can just see where the challenges are going to be coming from.
Yeah, this is the advantage of being in the middle lane. Compare it to the Watson's boys on the far side. They are they'll be looking all the way across the lane for their challenges, perhaps from Cantabrian or such like. But by virtue of having one of the better finishes, in fact the best time trial finish of this crew, albeit by 1/10 of a second, the Buell Bridge programme are able to sit in the middle of the lake, look either side, inviting challengers, and see what it will be. But in terms of those challengers, Cantabrian are making quite the push here.
Yeah, I could see that just as they were coming towards us in the caravan, the commentary position, and I thought they're boat speed has certainly changed a fair bit in the last 150 metres or so, and I think that's got them into that second place. I think they've overhauled Weybridge on their inside. I think George Watson's are maybe just behind Weybridge, but this is a lovely performance from the Buell Bridge double, just to keep that calm and cool and maintain that pole position as they come to cross the line. Second place with Cantabrigian. Oh, and then a tussle between Weybridge and Watson's, but it's going to be Weybridge just going through that line first in front of George Watson's College, and then Winchester College and Kew House School. But some really good racing there as they came towards us in the line. These results provisional until the umpire has finished the race, following the race, and acknowledged that it's all fair, and it will be confirmed later on. This is some exciting racing. We've moved straight into race 340, the Junior 16 double sculls for the girls, and in this one we have Hereford Cathedral School in lane 2, Emmanuel School in lane 3, St Neots in lane 4, Bedford Girls School in lane 5, Tideway Scullers in lane 6, and Thames Scullers in lane 7.
Yes, Thames Scullers. Hard to miss them.
I love the kit. I just think it is such a refreshing, bright colour. You can spot it for miles, and I can really enjoy seeing them coming down the course.
Yeah, they're in the neon yellow is the Thames Scullers colours. Exactly the same colour of high-vis that many of our security staff are wearing today. I saw some Thames Scullers in conversation and noticed the similarity.
But a lead at 500 metres with Tideway Scullers, with the Thames Scullers in that second place, followed by Bedford Girls School, and then we have Hereford Cathedral School, Emmanuel School, and St Neots. And there we've got a lovely side-on picture there of the fluorescent yellow, neon yellow of Thames Scullers, closest to the left-hand side of the screen, but out in front of them it is very much the red and yellow of Tideway Scullers.
They are really moving well on this Dorney Lake. They'll have likely, I don't quite have the past results in front of me, but they likely will have raced here a couple of times already this season, likely in a quad at the Junior Sculling Head, and then possibly in their double at the Junior Sculling Regatta just a week or two ago. And as such, this crew will be well familiar. They will know the landmarks, what landmarks Dorney has. And right now, as they enter the last 800 metres or so of the race, those landmarks are the bright coloured gazebos off their right-hand side, and who are getting ready to provide the atmosphere here at the National Schools Regatta.
So, interestingly enough, maybe a snippet of useless information for you. Thames Scullers row on the Pangbourne Reach, which is where this regatta started many, many moons ago.
Yep, they're not on home water anymore, but this crew really acquitting themselves well. As we said, the middle crews from our time trial, theoretically the fastest crews as they progress, but it is those on the outside who only just snuck into the multi-lane racing. Only 24 crews in each category getting multi-lane racing, and these three that are competing were among the last few to earn that spot, but they are certainly making the most of the multi-lane racing they're getting.
Sometimes multi-lane, as we've said many times this weekend, multi-lane racing does bring out the best in some crews. Just being side by side with other crews, knowing you've got similar boat speed, knowing it's all up to you to prove what you can do as you come down the course. And it's definitely Tideway Scullers having the best of it at the moment as they are coming towards us, still leading, with Thames Scullers is still in that second place. Third place is now with Hereford Cathedral School over the far side. I did think as I spotted them on the camera that they were going very well. Fourth place with Bedford Girls School, then we've got St Neots, and then Emmanuel School Boat Club.
But yeah, just as we go through the timings at the 1,000 metre, we're almost at the next and the final quarter of the race. That famous third quarter of the race, where races are really won, is almost over, and the Tideway Scullers School facing a challenge on their left nearby from the Thames Scullers, but that Hereford Cathedral School making its inroads into the lead as they enter the last few hundred metres.
It's quite difficult if you're in the lead in lane 6 or lane 5 and there's a fast crew over in lane 1 because of the angles. You're not quite sure how much overlap they have with you in lane 1 because you're looking at an angle across the course. So sometimes it is quite awkward seeing just where they're making their moves. But it's still the Tideway Scullers leading as they're coming towards us. You can just see the sort of wake coming off the boats, and it's the Tideway Scullers one in front.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. You see this from this shot, the Thames Scullers crew almost hiding away from that wake, sitting on the far side of their lane. They're going to have to be careful not to hit any buoys as they row alongside them. As I say that, moving, the crew moves back into the middle of their lane. Maybe
they're listening in, Fraser.
That would be an electronic device in the boat. That wouldn't be appropriate.
Absolutely not.
But it is they are worried about the Hereford Cathedral School on their right. Perhaps these wee sort of wiggles in their lane may come back to haunt them as well. The Tideway Scullers have this race well in hand. Thames and Hereford Cathedral, and quite possibly is that St Neots in the third lane from the spectators' side.
St Neots didn't have a particularly good start, but they're certainly coming back into their own further down the course. Maybe they don't have a good start, but they're very strong in the middle section of the race. And they are certainly coming back into contention. Maybe overlap there with Hereford Cathedral School, but it's Tideway Scullers there. They've got the orange boys. They know where they are and they know when to lift it. They can see a challenge just on their outsides from Thames Scullers because they're well into the orange boys and they're lifting it too. But the battle is on between Hereford Cathedral School and St Neots there. Oh, this is going to have to come to the camera angle because I just don't have a... Oh, I think it's still the Hereford Cathedral School.
I would give it to Thames over them.
Thames just taking that second place from Hereford Cathedral School. St Neots in that fourth place.
Really great sculling from all these young athletes. Worth remembering these are 15, 16-year-old athletes, and in this small boat, the smallest boat that J16s race at the National Schools Regatta, they are really giving a great acquittal of themselves as we...
Bedford Girls School just going through the finish as our Emmanuel School.
As we turn our page, we turn our heads back up to the top of the course for the J16 Girls Quadruple Sculls. 6 boats in this one. Kingston, Leamington, Windsor Girls School, Falcon, Kingston Grammar School, and Dart Totnes. Now, if there's one thing I know about you, Carol, it's that you really appreciate a quads race.
Oh, I love a quads race. I really do, and I enjoyed watching some of the races earlier with Becky because we had a great chat about the champ quads. These are the Junior 16 quad sculls. So, there's something nice about just seeing how beautifully these quads can move. There's no cocks to add extra weight to the boat. It's a fairly light boat. You've got 8 blades. These boats can zip along really fast. You get it right, but you have to get it right. If there's any sort of dissonance in the boat or sort of mistiming or that just slows the whole boat down. But we'll just have to see. We saw the quads on the start. They all got off to really nice starts there. We can see them pretty much line across that course. A beautiful view of the Olympic rings at the end of the Dorney course. Some people cycling around the course, just enjoying the atmosphere.
So yeah, from this one we had there were 30 entrants in this race, but with 24 getting to compete in the side-by-side racing. These crews have already made quite some effort in order to get here. 12 and a bit seconds separating the entire field. Falcon, as would be expected for the crew in lane 5, were the fastest among this group, but they were only 0.3 of a second ahead of Windsor.
Well, I was just looking at it as they were coming into that, and I was hoping to get a timing point popping up, but to my eye, just as they were coming up to that 500 metres or so, I just thought Windsor Girls School had themselves out in front. And it's maybe because it's a red boat and it looks closer, that's things going on with your eyes. But I think Windsor maybe just marginally in front of Falcon there. As you said, we'd expect the middle of the chevron to be the fastest. Hasn't always been borne out in the last few races, though.
No, but as we don't quite have the identities of those crews, but as you see in the top corner, it is indeed the Windsor Girls' School, about 6/10 ahead of Falcon, who are in turn 4/10 ahead of Kingston Grammar School and Kingston Rowing Club. This is what we want out of a quads race. Really tight start, especially between these middle four. And
so little time between the middle four, which is why I had a sharp intake of breath. I was just looking at those timing points and very little to call for, which at 500 metres in isn't a comfortable place for any of these quads.
But it's what you come here to do. You come here to race close crews, race them fast, have fun. And there's nothing more fun than really going head to head against the best, some of the best other rowers your age from all across the country.
There's a lovely shot of Falcon there, just the blue there with Kingston Grammar School on the left-hand side of your screen. As you can see, and if you've been watching early, you can see there's been no change in the water conditions. You know, the water settles down beautifully between each race, and the only ripples we tend to see are those residual ripples from the boats. There we have the Windsor. Oh, there's the Windsor Girls' School. They've got themselves out in front now.
Yes, this is the halfway mark, I think, that we're coming
I'm just
to.
trying to get the line of boys to get right. There we got the orange boys. There's the Windsor Girls' School, about half a length in front, and it's not Falcon anymore. It's Kingston Grammar School that are in that second place.
Yeah, the Kingston Grammar School in a very tight race. We still have Windsor Girls have moved themselves away. That second, third, fourth remains as tight as ever. 1.3 seconds separating that whole section of the field between both Kingston clubs and Falcon. These programs really looking to line up against each other, and we are in for a 1 kilometre sprint between those lot.
In fact, I got it wrong. Falcon weren't third at all, they were fourth. It was Kingston Rowing Club that were third.
Yeah, the two Kingston crews I talk about all over the country. These two crews will see each other every single day, rowing past each other's boat houses. They'll know what's in store. I don't have quite their racing histories in front of me, but I imagine they will have seen each other most weeks through the head and early spring regatta season. So they will know what they have in store, but hopefully they will be hoping they have something extra and new to show off this weekend.
Yeah, indeed. It's still the Windsor Girls' School in front. And the two Kingston boats have just pulled themselves up into that second and third place, dropping Falcon into that fourth, with Lymington in fifth and Dark Totnes in sixth. So the action all happening in the middle of the course, as we were expecting from the time trials.
Yeah, really tight patch here. Now, Windsor Girls seem to have although this angle can be deceiving. We're both leaning back in our chairs as if we could move the camera with our heads. I'm not sure what's happened, but I think we may have a new leader as we pass this marking
I think
point.
on the surge there, it's Kingston. Kingston seem to have made a move there, and that's an interesting move to make from over in lane 2.
Yep.
It's just, if anybody had a camera on this, they'd be laughing, because we were almost at the stage of falling down the stairs, leaning so far back to try and tilt the camera. Of course we can't because it's fixed, but yeah.
Yes, I know the TV director has that option. Please don't use it. But we enter the final five. I have the 500 meters of the racing, and it is a close one here. Certainly, that margin up front has closed. It was still the Windsor Girls' School as they crossed the 500 meter timing mark, but it was a significantly narrower margin. And the charging red and white stripes of Kingston on the far side in lane 2, the farthest crew from your camera. Now the angle will flatter them at this point on your camera shot, but looking out the window, it is close, but perhaps a little misadventure in the steering may well attract the ire of the umpire. But they seem to be back on track, moving well. But will that have cost them in their charge?
There's 0.8 of a second between the two Kingston boats. That is very little in a quad, because all these quads are now picking it up. I can hear the roars of the crowds on the other side of the bank. But there's Kingston and the Windsor School all sprinting for the line. Windsor have just gone up their rating. They're just picking it up. But Kingston Grammar School this side are picking up to Kingston Rowing Club. Just haven't seen that sudden pickup from the other two crews. And I think they've been caught napping there in lane 2.
But this is a phenomenal.
But look
piece
at
of
this
racing.
push between Kingston Grammar School and the Windsor Girls School. It's going to go all the way to the line here.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to be able to pick this one out, but it's still Windsor Girls with maybe half a length's advantage as they pass the commentary position with about 20-30 metres to go. I think they're just going to run out of water for Kingston Grammar School. But this has been quite an enthralling race for among these top few positions. It is Windsor Girls, Kingston Grammar, Kingston Rowing Club for your first 3 positions. Following behind them for the race for the remaining positions, 4th in this one. I must say I missed which lane it was that came through.
I think it was Falcon came 4th.
Falcon, part of that leading crew, perhaps falling to a surge from behind from many of the other crews, but we will see how that all shakes out on your results. I think that time on your screen will be adjusted. It wasn't Lymington who finished 2nd, but it was a phenomenal race on our hands from these young athletes.
Oh, definitely. And what a finish to be involved in. And from that race, we're going to move straight into the D final of the Junior 16 quads, the open category. And in this race, we have King's School Canterbury in lane 2, Wallingford in lane 3, American School in lane 4, King's School Chester in lane 5, Magdalen College in lane 6, and Taunton in lane 7. And early lead is with King's School Chester there in the middle of the course. So lane 5 leading with Wallingford in that 2nd place, American School 3rd, King's School Canterbury 4th, then Magdalen College in 5th, and Taunton in 6th.
In the early stages of this one, they are through the 1,000 metres already. These races are just coming thick and fast. We're running a little behind schedule, so the umpires, I think we actually are running bang on schedule, so the umpires are doing a wonderful job up at the starts, but we are getting exciting race after exciting race here. We haven't got a chance to breathe, but out front in this one we have a fairly decisive lead early on from the King's School Chester.
Oh, absolutely. We had a look at the distinctive colours of Wallingford, and I thought, gosh, they're doing very well, till the camera panned out and I saw the crew way out in front. And indeed, a sterling performance from the King's School Chester. And they have gone out hard, gone out fast, and just trying to see what the other crews can do to stay with them.
Wallingford had a really great day yesterday, and they will be looking to repeat that again today. They got a number of wins. I think 4 gold medals across the board and a silver yesterday to add to their silver medal and that they won on Friday. This is a programme doing all the right things. They've been at the head of the Victor Ludorum at the British Club Championships, demonstrating abilities from both their junior and senior squads. But their junior squads are on show this weekend, and they're doing a really brilliant job.
So the King's School Chester at 1,000 metres went through, got the 1,500 metre timing coming through, and I would assume that's King's School Chester, who had a huge lead at 1,000 metres. 2nd place was with Wallingford, 3rd place with American School. But between those 2 and 3, it was about 0.5 of a second, so it was a real nip and tuck moment going on there. 4th place with Taunton, 5th King's School Canterbury, and then Magdalen in 6th. So King's School Chester really leading this field and going very strong there. And I think the battle between the American School and Wallingford has been won by the American School. Just looking at them as they come towards us, I think the American School, the orange colours, they've got their bows, their canvas in front there, and perhaps even a 1/3 of a length.
Yeah, the Eagles are flying here, and the American School, I don't think will have enough to get back on terms with King's Chester. I think perhaps King's Chester, perhaps they would have been hoping to qualify for a slightly higher ranked final, but they're here, they're showing off, they're doing their best and really demonstrating what they could have done had they been against perhaps some of the performed better in their time trial, against some of the higher ranked opposition.
Yeah, as we've said many times, often the side-by-side racing just delivers an improved performance for these athletes. But it is a great performance from the King's School Chester, just showing their class as they come into these orange boys. In fact, halfway through these orange boys, just motoring down to finish this D final.
I think we may well just have 5 crews in this one. I can't see the Magdalen College crew. I think that might have been a slight error on the timing, but there is no error in this one. The King's School Chester, confident winners in this one, ahead of the American School in London, maybe 3 lengths back, who have really surged. And while the Wallingford crew had a brilliant start, they've just not quite been able to hold on through that base pace, and will finish 3rd in this D final. Behind, we've got 2 more crews working on the far side. That I believe is the King's School Canterbury, while Taunton Rowing Club are having a little bit of a tour of Dorney, moving between a couple lanes in the late stages. But they are, in fact, rowed through Canterbury, who have had an unfortunate crab just in the closing stages, and it will be 5th place for Taunton, or 4th place, I should say, sorry, for Taunton, with Canterbury rounding out our final in 5th. No sign of Magdalen College crossing the line, and we will look to the umpires for the white flags, so that result will be quickly made official online as the timing team work to do their thing, and we head right back up to the start for the D final of our Championship Open double sculls. In this one, we have a full 8-lane contingent, so we are going to be absolutely not starved for action. In lane 1, the City of Bristol. In lane 2, the City of Cambridge. In lane 3, it's another crew from Wallingford. Lane 4, Star. In lane 5, Burton Leander. In lane 6, Hereford Rowing Club. In lane 7, Trentham. And in lane 8, St George's College. By my reckoning, St George's is the only school programme in this race.
It looks like it, indeed. It's nice to see so many club boats actually involved, and it's it's lovely. And such a range from all over, just Hereford to Wallingford to Cambridge, Bristol, and all places in between. So yeah, it's nice to see such a good range, and lovely to have 8 boats in this D final. Championship Open double sculls. I'm expecting some really good racing coming on here.
Yeah, we had 45 crews taking part in our time trial. 32 of them only made it through to the side-by-side racing. So these crews have already beaten 13 at least to get it here. And having won the right to race side-by-side, we are hoping they will give us a show today. Do we have our first timings through at the 500
We've got
metres?
the first timings through, and I was looking just at the screen, and it was over on the far side with honours with the City of Cambridge. Second place I just saw them come through the screen, the black and white stripes of Hereford, St George's College in 3rd, and then we had Wallingford 4th, City of Bristol 5th, Trentham in 6th, 7th was with Star, and Burton Leander was in 8th. Still with City of Cambridge as it came through 1,000 metres. And second place still with Hereford. That's difficult for these 2 crews because they're separated by quite a few boats in the middle of the field, so it'll be hard for them to keep an eye on each other. Still 3rd place with St George's College, then Wallingford. These positions really haven't changed. Then Trentham, City of Cambridge. No, sorry, it's not. I get that wrong. 7th is with Star. I do apologise.
And but this one, while they may have lanes separate, I'm sure their coaches will be yelling at them not to be looking across those 3 lanes. Keep internal, especially through this middle pace. It's about establishing your base pace to the maximum level you can get it. Really getting the most base speed, and then maybe in the final moments being able to turn on the jets and make the most of your sprint, perhaps reacting to your opponents. But at this stage, the crews will be, I doubt they will be, but their coaches will be willing them to stay internal, keep locked in. Bowseat keeping his head locked to the back of the stroke seat's head, making adjustments to keep them going in a straight line. But these crews across the lake from each other will be trying to stay internal before the final sprints.
Yeah, they've got the buoy lines to keep them in line. They've got the markers at the end of the lanes, which they can probably just see if Bowman looks over stroke's head, just to keep them aligned. But yes, keeping internal is quite difficult in an 8-lane race when you hear all the noises around you. But the focus is on you and your crewmate and just trying to do that. But you have to have a sort of keep an eye on the peripheral vision just to see where you are in relation to each other, because you may go out there with a race plan, and sometimes you just to tear that race plan up and just be inventive during the race.
It remained also close. 0.6 of a second was the margin by which Hereford had taken the lead off the city of Cambridge as they entered the final 500 metres of the race. It's just difficult for us to notice where they are across the field, but looking down in that race for 3rd, 4th and 5th is another one that's separated by basically nothing. We've been treated to some wonderful racing by these championship double sculls as they enter the final 250 metres of this one. I just don't know which way it's going to go.
Look at Trentham in lane 7. They're started picking up alongside Hereford. I'm trying to point, you can't see me on the screen, and pointing through Fraser. So I think Trentham are making a move there to sort of get themselves back in touch with Hereford. Maybe left it a little bit late. Cambridge having to fight off a battle from Wallingford beside them. In fact, I think Wallingford have got the better of it now and have started accelerating through City of Cambridge.
Yeah, it's an interesting one here. It could well be, but I think that Hereford may still hold the lead. We are located maybe 30 metres before the finish line. The tower is shaking with excitement, and Wallingford, I think, have rode through their opposition. This Wallingford crew, not necessarily overrating them, but by just turning on the jets, putting all of their power into
Wallingford are motoring on. Hereford are coming back on them. What a finish this is going to be between Hereford and Wallingford.
And Wallingford have held on. What a come from behind victory for Wallingford, unofficially.
A 3rd place to City of Cambridge, and then we have Trentham on this side. Gosh, they are finishing so closely together.
And they are absolutely delighted. Bowman is celebrating with complete joy, and absolutely he should. What a comeback from those crews. A phenomenal piece of racing from the Wallingford crew.
They must be comfortable in knowing that they had a very strong last 500, because they weren't really in contention for quite a while there. They just
4th place at the 1,000. It was
quite happy to sit, and then came up to 3rd, and then just pulled out the bag on that last 400 or 500 metres. What a race.
I think what's notable about that Wallingford sprint is that they weren't going hell for leather. They weren't throwing away and going all in on the rate. It was just they turned on the power. They turned the legs on. They gave that final push with the legs, and while they did bring the rating up, it wasn't the rating that which brought them through to the end of the race. But as much as we'd like to sit and talk about that race for the rest of the afternoon, more races
We've got another
keep
one.
on coming.
I was going to interrupt you there, Fraser, because I just thought we're 500 metres into this championship double sculls for the girls. Sir William Perkins School in lane 1, Reading in lane 2, Windsor Girls School in lane 3, Newark in lane 4, Wallingford in lane 5, the American School in lane 6, the Leys School in lane 7, and Walbrook in lane 8. So where's all the action just now, Fraser?
I think up front we've got Reading Rowing Club leading the way, but it is incredibly tight between them and Wallingford, certainly at that first 1,000 metre marker. As you see on your screen, less than half a second separating them. A little bit of a gap behind to the Windsor Girls School in 3rd, who were in turn only 7/8 of a second ahead of Walbrook in 4th place, as well as the American School in London in 5th, not too far back. It really is a great race across the course. We could be in store for yet another excellent showdown.
I finally got my eyes on for some of these kits, and it's between Reading and Wallingford. Pretty close neighbours on the Thames there, but it's Reading just going through that timing point. Just trying to get the line of boys right, just leaning again. So it is Reading just leading Wallingford, and then Reading's inside would be Windsor Girls School, and then look at this cluster of boats so closely packed together. It's like sort of pick up sticks, just trying to tease them apart.
Yeah, we've got 4 crews within 3.5 seconds. It feels like it's closer than that at this point, especially in these double sculls that can change speed oh so quickly. They will be looking that a sprint could bring any of the 4 of them into play, as we saw in our last race. But it is still Reading seem to be a little bit ahead of the rest of the field.
4 seconds between the first 4 boats, though. That's nothing really, as we've seen in the past race or so. 4 seconds can be overcome. So it's Wallingford now in the lead, with Reading in that 2nd place. Windsor Girls School 3rd, Newark, then the American School, Walbrook, the Leys School, and Sir William Perkins School. So Wallingford have a good 500 there and just take that lead, but I don't think they can rest on their laurels yet. They're still going to have to work very hard in this mid 1,000 metres. You can see the Wallingford blades, the red and the blue, and then we've got the American School just in the middle of our screen there, the black and orange kit. Just powering it on.
The American school in London, a really strong programme, really coming on leaps and bounds in the last few years. I believe the school is so American, internally they call it crew.
Yeah, well, keep it as it is, yes.
But this race is a lightning fast one. As we look from it from the behind angle, you can't quite tell who it is. But as we cut with 500 meters to go at the location of this camera, it still really is anyone's race. We're just waiting for a nice decisive thing. I think there can't be much more in a canvas in it.
Between Wallingford and Reading.
Within Reading. I think Reading may well have retaken the lead to my eye at the 500 metre to go mark. The timings will quickly appear on your screen, but even quicker, these crews are hurtling towards the finish line.
Oh, absolutely. And that is, for Reading and Wallingford, that's a great race to be in, just tussle with each other. They're not side by side, which makes it a bit difficult for both these crews, because they just really can't get a gauge that, yeah, I'm half a length up or not. There's 2 lanes separating them, so that's really quite difficult for them to gauge that distance.
The timings on your screen suggest a bit of a wider gap there. I'm not quite sure how we're getting there. But whoever is indeed in these races, as we look out of the window at our commentary position to get a very similar view from what you can see on your screens, the relative crews, it is the bright red of Wallingford who I think still hold the lead.
New York have crept themselves into second place from 4th place there, Reading having dropped down to 3rd place with Windsor Girls' School in 4th. So positions are starting to move. We were talking about that earlier, how things can change in the middle of a race, how you can change the boat speed, and we've certainly seen that happen in some of the previous races. Of course, this is a championship, double sculls, experienced racing there, experienced racers and experienced racing, and it's Wallingford just having the better of it at the moment.
We've got about 200 metres left to go in this one. Wallingford are looking to deliver. They are in the red one pieces, and I think they have maybe a length over their opposition. We know Wallingford crews know how to sprint, but will they be asked to call upon it? On their right, their crew to the right, chasing them behind. It is indeed Newark Rowing Club who have taken the 2nd place as they enter the last few.
But all these great race going on for the 3rd, 4th and 5th there, though, Fraser. But it's Wallingford. I think they're just settled into a comfortable rhythm now. They can just see what's happening. They know they've got less than 50 metres to go, and they know they've got enough of a buffer zone to keep them in front of this Newark boat on their outside. Got the American school just going to come into 3rd, I think, and Reading having to settle for 4th over on the far side, with the Windsor Girls' School in 5th. But look at the battle between Walbrook and the Leys School on this side to take 6th and 7th, nip and tuck. Good grief. And then over on the far side we have Sir William Perkins School. What a phenomenal race that was. We had some really good racing, and
yeah, I think we will be filling your airwaves with a little bit. We initially had scheduled the D finals for the Championship Open and Girls Coxless pairs in this one. Those races are not being run, given due to there only being enough crews to fill the C finals with the 8-lane championship racing we have been treated to today. So I think we will have a brief break. I think one thing we must do during that break, the next race will be the championship singles, the D final of the Open Championship singles, but I think we have about 10 minutes before that one's due to go off. So I would like to offer a number of thanks to a number of people involved. Obviously, our officials and committee who have helped organise this wonderful regatta. Eton College for hosting us at this beautiful venue that has hosted some of the world's very best in this sport. Our thanks go out to many more, but to the parents, to the coaches who helped deliver these athletes, and the athletes themselves for providing us back-to-back brilliant races.
Oh, absolutely. It's been a cracking 2.5 days so far. There's still some good racing to come this afternoon, and we have had some really interesting times. There's still lots of people out there in the bank enjoying themselves in this bank holiday Sunday.
Yeah, it's wonderful weather. Wonderful weather. Across the river, or the lake, I should say, you see the wonderful the sights and sounds of Dorney Lake. One of those being the trade stands, the universities that have come and out to help create our festival atmosphere. Universities looking to show you what life after schools rowing can be like, and our trade stands who are willing to who are able to help service us with food, clothing, and all manner of other things. Boat makers,
Boat
been on hand
manufacturers
to help out crews who may have had mechanical mishaps, and Concept 2 with their wonderful blades and their blade repair service, where they come to large regattas and help fix blades, which I must admit is something that we sort of bank on, and that all national schools is coming up. Concept 2 will help us fix that.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that beautiful shot as the camera is just panning around, just to show how much infrastructure we've got here with the boats and the tents, the university tents just coming to shot there with the pontoons, and we'll just swing around, and then there's the shopping area for kit and any requirements, and then we'll come up to the National Schools Regatta outlet where they've got lots of t-shirts, lots of interesting things. It's always good to have a piece of National Schools memorabilia t-shirt with your name on. That I know certainly that my son's t-shirts lasted for more than 20 years because they could not part with them. So if any parents out there thinking about throwing the old ones out, please don't, because your children will be heartbroken. But then just panning around, that's the National Schools tent there where you will be able to purchase any merchandise. And then I'm sure the camera is going to pan around all the way up the course, because we've got gazebos. It feels, well, I had to walk up the course on Friday, and it feels like the gazebos go on for mile after mile after mile.
Yes, indeed.
Race 352, the C final of Open J60 Double Sculls. Race 352.
closest one of the day we're on this afternoon, probably anyway, 'cause can't get it above my position.
Back on the live stream now, and it is the D final of championship singles, boys championship singles. This has George Robb from Star Club in lane 2, Zaid Al Kaif from Maidenhead in lane 3, Simon Graham in lane 4 from Durham, Will Credland from Clares Court in lane 5, Henry Froome from Great Marlow School in 6, Leonidas Morphis from Hereford Cathedral School in 7, and Leo Davis also from Maidenhead in lane 8. Those scullers have just gone off the start. Bit early to say who has taken the lead here, but they're only about 150 metres into the race, and as it evolves, a leader will emerge.
As always, they'll go off normally sort of at a high pace. They go off at high pace, and the rhythm is soon settling down in these singles. They're looking now to just get into their race pace itself and get the boat moving on an even keel, and just now settling. And we wait for the outcome of those starts and to just see who's picked up the boat the best, and where they're now lying across the rest of the field.
Absolutely, Ken, and the scullers will have been drawn, so the fastest couple of scullers are in the middle of the lake, and just looking at this shot, it looks as though the sculler who's in lane 4 from Durham, that's Simon Graham, may have pulled out an early lead. Going with him is the sculler from Maidenhead, that's Zaid Al Kaif. I hope I'm doing him justice by saying that correctly, but they look as though they've pulled out a lead over the 3 scullers on this side of the lake. That's Henry from Great Marlow, Leonidas from Hereford, and Leo from Maidenhead on the commentary side. But more will emerge as we get some times up. But it looks very much as though the sculler from Maidenhead may have a small lead.
All these scullers would have had their own race plan, and so some will go off harder for the first 500, some would just settle and then start to push and sort of go through the second 500. Halfway tends to be that point where the scullers now rethink and where they're going to push hard or maintain until they get to the last 500. All have got a different race plan.
Absolutely, and that race plan currently working effectively as we go through 500 metres for the sculler from Durham. That's Simon Graham. He has taken the lead. It's the sculler from Star who's in second. That is George Robb. And in third, it's Hereford Cathedral School. I always have trouble with that. Hereford Cathedral School. Leonidas Morphis, who is in third place. And actually, it looks very much now as we work our way up past 750 that the sculler from Durham is pulling out that lead even further.
Yes, but if you look now at those times as well, there's 4 scullers overlapping. We're probably just half a length between them. But as we come across with the camera angles, we will see how that's panned out of the last 500. Looking at the last 500 times, they were close, but let's see if they've now pushed away from each other.
A fine piece of sculling from the sculler from Durham School, that's Simon Graham. His lead is definitely pulling further away, but there's a battle going on for 2nd and 3rd place. That's from the sculler from Star Club, and further over towards the island side of the lake, it's the sculler from Hereford Cathedral School. As I said, I always have trouble saying that.
But it's only 3 seconds between all of those scullers at the moment, so anything can change. These small boats, you're into your steady rhythm, but you can change the speed over a short amount of time and push through. So some are now just maintaining where they are and looking probably to just push back later on in the race.
Absolutely can, but it continues to be the sculler from Durham as they go through 1,000 metre mark, who has a lead of approximately 5 seconds over the sculler from Star Club and the sculler from Hereford Cathedral School. Slightly further back we have Clare's Court, we have Maidenhead in 5th and Maidenhead in 6th as well. So the Maidenhead sculler in 5th is the sculler in lane 8, and that is Leo Davis. Therefore, the other Maidenhead sculler, Zahid, is who's in lane 3. He's currently lying in 6th place. But this race is developing.
It definitely is, and with those scullers, if you look on the times, the last 5 scullers are all overlapping still on time. So just building now into a really good, interesting last 500 to see who pushes through and starts to move away from the pack.
Indeed, and looking at the picture as we said, it is still the sculler from Durham, Simon Graham, who has about a length lead over the sculler from Star Club, George Robb. I think the challenge from Hereford Cathedral, I don't know why I can't say cathedral, probably because I'm not often seen in one, but anyway, the sculler from Hereford Cathedral, Leonidas, has dropped away a little bit, and there's an impressive piece of work going on from Simon Graham in the lead from Durham.
But you see the Star Club sculler just only now sort of 5 seconds away from the lead, but if you look at the scullers behind, they're all starting to bunch up a bit more now, and as they all start now to push through that last 400 metres to go, they're coming into the red boys. The red boys signify the last 250 metres. They know that's where their last chance to push up and just go longer, go stronger in through those legs, what they've got left. And as they push towards the line, hopefully the rate will come up slightly as well as they start to challenge each other now for those places.
And as they come into the red boys now, those gleaming red boys, it is a race at the top of the field between 2 scullers, and that is the sculler who has led for the whole distance of this from Durham, Simon Graham, and the sculler from Star, who has been challenging him all the way.
But as we look now, the scullers actually from Maidenhead and Hereford Cathedral School starting to push back again. They're looking to take 2nd place over the Star sculler from the far side. Still in the lead, obviously it's Simon Graham from Durham, but if we look across the lake at the moment, there's many people now challenging for that 2nd place. Indeed, Leo Davis from Maidenhead now picks up his sculling rate. He's moved into 3rd. His boat is moving faster than George Robb from Star. Is he going to make that 2nd place? And as they push towards the line, I do believe he's just taken that 2nd place. And so very good finishing for all these scullers as they now approach the line.
That was an impressive piece of work by the sculler from Maidenhead here in lane 8, Leo Davis. He was lying a long way down the field in the early part of the race. Looks very much to us like he came in 3rd. We're just awaiting the timing for that. In 1st, we know it was Simon Graham from Durham School. And it's been confirmed for us that Leo Davis from Maidenhead was in second. Star, who challenged the whole way, and I think maybe ran out of beans just towards the end of that race, was in third place. That was George Robb. Following them, we had Clares Court, Hereford Cathedral, Great Marlow and Maidenhead. Nobody very far behind, and a great piece of sculling by everybody concerned.
I think even though it's the final D, all those scullers are of equal speed, and it makes it really good, interesting racing. So we're going to have more all afternoon. And the next race off on the course has just left the state boats now. Final D of the championship single sculls for girls. In lane 1 we've got Emmy Green from Burway Rowing Club. In lane 2 we've got Annie Walker from Hereford. In lane 3 we've got Claudia Arros from Marlow. In lane 4 we've got Nigel Callis from St Mary's School, Cambridge. In lane 5 we've got Freya Hall from Barn Elms. In lane 6 we've got Millie Howitt from St Neots. In lane 7 we've got Charlotte Pusey from Minerva Bath. And in lane 8 we have Isabel Chambers from Queen's Park, Chester.
And the early leader in this race has been the sculler from St Mary's School, Cambridge. That is Ngeo Callis. She led at the 500. She continues to lead at the 1,000-metre mark. Coming second is Freya Hall from Barn Elms. She's been second off the start, second at 500, second at 1,000. So she is trailing the sculler from St Mary's by just a couple of seconds and pushing her hard. In third place, we have the Marlow sculler, Claudia Ioras.
And as we come away from the 1,000-metre mark, it's still the sculler from St Mary's School, Cambridge, who leads the pack. The others were closing in on each other, and again, there's still overlap between many of these crews for second, third and fourth place at the moment. So a good race building as we now go to the 1,500-metre mark.
A good race indeed, Ken, and as we've seen over the course of this regatta, just because you have a lead going through 1,000 metres doesn't mean you're going to have that lead at the finish of the race.
And as they approach that 1,500-metre mark, we just look for timings to confirm who has actually now taken the lead. It still looks like it's the Cambridge scullers from St Mary's School Boat Club from our position here in the commentary tower, but it still looks very close for first and second between her and Barn Elms at the moment, who seems to be pushing back on the lead that the Cambridge sculler has got.
Yeah, and if you're watching this live coverage, you'll see that fantastic drone shot that we now have, which gives you probably a more realistic than the side-by-side view of where the scullers are in relationship to each other. It's Callis from St Mary's School, Cambridge, who has perhaps just a length lead over Freya Hall from Barn Elms. She's continuing to push away, and as we watch it, she may have gone indeed just another couple of feet further away, lying there in third place. It is the sculler on the other side from Marlow Rowing Club, and those three continue to push away.
That was a very good call. You can see the Cambridge sculler from St Mary's School, Cambridge, started just to ease away. So there was clear water now between her and the sculler from Barn Elms. But we'll watch the sculler from Burway on the far side, see if they push through. Because as they build now to the last 250, it's everyone building towards the finish. Sorry, I meant from the Hereford School in lane 2. But they're all pushing towards the line, and it's looking like the sculler from St Mary's School has maintained her lead.
Indeed, the St Mary School sculler looking very good indeed out there in front. There's a battle going on behind, but the sculler from Barn Elms has probably done enough to keep her position in second place. But over on the other side of the river, Ken, is getting exciting.
definitely, as I called it. Hereford now starting to push back on the Marlow sculler, who started to push towards the line as well. And on this side, we have the Queen's Park Chester sculler really pushing through hard as well. There's 3 boats, you hear the beeps, and there was nothing much between those 3 scullers for 2nd and 3rd places.
Another great race there on this finals day at the National Schools Regatta, both the final and the finals day of National Schools Regatta. We know that St Mary's School, Cambridge, came in first. Barn Elms were second. It's a very tight call for who came in third, so we're just waiting for that result.
Absolutely. A good one for the judges, get them working a little bit harder today. They've been working very, very hard though all day long as well. But when it's so tight like that, you know, you're just quickly looking back at the recording on the cameras as well, just to make sure everyone got it right.
And in fact, we've got a few more results in now. So it was in fact the sculler from Marlow who came in third. That's Claudia Iores. In fourth, the sculler from Hereford Cathedral School, who pushed for a long time, Annie Walker, and we're just awaiting the minor placings to be confirmed. Yeah, the next race has gone off the start. This is the D final of the championship quadruple sculls. Just 4 crews in this. We have Taunton in 3, Northwich in 4, St Neots in 5, and King's Rochester in 6.
And it's a good race again for 1st and 2nd places. If you look for the drone shot, there's probably just a canvas between the 2 scullers in the middle, Northwich and St Neots. And you can't call that, they're closely on each other, they're stroke for stroke, surge for surge, and as they go through the 500 metre mark to go, they are level.
It is a really great race unfolding between these 2 quad sculls. The 2 in the middle. I think we in fact have Northwich and King's Rochester who are battling it out at the front. I can't tell. It is, as we like to say in commentary, Ken, bow ball to bow ball. If you had a big enough blanket, you could throw it over both of them. And I'm torn. Can't quite decide who has got the lead here. It is so tight. I think it might be the crew on this side who is King's Rochester, but I can't decide.
From where I am, really, yes, you say bow ball to bow ball, but King's Rochester, because they're nearest to me, that line of parallax means that they look in the lead. But you know, Northwich are still there, and as they come into view, they're still side by side. It's still almost level. Both surge by surge, right? One takes the lead, then the other. But could Northwich now push through?
What an absolute great final this is, and I still can't decide. I think it might well be Northwich now who have gone into that lead over Rochester, but there's not a lot between them, is there? They are probably 8 or 9 lengths ahead of the rest of the field, Ken.
Absolutely, and both quads now at 37 going up to 38, and as they push towards the line, Northwich
there's been a big crab in the Northwich crew, and that means that King's Rochester have taken advantage. They've gone ahead with just 150 metres to go. Oh, Northwich will be so disappointed, and that's what happens when you get put under pressure.
Absolutely. There was a good race, and as you say, mistakes do happen when you're under pressure, so we feel for the bowman in that boat. So what a good race.
We certainly do, and those 2 crews very fast indeed. If it was Henley Royal Regatta, it would be an easy verdict. That far ahead of the crews behind. So ultimately, King's Rochester went and crossed the line first in a time of 6:53. They were followed by Northwich in a time of 6:58, and we are waiting now for St Neots, who are going to come in third, and Taunton down there in the West Country, who will come in fourth in this D final of the championship quadruple sculls.
Open Championship double sculls. Please collect your lane number.
And now it's the turn of the girls in the Championship Quad Sculls Final D. In lane 1 it's Tiffin School, in lane 3 it's Hexham, in lane 4 St Peter's School, in lane 5 Monkton Combe School, in lane 6 Bryanston School, and in lane 7 Oratory School.
And there's an early leader in this race, and that early leader is Hexham as they go through the 500 metre mark. There's some interesting steering going on, but Hexham have got nearly a length over there in lane 3 that they're in. They're followed by Bryanston and Monkton Combe.
Absolutely. So second and third and fourth, they're all overlapped at the moment as we go through to the 1,000 metre mark. But as you say, Hexham have now established a lead of nearly 2 lengths over the field. Tiffin School seem to have been dropped off the pack at the moment, and they're in lane 1. Sorry, lane 2.
And now it looks as though Bryanston have broken slightly away from the crew lying in third place, Monkton Combe, but it's all to play for as they come up past the 1,000 metre mark. But it's good to see a club like Hexham leading the race here.
Absolutely. This is national schools. You can come from anywhere around the country and across from Ireland as well. The coaches now move around the countries really well. There's some excellent coaching. So you might see an unusual club like Hexham Rowing Club, but they produce quality as well. And they're showing it here.
Absolutely. I was talking to the coach from Hexham yesterday, and he was telling me how it's going to take them 8 hours to get home back to the West Country in a bank holiday weekend. So he wasn't particularly looking forward to it, but he wanted to make sure they stayed just so he could see this crew race and lead in the D final in a time of 3:58 through 1,000 metres. They're ahead of Monkton Combe, who are now ahead of St Peter's York, who have come from 4th place, now sitting in 3rd. They're just ahead of Bryanston. So it's an exciting race developing behind the leading crew from Hexham Rowing Club.
But Hexham don't lead it by that much. It's just 1 second between them and Monkton Combe School. So there's a lot to play for, even for this honours of winning this final D. But it looks like the pack are also closing behind them, and it's going to be a blanket finish. As we go through the one towards the 1,500, all these quads are closing in on each other. And these boats, you can change speed so quickly. The call from probably the bow person in the boat may then lift, and they could move away.
Yet again, even though it's the D final, we're seeing a very impressive group of quadruple sculls out there in the water. They all have very, very good technique, very good rhythms in their boats. Hexham continue to lead, but that lead has been whittled away by Monkton Combe in 2nd.
And we're waiting for the 1,500 metre splits to come up, and then we should confirm. We think that Hexham and Monkton Combe now have only about a quarter of a length between each other, but as we look back from the commentary tower, all we can see across the lake is a slight chevron, just a little, but there's 5 boats now just pushing forwards towards the line. Their speeds are now changing. They're looking to move on through. So there's 2 boats definitely in the middle, that's Hexham and Monkton Combe, but can the other 2 boats near them push through as well? So that's Bryanston on one side and St Peter's School on the other.
And there's a crew in the middle of those two between Hexham and Monkton Combe, who looks like they're putting on a spurt, trying to split them up. Hexham still looking fairly comfortable, but the crew in the middle of those two is having a proper old go at them. And Hexham are now in 2nd place at the 1,000 metre mark. Because it is Moncton Combe who have put on a mighty surge in order to take the lead, with St Peters from York trying to get up into a medal position, or at least it would be if it wasn't a D final. And now we can throw that proverbial blanket, Ken, across these three crews in the middle of the lake.
Absolutely, and Moncton Combe now just breaking away from that blanket actually and starting to push back, but it looks again as though these boats are closing on each other, and on the far side there it's Hexham Rowing Club. They've raised their sculling rate, and can now Moncton Combe hold on as we go towards the line. It's now the gap is closing all the time, and as we say, it's probably just a canvas now with about 10 strokes to go to the line.
Hexham absolutely fighting for it. They led all the way, but they've allowed Moncton Combe to come past them. Moncton Combe drawing away to half a length as the crew in third, St Peters, continue to push Hexham. But it is Moncton Combe who crossed the line first, just ahead of Hexham by 1.5 seconds, with St Peter's School from York coming across the line in third, followed by Bryanston, the Oratory, and Tiffin, who are over there in lane 2, who are some distance behind. They do make for exciting finishes, don't they?
Because it's time trials, they're all similar.
And one of the beauties of this format of doing time trials and then C and D finals and so on, is that you get these fantastic finishes, don't you, Ken? Because everyone is of a very similar speed who makes it into that particular final. So rather than in the old days where you may get people who are way ahead or way behind, these days you get certainly the top 4 or 5 crews who are within a couple of seconds of each other, and it's a great way of running a regatta.
And as an athlete, that's all you want, the chance to side by side, to gain some experience, and there's no better way, even now, in final Ds, of racing really hard and crossing that line, with overlap with other boats, knowing you've really put every effort you can into your race.
Oh, and it's the fun way to do it, isn't it? That's why you row, because you want a bit of fun out there on the water. And that's what is happening currently in the Junior 16 Girls Double Sculls Final C between Exeter, City of Oxford, Marlow in 4, Kingston in 5, Hinksey in 6, and St Peter's School in lane 7.
It looks like the early showing here is Marlow Rowing Club. They've got first place just over Kingston Rowing Club, and in third place St Peter's School Boat Club. In fourth we got Hinksey, and then in fifth and sixth we have Exeter and City of Oxford respectively.
Nice piece of sculling so far from the double scull from Marlow. They're looking quite serene on this beautiful water today. Their length as they go past what used to be the intermediate start pontoon, so that's about 1,000 metres, is well over a length. They are 5 seconds ahead of Kingston Rowing Club, who maintain their position in second, but only 1 second ahead now of Hinksey, who've come into third place. St Peter's School from York in fourth, Exeter in fifth, and City of Oxford in sixth. But out in the lead continues to be Marlow Rowing Club, with a battle royal going on between Kingston and Hinksey.
And with those two battling away, they would actually then close the gap on Marlow. So Marlow are watching them closely, just trying to keep pushing away, just to keep that gap as it is at the moment of nearly 5 seconds. But these two scullers, quads now from, I'll get it right in a minute, these doubles from Hinksey and from Kingston Rowing Club, still pushing hard to close the gap.
Yeah, a great race developing there for second and third place, but I think Marlow are looking very good as they come up to 1,500 metres. Marlow rating there about 34 strokes a minute. Kingston, I think, a similar rate, and Hinksey pushing Marlow and pushing Kingston. Everyone wants to get back in touch with Marlow, but Marlow now have a lead of just over a length.
It looks like, to me, it looks like Hinksey here on this side are also pushing quite hard onto Marlow now, and again, from where we sit, it looks like they're closing all the time. But we wait for the times to come up. But Marlow do look comfortable out there in the lead. But we'll see if Hinksey have closed that gap.
Yeah, Marlow with in the lead with Hinksey and Kingston having their own private battle just behind them. Those three crews are some 8 or 9 seconds ahead of the three behind. That is St Peter's, Exeter and City of Oxford. And it continues to be Marlow who have that lead. Kingston in third, Hinksey in second. And Hinksey have pushed ahead of Kingston quite effectively now. They have a lead of a length over Kingston, while Marlow continue to move away.
But it's closing now. As they come towards the last 300 metres of the race, they can start to pick up the speed on those doubles. They move and change rapidly. So who has got down what's left in the legs? And as they lift towards the finish, it looks like Hinksey making a really good challenge though over the crews in the middle of the course. Kingston looks like they've been dropped at the moment, but can Marlow hang on? I believe from where I'd sit that Hinksey might have taken the lead, but that's by looking across the lake. We wait for it as we see more times coming close, but I believe Hinksey have now gone through Marlow.
I think that's a very optimistic view of proceedings. Ken, I think Marlow still have that by about half a length, but Hinksey are certainly pushing them. These two renowned sculling programs, junior sculling programs, Marlow Rowing Club and Hinksey Sculling Centre. It is, whoa, neck and neck though. Ken, I may need to apologise to you because Hinksey are pushing for all it is worth to make sure they get in the lead and maintain the lead. They've pushed Kingston further out, further to the back, and in fact Kingston have gone backwards, and the crew with the green blades over there in lane 2, Exeter, are now in third place as Hinksey have taken the lead as we come into the last few metres of this race to beat Marlow to the finish line, with Exeter coming past Kingston to take third.
Very good indeed. I've been known to talk up a race before now, but I was glad that call was correct. From where I was sat, it was a very close race, and I'm glad, sort of what we saw on the water was what I saw from the commentary box.
Well, I may need to get some new glasses, Ken. That's the problem. And I've been here for 3 days, and it's very warm. But what another brilliant race! How good is that to see that great racing in these brilliant conditions here at Dorney Lake today. We had a bit of wind on Friday. We had a tailwind yesterday. We have virtually no wind here today, and it is lovely, and that means we're getting some very good times, and we're getting some very, very good races.
Yes, and it's everyone's opportunity now to show how well they can scull. There's no one to blame the wind or the water conditions or anything. You can see, even though they set out the chevrons, the times are so close, so you can win from anywhere in any position on this lake.
You can indeed. So let's see who is going to win and from which position in this next race. It's the boys' equivalent of the race we've just seen for girls. It's the C final for Junior 16 double sculls, with in lane 2 AB7. Who I have to confess, Ken, I don't know much about. Do you? No, sorry, we apologise for that. The American School in lane 3, St Michael's from Ireland in 4, Hinksey in lane 5, Hexham in lane 6, and Sir William Borlase's Grammar School in lane 7. While we're waiting to tell you a bit more about this particular race, let me give you the unofficial result of the girls' C final in Junior 16 doubles. It was Hinksey Sculling School in 8.26. It's now an official result. Marlow in 8.27 in second. Exeter 8.31 third. Kingston Rowing Club 8.34 fourth. St Peter's from York in 8.35 in 5th, and City of Oxford in 8.36 came in 6th.
And there was an excellent bit of commentary on that race towards the end. Yes, and I think you got every crew right as they went across the line.
That does make a change.
So as we start to approach the 500 metre mark now in this race, we wait for some timings. So again, lane 2, it's AB7 Boat Club. In lane 3, it's American Schools, or ASL as we know them. In lane 4, it's St Michael's Rowing Club from Limerick. In lane 5, it's Hinksey Sculls School, their D crew. And in lane 6, it's Hexham Rowing Club again, just showing how well they can do this. This is final C. They've done terrifically well to beat so many other crews as well. It's good to see a club doing well. And Sir William Borlase is a grammar school boat club in G as well. And as we look at the 500 metre mark at the moment, it looks like ASL, the American School in London, has established an early lead over St Michael's Rowing. Sorry. From Hinksey Sculling School in the second. Sorry, the times are jumping around a little bit on my screen. I will wait for them all to finish, and then I'll give you the breakdown of where everyone lies. So at the moment, it looks like American School in London are first, AB7 Boat Club laying in second place, Hinksey Sculling School in third. In fourth place, we've got St Michael's Rowing Club from Limerick. Fifth, we've got Hexham Rowing Club, and Sir William Borlase is in sixth.
Thank you for that. And let me just tell you a bit more about AB7 Rowing Club if you're not familiar with them. They're a fairly new boat rowing club based in Tewkesbury in Gloucestershire. They provide after-school training for a lot of kids from local schools, and it is absolutely fantastic to see them being represented here in this C final of Junior 16 double sculls, where it's the American School who continue to lead.
But not a lot at all. There's less than 2 seconds between them and second place at the moment. We wait for the timings to come up with who it is, but if looking at the screens, it could well be AB7 Boat Club in second place, but we wait for that. But if we look back across the other boats as well, there's only sort of well, if you look, there's only about 7 seconds across all the boats, but it looks like Hinksey Sculling School just maintaining their lead at the moment over ASL.
Yeah, absolutely. Hinksey looking good, as we saw in the previous final amongst the girls. Hinksey have a great tradition in sculling. They are leading from the American School with the AB7 crew in third place. It's Hinksey who've gone out to something of a commanding lead now, though, and in second place we have the American School, but there's a lot happening just behind them. That crew over in lane 2 is AB7. We don't see it on this particular overhead picture, but every now and again we can see their blades, and they are pushing very hard indeed up against the American School in London. And just behind them are the other 3 schools. That's St Michael's, Hexham and Borlase. So this is a cracking race developing here in the C final of the Junior 16 doubles.
Absolutely. Again, with all these timings so close together, it's great to see all these boats overlapping. They're here to race side by side, and they are, and it's good, and it's tough as well. You've got to produce your best out here on the Dawley Water, and these crews are just showing how well they've been training. And if you look at that drone shot as well, you can see the boats are all overlapping for second and third place, but still out in front is Hinksey Sculling School.
Hinksey looking good, but as we've seen earlier in the regatta, indeed in the previous race, I'm not going to call them as winners just yet, not with about 600 metres to go, because as we saw in the previous race, as Hinksey catch a little bit of a wave, they catch one of those nice yellow buoys, but they maintain their lead, but they are now being pushed hard. Their competitors may have sensed that something's going on, and both AB7, Hexham, and American School in London are pushing them.
Okay, and we're also watching Borlase as well. So William Borlase is, they're just slightly off the pack, but they've just picked up their sculling rate at the moment as they push towards challenging now for those second and third places as well. Hinksey holding on, but they are being pushed quite hard now by, it looks like St Michael's as well from Limerick, but Hinksey holding on at the moment. But on the far side, AB7 started to now make their move to see if they can come into second place. So Hexham as well, just now pushing as well as they can and starting to again overlap as well. So good race for second at the moment between Hexham and AB7. ASL tend to have just been dropped off from second place at the moment, but as we go towards the line, Hinksey maintain their lead, but it looks like now Hexham really is pushing hard to see if they can move into that second place, and I believe so they have over AB7 Boat Club.
I think that's AB7 forced their way back up into the third again. Hinksey looked good for that victory. Hexham looked good for second. AB7, fantastic result for them. They're just ahead of the American School, who are ahead of St Michael's from Ireland.
And Borlase as well finished very strongly as well. So we wait for the official result to see the positions of all those doubles.
Yeah, you know what, my apologies, because I couldn't see Borlase out of my window from where I was, so sorry for not mentioning them. Borlase, it looks like, came in fourth place. That was a really great battle at the back end of that race. Hinksey in 7:15, Hexham 7:17, AB7 7:19. They were at the front end. Borlase just behind at 7:20. American School behind them at St Michael's Rowing Club from Limerick were behind them. And we're already into the final C of the Junior 16 quads. We move on from the smaller boats to the bigger boats.
Indeed, we do. So in lane 1 we have Kingston, in lane 2 we have Shoreham, in lane 3 we have Star, in lane 4 we have Bryanston School, lane 5 Grange School, in lane 6 Tideway Scullers, and in lane 7 Falcon. So we normally call Tideway Scullers Scullers if you hear us shorten the name. And we're looking now to the timing points, and I believe you've got those times there, Peter.
Yeah, reassuringly, they've decided to take an arrow shape for this one, so I know there's the two crews in the middle who are in the lead, that being Grange School just in first place, less than a second ahead of Bryanston, and as they cross the 1,000 metres, those two are pushing each other, but Scullers are only just behind them, and just behind them are Kingston over in lane 1, and Star Club, with Falcon pushing them as well. So everyone in contention. If anything, it may be Shoreham who are slightly further back, but the two leading crews as we go past 1,000 metres are Bryanston School Boat Club and Grange School, with less than a quarter of a second between them.
And if you look, the timings came up so quick. Every boat there was overlapping as they went through that timing point. So it's all to play for. 1K gone. They've all pushed to that 1K line. Whose race plan is different to each other's? Who can now push ahead and break the connection with all the other quads? We wait to see.
I love how you talk about a race plan, but I know from experience that once you get out there on the water, unless that race plan is totally locked in mentally, you get out there and you just race. And that's what some of these boys are doing now. And actually, Bryanston, who had a more substantial lead earlier, are now being pushed hard by Scullers. Scullers, who've got a great programme at the moment, producing a lot of very quick crews, are really pushing Bryanston from third place. But between them is Grange School. So we have Bryanston, we have Grange, and we have Tideway Scullers. Just behind them and pushing them hard is the crew currently in fourth, who is Kingston.
It is indeed. So as you look again, Kingston have only got 1 second over Falcon Boat Club on this side as well. And also you've got Scullers. Everyone is so close on those times as well. And as you say, Star tend to be just dropped off the pack a bit at the moment, but anything could change in quad scull racing. And we wait to see if anyone gear changes now. But as Peter said as well, everyone has a race plan. When it's side by side like this, you look across and think, I've just got to go hard. I've just got to stay with everyone here. Right, and yes, my race plan might be, well, I've been told I've got to get a medal or get first, second or third.
Absolutely beautiful overhead shot from our drone, and we can see that it's the early race leaders, Bryanston, who maintain that lead, but it is less than a half length now. Over there in lane 2, in fact, it is Kingston who are pushing them hard, pushing them so hard, in fact, that they may well be getting on level terms with them as we come into 500 metres to go. Ken, you're clearly the good one at calling this. What do you think is going to happen?
I think Kingston have now got the noses in front of them. They're just pushing hard, but they can't see them. They've just got in a wind, as they've always practiced when we're in that last 250. Let's wind. But again, can Bryanston hold on? We just wait and see if they can. But again, Scullers are coming back.
This race for third, fourth and fifth, Ken, there is absolutely phenomenal.
It is. And every boat is closing now, even down on Bryanston. There's now overlap. Kingston, it looks like, really might not make it, but they are still winding and they're still pushing hard. But everyone else is now closing down on Bryanston. Can Kingston go ahead of Bryanston? No, I think Bryanston
are going. Bryanston are going.
They've responded and going
Kingston
now.
haven't quite got it in them. And now it is the crew on this side who are pushing Kingston over the far side.
Falcon Boat Club.
Falcon, well said. What an absolutely cracking race from those boys out there.
I mean, the words we hear from elsewhere, that was a phenomenal race. It was. You know, everyone pushed hard. No one gave any quarter. And as they went across the line, they knew they'd all done as hard as they can and gave it every effort. They left nothing out here on Dawdy Water.
Wasn't that a lot of fun? One of those races that you would much rather watch than be involved in yourself. We can tell you that crossing the line first was Bryanston School Boat Club, second Kingston Rowing Club, third was Falcon, and they put in a phenomenal burst over that last 500 metres. Fourth Grange, fifth Scullers, sixth Shoreham, and coming in seventh, and only 9 seconds behind the leaders was Star Club. So an absolutely cracking race.
But as you say, though, Falcon were lying fifth all the way down the track, right? But in that last 300, they just burnt it all the way to the line, pushed everything they had into those legs and came through. And that's the way to race your boat, really. Sit there, save something, and then go for it.
Absolutely. And now we see it's the girls' turn. It's the C final of the Junior 16 Girls Quad Sculls. In lane 2, it's Peterborough City, 3 St Mary's School, Cambridge, 4 Tideway Scullers, 5th Walton, or 5 Walton, lane 6 Stratford upon Avon, and 7 King's School, Worcester.
And as they went through that 500 metre mark, it was Walton Rowing Club who just had half a canvas, it looks like, if that, over King's School, Worcester here on this side of the tower side of the lake. They've gone through 1,000. Walton maintain their lead of just over 2 seconds. In third place, it's Tideway Scullers now starting to push back again on King's School, Worcester. Then we have Stratford upon Avon Boat Club, and then we wait for the rest of the times, but everyone now still overlapping. 5th and 6th, Peterborough City Rowing Club and St Mary's School Boat Club, Cambridge. Again, if you look at the times, there's only about 7 seconds across all of these quads.
Yep, and it's Walton who continue to lead. They have about a 1 length lead as they come up and past the 1,000 metre mark. That's over Kingstown, Worcester, who are over in lane 7. So they are doing very well from that outside lane. Behind them, the crews in 3rd and 4th, just in 3rd, I would say, is Tideway Scullers, and slightly behind them is Stratford upon Avon, but there's really not much in that race.
Agreed. Don't forget on the far side as well, we've got Peterborough City Rowing Club in lane 2 on the far side, who again have just started to push back a little bit, but there's a good race going on for second place, as you just said, Peter. But it looks like Walton holding on to a lead at the moment.
Yeah, and I'm actually going with Walton being comfortable on this one, Ken.
Okay.
Walton, who for many a long year have produced very, very good scullers indeed. Back to when I was a young man, and that was a very long time ago. Walton have been good at sculling. They've got a good junior programme at the moment, and it's lovely to see these Junior 16 girls racing here on Dorney Lake on finals day at National Schools Regatta. Walton continue to lead. King's School, Worcester and Tideway Scullers battling it out hard for 2nd and 3rd place. St Mary's, Cambridge, Peterborough pushing them. Stratford also pushing them. And it may be between Tideway Scullers and Stratford for 3rd and 4th. Walton continue to lead. King's School Worcester in second. Oh, exactly equal times as they came through 1,500 metres for Tideway Scullers and Stratford upon Avon.
Yes, and as they push towards the line, Walton maintain this lead. Walton, they have a sculling ladder every Sunday. They go and do 16k sculling trials, and they row right the way around the island, and everyone now can see their times. And as you can say, they're quite. They're showing how good they can scull. They're just out there in front at the moment, but they are being pushed hard by King's School Worcester on this side, and who have closed the gap, I believe. Peter, my eyes, obviously they're close to me, but I think King's School Worcester really are challenging for first place. But as you said, looking back for second and third, we have Stratford upon Avon, and we have Tideway Scullers again, who are probably level. It might be Scullers who just show again as we push towards the line, Peter.
Walton have still got about a length, I think, Ken. I think Walton are safe, but this battle between King's Worcester and Scullers is now developing. Scullers have definitely gone into third place, I think. He said making an early call. Worcester perhaps looking good now for second place. Scullers just in third, but Stratford on Avon.
Pushing Scullers now. Stratford
again,
just take it.
Stratford have just gone past Scullers, haven't they?
Yep.
Oh, this is going to be very, very tight for who gets third and who gets fourth. What a lovely race.
Look at that. Yeah, you look across that lake, and we saw these, all these quads racing down, and it was beautiful. They all showed how good they are. There was overlap for most of the race until a few crews broke away. Walton were first over the line, and we wait for the official result, which has come up now. So Walton were first, followed by King's School Worcester, the Boat Club. Tideway Scullers were third, Stratford upon Avon showing fourth, and then Peterborough City and St Mary's School Boat Club.
I love the way, don't you, that even, it's the C final, but everyone wants to get themselves up that ranking and do as well as they possibly can. Because actually some of it means that when they come to Henley Women's Regatta in a couple of weeks' time, they may or may not have to do the qualifying races. So it's really important to come as high up the ranking as you can and get as good as time as you possibly can.
Absolutely, and as Peter says, in some of these top events, they take the results from how these crews have done through the season. At the Schools Head and junior sculling regattas, and now here at the the national schools as well. So those results matter if you're going to go to higher races as well.
Absolutely. So we move on from the Junior 16 girls to the Championship girls quads, doubles, my apologies, C final. It's been a long day. The C final of Championship girls double sculls. This is in 1 St George's College, 2 Tiffin, 3 St Mary's Cambridge, 4 Derby, 5 Shiplake, 6 Windsor girls, 7 Ibstock Place School, and in 8, just to confuse me by having 8 lanes, it is Northampton.
Yes, so a challenge for us up here with 8 the doubles coming at us, but at the moment we can see Shiplake are early ones to show in front, and behind them is Derby Rowing Club. Shiplake have established a good lead over the rest of the field at the moment. Derby in second, and we've got St Mary's School Boat Club Cambridge in third, followed by Windsor Girls School Boat Club, and then it's Tiffin School, then we've got St George's College Boat Club, then Ibstock Place Boat Club and Northampton Rowing Club. There's going to be a lot to talk about on each of these races, Peter.
There certainly is. I think what we can talk about right now is that Shiplake's lead as they go through 1,000 metres is looking fairly substantial, and the race is all behind them. Sitting just behind Shiplake is still Derby, and next to them St Mary's. However, everybody else in the pack is only just behind them. Shiplake looking good, I think. St Mary's and Derby having a battle of their own. Everybody in the pack just behind them.
Agreed. So second, third and fourth, there's about 3 seconds, and as we get the drone shot now, you can see how far in front Shiplake Boat Club are, but we see two of the doubles now, but there's obviously the third one as well showing. There's 3 boats there. You've got Derby Rowing Club, we've got Tiffin School Boat Club, and also I think it was Windsor Girls as well in that shot, who are all overlapping.
Yeah, so as they went through 1,000, the times tell us that Shiplake were ahead. In second place were Derby in second. They would be in second place if they were in second. And in third, Tiffin. But pushing Tiffin, only a second behind them is Windsor Girls, and a second behind them St Mary's from Cambridge. The rest of the pack a couple of seconds behind that. So for the top three places, I think we're currently looking at Shiplake, Derby, and Windsor Girls and Tiffin.
Yep.
But this could develop into another one of those mighty tussles. And with the fight going on for second and third, can we see those crews coming back on Shiplake at the front of this race?
I do believe we can, because they can actually see each other. They're side by side, so there's a good race going on. But as I look back up the lake, so you've got Shiplake way out in front to me, but the good battle for second, third and fourth is now unfolding, and we wait for those times to come up. But again, it's a final C. It's a championship double sculls, and all these crews have shown they've got the right to be out here racing side by side in such beautiful conditions, and they are doing so as well, giving us quite a spectacle of racing.
They've gone through 1,500 metres. We await those times, but I can confirm that from our position up here in the commentary tower, it is Shiplake who continue to lead, but they are being followed by Windsor Girls now, who have gone into second place, and Derby in third, with Tiffin just behind Derby, just half a second behind them. Some way back from them, St George's, St Mary's, Northampton and Ibstock.
Yep. So now they're approaching the last 300 metres as well. So Shiplake, well, in front, comfortable. They're not going to be pushed now by any of the other boats. So we're looking now at that race for the second, third and fourth places, which again starts to unfold as they move now into that last 250 metres.
Yeah, Shiplake looking good with that lead of 7 seconds or so, but the race is all behind them. It's between Windsor Girls and it's between Derby Rowing Club and it's between Tiffin. So who is going to come second, with Shiplake coming first? Obviously the speed that Tiffin and Derby and Windsor Girls are producing is going to bring them back towards Shiplake. Shiplake therefore having to do a bit of work. It's very, very close indeed for the three crews lying in second, third and fourth. I think the crew on the far side over there in lane 2, Tiffin, may well just be slightly ahead of Windsor Girls, who are slightly ahead of Derby. But Derby are now putting in a push. And they've come back through. They're now in third and Windsor Girls have come back through.
And as they go towards the line, Windsor Girls, it was a terrific race there for second and third again. So between Derby, Windsor Girls and Tiffin School Boat Club. So as the times come up, unconfirmed, but it was Shiplake who went through first, then Windsor, then Derby and then Tiffin. Very, very good racing indeed. Followed by St George's College, then St Mary's Boat Club, Northampton and Ibstock Place School Boat Club.
What a great race. Again. How lucky are we to be able to watch this? And already on the start, would you believe? And in fact, just through 1,000 metres is race number 356. This is the C final for Boys Championship Double Sculls. This has got Hartbury University, Walton Rowing Club, Molesey, Royal Grammar School High Wycombe, Hereford Cathedral School, Weybridge, Oundle and Lee Rowing Club. And the early leaders in this one were Oundle from over there near Peterborough in Northamptonshire and Lee Rowing Club from over there in Hackney.
Yeah, indeed. You did say Hereford Cathedral School correctly that time.
It won't last.
It won't last, okay. But yes, as we look as the times pop up on the screen, Oundle and Lee, this side, the tower side of the course, having a good battle between themselves. In the middle of the course then, Molesey Boat Club as well. And they're having a good battle as well with Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe Boat Club. It's those sort of things where if you've got a crew side by side with you, you're going to give every effort because you can feel what's going on. Hereford Cathedral School in 5th place. In 6th place we have Weybridge Rowing Club. In 7th place we have Hartpury University and College Boat Club. And in 8th place we have Walton Rowing Club.
And given that they've already passed 1,000 metres, nobody has taken a decisive lead in this race, have they? In fact, the only crew that seem to have dropped off a little bit are Walton Rowing Club, but Oundle, Lee, Molesey, Royal Grammar School, Hereford Cathedral School, this one could go anywhere at the moment.
It could indeed, yes.
There's less than 3 seconds separating the pack.
Yep. Okay, showing what's coming across. Lee, Oundle, 1st and 2nd, 3rd, Molesey, 4th Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe, 5th Hereford Cathedral School. And it's really good sculling out there at the moment. Then it's Walton Rowing Club and Hartpury, sorry, I messed them off as well, who are involved in the pack now for the, basically all places. And as I look back out of my window, it's such the sight of these doubles coming towards us across the lake, all overlapping. It's really a good sight to see, and the race could go anywhere.
Oh, absolutely could. I mean, Lee, who were second, were first coming through the 1,500 metres. Oundle had gone into second, but currently I can't call it. I think you've got Lee and you've got Oundle. You've got the two crews over on the far side there, Molesey and Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe. Who's that over in lane 2?
Walton
They're
Rowing
looking
Club
good.
Again, yeah.
Walton, they've come from nowhere.
And
Fantastic race developing.
So it looks like Lee, closest to the tower side, have established the lead and now started to break the pack. But as we look across, Walton are now moving quickly as well.
And Molesey.
And Molesey as well. They're pushing each other. Lee holding on, but going towards the line. We do not know who's got 2nd and 3rd place. It looks like Molesey are holding on. Bowerman looks across, but now they're all starting to close on them as well. Okay, and as we go towards the line, there's 4 boats for 2nd and 3rd.
I think that was Lee, Molesey, Walton, to be honest,
Okay.
but really need to see what the official verdict is on that. Our timing tells us it is Lee, Molesey and Walton, followed less than a second behind by Hereford Cathedral School in 4th place. Well, another brilliant race.
It was. I think Oundle finished strongly as well after being dropped by those as well. So I think Oundle would have finished 5th, but we wait for the official results of that one. But as you can hear from the commentary point, these races are so close and really excited for us to have the pleasure of commentating on.
Absolutely, Ken. Absolute pleasure for me. I'm going off to have a lie down and a cold drink and going to hand over to my colleague Fergus.
And I'm signing off from the live commentary now. I'm going down onto the lakeside commentary to local, but hopefully I'll be able to talk to you again where we have some more minor finals later on in the day.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you very much, Ken. Those were some outstanding races. These minor finals continuing to deliver some sensational results as we come into the closing stages of each one of them. The margins have been razor thin. The winners of each of the finals have been ecstatic, and rightly so, because they have been in some proper ding-dongs. And it looks like we are continuing with some cracking racing here. This is the C final of the Championship Double Sculls. I'm Fergus Mainland. I'll be with you for the next hour or so, taking you through to about 4:30. Joining me is Liv Caesar. Liv, good afternoon. Hello. Welcome to the top of our commentary caravan hot box. sweat fest that we've got going on. It's wonderful to have you here, and we've got some incredible racing coming up, don't we?
Thank you very much. Yeah, very much looking forward to this. I've been along the banks, downstairs on the PA mic for a bit, and there's definitely been some cracking racing, so looking forward to that continuing.
Well, this one then is the championship. This one's the championship pairs, as we've said, in Lane 2, Eton Excelsior. Lane 3, Haberdashers Monmouth School. In Lane 4, Stratford upon Avon. Lane 5 is Reading. Leeds are in 6, and Durham School are in Lane 7. Through 500 metres, it was Leeds Rowing Club with the advantage. They held that through the 1,000 metre marker. Second place was the same. That was Stratford upon Avon at 500 metres. Stratford upon Avon at 1,000 metres halfway through that one. And here we are. This is us just coming through the 1,500 metre mark, and it looks like it is that crew from Leeds Rowing Club continuing to stretch out their advantage. It wasn't a huge amount. It was less than a second or so at that halfway marker. So everything still to play for as we come into the second half of this one. It looks to be another thrilling showdown that we have. So zoning in at the moment on Reading Rowing Club. They've got to be careful though at the moment, Liv, in their position. You know, they went through in third place. They've moved up to second place just behind Stratford, less than a second though. But it looks like they're just weaving around ever so slightly with that buoy line. They've got to be careful in the pair, don't they?
Absolutely. I mean, all of these boats, I mean, none of them want to get close to the buoy line, but particularly in a small boat like this, it can really disrupt everything quite significantly. They look like they've moved off that buoy line now, so hopefully they can just stick in the middle of the lane and continue to move, because they've been making some good progress through that middle K.
Do you know what they have? Where were they? Reading Rowing Club. They were fourth at 500, third at 1,000, second at 1,500. They are absolutely motoring in the closing stages of this one. 250 metres or so left to go. Our race leaders, Stratford upon Avon, still out in front. Confident, it's a controlled rhythm from Stratford. Reading Rowing Club, they're getting dangerously close to the buoy line, running into a little bit of difficulty there, which will cost them. They've got to wind themselves back up to get themselves back in contention, but I think that will cost them as they come up to the finish line.
Yeah, it looks like Stratford upon Avon Boat Club have just been able to really rely on that rhythm. They've not got flustered as that Reading crew has come back towards them. But kudos to that Reading crew, because they are still putting absolutely everything onto that blade. So moving nicely. Definitely a little close to that buoy line now.
Well, up to the line then. Stratford upon Avon Boat Club, provisional winners of the C final of the championship pairs. Reading Rowing Club, after a sensational middle 1,000, saw them move up into second place ahead of the crew from Leeds. Haberdashers Monmouth coming through, Eton Excelsior, and then rounding this one out will be the combination from Durham School. We'll head back up the course then, because we will stick with championship pairs, but this time for the girls.
Yeah, and it does look like that they are already come through the first 500 metres. So, quick run through. We've got King's School Worcester in lane 2, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in lane 3, Kingston Grammar School in lane 4, Leeds Rowing Club in lane 5, Walton Rowing Club in lane 6, and Clares Court Schoolboat Club in lane 7. And it was Leeds Rowing Club who got off to a pretty spicy start there. They've got about 2 seconds on the rest of the field. So they'll be looking to continue to stamp their dominance in this heat as they come through towards the 1,000 metre marker.
Yeah, Leeds, Walton, Aberdeen Schools, Kingston Grammar School, all in the mix there. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4 crews within 2 seconds of each other in the opening 500 metres or so. And I think we can expect a lot of chopping and changing, I imagine, in this mid 1,000 as the pairs look to kick on at various key markers that they'll have picked out.
Absolutely, a pair is never a comfortable race. These boats change speed pretty quickly. Obviously, our 8s and our quads, they're moving really fast, but they don't change speed with quite so little notice that some of these small boats do. So things could change as we come into the 1 kilometre marker.
Well, I think that we've got our race leaders through that one of the early stages. That's Leeds Rowing Club. They're closest to us at the moment. We knew that Aberdeen Schools were going particularly well. They were sitting in third, less than 2 seconds back on them. But Aberdeen Schools, I think, were coming up to 1,000 metres. They're now half a length, if that, but Leeds Rowing Club just managing to hold on, aren't they?
They certainly are, but definitely, it's closed right down to within a second. There's been some really phenomenal performances from the Azra crews. They had a really strong Coxed 4 yesterday in Champ Girls. So very exciting to see lots of their crews doing very well as they build into some summer racing. It's a long way for them to come down here for National Schools.
Big old journey down from them, but they've travelled en masse as they so often do year after year. So hello to anyone who is tuning in all the way up in the northeast on the banks of the River Dee. We're delighted to have you, and hello to everyone who is tuning in wherever you are in the UK, around the world. We hope you are enjoying the pictures of scorching hot Dorney Lake at the moment. We're looking at Clares Court School on the right hand side of your screen. We're looking at Walton Rowing Club, and our race leaders from Leeds Rowing Club had just gone out of shot as well. But Walton Rowing Club doing all they can to hang on in there. But they're looking good, Walton, at this stage in the race.
They certainly are. They're looking like the bows are out. They're catching the boat as it's rising out the water. So, yeah, just keeping tapping it along, and that's sometimes all you can ask for in these pairs. It's very easy to overwork a small boat. Not so much in the big boats, but very easy to overwork this. And at the moment, Walton just look like they're moving nicely within their rhythm and within their framework.
It's interesting, just watching the bow girl there. She's having a few looks across, isn't she? So I wonder if they're moving. We'll get a better picture as they come through the 1,500 metre marker to see whereabouts they are in relation to the other crews. But I think that Walton crew are just moving so well together. Their timing up at the front end is fantastic, and I suspect they're glancing over to see if they are making that move.
Absolutely. If that bow girl can feel something, she wants to be communicating that to her teammate in front of her.
Well, here we go then. This is our 1,500 metre marker. It's been a big 1,000 metres. And Kingston Grammar School, I think we've seen an awesome third 500 from them to put themselves up in contention, perhaps even pushing themselves into the leading position. We'll wait for the times to come through from them. Leeds Rowing Club, we know, have led for so much of this race at 500 metres and 1,000. Aberdeen Schools still firmly in the mix as well. But Kingston Grammar School, we'll need to keep an eye on them as the timings come through and we pick up this race as it comes into the final 500 metres. It's difficult to tell, looking at down the course, but Kingston Grammar School, there we have it, pushed out in front. What a move from them to see them take almost a length or so over at Leeds Rowing Club.
Yeah, absolutely massive. They've come from third into first place, so pretty big move there from the 1K to the 1,500 metre marker.
It's interesting, I was wondering whether or not Aberdeen Schools, who are sitting one lane over from Kingston, would perhaps come with them as they kicked on. But it looks like Kingston have just been able to separate themselves from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association as well. They're just sitting back in fourth place. That combination from Walton Rowing Club certainly aren't going away. They're still within 2 seconds or so of Leeds Rowing Club, who themselves are now starting to mount something as we come into the final 250 metres.
Yeah, that Kingston crew just caught a little crab on one of the boys there, and that will have disrupted them a little bit, but also possibly just given them a little boost of adrenaline. And with only 250 metres to go, it might mean that they just move away again rather than get eaten up by the crews behind them. But that Leeds crew is not letting them go. They want to see what they can do as they come into the Red Boys.
Well, less than 200 metres to go then in the C final of the Championship Girls Coxless Pairs. Kingston Grammar School have come from behind and have absolutely grabbed this race by the scruff of the neck as they push their bow into the lead as they did through the 1,500 metre marker. Leeds Rowing Club, who have led for so much of this at 500 and 1,000, doing all they can to keep themselves in contention. But Kingston Grammar School are looking particularly classy out there on the water. They're looking smooth, looking controlled as they come up to the finish line, and clear water now that they have over the crew from Leeds Rowing Club. Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association about 2 lengths back on Leeds as they come up to the line, but they'll hold off a fast finishing performance from Walton Rowing Club. We saw them trying to make a bit of a move in the opening stages. Surge though from Walton in the final couple of strokes. But Kingston, Leeds, Aberdeen, Walton will be followed by Clare's Court School. And then rounding out this C final, it will be the combination on the top of your screen. That will be King's School Worcester. And just like that, done and dusted, the C final of the Girls' Championship pairs, provisionally won by our crew from Kingston Grammar School.
Honestly, another cracking race. We haven't had a disappointing final yet, have we?
No, we haven't. And well, the best part is we're going back to 8-lane racing now. We've had a bit of a break from it with some of these pairs. We've got 8-lane racing though, and we're switching over to the single sculls.
It does make things exciting with the more crews you can get in a final, the more exciting things get. I think that is the beauty of this regatta here at Dorney.
Yeah, 8 lanes. It's the one of 2 places in the UK we can have 8-lane racing. Strathclyde Park being the other.
An excellent venue. It's a bit of a hike though.
It's down the road, half an hour down the road for me. Anyway, this is the C final of the Women's Championship Single Sculls. We've got Alice Pearson of Hinksey Sculling School in lane 1, Alexa Glyn Mills of St Peters in 2, Madeline Evans of Haberdashers Monmouth School in 3, Olivia Toot of Chesterless Street, Libby Doughty of Stow in 5, Ruby Wells from Warrington goes in lane 6, Nia Davidson of Hereford Cathedral School in 7, and we've got Sophia Michael from Surbiton High School in lane 8, and it'll be the Surbiton Sculler on the left hand side of your screen, just out of shot at the moment. Lane 1 over on the right, lane 8 over on the left. We're through 500 metres. Approaching the halfway marker. So
is that our lane 2 sculler at the moment out there in the lead?
I think we'll
St.
keep our eyes
possibly?
Keep our eyes on Alexa Glyn Mills of St Peters. She's going particularly well. Perhaps Ruby Wells of Warrington. And Libby Doughty of Stow. I think they're going well at the moment. We'll wait for our camera to pan round and get a good idea as to how things are stacking up through the 1,000 metres. But actually it was our sculler from Chesterless Street, Olivia Toot. But through halfway, I think it is our sculler from St Peters. That's a great call from you. Alexa Glyn Mills out in front leading this one. But the rest of the field, it's so compact, isn't it?
It sure is. I mean, there's not an awful lot separating any of them really. Maybe half a length here or there, but all of those athletes will just feel pulled along. It's not like anyone's got away, and often if you can still feel them there, then you can keep moving with the field.
Well, that on the right hand side of your screen, that's Ruby Wells from Warrington Rowing Club. Just ahead of her though, it's the sculler from Stow, Libby Doughty, the two of them sitting second. Sculler from Warrington just in 4th place through 1,000 metres, but it's our sculler from Stow out in front. In fact, the times have just disappeared in front of us. We'll pick it up, we'll get confirmation of the times as they come through 1,000 metres. But what we do know is it's close, it's very close, and yes, it is. It's Alexa Glyn Mills of St Peters School who is leading this one. 2nd place, as we thought, is Stow. That's Libby Doughty. Haberdashers Monmouth in the mix as well. Madeline Evans going nicely. Well into the 3rd 500 metres now of this race. So at the moment riding with Libby Doughty of Stow. This is us now coming up to 1,500 metres on the far side of the course in the green and white boat, St Peters School. And I feel that she in particular has really stepped on in this 3rd 500.
It certainly looks that way. All of these athletes will go in with plan, and it's nice when you can just execute that without having to worry about what everyone else is doing when you're out in front like that. But now for Alexa Glyn Mills of St Peter's School, she'll just be able to respond to pushes from other people and really sort of watch and observe and see where she needs to push on and where she can just sit back and wait for that build and then to the finish line.
Well, into 500 metres left to go. 440 strokes to go. Our race leaders at the moment, it's Alexa Glyn Mills of St Peter's from York. Then in second place at the moment, Libby Doughty of Stow. Surbiton High School going nicely in lane 8, just sneaking up the outside of the course. That's Sophia Michael. She's closest to us in our position. I think next to her as well, keep an eye on, as we said, Nia Davidson of Hereford Cathedral School. The scullers now coming into vision for us as we just take a look away from the screen. We can look up the course and see them coming towards us. And we're looking from left to right. It's like we're watching a game of tennis at the moment, having to switch from left to right, tracking the ball. We're tracking the rowers because on the far side from us, it's Alexa Glyn Mills of St Peter's, who's been particularly strong in the middle section of this race. But I feel over the past few hundred metres or so, Sophia Michael has really stepped on, hasn't she?
She certainly has. And particularly when you're in one of those outside lanes, sometimes it's hard to feel like you're in the race, but equally, if you can just sit in there and execute the race plan that you've got, you can have races like this where you just come back through the final stages. Big surge in the middle though. Who's that there? Libby Dow, possibly, or Olivia Toot of Chesterless Street? I think it's Libby Doughty of Stowe School, who's absolutely going for it. She's going to see if she can overturn the result to Alexa Glyn Mills from St Peter's School here in the last 100 metres or so.
Wow, what a turn of pace there from the Stowe sculler. I think she's come through Sophia Michael of Surbiton High School, motored through her. She's closing down with every single stroke. Alexa Glyn Mills. It's now at half a length as they come past us, just up to the finish line. She's taking feet every single stroke, but it will be just a little bit too late for her, as St Peter's, I think, will come out on top in that one. Third place will go to Sophia Michael of Surbiton High School, just ahead of Nia Davidson from Hereford, and the rest of the field will catch up. Likes of Ruby Wells coming through there from Warrington, Olivia Toot from Chesterless Street. We'll have Madeline Evans from Haberdashers Monmouth and Alice Pearson of Hinksey Sculling School there on the top of the screen.
It never gets old seeing athletes absolutely empty the tank into the final stages of a race. So that was brilliant there from Libby Doughty. But we are going to go straight back down, I think, to the championship singles C final. This one contested by Marlowe's Harry Mahesh, Eton Excelsior's Harry Mystery, Tideway Scullers Artis Carclins, Lymington's Brage Wallace, Hereford Cathedral School's Edward Morgan-Jones, Camish's Owen Thornton, Times' Bo Hulse, and Hexham's Seth Marston. And I think our early leader was Brage Wallace from Lymington in the middle there.
Yeah, we've tuned in on Hereford Cathedral School. Busy couple of minutes for their coaches, following Madeline Evans in one race to now Edward Morgan-Jones in the next of the races. There's Owen Thornton from Camas Rowing Club. Just coming into shots in the background though. Looking strong, looking powerful. Edward Morgan-Jones moving nicely there. We can just see the blades at the moment of Bo Hulse just splashing in and out to the picture on the right hand side of your screen. Yeah, big look around there just from Owen Thornton. Just checking out where the rest of the field are at the moment for him. Just a bit of work to be done if he's going to catch up with Edward Morgan-Jones as they come in through the third 500 metres. Edward Morgan-Jones, our current race leader. It was Brage Wallace, but that's been a really impressive second 500 metres to now open up a margin of 4 seconds or so.
Yeah, absolutely. I think often if you know if you have a strong start, you know where your strengths and weaknesses are, and if you don't have the strongest of starts, you know you've just got to sit there and then dig into that middle 500. And that is most certainly what our Hereford Cathedral sculler Edward Morgan-Jones has done.
Well, Bridge Wallace moving nicely. However, next to him, Artis Carclins of the Tideway Scullers School also moving well. Seth Marston of Hexham Amateur Rowing Club. We've got a real northern ding-dong in lane 6 and 7 from Camas, Tyne and Hexham, all within about 20 minutes, half an hour of each other. So they'll have raced each other all winter long in the Northern Long Distance Sculling Series at some of the regattas and head races we've had all season up there. So we'll have a real indication of how well they stack up against each other, and they get to have one big tussle in lanes 6 and 7 against each other in this C final. That's the back, though, of Edward Morgan Jones as they come up to the Red Boys. We're probably about 300 metres left to go, and what was an advantage at the 1,000 metre mark of 4 seconds has now grown up to nearly 8 seconds over at Bridge Wallace from Lymington Amateur Rowing Club. So this race looking like it's all but wrapped up for Edward Morgan Jones and Hereford Cathedral School.
Yeah, considering we've had some pretty tight racing across all of these single sculling events, there's often been one person who's put in that move through the middle and absolutely made it pay off, and that here is very definitely Edward Morgan Jones of Hereford Cathedral School.
Well, 200 metres left to go then in this, the C final of the Championship Single Sculls. Edward Morgan Jones out in front. It's Hereford Cathedral going nicely though on the left-hand side of the course as we're looking at it. It's Bo House of Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. Looks like he's getting himself caught up in a tussle with Bridge Wallace, who is strong in the early stages. He's strong in the closing stages of this race as well. But we're keeping an eye on that sculler from Tyne on Bo House as they come up to the finish line. Edward Morgan Jones has clear water over the rest of the field as he comes up to the line. Finishing well on the top of your screen though, Artis Carclins of Tideway Scullers School. Bridge Wallace will have clear water over the chasing pack for 3rd and 4th. But it will be close. It will be very close between Tyne Amateur Rowing Club and between Tideway Scullers, Bo House and Artis Carclins. Then fast finishing, Seth Marston of Hexham on the top of your screen will have Harry Mystery of Eton Excelsior and Harry Mahesh of Marlow Rowing Club. With the Camas sculler Owen Thornton rounding out this field. Well, here we go then, from singles up to quads. We've got the drone back up in the sky as well. We've got 8 crews out on the course. This is the C final of the Open Championship Quadruple Sculls. Peterborough are in lane 1. Bradford Grammar School next to them in 2. Then it's Bedford Rowing Club in 3. Brentford in 4. Yarm School in 5. King's School Worcester in 6. Dart Totnes in 7. And Magdalen College School in lane 8.
Yeah, and honestly, these phenomenal drone shots make our job so easy. We can see everything on the screen from up here, and it is the Brentford quad that has got up to a really phenomenal lead, out to about a length over King's School Worcester. So they're just going to knuckle down now as they head into the 1 kilometre marker, see what they can do in the second half of this race.
Clear water, it looks like, for Brentford as we come through 1,000 metres. Going with them, as we've mentioned, King's School Worcester looking good, Yarm School looking nice, and on the other side, Bedford Rowing Club, Bradford Grammar School in quick succession. Peterborough on the top of your screen, that's Dart Totnes just coming through. And just a couple of lengths back, that is our combination from Magdalen College School. Brentford out in front though, but I can't quite tell if they've broken clear. I think that combination from Yarm School are doing all they possibly can to desperately hang on. But I think if Brentford were to kick on now, they'd break clear and almost sew this race up, I think.
Most definitely. We talk sometimes about breaking the elastic in rowing, and I think it's that mental battle of feeling like you've gone, and now they can't come back. And Brentford are going to want to get to that point now, but both Yarm and King's School Worcester are doing their best not to let that happen, and honestly, kudos to them because they're not letting them go.
They are. Well, that's the crew from King's School Worcester just on screen at the moment. That's us through 750, 250 metres left of this third 500 metres, this all important third 500. And I think that's the kick on. That's the decisive move there from Brentford. We can see overhead now that the rest of the field is just so close as they come through 1,500 metres. But a decisive move there from Brentford sees them break clear of the likes of Bedford, of Yarm, of King's School, Worcester. Bedford just off to the left of them. Yarm School just sitting slightly further back, but King's School, Worcester just on the right-hand side of your screen, making a real move for second place. As a bit of a yank on the steering there from Brentford sees them drifting just over to the left-hand side of their boy line. A little bit of a correction, but I think with the margin that they have as advantage, it shouldn't make too much of a difference.
No, I wouldn't be surprised though if that gap closes a little bit. Often when you're in a tussle for second, third, which Bedford, Yarm and King's School Worcester are, you can end up dragging yourselves back onto that crew in the lead. So Brentford, they're just going to continue to chip away at what they've got, keep taking distance and taking time as they come into the last 250. But don't count out Yarm and King's School Worcester and Bedford to make this a particularly exciting last 250.
Well, 250 metres left to go then. It's been all about Brentford in the opening 1,750 metres of it. It looks like that narrative will be continuing as we come up to the finish line, but it's incredibly close. It's fast finishing and it's tight margin from the rest of the field. From Bedford, Yarm, King's School, Worcester, a little bit further back is Bradford Grammar School, at the moment out in front still with Clearwater. Brentford Boat Club, but the rest of the field, they're fast finishing that King's School Worcester programme. They've come through Yarm School. They're hunting down Bedford at the moment. I think Bedford have the advantage as we're closing up to the finish line. Just a couple of strokes left to go. Yarm School with one more response, one more roll of the dice as they come up to the line. It is Brentford over Bedford. I think it's going to be oh so close. 0.3 of a second separating our crews. I don't quite know who's done it. King's Worcester, they get second. Yarm get third place. Bradford Grammar will settle for fourth ahead of Peterborough, Dart, Totnes. We'll have Magdalen College coming through as well. Rounding out a thrilling C final of the Open Championship quads.
And before we can even take a breath, the C final of the Championship Girls event is already on the water. We have from lane 1, Stratford-upon-Avon, Brentford, St Michael's, Westminster School, Bedford, Kew House School, Reading and King's School, Chester.
So through the opening stages then, probably coming up to about the 500 metre marker. It's that combination in lane 5. Bedford Rowing Club. We just saw their boys snatch second place in the Open C final. This time though, the girls looking to go one better at the moment. They're sitting in lane 5 going nicely. Reading going well. We saw a great race from one of their pairs a few moments ago. Now let's see what their girls quad is able to produce as they come through roughly 750 metres into this one. So we've got eyes on Bedford, we've got eyes on Reading. But to be honest, again, eyes on the rest of the field as it's tight once again.
Yeah, it seems to have been the same story through 500 for a lot of these, the last 3 or 4 races. Just really, really competitive racing, which is what we want to see here at National Schools Regatta.
So there's Reading Rowing Club on the left-hand side of your screen. Next to them is the backs of Kew House, who are just going from success to success, building real momentum at the moment, I think, across all of their squads. Next one across, that's our combination from Bedford Rowing Club. Westminster next to them in the decisive pink kit. Looks like Bedford continuing to pull away particularly well from Westminster, from the rest of the field. The question is whether Reading Rowing Club are able to stick with them, if anyone else on the rest of the field can stick with them as we come up to the halfway point in this race. So we look across from the bow girl in that Bedford Rowing Club crew just to see whereabouts on the water they are. In the background, that's St Michael's of Ireland. We've got Brentford in lane 2, and there just in the background it's Stratford-upon-Avon. Well, through 1,000 metres then, it is the crew from Bedford Rowing Club looking particularly good, and I think still occupying second place, I think Reading Rowing Club. So no change there from our race leaders as we come through halfway, 1,000 metres left in this C final of the Girls' Championship quads.
And Fergus, we should just give a quick shout out to fellow commentary extraordinaire Poppy Baines over there in the Stratford-upon-Avon crew. I have no doubt she'll go back and watch this later, so cracking job, Poppy. We've loved working with you and watching you this weekend.
Well, there's Poppy and the Stratford crew over there on the right-hand side, sitting a length or so up on the crew from Brentford, and I think are in a bit of a scuffle there with Kew House School. So on two sides of the course, there she is, in the bow seat, Poppy Baines doing absolute bits. So we look across from her to see how they're getting on. They're moving well, moving particularly well. They're through Brentford and in a real tussle, as we said, with Kew House School. Let's see if they can close down on the rest of the field. That's Brentford Boat Club next to them. Panning out St Michael's from Ireland, coming back into shot. It's been wonderful to have such a strong contingent from St Michael's and from the rest of the Irish clubs who have made the trip across the Irish Sea to come and be with us for the 2026 National Schools Regatta. 1,500 metres in then as we come up to this point. So we're close. We're really close here as we come through 1,500 metres. Bedford Rowing Club still leaders at the moment. Reading Rowing Club just about hanging on into second place, but I think Westminster also looking good as we come through that 500 metre to go marker.
Absolutely. And we're going to get some times here as they come through. So still definitely Bedford in the lead there, but it's closing down there from some of the other schools, just to just 2 second advantage now.
Yeah, 2 seconds. But they're looking strong, Bedford. You know, they're rating high, aren't they? And it's a great rhythm they've been able to establish, isn't it?
It most definitely is. And sometimes that is the thing that can win you a race, is just having that really relentless rhythm that all four of you understand and are locked in on. It might be a completely different rhythm to somebody else, but if all of you are doing the same thing, that's going to pay dividends.
Right then, 250 metres left to go. We've had our eyes on Bedford, we've had our eyes on Reading Rowing Club, but I think Reading Rowing Club have really mustered something up here with less than 200 or so metres left in this C final of the Girls' Championship quads. I think they're absolutely chucking the kitchen sink at it. Bedford, who are in such a strong position, they came through the 1,000 metre marker leading by about 2 seconds or so. I think that lead could have absolutely evaporated over the last 300 metres as we come into the closing stages of this one. Westminster School, they're looking good for third at the moment. St Michael's and Kew House, they're racing well for fourth and fifth place, but out in front, Bedford Rowing Club, I think, have answered the questions from Reading Rowing Club as we come up to the finish line. They'll continue to hold on, but it's Westminster School who have charged particularly well in the closing stages. That's going to be incredibly tight. Looks across from Reading to see if they'll get second place. I don't know. I think it's 0.3 of a second separating those two crews, but Bedford out in front. Great win for them. Well, from the quads we go to the eights. This is the C final of Championship 8s, and as we can see, it's two boats. We've got St Joseph's College from Ireland in lane 4 there on the right hand side of your screen, and we've got St Peter's School in lane 5. Just two boats racing this one. We're through 500 metres, and as we came through 500 metres, we know it was close. Less than a second separating them, but St Joseph's from Ireland stepped on particularly well as they come up to the halfway point, and they're looking good, looking particularly strong, aren't they?
They certainly are, and this is such different racing for these two crews to what they'll have experienced in some of the reps and semi-finals. Two-boat racing is all about taking the race by the scruff of the neck, and that is most definitely what they've done here in these early stages.
I mean, it's much more like what we'll get at Henley Royal and Henley Women's later on in the summer, just about 4 or 5 weeks away from those racing. But it's important, isn't it, to get out in front in the eights, and it's an 8, it's a long boat, it's a long way for St Peter's to come back now, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yep, the crew from St Joseph's will just have so much confidence now. They'll be sitting up, they'll be feeling good, and just moving away. They can just respond now to any moves that they see St Peter's make, which makes things easier for them psychologically, and it makes things tough for the St Peter's crew, who, you know, their bow people, they're going to be playing a really vital role. You know, they can still feel that other crew. They want to let their guys know in their boat that they're still there. They can still make this move if they act on it now.
We saw that overhead shot from St Joseph's there. What impressed you about the crew and what they're able to do in that sort of middle section of the race?
I think a big thing that I found from my racing days is that the middle is all about building that rhythm and just locking your blades on and sending it down to the finish of the stroke. And I think what they're doing really well is getting out there, locking on, and then changing direction fast. And I think that is what makes a huge difference in these eights. You know, you don't have to be gentle. There's a lot of boat to move there, and they're picking it up hard on the footplate.
Well, that's the thing. There's a lot of boat to move, and I think by the time you add up all of the athletes, the cocks, and a boat, you know, you're well over half a ton, nearly 3/4 of a ton of boat and athlete that are moving, and they're doing it particularly efficiently. And that third 500, you know, you talked about how important that was. The move that they've done to open up to clear water is fantastic from them.
Absolutely, and it's often in this. You know, in these later finals and races that you see margins opening up. You know, people are thinking in the early rounds of these, we've got more races to come. Here, they've got this is their race, this is their final. You know, so they're going to be putting absolutely everything into that, and they want this margin to be as big as it possibly can be.
Well, through 1,500 metres, it was just over 6 seconds the advantage that St Joseph's had over the crew from St Peter's School from York. This is them now into the closing stages. St Joseph's from Ireland, perhaps not the result they were hoping for, making that big trip over to come and race. But they will finish well, they'll finish with a good performance. Well, Red Boys then, 250 metres left to go in this C final. Deciding positions 13 and 14 in the rankings for the Championship 8s. It's been a two-boat affair. It's been a dominant performance from St Joseph's College from Ireland. They can very much leave with their heads held high. They've got about 50 metres left to go as they come up to the line. Winding it up, leaving everything out there on Dorney Lake. After a couple of strokes left to go, it will be St Joseph's from Ireland, St Joseph's College over the line. Provisional winners of the C final of Championship 8. And rounding out this field, it will be the combination of St Peter's School from York and this two-boat tussle for the C final of the Championship 8s. So from the 8s to the doubles then.
And the first B final of the next block of finals. We're getting into the spicy part of the day.
This is good. We had a little teaser of some of our medal races earlier on today with the final of the Girls' Championship 8s, just around 1 o'clock this afternoon. But this is it. We get some more of that just now. Our minor finals are over. We've been treated to a set and a half of these minor finals. You know, we've had razor tight margins, we've had some great winners, but here we go then. We're on to the B finals and the A finals. This is, I think, as you're saying, it's the final chapter, I feel now, of National Schools 2026. We've got over 2 hours of these B and A finals to look forward to. The first of which is on screen at the moment. This is the B final of the J16 double sculls, the B final. Lane 2, it's the King's School Canterbury Northampton. Next to them in 3, Wallingford go in lane 4, RGS High Wycombe in 5, the Windsor Boys School in lane 6, and next to them in 7, it's Peterborough City. And wow, what a way to kick off this B and A final. It is neck and neck. It's about as good as you can get in the opening stages of this one, isn't it, Liv?
It most certainly is, and it looks like Wallingford Rowing Club and RGS High Wycombe are the ones taking it to each other at the moment. with only, I mean, to be fair, only about half a length over the other crews, but they're absolutely battling.
4 and 5. Wallingford, RGS, High Wycombe, the two of them, less than half a canvas separating those crews. Wallingford with the advantage, going nicely. 2 lanes over from them. That's the crew from Windsor Boys next to them. Sitting half a length back on them is Peterborough. This is us coming up to the 1,000 metre marker, halfway through then. There's Windsor Boys just to the left-hand side of your screen. RGS, High Wycombe, just 1 lane over the two of them. Very much in position to take one of the top positions in this B final. But there's your race leaders. I say, I don't say it with a huge amount of confidence as RGS High Wycombe move well, but Wallingford Rowing Club, I think their bows are just going to be the ones that cross through halfway first. Yes, half a length or so separating them. There go RGS High Wycombe on the top of your screen. Northampton as well, moving nicely. Windsor Boys, RGS High Wycombe still in the mix, still in that fight. 1,000 metres done, 1,000 metres left to go, but Wallingford Rowing Club, I think they've just kicked on, haven't they?
It certainly looks like it. Looks like they've made a big push into that 1,000 metre and hopefully back out of the 1,000 metre, but I have no doubt that RGS High Wycombe will respond. They'll put in their big push to try and get back on terms with them, because at the moment they've lost about half a length to that crew from Wallingford.
Yeah, Wallingford now really establishing a good lead for them. High Wycombe going well, but what about that crew from King's Canterbury, Liv? They are really moving well in 2, aren't they?
They certainly are. They've just crept up quietly in the last 500 metres to within 2 seconds now, basically, of those 2 crews in the middle lanes. So we'll see what they can do and keep an eye on them in that outside lane over there in lane 1.
Well, that's the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe on screen at the moment. They're sitting in 2nd place, but I think at the moment, that's changing because King's Canterbury on the far side of the screen, I think they're leading by half a length, and King's Canterbury are getting dangerously close to Wallingford Rowing Club, who have been leading for so much of this race. They're still looking good. I still think they're looking confident, but King's Canterbury, I think, are the fastest moving boat on the water.
You may well be right, actually, and I think, sometimes these angles on the screen, they really trip us up, but I think it does very much look like that crew over there from King's School Canterbury are just taking seats as they come through the middle of this race here. Third 500 is often where the race can be made or broken. So,
well, we know it was a big move from the King's School Canterbury. The question is whether or not they have expelled too much energy in that. I think Wallingford have checked their move. I think Wallingford have seen exactly what King's Canterbury are doing, and I think Kings have stopped moving. We see they're just correcting their steering ever so slightly. We've seen the impact that can have in some of the pairs racing as well. But they are now 1st and 2nd, Wallingford and King's Canterbury. I think that crew next to them, Northampton, are just moving through the pack as well. RGS High Wycombe just fading ever so slightly in this final 500 metres. But Wallingford Rowing Club, I think they're looking really in control of this race. They've checked the move from King's Canterbury, and I think that's been a really mature last 400 or 500 metres from Wallingford.
Most definitely, and as you say, I think we've seen a couple of crews flirting with the buoy line in some of these races, and that can be really disruptive. And I think what Wallingford have done really well is just sit in the middle of the lane. They've not got close on either side, and that has just meant that they've been able to chip away. I
tell you what though, Liv, Peterborough City on the outside lanes. We talked about King's Canterbury sneaking up on the far side. Peterborough, I think, are absolutely motoring themselves into one of our top 2 or 3 positions. They're going to have a great race with Northampton as we come up to the finish line. Wallingford will watch this incredible race unfold behind them. Wallingford leading at the moment. King's Canterbury, I think, still just into 2nd place. There's the charging crew from Peterborough City Rowing Club. They've got 50 metres left to go as we come up to the final in this B final of the J16 double sculls. Peterborough fast finishing, not as quick as King's Canterbury though, but out in front it will be Wallingford Rowing Club up to the line. It's about a canvas separating King's Canterbury and Northampton in 2nd and 3rd respectively. Peterborough City, a really mightily impressive charge, but it won't quite be enough to get them into the top half of this finish. Windsor Boys will come through, just pipping RGS High Wycombe, who will be pushed back into 6th place. And that is an epic way to kick off the B&A finals, isn't it?
It most certainly is. There were races and races there all over the place. So very exciting to see that. And we are going to head straight back down to the 500 meter marker of the A final, the Marlow Bowl these lads are racing for, of the J16 Open Doubles, contested from lane 2, Yarm School, George Watson's College, Hereford Cathedral School, Walbrook, Oundle and Henley Rowing Club. And I believe it was Henley with the early lead there, over closest to us in lane 7.
Yeah, lane 7 moving nicely, but again, through halfway, goodness gracious, there's about half a length separating 4 crews at the moment. I think great call on Henley Rowing Club. Oundle School next to them moving nicely. George Watson's College there in the mix as well. Hereford Cathedral sitting just a little bit further back at the moment. That crew, that combination of Walbrook Rowing Club. I mean, this is set up to be another thriller, isn't it? The B final was just a taster of what we can expect. The A final setting up nicely. Our 2 crews there. That's Walbrook. Next to them, that combination from Hereford Cathedral School. We've said their name a few times. We've had some of their scullers involved in some great racing. Now let's see what they can do in the doubles. But wow, what a shot that is. And what a shot of Henley Rowing Club. What's that, third of a length, if that, they've got over the rest of the field?
Gosh, yeah, hardly. I mean, I think I might put it back with Hereford Cathedral School in the middle now. I think they've just got their bows ahead over there in lane 4.
Well, as you say that, I think they bring with them that combination of George Watson's College, who I think are now the fastest moving boat. I think they're our leading crew at the moment. George Watson's College taking inches every single stroke out of the combination from Hereford Cathedral, which means they're up into the top spot, position A in this third 500 metres. And Henley Rowing Club, they're in danger of now being pushed out of the medals entirely, as Yarm School, up on the top of your screen, look to see themselves pushed through into that third place position. George Watson's College, though, they're not able to get away from Hereford Cathedral, who are just about hanging on to second place, but still challenging for that top spot.
Absolutely, and we definitely cannot count out that Hereford Cathedral School. They were gold medalists at Junior Interregionals this year, so they will be expecting to put on a top performance here. And at the moment, they're being tested.
Right then, just over 250 metres left to go. I think what we're sitting at, 300 metres. What a race unfolding that is. Half a length, third of a length between George Watson's College and Hereford Cathedral School. Next to them, that's a combination of Yarm School. Perhaps our crews who are sitting for first, second and third at the moment. George Watson's, the momentum is with them. What was a couple of feet, a couple of 100 metres ago is now moving up to half a length. I think they'll be feeling in control. They'll be feeling themselves just surge away ever so slightly from Hereford Cathedral School. But here we go then, 250 metres left to go. Henley Rowing Club, we talked about them in the opening stages of this race. What have they got? What sort of responses have they got? But Hereford Cathedral School, they're the ones who are pushing on. They're the ones who are kicking. What are we sitting at? I think a third of a length now. They're back on George Watson's.
Absolutely. It looks like Hereford Cathedral School are putting in every effort to try and overturn that George Watson's crew, who've just got to do everything they can in these closing stages to keep up where they are. That Yarm School double on the far side, though, they're trying to hold off Henley, which is on the far side. All of these crews up well above rate 30 now, 36, 37 beats strokes per minute. And it does look like...
I think it's George Watson's. I think it's George Watson's is still out in front. The Scots, I think, are going to do it, but it's fast finishing. It's Hereford Cathedral, but I think it's George Watson's. They've got a third of a length less than that. I think it's half a canvas. It's going to be so close. But George Watson's College in this J16 double sculls, I think they've absolutely done it. I think they've done Hereford Cathedral on the line. That race for bronze. Oh my goodness me. Henley Rowing Club, Walbrook, the two of them. I can't call it between the two of them as they come up to the line. We've got the rest of the field. We've got Yarm, we've got Oundle, we've got Walbrook coming through and finishing and waiting for the times to come up. It's razor thin margins here from the rest of those crews. George Watson's College, we've had confirmation there, winners of the championship, the J16 double sculls at National Schools 2026. What a performance from them. What a performance from them. I am absolutely chuffed to bits. I'm bouncing all over the place.
Yeah, Fergus is on his feet. We're all excited up here, and that was a cracking way to start off our big block of A and B finals in with the J16 doubles. honestly, all of these crews are racing well through the line. No one's stopping early. They're all racing well past where I think, you know, it's phenomenal racing. I'm really impressed.
George Watson's College there, they were 4th at 500, 4th at 1,000, but what a move there. That third 500 was decisive for them. And we step on, we stick with double sculls. We go to the B final of the J16 girls double sculls. 6 boats again racing this one. Lee Rowing Club in 2, Bedford in 3, Henley in 4, Brentford in 5, Derby in 6, Hereford Cathedral. We're seeing them again. They're going in lane 7. Our leaders though, Brentford Rowing Club at the moment. 3/4 of a length I think they've got on Henley Rowing Club.
It does look like that. Brentford have been up there in a lot of races recently. I've been really impressed with their racing. And this is no different. Really impressed watching them as they come through the first 500 metres. Well, probably approaching the kilometre now.
Halfway through then. Just about clear water for Brentford over at Henley, looking good there in 2nd place. Derby Rowing Club, their blade colours just coming into view there. Hereford Cathedral School just on the bottom of your screen there in lane 7. That's a great shot though of our race leaders though from Brentford.
Yeah, they're looking really comfortable out there in the lead. They won't be feeling it, but it's looking pretty calm and relaxed from up here and on the screens.
And rightly so, you know, that's now about a length or so's advantage they have over the rest of their field for that combination from Brentford. Henley, I think, establishing themselves nicely there in 2nd place. But 3rd, I think a great race is unfolding between Derby Rowing Club in lane 6 and over on the far side of the course, that's Bedford Rowing Club. And just further back for those 5th and 6th positions, Lee Rowing Club on the far right, Hereford Cathedral School on the far left. We're getting a really good chevron formation in this in the second half of this race.
Absolutely, and we love it when races go to form like that. But equally, we also love it when we get some really exciting battles between all of the crews like we've had in that last race. But it looks like Brentford are going to keep this pretty simple.
Well into this third 500 metres. And we can see there on screen, just down in the bottom right-hand side of your corner, that is our winners of the Marlow Bowl for the J16 double sculls. That is the combination from George Watson's College there, picking up their medals. So then, final stages, closing stages, what do we come up to? 300 metres left then in this B final of the J16 girls double competition. It's the Simon Sears Cup, the J16 double sculls. The A final is underway and we'll be picking that up in a couple of minutes' time, but we've still got some frantic racing going on in this B final. We can start to see them coming into our eye line as we look up the course. 300 metres left to go in this one. But Brentford are looking great. They've been looking great all race, haven't they?
They certainly have, and they've just really obeyed their time because they had about a 2nd lead over Henley Rowing Club as they came through the 1,000, and they've extended that out to 4 seconds. So they've really just been patient, made their moves when they've needed to, and been able to move away in this third 500 of this race.
So Brentford, Henley, Derby, Bedford, Hereford Cathedral School. And you can see that margin that they've extended out to. Brentford really stepped on. 2nd place being held by Henley Rowing Club. And now that's Derby really settling into that 3rd place. That race for 4th though, going with them, Hereford Cathedral School on the right-hand side of your screen. Bedford School and the Lee in lanes 2 and 3 respectively. We just saw them battling out for, I think, 5th and 6th place in this B final. Positions 7 to 12 up for grabs in the rankings. 100 metres left though for Brentford as they come up to the finish line. They've looked good all race from start to finish. Up to the line then, 50 metres left. Brentford Rowing Club, Henley going nicely in second place. Derby establishing themselves well, but Derby just going up through the gears. Let's see what else they've got to offer in the closing stages of this one. Next to them, Hereford Cathedral School doing all they can to fend off the charge that's coming from Bedford and Lee on the opposite side of the course. But up to the line then, Brentford, they come through and take the win in this B final. They'll be followed a couple of lengths back by Henley Rowing Club, but as we said, it will be fast finishing. It will be Derby who will hold off the quick finishers from Bedford, from Lee, and that means rounding out this one is Hereford Cathedral School.
Well, we're back down the course through the 1,000 metres now with the J16 girls double. This is the Simon Sears Cup being contested by Lady Eleanor Hollis, Trafford, Tideway Scullers, Strathclyde Park, Rob Roy and Nottinghamshire County, and it looks like through the 1,000 metre marker it was Tideway Scullers 2 seconds ahead of Strathclyde Park, who barely had a lead really over Rob Roy, so it's some exciting racing here. But at the moment, our leaders are Tideway Scullers.
Right, Liv, we're back on air. Enjoyed yourself?
Oh, I've had a great time. Actually, I'm probably off soon.
No, you're on air now, so you need to just finish the end of this.
All right. Yeah, well, we're still with Tideway Scullers, so they're looking like they can sit pretty comfortably with this as they come through the 1,500 metre marker now.
Through the 1,000 metre mark, actually, it was Strathclyde that posted the quick, 500 metres Strathclyde were quickest. So the story is then that Tideway Scullers have taken over now, yeah?
Yeah, they worked their way through to just ahead at the K, and now they've just continued to extend that lead, really. They've got about a length and a half of clear water now by the looks of things, and are continuing to move really nicely, but it's not really smooth sailing or obvious results in between some of the other crews, but I think it is still that Strathclyde Park crew in second place at the moment.
Ahead of Rob Roy?
Yeah, by the looks of things, they've got about half a length lead. So Rob Roy they're not letting them go. They're trying to keep on terms with them.
And then it looks to be Nottingham in fourth, with Trafford and LEH back in fifth and sixth. Do you think that's
I do,
the
although on the far side,
yeah.
those crews, who's that? LEH and Trafford,
yeah.
battling it out pretty tightly between the two of them, actually. It looks like LEH is going to mount a surge through them.
Well, there does look to be a bit of a tussle going on here now. So it's Tideway Scullers out in front, Strathclyde Park and Rob Roy. So the Scots are knocking lumps out of each other here with 250 metres to go. If anything, it could be Rob Roy nearest to the tower.
They definitely seem to be moving fast, but I'd still stick it with Strathclyde. I think Rob Roy are rating higher, but I think Strathclyde Park might be taking more per stroke.
Right, so about 150 metres to go, and it's Tideway Scullers sitting pretty out front. Plenty of clear water between them and the Scots, who are battling it off for second and third. Strathclyde put on a bit of a push there. Strathclyde have about half a length lead over Rob Roy. They're having a real go, but I think they're going to run out of water here, Rob Roy. So it's going to be Strathclyde Park crossing the line, Rob Roy, and then over the far side away from us, it's Trafford who take the line ahead of LEH, and then Nottinghamshire County, last couple of strokes. And there we are. That was the A final for the Simon Sears Cup. Can't see with that screen in the way. Oh, there they are. And there we have it. Tideway Scullers School, they crossed the line first. Exhausted but delighted. We have the next race, which is the B final for the J16 second quads. American School, Kingston, King's School, Chester and Tiffin. This race underway. And we have overhead shot there of what looks to be Kingston with their red blades out in front. King's School Chester alongside of them. 4 boats in this race. This the B final for the second quads.
As we settle down watching the race unfold now through that 1k point, Kingston Rowing Club maintain their lead, but there's overlap now with King's School Chester. Chester not been broken at the moment and are still there with them. In third place, you've got Tiffin School, probably just over a length behind them, and then the American School in London just trailed these crews out in fourth place.
Yeah, you can see from the overhead shot there that Kingston are now trying to break free with almost a length lead. Inside of them they have King's School, Tiffin on the right of the school, but you mentioned the American School in London, Ken. I can't see them.
No.
Oh, there they are on the left.
So they've been dropped, haven't they? Yes. Yeah. But, so I mean, it's a good race unfolding now for those top 3 really. Kingston in the lead, King's School Chester, Tiffin School Boat Club trying now to challenge and get back on terms as we go now towards the 1500 as well. And through 1500, we can confirm that Kingston maintain their lead now. They've gone up to over a length over King's School Chester, who again in turn have a length over Tiffin School Boat Club. So it looks like this the race pattern is set, but anything can happen in these quad races. Someone could then change gear and go through a different race pattern, or a different phase of their race rather, to try and get back on terms. And the honours are there to win this final B as well, and they don't want to come second and third. So Kingston Rowing Club tending to be now closed down a little bit. They're holding on to probably just over a length, but it looks like the Tiffin School Boat Club are challenging now for that second place, with King's School Chester just now trying to build and go with them. As they race together, it looks like Kingston Rowing Club maintaining a lead now, but these boats are starting to overlap.
Yeah, as they're coming into the Red Boys, so this is the last 150 metres. Kingston out front in control. Anything can happen. Indeed, in the last race, one of the scullers caught a crab on the line. Kingston just doing enough to maintain about a boat length's lead, but a bit of a charge coming on here from Tiffin. Tiffin are really having a go to try and get to that line, but they're going to run out of lake, and the order crossing the finish line is going to be Kingston Rowing Club, King's School Chester, Tiffin, and then a little way back a gap for American School. Next up, we have the J16 second quads, the A final. In lane number 1, it's Leeds. Lane 2, King's School Worcester. Windsor Boys School in 4, Barn Elms 5, Molesey Boat Club in 6, and Leeds K Crew in 7. So well done, Leeds, for getting 2 crews to the final here for the second quads.
So final 8, we've started now to build. If anything's like some of the B finals and C finals we've seen this afternoon, it's going to be a cracking race. And as we go through the first timing point at the moment, it's the Windsor Boys School who established the lead. In second place, we've got Barn Elms showing, and then we wait for the other times to come up. It's the King's School Worcester Boat Club in 3rd place and Lee Rowing Club in 4th place. So a very close race indeed. It's a Leeds Rowing Club in 5th, and in 6th place it's Molesey Boat Club at the moment. But as I said, anything could happen in these races. It looks like Windsor Boys have established a good early lead, but the rest of the pack are now trying to chase them down.
Interesting enough, at the halfway mark, the Leeds boats, there was literally only just over half a second between them. So Leeds J are in lane 2, nearest to the spectator side of the course, and the tower side of the course, Leeds K. Up front, it is the Windsor Boys School. They went through the halfway at 3:22. Barn Elms, 3:27 in second. King's School Worcester were third and 4th, Molesey Boat Club.
Yep. It looks like things are starting to change as the crews now start to just get through that halfway point. All that effort now, they've got their boats speed up, and now they're starting to look around to see if now they can just start to put an extra press on their legs and see if they can now start to challenge for some of these medals. But as Martin said, it looks like Windsor Boys are established themselves in this gold medal position, but for the other medals there's still a lot to row for.
Yep, you are watching the A final of the J16 second quads, and through the 1500 metre mark, it's confirmed it's the Windsor Boys School that now have a very decent lead out there in first.
But if we look back up the lake, in the middle of the lake now, it's still a good race between Barn Elms and it looks like King's School Worcester as well. It looks like Barn Elms might be a bit now moving into that silver medal position, and maybe got a half a length now over the King's School Worcester Boat Club. And again, coming into the last 100 metres, Windsor Boys School maintain their lead in the gold medal. So there's silver and bronze to be raced for at the moment, but it looks like Barn Elms have just got their boats about half a length in and over now King's School Worcester as they go towards the line.
100 metres to go, Windsor Boys School striding out. 3 or 4 lengths lead. They're going to cruise home to pick up the gold medal here. In second spot, it's Barn Elms. They have been pushed by King's School Worcester. So crossing the line, Windsor Boys School. Second place, Barn Elms. And crossing now in third, King's School Worcester.
And it's been a good race between the two Leeds crews and Molesey Boat Club as well. So they've had their battle just off the lead, but they've still had a good race in this A final.
Yeah, it is in fact Molesey that cross in fourth. Leeds K cross the line ahead of their club mates, Leeds J. Right, I think the next one's up and running here, Ken.
Okay, well, we've got the final B of the J16 quads for the girls. I've got 3 crews in this one, Martin. I've got St Mary's School, Cambridge in lane 4, Streatham and Clapham in lane 5, and Tiffin School in lane 6.
There you are, there's a shot of the winners there, the Windsor Boys School. Not the first time they picked up medals this weekend, Ken?
Not at all, no. But you know, they know this lake well, and their coaching system is very good, and Mark, who leads that system, is an established coach and looks after the juniors as well for GB.
And boy, has he done some cycling this weekend, following his crews.
Yes.
Up and down, up and down. Right, Streatham and Clapham in the middle with a decent lead here. St Mary's on the left, Tiffin on the right, but it's Streatham and Clapham that have the lead here, Ken.
Okay, I'm waiting for the timing points from the overhead shot. You can see that, as you said, Martin, Streatham and Clapham lead. Then you've got St Mary's on to the right of our screen, and Tiffin's, the school boat club, to the left of the screen. There seems to be some of these crews are just slightly veered off their lanes and things, in danger of hitting some buoys, but they'll soon come back up straight, I'm sure. As they push, sometimes the boat just swings slightly out of the middle of their lane. But maintaining the lead, it's Streatham and Clapham High School Boat Club.
J16 second quads, this is the B final, St Mary's, Streatham and Tiffin. St Mary's had a bit of a wobble there, they seem to be back on course now. Streatham lead, Tiffin second. Coming up next we have the A final of this. That's got Leeds, Marlow, William Perkins, Ball, Ace, Grange and Putney. That's from the races I saw earlier, the time trials and so on earlier. This looks to be a very, very closely fought contest, and indeed I think Streatham and Clapham were a bit unlucky not to make an A final here, but they're making a point in this, the B final, stretching it out.
Sure, and their time will matter to them to see how they performed if they were in the A final.
Yeah.
If they were, what place would they have got if they could have put a good time down now? And so it's just a good marker. You might be the seventh fastest in these J16 quads, but maybe next time you're in that A final.
Well, you say that. I mean, you might finish seventh because obviously the A final has 6 boats, but your time might actually be better than some of those A finalists, and we've seen that a little bit today. It seems to me that some of these crews, when they're pushed in a final, or if they've saved something or whatever it might be, they really empty the tank and go for it. They can put in some very, very good performances, and it's got to make them think, if we'd have just gone a bit harder, we could have been in that A final.
Absolutely. The time trial is every race you go into here is the most important race, but sometimes, as Martin just said, if you're not pushed, sometimes the extra energy isn't there to get you through to the time you want to get into the A finals.
So Streatham have gone through here in 4:08. Now that's not a bad time at all. Tiffin 4:26 and St Mary's in second have gone through in 4:17. That's the halfway point of this, the second quads for girls, the B final. This is the 1500 metre mark then, Ken. We should have a few times come up.
we will do any moment now. It's just that Streatham and Clapham just pushing hard. It's 6:21 at the moment to that 1500 metre mark. They're trying to really push hard, put that time down as well. They're moving away all the time from St Mary's School Boat Club in second place. So they've got nearly 10 seconds on them at the moment. And Tiffin School Boat Club still out in, they're back in third place, but being dropped a little bit. As these two other quads just push on towards the line, but it looks like Streatham and Clapham well established, and it's now all about the honour of getting the good time down to see where you would have been finished in the whole event. So I think, Martin, the race is fairly set.
I think the race is fairly set, and I was just going to say it would be nice to see maybe what's happening down with the A final, which has got Leeds, Marlow, Swilliam Perkins, Swilliam Ball-Ace, Grange and Putney. The A final of this, the second girls quads, has started.
Okay, well, if you look at that one, Martin, I'll wind this one up as it comes towards the line, all right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so we're into the 250 for this B final of J16 second quads, and Streatham and Clapham maintain their lead. And I just let you know what the official verdict was when they get through the line. So in this one, Martin, in the final, Leeds again have put a boat in, got a boat in here. So doing well this year. It's good to see Leeds having some quality boats now out here and getting into some of the good finals.
Yeah, so Leeds are drawn in lane 2, Marlow in 3, Sir William Perkins 4, Sir William Ball-Ace in lane 5, the Grange School are in lane 6, and Putney High School in lane 7.
So well established these doubles, these quads rather, they've got good sculling programs. So you look across there and you know they've all done, over the years, so the quads and doubles, and even in the J14 area as well, some octos as well in the J15 boats.
So that's the B final just coming to conclusion.
Yeah. Okay, so
That was Streatham and Clapham, yeah.
Yeah. St Mary's not dropped by too much. They maintain a good race. Again, looking for their time. And then Tiffin School just coming in
Tiffin
third
School
place.
following it up, yeah. So that's the result of that. Maybe we can go down and pick up the A final now. Right, we have an overhead shot now of the A final, and it is in lane number 3. Well, actually, they're in lane number 4, but the third crew is Sir William Perkins.
Yeah, Sir William Perkins.
Yeah, Sir William Perkins half a length up on Marlow. Sir William Ball-Ace and Leeds are pretty level, and then the crews on the left-hand side you're looking at are Grange and Putney. So, yeah, as expected,
it's a chevron, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I thought Marlow would be maybe Marlow will pick up a bit. I thought they might have been a bit hotter out the start here.
Yeah, they've got a good pedigree, haven't they, on quad
Yeah,
sculling?
they have. Well, we are at the halfway mark here, so Marlow don't want to lose touch. But it is Sir William Perkins.
Yes, they're Swoops as we know them. Sir William Perkins School is a good thing to keep calling them, but Swoops is their nickname as well. Maintaining their lead over Marlow. But Marlow, these are quads, they can change speed very quickly indeed. So possibly Marlow could make some more contact, get that feel that they're now overlapping, and push Swoops, Sir William Perkins, a little bit harder. But these two now really battling it out for the gold and silver positions, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's Marlow and Ball-Ace that are possibly battling it out for silver and bronze, to be honest with you. I think Ball-Ace, Ball-Ace and Marlow, they train on the same stretch of the Thames there.
Yeah.
Is one on the Clevedon Reach and then the other on the Marlow Reach, or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, they're definitely the same part of the world. Sir William Ball-Ace Grammar School in Marlow Rowing Club by Marlow Bridge. They know each other, these guys, and it looks like a close.
Sure, it looks
close
like ball
thing.
yeah.
If anything, I would say Ball Ace are probably just nudging up here.
Yep, that's a good shout, Martin, because from where we are, our angle could be wrong, but it does look like Ball Ace have got some overlap now over Swoops. But Marlow actually now being dropped back into third place in their red boat. And agreed, it's the battle now for gold and silver is between Ball Ace and from Sir William Perkins.
So William Perkins in the lead. They've got over a length lead on the Chasing 2 crews. Marlow and Ball Ace. Ball Ace, I think, have put a bit of a push on here. Ken, and I fancy they're now in silver, relegating Marlow to bronze.
Agreed, and I just looked at the sculling rates of the top crews, and Ball Ace just lifted there to about 35, 36. Swoops again lifted. Marlow again. It looks like they've just been dropped, but they start to lift a bit more now. And as Marlow start to push towards the line, they're starting to challenge again.
Marlow are not out of this, but they need to really put the foot down now.
Yeah.
Ball Ace with the better boat speed.
Yeah.
Closing, but not too much on the leaders from the start, Sir William Perkins, and superb effort there from Sir William Perkins. Marlow not giving up, really having a go, but Ball Ace looking safe for their silver, crossing the line. Sir William Perkins, they cross ahead of Sir William Ball Ace and Marlow Rowing Club. Fourth, a real battle here for fourth. Crikey, look at this. This is very, very close.
Grange this side.
Absolutely nothing in it. Near side, far side?
Yeah. Oh,
who do you reckon?
I reckon far side probably leads.
Leads ahead of Grange, and then Putney High School finished that one off. Well, Kenneth, that was exciting.
It was indeed, yes. And to call it as well, Martin, that long way out, you saw Ball Ace move, and it was good because Marlow we thought might come through, but it was good to see Ball Ace just make their own mind up and say we're going to have this silver spot.
And that was for the Kitchen Cup. That was the A final. And awaiting official confirmation, but crossing the line first, it was Sir William Perkins School. The J16 Quads B final, Tiffin, Molesey Boat Club, Lee, Barn Elms, Kingston Grammar School, King's School, Worcester. They're the next ones down the track. Ken, this is a B final.
It is indeed, and they're halfway down as well. Thank you. And I'll stop the television shaking at the moment. It's in this B final. We've just gone through the halfway point. Molesey Boat Club leads the pack at the moment, followed very closely by Lee Rowing Club, and third place we've got Barn Elms Rowing Club as well. In fourth place, it's RGS, it's Royal Grammar School. Kingston Grammar School, apologies for that. And
Royal Kingston Grammar School.
Yeah, it was even Royal. Yeah, that would be. Yes, they're in the Royal Borough, aren't they?
Royal,
yeah, that's right. And King's School Worcester, and then sixth place. It's the Tiffin School Boat Club. So still some good racing to go. There's some overlap there as well. We'll wait for the drone overhead shot, but only a few seconds between first, second, and third at the moment.
Tiffin in 1, Molesey lane 2, Lee 3, Barn Elms 4, Kingston in 5, King's School Worcester in lane 6, and out in front it is Molesey Boat Club, followed by the Lee, followed by Barn Elms. Barn Elms putting in a decent shift here. They're steering up just a tad untidy when I looked earlier, but all straightened up now and all very lovely. But it looks like from the overhead shot that Lee are trying to come back here on Molesey.
I think Molesey might have just taken the lead, Martin, from just looking back up the lake. So Molesey, me, Lee Rowing Club, then Barn Elms and Kingston Grammar School. There's not a lot between the top three. In fact, probably just 3 seconds maximum between those boats. And as they push towards the line for the medal, for the positions in Final B, it looks like
Molesey have led all the way.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I think Lee are getting closer and closer. If anything, now they've got the boat speed, and I think they're going to come through here.
Yeah. Yes, I don't disagree at all. But there's 3 overlaps
now,
here at the moment.
Are they going to bring Barn Elms with them? This is going to be one of those humdingers that we hear about, Ken, coming into the a red, deeply in the red now, so with about 100 metres to go.
Yep. I think it's Molesey and Lee now have established
Lee with the
themselves.
boat speed,
Yeah.
Molesey have upped their rate, Molesey now trying to fight back. Lee have gone through them.
Yep.
Lee ahead of Molesey, but Molesey putting on a charge.
Oh, yeah, so Molesey now. Oh, it's
very close indeed.
Yeah, it's a bow bob at the moment. And Lee just to respond. The bow boy looks across. He just knows that extra effort, put it into the legs, and they just push out.
I think they've done enough.
Yeah.
I think Lee there went through Molesey. Molesey fought back. Lee just had enough gas left in the tank to hold them off, probably by less than half a Cavendish, which would be what, about 3 foot?
Yep.
Barn Elms. We'll wait for the official result, but as they cross the line, and we're sat pretty much on the finish line, it looked to me like the Lee ahead of Molesey, ahead of Barn Elms.
Yep.
That was a B final, so it's revving up nicely here for the Kingston Cup Junior 16 Quads A final. Clares Court, Leeds, Windsor Boys, Shiplake and Marlow.
And they're going through the 500 at the moment. And again, Windsor Boys have established themselves in first place, being pushed by the Infinity Boat Club in second place at 500 metres. Close behind there is Shiplake College, and then we have in fourth place it's Marlow Rowing Club, and then in fifth it's Leeds Rowing Club, and in sixth Clares Court School. So they've got to the 1,000 metre mark, Martin, and have the positions changed?
The A final here, very, very tight up front, Ken.
Yeah.
I think Infinity putting in a real good shift here. Marlow slightly back. Shiplake College just been eased out of it a bit now by Windsor Boys School. Your money would be on Windsor Boys, but Infinity having a real go. This could be another absolute cracker. Clares Court Leeds, Windsor Boys, Shiplake, Marlow, Infinity. Shiplake trying to desperately get their nose in front, but Windsor Boys holding them off. Really close to this. Infinity have done brilliant there. That's I must admit it's a new one to me.
It is
Infinity.
to me as well. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, from here too,
yes.
maybe.
But at the moment they've got about 3 feet, if that. But
well, it looks pretty. I mean, the overhead shot. I know it's always hard, but I think Windsor Boys are level with Infinity.
Yep.
Windsor Boys had a push now. Clever racing from Windsor Boys School. They'll awfully just wait to see what the opposition do, and then at the halfway, just crank it up a bit. But Infinity are not letting them have it their own way here.
Yeah, but
Infinity and Windsor Boys and Shiplake out in front.
And I think Shiplake are going with Windsor Boys, sticking to them. That's probably their race plan. Not thinking that Infinity would be up there, but so Windsor Boys pulling Shiplake through with them as well. Infinity on this side. They could see the whole pack across there, but they're just heading straight down the lake. They'll keep it straight. They'll keep their sculling rate up. And at the moment, it looks like they're holding on. So it's Windsor Boys in the middle, Shiplake next to them, and then in this lane over here, Infinity. So
I wouldn't say, that the crews in the centre have got this, Ken.
Yeah.
From where I'm sat here, I think Infinity are well in the mix here. They've cranked it up. They're in lane 6, so clearly they didn't qualify as quick as these other lads. So Windsor Boys, Shiplake, and they really are. You're going to get a time on them, a rate on them.
Yep.
But Infinity cranking it up. Shiplake in the middle. Windsor Boys crank it up, and they're really winding it up. 150 metres to go.
They're up to
These
36s.
are J16s, for goodness sake. Look at the quality of this.
Yeah, sure.
Unbelievable. I think Infinity might have just blown the gasket
Shiplake
there.
are going for it.
Shiplake are going for it. Windsor Boys cranking it up. Shiplake, what a race, and they are tearing towards the line.
38, rated 38.
Down to these two now.
Shiplake
Windsor
taking
Boys.
it. Shiplake are going to take it.
No, I think it's going to be. I disagree. I think it's Windsor Boys on the line for me. I'm nearer the line than you, Ken, and you are shorter than me. So I have stuck my neck out, and I think Windsor Boys, they think they've got it. Shiplake, the body language tells me they think they've just been pipped. And pipped on the line. This J16s, for goodness sake, what is going on?
Well, the sculling was superb. Sorry. I'm not the coaching and what the boys have achieved over these years.
But,
have
you know,
moved the standard up and up, haven't they? Really.
Chapeau, chapeau infinity. Never heard of you. Have to do a bit of research. But by gum, you did well, lads. You pushed those other two all the way and made that race for me. They had to fight like Billy-O. Well done, Shiplake, and really, really well done, the Windsor Boys School. You were tested there, lads. J16 quads final. I see Mark Wilkinson having taken a photo of another one of his winning crews, but by gum, I bet he was thinking this might not go his way.
Yeah, I think as well. And just to wrap up some of the unofficial results as well, in 4th place we had Marlow Rowing Club, Clares Court were in 5th, and Leeds Rowing Club were 6th. But all 6 of those boats, actually, the contribution they made to that A final was superb. So well done to those J16 quads.
Absolutely superb. Turn to the girls now. B final, Colonel's Cup for Junior 16 quads. This is on the course. Great Marlow School in 1, Putney in 2, Grange in 3, Marlow in 4, City of Bristol in 5, and Sir William Borlase in lane 6. Ken, what's the news?
At the moment, they've gone cleanly off the start. We're just looking through some pictures. They're just going through the 500 at the moment, and we're just looking for some of those timing details. But it's a B final, but it's going to be a quality final. The B final for the Colonel's Cup for Junior 16 quads as well.
Well, you can see on the screen there what's happening. So who's winning that, Ken?
For me, if you take the scrubby mark off the screen now,
that's my finger.
I would say that the crew in lane 2, for me, Putney High School, have just got their nose in front in this B final.
It's hard to tell.
It's
from
very.
that angle,
And now it's the camera
watching.
angle, yeah.
You're watching online what we're watching here, and to predict that is pretty difficult. But yeah, it could well be Putney in lane 2. They have Marlow and Grange either side of them.
And as any good commentator will tell you, the positions have changed as now they come across the lake.
Yeah, as they come across the line, it is of course Grange that have their bow in front, but not a lot in it, Ken.
No.
Great Marlow, Putney, Grange, Marlow, City of Bristol, and Sir William Borlase on the right of your screen.
Yeah, absolutely. City of Bristol lying in 5th place at 152, and the crew that went through first is at 149, 150. So they're all overlapping each other at the moment in this quads B final for girls. And as we go towards the 1K,
we're coming up. Yeah, so we're halfway through this race. In other news, Spurs have scored a goal. Means West Ham will be going down. There we are. Look at that. That's a beautiful drone shot there, showing those 3 crews in lanes 1 and 2 and 3. Absolutely fantastic drone. Really good work from the boys on the visual. What do you call it? On the cameras and so on.
But look at those 4 boats.
4 of them now.
Level.
It's as if they waited for the other one to catch up.
Yep.
So Grange, having got its nose in front, have just slipped back a bit now. Marlow into the ascendancy. Boat speed here with the crew in the middle, which is Marlow. It's Great Marlow in 1, Putney 2, Grange in 3, Marlow, City of Bristol and Borlase. Borlase at the bottom of the screen. City of Bristol are at the back. Leading, it looks
Marlow.
to me like it is Marlow.
Yep.
So again,
Yes,
Marlow have sat there, got to the halfway stage, and then decided they'd have a bit of a go.
Sure.
Going with them though in lane 1, it is Great Marlow.
Sure. And I think looking back at the race there, it looked like who's there? The crew in lane. So William Borlase just had a little bit of a boat stopper there because they just suddenly dropped back. So they had a slight incident. So they're back sculling now, but it has dropped them off the leading packs now, where they were overlapping.
So half of this race is populated by girls either at school or who live in Marlow. Great Marlow School, Marlow and Sir William Borlase. Yeah. How about that? For the B final of the Colonel's Cup for Junior Quads. And as we look now at the overhead shot, Great Marlow School, they seem to have had a bit of a push. So although Marlow were coming through and had some boat speed, the reaction has come from Great Marlow on the right hand side of your screen.
I agree.
So
and,
William Borley's creeping up on the outside here, are they? They're
yes, I think so.
in a bit.
Yep.
This is going to be another cracker, this one.
Right.
I
Again,
think Grange have slipped back here, Ken.
they have Granger slipped back, but Borley's now seem to have a quicker boat speed and are now really challenging for the first place. They're so far apart in the lanes they can't see each other.
Yeah,
but
it's
now
great.
they've
It's
got
great. For me, Great Marlow on the right have the
Yeah.
boat speed now.
So,
They've let that challenge sort of blow itself out
Mm-hmm.
as they're coming into the red buoys at the top of the screen and furthest away from us. It is Great Marlow School putting in a huge effort. Marlow, they're now stepping on the gas. This is going to be another cracker.
Putney High though just wind as well. They're not going to close down on Marlow, I don't think.
No, we
But
haven't really mentioned Putney High.
No.
They've been in the mix all the way, but
Yeah,
it's
sure.
Great Marlow at the top. Who's going to get second here?
I reckon Marlow. Yeah.
Marlow will hang on.
Yeah. Yeah. But a good push there for Putney High as well.
Very, very good indeed. Well, brilliant that. Great Marlow, State School. Steve Redgrave went there. Peter McConnell went there, one of our fellow commentators.
Okay, right.
Back in the day when he went to school on a horse and cart. That's when they were there. That's fantastic. The 1, 2, 3 there saw Great Marlow School cross the line. Absolutely fantastic.
The unofficial, as we see it at the moment, Martin, is Great Marlow in a time of 7:27, and Marlow Rowing Club in 7:29. Putney High in third, Sir William Borlase is in fourth, City of Bristol fifth, and Grange School sixth. And you
Right,
can see
straight on to this now, Ken.
Okay,
We're
right.
going to go straight down to the girls'
A.
A final here. Royal Shrewsbury, Maidenhead, Sir William Perkins, City of Cambridge, Nottingham County, Leeds. Now at the halfway,
it looks like Maidenhead have just got out in front. Have got out in front by nearly a length, actually, over Sir William Perkins' School in second, City of Cambridge third, in fourth place Notts County, and then fifth and sixth Royal Shrewsbury School and Leeds Rowing Club. So halfway point, it's Maidenhead Rowing Club just leading the pack.
yeah, Maidenhead Rowing Club at the halfway stage here. Now they look to have a decent lead. That's a length, but we know what can happen. The faster crews, in the middle tend to have a bit of a push at this stage. But I have to say that last race from lane one, Great Marlow. Again, look at their time. They could be in the mix with these girls in the A final.
Yep.
Maidenhead, overhead shot there of Maidenhead, a length up. That's just over a boat length up
Over
from Sir William Perkins.
and then City of Cambridge next to them.
And City of Cambridge. And then we've got Royal Shrewsbury over on the far side, nearest to us.
Notts County.
Nottinghamshire County.
Yeah. And,
Where are Leeds? Leeds should be on the left of the screen here.
Yeah, they're in sixth place at the moment,
Yeah.
Leeds, it looks like, from where we are. So, but Maidenhead leading still, but
Who have we dropped here? Royal Shrewsbury.
Royal Shrewsbury and Leeds have
Royal
dropped.
Shrewsbury and Leeds
Yeah,
at the
yeah,
back
yeah,
there,
yeah.
pretty much level with the umpire
Yeah,
launch.
yeah.
So, gold going the way of
Maidenhead
at the moment. Sir William Perkins and City of Cambridge really close there, Ken.
Yes, yeah.
For the
Less than a second, really, isn't it?
For the silver and bronze.
Yeah.
As we look out the window, they're beginning to wind it up, and they're just about to hit the 250 mark.
Sure.
Maidenhead led from the start, have kept that length, but here comes a charge now from Sir William Perkins and City of Cambridge.
Agreed. I'm just looking at Notts County just to see if they do anything to challenge for the medals. It looks like they're probably too far back at the moment, so it looks like the medals are between these three boats, and we just see now how those positions unfold. But a good battle now between City of Cambridge and Sir William Perkins for silver and bronze. But Maidenhead maintain the gold medal.
I'd say Maidenhead have got this in the bank with that sort of lead, but the silver and bronze, well, this is getting really close. Sir William Perkins, City of Cambridge. Sir William Perkins have wound it up. They're coming up for a big finish, but City of Cambridge, they can smell a bronze if they can just get that boat speed going. But it looks to me as if Maidenhead have done enough. Maidenhead, last couple of strokes. Maidenhead crossed the line ahead of Sir William Perkins.
And on that Burns.
City of Cambridge.
And Nottingham. I think Nottingham. I just looked at that rates of Sir William Perkins as they wound it up. It went up to 39 just to maintain that silver medal.
Far side wall, Shrewsbury. Finishing nearest to us is Leeds. Fast and Furious here, Ken. B final next for the Championship double sculls. The Fox Tankard, Marlow, City of Cambridge, RGS Worcester, St Michael's from Ireland, American School, Buell Bridge, Newark and Tideway Scullers School. Shot there at Maidenhead. Your A winners once it's official. They will go and collect their trophies. Overhead shot here, Ken, of the double sculls. Lane 5, Nottinghamshire County.
Lane 5, we've got American School.
Have you got American School? I'm looking at the wrong thing. I am looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, American School, well done.
Okay, and then you've got lane 3, you've got RGS Worcester.
Yeah, have we missed someone off the start here? 1, 2.
We've got 8 boats.
But there are 8 on the screen now. I'm looking at the times. 8 times?
I've only got 1, 2, 3 at the moment. I've got Newark, who lead the pack with Buell Bridge, with Tideway Scullers, St Michael's, American School, Marlow Rowing Club, City of Cambridge, and then the Royal Grammar School of Worcester Boat Club. So
okay.
They've gone through 500.
And the time at 500 was?
And for the leading crew, the time at 500 was about 1:43. They're just approaching the 1K as well now, Martin.
And that's Buell Bridge, was it?
Buell Bridge are maintaining.
Yeah.
They've actually taken the lead. It looks like from who was Newark, but St Michael's now have got into second place. It's moving all the time, Martin.
Well, you can accelerate these boats pretty quickly,
you
can't
can,
you? So they'll put in a spurt maybe.
Yeah.
Take a little bit of a breather. They're all having a good look at each other.
Sure, and the Scullers now are in third. And Marlow on the far side have put a good push in as well. So, as you just said, the boats change speed. You might be laying in fifth, but as we saw in some of the other races, you could push through to some of the minor places as well. So,
so St Michael's and Buell Bridge out in front. Marlow looked to be creeping up on the outside, as indeed do Tideway Scullers. This isn't over, this one. This is, there's a bit of racing to be done here. Certainly the two crews are leading Buell Bridge and St Michael's.
Yeah, so Buell Bridge and St Michael's, and you've got, in third place, you've got Tideway Scullers. A lot of the races on our tower side at the moment.
Yeah, Scullers are moving up, that's for sure. They've gone through 1,500, so 500 metres to go. So some of them may just have kept a little bit back for a sprint. This could be an absolute belter, this. B final, Championship double sculls. Marlow, City of Cambridge, Worcester, St Michael's, American School, Buell Bridge, Newark and Scullers. At the moment, Buell Bridge and St Michael's out front, but Tideway Scullers beginning to crank it up to make a challenge.
Yes, I think they are. St Michael's now just taken the lead as they go through the 1,500. Buell Bridge maintain their contact with them in second place, and Scullers now coming through into third as well. And Marlow on the far side. They're off the main pack at the moment, but they're actually racing. They're in fourth, and they could creep through on this, I think, Martin.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure the Irish have got this. So although they were leading with 2:50 to go, it looks like the others are really winding it up. And winding it up they are. Tideway Scullers. Wow, they are giving it the beans there, Ken.
They certainly are. And because they're close to us, it looks like they've taken the lead. But again, line of parallax. So Scullers and Buell Bridge, they're close to each other, so they're just pushing
Buell
each
Bridge
other.
and two across.
Yeah. So, but if you look in the middle of the lake,
St Michael's.
St Michael's, I think, still have got it. Marlow now not quite challenging, but it's St Michael's.
Well, here we go. So Tideway Scullers nearest to it. St Michael's in the middle. St Michael's winding it up. They're both glancing across. Where are the others?
Buell Bridge.
Buell Bridge just haven't quite cranked it up enough, I think. Tideway Scullers are the threat. Can they wind it up the last half a dozen strokes?
No, they can't. St Michael's will get that.
But quite enough. St Michael's have that. Probably by less than a canvas. St Michael's crossed the line first. They're delighted. Tideway Scullers crossed second. Buell Bridge third. And did I see who was fourth?
it was quite a blanket finish as well. I think maybe American Sculls, but we'll wait for the unofficial there, Marty. But
yeah, Marlowe at the top.
The finish official was just pressing the button all the time there.
Yeah.
It's
cracking race, and that was a B final. Right, A final, championship doubles. Oundle in lane 1, Valley 2, George Watson's 3, Windsor Boys 4, Hartbury University and College in 5, Lee 6, Trentham 7, Durham School in lane 8. Right, there we go. So, like little ants on your windscreen, we can see the overhead shot here. The action taking place in the middle looks to be 1, 2, 3, 4 Windsor Boys, but with Hartbury ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, would you agree?
I reckon Hartbury just got the lead over Windsor Boys.
There we go, we've got a side shot there. There's Hartbury, and there is Windsor Boys. That's a really good shot there of the leading crews as they've gone through 500 metres. Hartbury probably only just a second up. There's the Lee in third. Early stages though, going through 1,000 metres now.
Durham in fourth. You've got Trentham in fifth. So they're all just overlapping here. So Windsor Boys and Hartbury about 139s, and to fourth place it's 142. So there's
Hartbury going strong there though. Gone through the halfway, looking strong. Still maintain that lead. If anything, they've doubled the lead over Windsor Boys.
Yes, I agree with that. Yep.
So you could say, you'd be brave, but you could say that the gold medal is going to be between those two. However, Lee won't want to be left out of this.
No.
But you feel if they're going to make a move, they probably need to fairly soon, as we're very quickly going to approach the
1500.
Yeah. And at 1500, then it is really just all, throw the kitchen sink.
Yeah, exactly. What you got left in the tank in your legs, switch the brain off and go for it, really. But it's still a good battle out in front. I think Hartbury, Windsor Boys, who's got that last minute sprint.
Hartbury, Windsor Boys and Lee Ken, I think, are in the mix here for the medals.
Yep.
The way round at the moment looks like Hartbury will probably be the favourites, with Windsor Boys then the Lee. This is the championship double sculls A final. Oundle, Lee, George Watson's, George Watson's, Windsor Boys, Hartbury, Lee B.
Yep. Yes.
Lee Valley, of course, the Irish in lane 2. The Lee are in lane 6. Trentham and Durham.
Yep. And as we look at the lake, they've got about 400 to go now at the moment. I'm just looking at Trentham, just seeing if they can close down on the Lee to challenge for that bronze medal position. But still out in front, Hartbury have established a good lead, and can the Windsor Boys close that down as well? But looks like Hartbury are in control, but looking for that the final push now for which crew can move into another medal position, really.
Hartbury are in a good position there because they can see the threat, and the threat is either side of them. From Windsor Boys to their right and the Lee to their left. The others winding it up now, but probably too far out. Windsor Boys begin to crank it up. They want to get ahead of Lee. I'm not sure they've got enough. They're really having a go here. Windsor Boys are really belting down. Hartbury just a bit too strong, holding off the challenge, but they are flying. The Windsor Boys School double skull is absolutely belting along here.
They've cracked that rate up. They've moved away from the lead.
They've left the Lee standing. The Lee now coming under threat from over the
far side.
Far side there. That would be
Lee Valley.
It is Lee Valley. I think they've done enough though. I think actually you're not going to get a photo finish here.
No. So Hartbury approaching the line, establishing that good lead. Windsor Boys, it looks like, will finish second, with Lee going over third. We wait for the official result for the medals.
Lee go over third. Lee Valley cross the line in fourth. And then you've got Trentham, Durham, George Watson, and finally Oundle. Another cracking race, that, King. Crikey, they're coming thick and fast, aren't they? B final next. Double sculls.
we don't have much time to talk here, Martin. There's a lot of
that's-
racing, and it's good racing as well.
and everybody's saying thank God for that.
Yeah.
Hinksey, AB7, there we are, that was another new one for me. City of Bristol, Tideway Scullers, Yarm, Canford, Falcon and Headington. This is the B final of the Championship Double Sculls. And the overhead shot here shows us that lane 4 have the advantage here. Ken, I would say that's Tideway Scullers.
Yep, Scullers in 4. You've got the crew now in lane 6 as well, which is Canford School. And with the rest of them, though, are sort of lane 3 as well. Yeah, so you've got City of Bristol, yeah? And in lane 1, Hinksey. Yeah, so...
I think City of Bristol possibly ahead. Well, we got the 500 metre times come up, so you can tell me there who's doing what. But Scullers out in front through the 500 metre mark. Scullers, what are they showing there? Not a lot.
Not a lot. But I mean, looking quickly at those times, there was only about 3-4 seconds.
Yeah, no, there's not a great deal in it. No, I think Scullers have established a decent lead out the front, but any one of those could be in the mix here.
Yeah, so we've seen the timings up on the screen, but we're not getting them down through our computer feed. So when you hear from us now is what we see on the screen, the same as
what we see on the screen is the same as you can, as Kim was about to say. And then Tideway Scullers, wait until the line of boys straightens up. Tideway Scullers.
Over City of Bristol. Yep,
yeah, City of Bristol pushing Scullers here. There you go, you've gone through the 1,000 metre mark. City of Bristol, good effort there to catch up with. And who are these at the bottom of the screen? They've.
I think like Canford School. That's Canford School.
Canford School, yeah. So 1,000 metre mark gives them a nudge to have a push. So it is sort of concertinaing up a bit.
It
there
is.
In the
It
middle.
is. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and again, it's going to be a cracking race.
Yeah, you've got 1,000 metre. You've got 1,500 metre time up there.
Yeah.
That's for.
And it shows Scullers in the lead with City of Bristol second, as we've seen on the screen, and Canford School third.
Could be. But we can see with our own eyes here that Scullers have been overtaken. City of Bristol at the halfway. I've just cranked it up a bit. So, Ken, your mate Scullers are second here. They crossed the halfway first, according to the time there.
They did indeed, but it's the City of Bristol now. I'm
So
seeing
they-
from the screen. Yeah,
They could finish second and still win it then, really.
yeah, it looks like
That'd be
it because
very
they're
good.
first on the screen, aren't they?
City of Bristol, they've gone through at halfway.
Yep. Okay. Yep. And so then you've got Canford School still lying there, and also on the far side you've got Hinksey Sculling School.
Yeah.
But, wait for the wider shot to confirm the positions, but it's still cranking up now. These boats are still overlapping these double sculls for the girls.
So from right to left here, you're looking at Hinksey, AB7, City of Bristol, Tideway Scullers, Yarm, Canford, Falcon and Headington. We mentioned Canford, they had a bit of a push.
Yep.
What's happening there? You got that City of Bristol out in front.
So it looks like AB7 have been dropped a little
Yeah.
bit, and Hinksey on that side have been dropped as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Tideway Scullers. Oh, how nice. Someone's calling you, Ken.
Yeah, they are. Yes, it's got baggy trousers on my tune as well. Yes, but this
City of Bristol, Tideway Scullers, Canford.
Hinksey.
That's Hinksey. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4. Yarm in fifth as they've gone through 1,500. So we can look out of our fly-infested window and see who's who.
But it looks like City of Bristol now have just pushed out enough. But for the silver and bronze, well, yes, it's an overlap between quite a few crews here at the moment. Scullers, Canford School, and on the far side, we're picking up Hinksey as well. But to me, Hinksey don't seem to be challenging for those minor places at the moment. So
no, you're watching the B final of the Championship Double Sculls.
Yeah,
And
City of
it was
Bristol.
City of Bristol that had the push at halfway that have maintained their lead.
And Canford still are pushing there for second place at the moment, 3 away from us, Martin. And out in the middle, you've got Scullers as well in that red boat.
Tideway Scullers still presently in second, I think.
Yeah. But
they had a really good start, but they got caught. City of Bristol sort of sat with it and then at halfway decided to press the button, put the turbo on.
Now
They've done really well here.
They're trying to push back. They have.
Hinksey are having a go, but I think nearest to us, Canford are the threat.
They are indeed, yes. They've always been in the mix, Canford. So
they have. They might get this, you know. Canford have a better boat speed. Tideway Scullers are in fear of losing second, and it is. Canford, they cross the line ahead of Tideway Scullers. And the Arm School, and then over on the far side, Hinksey. Right, a final next for the championship double sculls. Wycliffe in 1, Nottingham and Union 2, Sir William Perkins 3, Hartpury University and College in 4, Marlow are in 5, Hexham 6, Warrington 7, Christchurch are in lane 8.
This is for the Beryl Crockford Bowl for these championship double sculls. So looking at the race we've just had, I'm looking forward now to this A final. It's going to be a cracker, and as we look back...
Well, they're 1,000 metres down the course already, Ken, and you can see here that...
what do you reckon?
There's 3 boats here that are broken crew.
Sir William Perkins, you reckon?
Sir William Perkins, I think, Marlow in 3rd, and then Hartpury.
Yeah, you've got Wycliffe as well on the far side, which, because of the camera shot, I think... just got to keep an eye on them as well.
Yeah, William Perkins in 3 are in the mix there. Yeah. We know how dangerous they can be.
Yeah, so Swoops are leading.
Swips, as you call them. Sir Bill Perk. through the 1,000 metres then. Sir William Perkins lead Hartpury, who in turn lead Marlow. Who are we looking at there?
I think
That's
Wycliffe.
Hexham, isn't it?
It's Wycliffe as well, and Notts Union.
In the mix.
Yeah, Notts Union now coming back into the mix. Hexham again. The times is switching, Martin, but they're all very close. So we've got Swoops, Hartpury, Marlow, and Wycliffe.
So the cruising shot there on the right, that is Hartpury. Yeah. They're looking over to their right, and on the left of our screen, that is Sir William Perkins.
Yeah.
And the girl in bow there seems to have covered up. That's pretty sensible.
Definitely, yes. The long sleeves are in this hot weather as well.
Yeah.
I'm just got to keep an eye on Marlow Rowing Club as well, who are in the middle of the pack there somewhere.
Yeah, well, you mentioned Wycliffe over in lane 1. They're not out of it. Yeah, no, they're all sort of boxing for position here, aren't they?
They are.
So
there's only 2 boats that seem to have been dropped at the moment.
2 boats are dropped.
Warrington and Christchurch.
Yeah, and the 4 of them, the other 4 you could throw a bit of a blanket over. So William Perkins led off the start.
Yeah, as they start to
Hartpury are hovering dangerously. They just get the sense with them they could make a move.
Definitely, yes. I think the 3 boats nearest to us now have been dropped off the pack.
Yes, I think so. That
Hexham,
would be Hexham, Warrington and Christchurch.
Yeah.
Marlow, definitely not out of it.
No.
Hartpury in the mix.
Sir William Perkins.
Sir William Perkins, your mates there.
Yeah. And I think it's those 3.
I think they're possibly being overtaken there, you know.
Sure. Yes, it's.
I think Hartpury have had a bit of a push here.
Yep. Yes.
Hexham at the top. Wycliffe at the top haven't responded.
No.
Nottingham and Union have been dropped. So these 3, the medals between these, I reckon.
William Perkins, Hartpury, and Marlow. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. But
now, I think Hartpury and Marlow might squeeze your Swips out of this.
Sir William Perkins, it looks like now you're in silver medal position. Hartpury pushed through them and now pushing the way to
here come Hartpury. They're very strong, aren't they?
Yeah. Marlow again.
Marlow have upped the rate.
Yeah, the boat speed's increasing as well all the time.
But I think this is Sir William Perkins in the middle.
So Hartpury right in the middle in the blackest.
Yeah, Marlow this side.
Yeah.
Marlow winding it up.
Sir William Perkins, the far side. And it looks like Perkins might hold on to that silver medal. But
you think so? I'd say the other way round. I reckon Marlowe got the most speed. Sorry to contradict you.
Not at all, mate. Not at all, mate.
But I think Marlowe.
Can Sir William Perkins hold on?
Here we go. Here we go. That is close.
To the line,
that
Marlowe.
That is close.
We're not on the line, but yeah, it looks like Marlowe just wound it.
Yeah, you lost your money there, Ken. That's Marlowe in second. Sir William Perkins in third. Hartby up front. Some absolutely fantastic races. Sisters, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah.
We're out of here.
Yeah. We're handing on now.
We've got Tom and Fergus to take over.
The top team.
Enjoy the rest of these finals. It's been beautiful.
Thanks, Ken. Thanks, Martin. Here we go then. About an hour or so left of Racing on Fergus Mainland. Joining me for the last instalment of racing, it's Tom Morgan, and we've got the B final of championship pairs on screen at the moment. Let's take you through the 6 runners and riders in this one, racing for positions 7 to 12. Queen's Park, Chester are in lane 2. Next to them, the King's School, Chester. St Paul's School are in 4. Haberdashers, Monmouth in 5. Nottingham and Union go in lane 6. Queen Elizabeth High School in 7. And it's the leaders at the moment. It's the 2 pairs in the middle of the race. It's St Paul's School and Haberdashers Monmouth. 0.6 of a second separating those two. This is shaping up to be an exciting third 500 metres, Tom. So our crews that we can see on screen at the moment then, just to the right hand side, that's the combination from Queen Elizabeth High School going across. We've got Nottingham and Union just over to the left hand side, and next to them Haberdashers and Monmouth. Second place for them as they came through the 1,000 metre marker. The final, we've just been alerted, is now underway, but we will ride with this one right the way through to the finish line. This is the B final of the championship pairs. Little look across there from the crew from Nottingham and Union, just sizing up where their competition is in the all-important third 500 metres. Into the last quarter of the race, and it's still tight, still close out in front between St Paul's and Haberdashers, our 2 crews who are just pulling away from the rest of the field. Probably about 300 metres or so left to go at this point, and we can look up the field, see how they're unfolding, and I think, if my eyes don't deceive me, Tom, I think a bit of a move coming from Haberdashers Monmouth, pushing themselves up into the top spot in this B final. Well, 300 metres left to go then. Coming into the closing stages, and it's been a very impressive last 300-400 metres or so, I think, from Haberdashers Monmouth School. They're going to hit the red boys first. I think they've managed to row through St Paul's School, who were looking particularly strong in the opening stages of this race. You know, they led at halfway, but they've been nip and tuck, jostling with Haberdashers and Monmouth right the way down at the course. But into the closing stages then, less than 200 metres to go. Haberdashers Monmouth, they're winding the rate up, making sure they continue to pull away from St Paul's School, who are doing all they can to hold on to second place. They've got a fast finishing combination from Nottingham and Union going with them. Nottingham Union crew dragging Queen Elizabeth High School with them as we come into the last 100 metres. 10 big strokes left for these crews to see them across the finish line. It will be Haberdashers and Monmouth. They've managed to pull away, get themselves clear water ahead of St Paul's School and ahead of the rest of the chasing pack, and it's closing down quickly. We've got a fast finishing combination from King's Chester as well. They've come back into the mix, which I think might just nip themselves into third place. It'll be very close between themselves and Queen Elizabeth High School, and I think Nottingham Union just push back into that fifth place with Queen's Park Chester rounding out this B final of the Championship coxless pairs. Well, let's head back up the course then, because this is the A final, the Nick Bevan Cup for Championship coxless pairs. In lane 2, it's Clare's Court School, Wallingford Rowing Club next to them in 3, Walton in 4, St George's College in 5, the winners of the time trial this morning. The Windsor Boys School are in lane 6, Cantabrigian in lane 7. These pairs now coming up to the halfway point. It looks to be that Walton combination out in front leading this one. They've got clear water over St George's. The two crews from the southwest of London performing well over the chasing pack. And Windsor Boys, we saw how good they were in the sweep boats yesterday. They're doing it again in the pairs. So medals yesterday for Windsor Boys. The Championship coxed 4, they took gold, they took silver in the Championship coxless 4s as well. Here they are trying to hunt down another medal, adding to that impressive tally. They're currently sitting in that bronze medal position. Your leaders are the combination of Walton Rowing Club. 3 seconds the lead they have over St George's College. In this third 500 metres, we're hurtling towards the finish line. All three of these pairs digging in. But I think compare and contrast slightly the style. St George's longer, just a little bit lower with their rating. Windsor Boys, Windsor Boys and Walton Rowing Club rating just maybe 2 or 3 pips higher than them. We'll see how those styles pay off. About 750 metres left to go now in this A final of Championship pairs.
Yeah, Walton just increasing the amount that they are leading by in the first 1,000, but I think they're being steadily reeled back in here by St George's, who, as you say, Ferg, quite a punchy, coercive rhythm through the middle of this race as the crews come perpendicular to our static camera at the 1,500 metre mark. Doesn't look like that margin has changed too much. Walton continuing to lead. They've been out to about a length throughout the course of this race. The question will be whether they can continue to sit on the field as they have done so effectively to date, as the chasing pack up the rate and try and close the meterage.
Well, that's the margins at the moment. That's what we're looking at. Walton Rowing Club, your leaders, a length or so that they have over St George's College. St George's won the time trial. They were 3 seconds ahead of Walton, but that margin has just completely flipped itself on its head as we're coming into the final 300 metres of this, the A final, Nick Bevan Cup for Championship coxless pairs. I think our medals look to be fairly sewn up between gold, silver and bronze. Walton going nicely, sitting there in the prime spot. St George's 1 lane over from them, going well for that silver medal, and a length back on St George's Windsor Boys, who have already, as we said, they've got gold and silver in the 4 so far, looking to add another sweet medal, adding to an already incredible stack of medals and performances from their sculling boats. But Walton Rowing Club, with 250 metres to go, that high rate has just gone even higher as they come into the closing stages.
Yeah, St George's mounting what I think we predicted to be quite a late sprint here. I think they might run out of water as they enter the Red Boys. Walton looking a little bit ragged around the edges. They've clearly expended a lot of energy in that opening 1750. I think they'll be able to hold on here. There's a bit of overlap though. George is doing a really good job of closing the gap, and of course the crowds on the bank will spur them on, but I think St George's are going to run out of water.
Well, here we go then, 50 metres up to the line. Walton Rowing Club, they found another gear. The rating continues to go through the roof. St George's College though, that margin, they were holding about a length. It looks like it will be the same as we come up to the finish line. They've got clear water over the Windsor Boys School. But in this A final of Championship coxless pairs, it's Walton Rowing Club on the line. 1 length ahead of St George's College, who have clear water over the Windsor Boys School. Finishing fast in lane 7, it's that combination of Cantabridgian who will finish 4th. We'll then have Wallingford and Clare's Court rounding out this A final.
Yeah, delighted there for Walton. Programme that don't always punch at that top level of junior rowing, but when they do have a crew that's fast, they tend to perform very, very well, particularly under pressure, and you can see how much that means to Charlie Howes and Jake Heffernan in that Walton pairing. Really mature row. They got out front, pushed the frontier of the race in the right way, and despite their opponents closing in on them in the last few stages, they managed to hold strong, hold firm, and a well-deserved gold medal.
Back up then, our drone picking up the next of our finals. This is the B final of the Girls' Championship coxless pairs. From right to left then on your screen, Glasgow Academy in lane 2, Bedford Girls' School next to them in 3, St Edward's School in 4. Your race leaders at the moment, that's King's College School in lane 5, and next to them we will have Weybridge and Wimbledon High School rounding out this field. King's College School, Wimbledon, Tom, grabbing the advantage in the early stages of this race.
Yeah, a really impressive start actually from KCS. We've seen this a couple of times today. Crews just jumping out, taking their opponents a little bit by surprise, trying to push the boundary of speed and precision in that water. The question is always, particularly at this stage in the race, we're only about 1,000 metres in, whether they can hold off everyone else around them who still have each other to sort of work off of. That KCS pair out on their own at the moment, they can watch the field unfold beneath them, but I think in a pair, that is not a decisive margin.
So KCS go through the 1,000 metres leading, then it'll be Wimbledon High School, and I think a canvas separating Weybridge, Teddy's, Bedford Girls and Glasgow Academy. KCS will do well to step on at this point in the race, as Tom has alluded to. They've distanced themselves, but they've got to be oh so careful that the closing field doesn't catch them up. But Wimbledon High School, that crew in lane 7, looking particularly strong as they came through that halfway point as well.
Yeah, punching from the outside lane, always a pleasure to see a bit of insurgency in a race like this. We'll say KCS continue to look pretty imperious actually out front. I think you're right, Ferg. Wimbledon High doing the bulk of the secondary running here, perhaps followed in by lane number, I think it's lane number, what is that, 3? So it's Bedford Girls School, I think.
Lane 4, there's Teddy's, Bedford Girls just one lane over from that. I think they're sitting well in 3rd place. KCS then out in front leading in this 3rd 500 metres of the B final. Positions 7 through 12 being determined in the Championship Girls Coxless pairs. We talked about the position that Wimbledon High School were in. In the middle of the screen, let's keep your eyes on Teddy's. They're moving well. I think they've just stepped on and just creeping back on Wimbledon High School over the last 200 metres as they come up to the 500 metre to go mark. 3/4 of this race is done. We'll get a good indication of how these crews are shaping up. We wondered whether or not KCS would be able to pull away from the field, distance themselves from that tussle that is unfolding, because Bedford Girls School, Glasgow Academy, the two of them jostling it out just in the background of your screen at the moment. But the rest of the field, Wimbledon, Teddy's, Bedford Girls, Glasgow Academy, Weybridge just slightly further back. They've done well to keep contact with King's College School, Wimbledon, and look at that, St Edward's now back with contact. It's been a really impressive move in the closing stages of that 3rd 500 metres from them.
Yeah, as predicted, the field coming back towards KCS, not a sight that they will want to see. It's all about what they've got left in their minds now. Can they push down, heel to foot plate, connect as best they can in the closing 500 metres? They've still got about a length, which is a fair amount of distance in a pair. It's going to take something pretty special from Teddy's to overhaul that, but you can just see that Teddy's bow flirting with the stroke, or the stern, I should say, of the KCS crew. And every stroke, it feels like they're gaining an inch and an inch and an inch, and eventually that becomes fairly decisive. But will they run out of water?
I think in this final, I think they will be running out of water. I think KCS are in
exactly the sort of position they want to be in. Just starting to wind the rate up. It's controlled, it's confident the way that they're rowing at the moment. There's nothing panicked about this performance from KCS. They know that they've got a chasing St Edward's crew, they've got a chasing Wimbledon High School crew who are sitting a little bit further back on Teddy's at the moment. But actually, as we're saying, Tom, I think you're spot on. Teddy's just inching back. It was just flirting with the stern of that boat from King's College School.
KCS really actually mature row here. They've just allowed the field to come back to them a little bit, but they're continuing to press off that bow, and I don't think Teddy's are going to find the gas to overhaul them now.
Well, there's that combination from St Edward's School doing all they can to get themselves back in contention with our leaders from King's College School, Wimbledon, but they won't have enough water left. They've got 50 metres left in this B final. KCS Wimbledon have looked fantastic right from the get-go and will be great winners of this B final. Just a few strokes left for them as they come up to the finish line. St Edward's, they'll finish with contact, but KCS will win this B final of the Girls' Championship pairs. Teddy's come through in second place. Wimbledon High third for them. They'll be followed by Weybridge, and then the two crews. They've been duking it out all the way from start to finish here. Bedford Girls and Glasgow Academy finishing within half a canvas of each other as they conclude this B final. So from B final, we will be picking up the A final. Here we go then, through 1,000 metres. Your crews in lane 2, St George's College, Leeds Rowing Club in 3, Wallingford in 4, St Michael's of Ireland in 5, King's School Chester in 6, Great Marlow School in 7. And Tom, we had the pleasure of watching this time trial this morning, watching it unfold, and the big headline that we're seeing replicated here just now was the way Wallingford dominated that time trial and the way they're dominating this A final just now.
Yeah, 4 seconds at the halfway mark is decisive, and then a further 5 seconds back to Leeds in third. Does not surprise me at all. Everything we've seen from Wallingford this weekend has been superb. They are a programme not just on the rise, but arguably one of the premier programmes now for junior rowing in the country, and we can see there almost a perfect triangle of spread across the 6 crews involved in this final. Wallingford leading at the top of the pyramid, closely followed to some extent by St Michael's Rowing Club of Limerick, Ireland, and I think it's Leeds Rowing Club at the moment in third, although the timing is changing as I look at it, but I'm pretty sure that's Leeds in third.
Leeds Rowing Club sitting in third place at the moment. You know, they've had a great number of crews who have been racing across the weekend, results they can be proud of. But Wallingford Rowing Club, we saw, I think we had the pleasure actually of calling some of their races and some of their finals yesterday afternoon, and were one of the main talking points, one of the great clubs with a great set of results in yesterday's finals, and they're doing the same again here in the Championship Pairs final.
Yeah, 5 A finals yesterday evening yielded 5 medals and 4 golds, which is an extraordinary achievement, and I think they're going for gold again in the Championship Girls single this evening, so it could be a further 2 golds today if this pair holds that, and at the moment showing no signs of stopping.
Yeah, we'll see what Naomi Bell can do later on this afternoon. That's coming just after, right around 10 past 6 this afternoon. But 500 metres left to go then for this pair from Wallingford Rowing Club to see how they can hold on. Second place, I think, in this time trial this morning, it was St Michael's of Ireland. So things are playing out as we expected. You know, decent margins between these clubs as we come into the last section of this race. 500 metres left to go, but Wallingford Rowing Club continue to lead. I think at this point, I think it's worth noting and worth flagging the record for Championship Girls pairs was set by Kingston Grammar School back in 2019 with a time of 7:37.25, and I think we'll keep a close eye on that as we come up to the finish line. We know records were broken yesterday, 5 in the finals, 6 across the whole day, and perhaps Wallingford Rowing Club will have one eye on that as they come up to the finish line. They're in a tremendous position. They have dominated, as we said, the time trial this morning. They have dominated proceedings so far for 1,700 metres of this A final. Racing for the Leander Cup for Championship Coxless pairs. Wallingford Rowing Club 250 metres away from victory now.
Well, we get 2 types of races, don't we, here at the National Schools? They're either closely contested or they're an exhibition of one world-class crew, and this is exactly what this contest has become, the latter.
A really, really superlative entry from Wallingford Rowing Club. Yet another product off the production line at that hugely talented programme, and they are now pushing on with clear water over their opponents to take what will be a well-deserved victory in this Championship Girls Pairs category.
Tell you what though, that race for silver and bronze isn't done and dusted yet. Leeds Rowing Club, they're starting to wind up proceedings as they come into the last 100 metres of this race. St Michael's have been doing well to hold on, but they're looking desperate at this stage. But I think they will just about have enough water, but Leeds have just found something in the last 200 metres. This is going to be incredibly close. They're closing down. It's taking feet every single stroke as we come up to the line. St Michael's, though, from Ireland, I think will hold on. But they're on the line, gold medalists. A time of 7:44. It's Wallingford Rowing Club, gold medalists in the Women's Championship. Coxless pairs. St Michael's will hold on by a length. That was a fantastic sprint from Leeds Rowing Club, who closed down that gap. They'll take a tremendous bronze medal. King's School Chester, they'll come through now in 4th place, just ahead of tight finishing race between Great Marlow School, St George's College at either sides of the lake. We'll wait for that confirmation to come through, but it does look like it was Great Marlow School through in 5th, and St George's College there in 6th. But Wallingford Rowing Club on top once again at the National Schools Regatta 2026.
Yeah, extraordinary performance from Lucy Mead and Lily Clayton. Little acknowledgement of each other there, but they had it all their own way, really. They were out early. They did all the hard running in the first 1,000 metres, and then on this glorious Sunday evening, they can just watch the field unfold beneath them, enjoy their row down in the A final. A great performance.
Well, we're back to 8-lane racing then for just about the rest of the day. This is the B final of the Championship single sculls. We'll have the single sculls, then we'll have the quadruple sculls, and we'll round out the day's racing with the Championship Open 8. So this B final then of the Championship single sculls, Walton Rowing Club are in lane 1. That's Seth Hillis. Kieran O'Loughlin of Molesey Boat Club is in 2. Finn Walker of the City of Bristol in 3. Dara Fuller of St Joseph's goes in lane 4. Adam Pritchard is in lane 5 from Warrington. Ben Rayner of Marlow Rowing Club in 6. Oliver Richardson from York City in 7. And Noah Tipol of the American School in London is in lane 8 on the left-hand side of your screen. I think at the moment it's our Irish sculler from St Joseph's, Dara Fuller. He's sitting there in lane 4 going nicely. As is Kieran O'Loughlin of Molesey Boat Club, and just sitting maybe half a length back, Finn Walker of City of Bristol. But we'll be approaching the 1,000-metre marker at this point. And we've probably got 6 or 7 scullers who at this point could finish in 6 or 7 different positions.
Yeah, certainly a compelling narrative unfolding. Interesting to see Noah Tedgepool of the American School in London. His brother actually won this category last year, Elias. So he, I'm sure, will have had a conversation with Elias to find out exactly what it takes to win at the top level. Not in the A final this year, maybe a name for the future. I think he's got another year in him. But it does look to me like Dara Fuller, I believe a JRN writer actually, St Joseph's College of Ireland, leading this one. But as you say, Ferg, not a lot to choose between himself and Kieran O'Loughlin of Molesey Boat Club.
Well, let's have a look as they come through the 1,000-metre marker. I make that half a length that the Irish sculler Dara Fuller has over Molesey Boat Club, with the rest of the field closing hard. I mean, just look how close it is. We've got 5-6 scullers within about 5 seconds of each other. Just a couple of lengths separating all of them. So we know at the moment going well. St Joseph's College, Dara Fuller, Kieran O'Loughlin of Molesey Boat Club. But the rest of the field, you know, we expect big things from Ben Rayner of Marlow Rowing Club, Oliver Richardson of York City. But that positioning in this third 500 is almost unchanged. It's still stroke for stroke. I think it was sitting at about half a length. If anything, Kieran O'Loughlin of Molesey Boat Club has reduced that to a quarter of a length, maybe even less than that between our 2 leading scullers. There he is, the big man from Molesey Boat Club, Kieran O'Loughlin, going well in that second lane, hunting down Dara Fuller of St Joseph's College, who has done so well for so much of this race. There we go, 250 metres done then of this third 500 metres. 750 to go in this B final of the Championship single sculls. And this could be another one. It is set to go down to the wire.
5th
at the Junior Sculling Regatta and second at Poplar Regatta, the Molesey Sculler. So he is somebody who has been climbing the ranks steadily on the domestic circuit. The question will be whether he has got it in his legs to overturn Dara Fuller of St Joseph's College Island. Of course, these single sculls pick up speed very, very quickly. So realistically, these margins mean next to nothing as they come into the final 500 metres. It's all about what the Molesey Scull has got in his mind.
Well, here we go then. 500 metres left to go in this B final of the championship single sculls. Still, it's so close between our race leaders. From Molesey, from St Joseph's, the rest of the field, perhaps just dropping off slightly. That's our couple of scullers on lanes 7 and 8. Oliver Richardson of York City, Noah Tej-Paul of American School London. Just dropping back on our leading pack, which is now starting to distance it out. Now we're starting to see what these scullers are made of in the final stages of this one. Just under 250 metres, or just over 250 metres to go then, I should say.
Yeah, Dara Fuller's got about a length now, I think. 3 seconds it's going to take. Something pretty awesome from O'Loughlin of Molesey to pull this back. The question will be whether the sculler from Warrington, Adam Pritchard, is able to overhaul Kieran O'Loughlin of Molesey, who's put so much effort into hanging on to the coattails of Dara Fuller that he might find himself coming under pressure for that second position.
It certainly looks like it. Molesey Boat Club over on the far side of the course from our position. Dara Fuller slap bang in the middle. He can have a look to the right and see he's ahead. He looks to the left, he can see he's ahead as well. Next to him, though, as Tom says, Adam Pritchard of Warrington Rowing Club going nicely. It looks like he's come through. Ben Rayner of Marlow Rowing Club, who's one lane across from him. Kieran O'Loughlin, he's held on to second place for so long in this race, but it looks like he might just be pushed down into third place because fast finishing Adam Pritchard is doing all he can to get himself into contention. I don't think he'll be able to catch our race leader Dara Fuller of St Joseph's College. He's closing down quickly. I think he's just about managed to get contact now with 150 metres left to go, less than that. Up to the line then, Dara Fuller, St Joseph's College. It's been an impressive performance from him, a controlled performance from him as he comes up to the line. But it will be that sculler, Adam Pritchard of Warrington Rowing Club. He will have clear water over Kieran O'Loughlin of Molesey Boat Club. Ben Rayner of Marlow will come through just ahead of Finn Walker of City of Bristol. Noah Tej-Paul of American School in London will fast finish ahead of Oliver Richardson. And rounding out this field will be Seth Hellas of Walton Rowing Club. On to the final then, the Sculls Cup for Championship Single Sculls. We're through 1,000 metres. In lane 1, it's William Finlay of Nottingham and Union. Hamish Gamble of Hereford Boat Club goes in lane 2. Ezra Ferguson of George Watson's College in lane 3. Thomas Pocalis of Lee Rowing Club in 4. Peter Masters from the Grange School in 5. Hartbury University and College is Daniel Pages in lane 6. Benjamin Cousins of Leander in 7. Harry Shaw of Camas Boat Club in lane 8. He's just out of shot at the moment. We can see our scullers from Leander, from Hartbury University and College, from the Grange School, from Lee, and it's Thomas Pocalis of Lee Rowing Club out in front. He's got clear water over the rest of the field, but no surprises given the strength of this sculler. He's been so good all regatta, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's a phenomenal athlete, Thomas. I'm going to go for Poculis. I don't know how it's pronounced. We should find this out. But he is a phenomenally gifted sculler. He won gold at the Coupe last summer. He's been in the under-23 trial system this year, so his presence at the National Schools Regatta in the championship category is something we should all be appreciative of. It's a rare thing to see a fully fledged GB under-19 international descending back onto this domestic circuit, but he is certainly putting in a good showing here. He won at Poplar Regatta by 23 seconds and putting quite a lot of distance into his compatriots here. I think the battle really is on for silver and bronze, Ferg.
I think so. We know Ezra Ferguson is quick. He won the GB France match for Great Britain back in 2024. Peter Masters won the G17 event at the Junior Sculling Regatta. He's racing up. He's just a wee boy, a G17 in amongst the big boys. And as Tom said, our sculler Lee Rowing Club out in front, but that race, that showdown for silver and bronze, I think we've got 3 scullers for 2 medals at this point. Ezra Ferguson perhaps just slightly off the pace at the moment in 4th place. Silver medal, I would say, at the moment is going to Peter Masters of Grange School, 2 or 3 lengths back on the lead there in lane 5. Next to him, though, going nicely, Hartpury University and College. That's Daniel Page, just over to the left-hand side of your screen. I think he's going to be close, though. I think the way Peter Masters is sculling, I think he's managing to sew up that silver medal. Ezra Ferguson is known for fast finishing. We'll see what he can do, but I think that race for that bronze medal, I think, is going to be the most exciting as we come into the final 250 metres.
Yeah, I agree with you. The battle for bronze definitely on Peculis, dominant from the start. He has been in exceptional form, as you say, all regatta, showing no signs of abating here in the last 250 metres, winding the rate right up. That distinctive orange kit, coached by Luca Ferraro, cycling around on the banks today. Lee Rowing Club, both of them, and he'll be delighted to watch his sculler cross the line first. I think that battle, as you say, for bronze, very much on now.
Wow, well, here we go. It's fast finishing. We knew he had a sprint in him. Ezra Ferguson has got 3rd wrapped up, but he wants the silver medal. He's chasing down Peter Masters of the Grange School, but up to the finish line it will be Thomas Peculis of Lee Rowing Club. He stroked the Cook Quad last summer. He won Poplar by 23 seconds. And here he is at the National Schools Regatta 2026, set for gold. But Ezra Ferguson, what a sprint. We knew he was going to be fast. We knew he was going to finish quickly. But Peter Masters has just run out of energy there as he came up to the finish line. Ezra Ferguson will take silver. A dramatic silver medal for the Scot as he crosses the finish line. Peter Masters did enough. The J17, the young boy, what a performance from him to take a bronze medal. Meaning Daniel Page of Hartpury University and College is pushed down into 4th place. Quick finishes from Harry Shaw of Camas, from William Finlay from Nottingham and Union. Benjamin Cousins comes through from Leander. Hamish Gamble of Hereford will round out this race.
Yeah, what a sprint finish that was from Ezra Ferguson. You called it, Ferg. He had it in the locker and he deployed it to perfection. You can just see there on screen Thomas Peculis of Lee Rowing Club. A stunning characterisation of his skill on the water today. Dominant victor, but the race for silver and bronze, one that will go down for the ages. Just running out of gas at the very end there. Peter Masters of Grange School Rowing Club, but he'll be back for more in 2027.
He absolutely will. Onwards then we go. This is the B final of the Girls Championship Single Sculls. 8 singles contesting this one again. Connie Batley-Smith of Shanklin Sandown is in lane 1. May Harrison of Northampton in 2. Maya Wheeler from the American School in London in 4. Alicia Stoker from City of Sunderland goes in 4. Next to her, Anya Knight of Nottingham and Union. Vienna Townsend of Millfield School. Mia Stevenson of Weybridge in 7. And it's Olivia Greenwell of Minerva Bath in lane 8. City of Sunderland leading out this one. Clearwater just about, but Alicia Stoker has on the rest of the field. 2nd place held by our sculler from the American School in London. That's Maya Wheeler. Shanklin Sandown there on the outside lane, not too far back, but her and Millfield's Vienna Townsend, lane 1, lane 6, the 2 of them racing particularly well for 3rd and 4th at the moment. But your race leader up from the northeast, from the City of Light, Alicia Stoker of Sunderland City, leading this B final of the Championship Girls Single Sculls.
Yeah, fabulous to see so many parts of the UK represented in this B final. As you say, from Sunderland down to Shanklin Sandown. And quite a spread here. You've got 8 athletes, and it almost feels like there's 3 races going on. The top 3 scullers in contentions, lane 1 and 8, for their own separate battle, and then the athletes in lanes 7, 5 and 2.
Well, momentum in the first part of the race was with our Sunderland sculler. Maya Wheeler, though, pushing up very nicely. That's been an awesome 3rd 500 metres from her as she comes into the final quarter of the race. Drawing level, perhaps pulling away even from Alicia Stoker of City of Sunderland. I think Vienna Townsend of Millfield School also pulled up into contention. Here we go then, flying over the top of our scullers then, with less than 500 metres to go in this B final of the Championship Girls Single Sculls. And I think our lead has changed. It's now Maya Wheeler from the American School in London. And Vienna Townsend just sitting in 2nd place. Alicia Stoker still in the mix. I wonder how much powder she's kept dry for the final 300 metres of this one, because this is a decisive move we're starting to see from Maya Wheeler of the American School in London, but it's certainly not sewn up at this stage.
No, one eye on actually Conley Batley-Smith from Shanklin Sandown in lane 1, the far side of your screen on the right. She's coming up fast on Alicia Stoker of Sunderland. It's whether or not the Sunderland girl has expended her energy a little bit too early, because the momentum definitely seems to be with the scullers around her from Millfield and the American School in London.
Millfield School doing well on the side of the lake closest to us. I think I'd go out and say that Millfield sculler Vienna Townsend, I think she might be the fastest moving sculler on the water at this point with 250 metres to go. They've hit the red buoys now. So many of these scullers, the whole field tightly packed, just a few lengths separating all 8 of them. But I think Vienna Townsend has really kicked on over the last 300 metres of this one. She's put herself right up into contention, but that sculler from American School in London, Maya Wheeler, is certainly not backing off with just 150 metres left to go. Well, that's Vienna Townsend of Millfield School. A quick glance across from her to see what she can do, see how far away from the finish line and her opposition she is, but it's not far to go, about 100 metres left now. For all 8 of our scullers, it's been an incredible showdown. It's been tantalising right the way from start to finish for this B final. But I think that momentum that Vienna Townsend has had, she's carrying it forward. Second place is with Maya Wheeler, but look at Connie Batley-Smith from Shanklin Sandown. She's really finding something in the closing stages of this one. It's Millfield School, but just at the moment is American School in London, Maya Wheeler holding on, but Connie Batley-Smith pushed herself up into third. Has Alicia Stoker got anything left as they come up to the line? I don't think so. I think she'll have to settle for fourth, behind Millfield, behind the American School in London, Shanklin Sandown, then Sunderland. And again, incredibly close between the rest of the field, with the likes of Weybridge, Minerva and Northampton coming through in this B final.
Yeah, exceptional sculling from all of those young women, actually. Really, really impressive stuff, but a perfectly timed effort from Millfield School's Vienna Townsend. From 5th at 500 gone to 1st at the finish line. That's the only point that matters in the race. And now we can move on to the A final.
The A final is on screen, coming up to the 1,000 metre marker. This is the Internationals Cup for Championship Girls Single Sculls. Ava Clements from George Watson's College in lane 1. Holly Andrews of the Grange School. Bradford are in 3. That's Amy Milner. Matilda Hudson-Hulls of Hartpury University and College in 4. Naomi Bell of Wallingford Rowing Club in 5. Caitlin Warnock represents Glasgow Rowing Club in 6. St Andrew Boat Club's Katie McKendrick is in 7, with Amelia Robb from Lady Eleanor Hollis rounding out this field in lane 8.
Not necessarily going as the form book expected, I think, in these early stages. Ferg, just seeing there a really impressive showing from Matilda Hudson-Hulls, but Naomi Bell a little bit sluggish out the gate.
Naomi Bell, she had the fastest time in the semi-finals. You know, she won the November trials, but she's been racing in 8s. She spent a lot of this season in 8s in the bigger boats, recently coming back to the single sculls. But I think that performance from November will give her a huge amount of confidence, and she'll have seen the success, she'll have seen the results that her club mates will have had across yesterday and just a few moments ago in our racing that we've seen already. But Matilda Hudson-Hulls of Hartpury University and College looks to be rating just a little bit lower, longer, powerful strokes in this third 500 from the Hartpury University and College sculler. Importantly, she was fastest to 1,000 metres across the semi-finals. But I think she's still in a right ding-dong here with Naomi Bell of Wallingford Rowing Club. Raced at Coupe last summer. 2 years ago, she's already tasted success at the National Schools Regatta, winning the J16 quads and looking to go one better and win it all by herself in the Championship Girls Single Sculls.
Well, that's going to be critical, that know-how in the second, I guess, half of this race. They're well into the second half of this race now, coming up towards the 500 metre to go marker. But it's been all about Matilda Hudson-Hulls so far, as you say, Ferg, a richly experienced athlete. But one eye out on lane 1 as well, putting in a really good showing. Alva Clements of George Watson's College staying in contention here for a medal.
She absolutely is, and what a result! You know, 2 sculling medals, 2 single sculling medals for George Watson's College across the Open and across the championship girls, that would just be the most incredible thing ever, Tom.
For you?
I'd be absolutely delighted. For them, for the whole school, phenomenal. The race is on. Right, who have we got here? Alva Clements across. She's only a J16. She's racing up. We've seen a few of these scullers doing that. There she is. She's just dropped back slightly into 4th place, right on the far side. She's in a race with Amelia Robb for that 4th place. But our 3 scullers at the moment out in front. It's our scullers in 4. That's Matilda Hudson-Hulls, Naomi Bell of Wallingford, Caitlin Warnock of Glasgow Rowing Club. I think they're starting to really establish themselves as our leading 3 scullers with about 300 metres left to go, but this looks like it's going to go right down to the wire.
Yeah, has Naomi Bell got gas in the tank after her slightly slower start at the block? She let Matilda Hudson-Hulls dictate proceedings in the opening 500 metres. It's now whether or not she's got the sprint finish.
Well, I'll have to wait and those 3 scullers in the middle of the course. As we've seen, it's a length or so's lead that Naomi Bell of Wallingford Rowing Club has on the field at this point. We've said she's the fastest sculler at the November trials. We've had a whole winter's worth of training between now and then to see what they're all capable of. But she's come back, she's back in the singles, she spent winter in the 8s, in the big boats. There she is on screen, out in front, leading with about 200 metres left to go then in this top final, the 8th final of the Internationals Cup for Championship Single Sculls. Going with her though, Caitlin Warnock. She was second in her semi-final, the Glasgow Rowing Club sculler. Matilda Hudson-Hulls, we know how good she is. We know that she's won in the past in the quads. What she got left in this single scull. On the far side, Alva Clements still battling out with Amelia Robb, I think, for that 4th place finish. But out in front, Wallingford Rowing Club, they go from success to success. They can win in just about any boat they want, and they're doing it here just now. Naomi Bell, take a bow as you come up to the finish line. You've won Championship Single Sculls at the National Schools Regatta, Clearwater. Silver though, it's Glasgow Rowing Club's Caitlin Warnock as she comes across the line half a length ahead of Matilda Hudson-Hulls of Gloucester. Hartbury herself is delighted with that performance. What a 4th place though. Alva Clements, the young J16 sculler, she comes through on the far side ahead of Amelia Robb of Lady Eleanor Hollis School. We'll then have Amy Milner of Bradford coming through ahead of Holly Andrews from the Grange. And rounding out this 8th final of the Championship Girls Single Sculls, we've got our sculler from St Andrew Boat Club. It's Katie McKendrick.
It's an absolutely devastating second 1,000 metres from Naomi Bell. She was 4 seconds back on the race leader with 1,000 metres gone, and she found basically 9 seconds in that second 1,000 metres to devastate the field, rubber stamp her credentials, and what a summer Wallingford are having.
It's setting up to be one of the greats. You know, imagine, Tom, you're finishing up your A levels. Some of them are doing them at the moment, and here you are, you know, winning gold medals at the National Schools Regatta. Summers don't get better than
They
that.
really don't. Chuck them all in a boat for Henley. Let's see what happens.
Let's see what they can happen. Well, we go from singles up to quads then, coming into the closing stages of the day, closing stages of the National Schools Regatta, but we've got some quads and 8s for you coming up. We start with the B final of the Championship Quadruple Sculls. Lane 1, St Andrew Boat Club, George Heriot School go in lane 2, Tiffin School in 3, City of Cambridge are in 4, Kingston Rowing Club are in 5, Hartbury University and College in 6, the Grange School in 7, Moncton Coombe go in lane 8.
Extraordinary standard of sculling for these quads. We say it every single year, but even the C and the D finals. I was a junior sculler once upon a time, and I won a medal, and I don't think I would have actually managed to get into the D final these days. The standard every year just goes from strength to strength, and you look at the top of the field, the Windsor boys, the Borlays, pace setters. It's no wonder that these B finals are absolutely rapid.
They're lightning quick. Kingston Rowing Club leading at the moment, chasing them down, going well. It's the combination from Tiffin School. The two of those crews and clubs will see each other training on that wonderful stretch of the Thames that they call home. We're coming into the last 250 metres then. You're just about going to see the boys change from yellow to red. But the two of them, Kingston and Tiffin, just pulling away from the rest of the field, chasing them down well. I think it's that combination from Hartbury University and College. And then moving well, moving nicely. We've mentioned Tiffin School there. We'll look back a little bit further. George Heriot School from Edinburgh going nicely there in lane number 2. But I tell you what, Tiffin are fast finishing. Quick glance across, let's see what they've got left with 150 metres. Kingston Rowing Club led for so much of this race. 100 metres left then. Tiffin are moving, Tiffin are closing down, but I think with about 5 strokes left to go, goodness me, I think it's going to be incredibly tight on the line. Momentum still with Kingston, but it's now going to be stroke for stroke. I think it's going to be on the surge on the line. Tiffin School, I think they've just done enough. They've done enough, I think, to win this B final. Ahead of Kingston Rowing Club, it'll be Hartpury University and College in third, ahead of George Heriot School. We'll have Moncton Combe finishing well, they're closest to us. Ahead of the City of Cambridge, with Grange School rounding out and coming through on the top of the screen. That's St Andrew Boat Club.
So grippy, so powerful. The quality of those two leading quads, Tiffin and Kingston, in the B final, might I say. Extraordinary performance from both. And you're right, you called it spot on there for Tiffin, snatching it by 0.2 of a second.
0.2 of a second. Well, that was the B final, Tom. We now move on to the A final. Forest Cup for Championship Quadruple Sculls. One of the best sights you can see in schoolboy rowing is 8 fully loaded quadruple sculls hurtling towards us. Let's take you through the runners and riders. Hinksey are in lane 1 on the right hand side of your screen. Marlow Rowing Club in 2, Clares Court School in 3, Sir William Borlase Grammar School in 4, Leander Club in 5, the Windsor Boys are in lane 6, Tideway Scullers next to them in 7, Norwich School will round out this A final. And just look at that. We expected the field to be close. We perhaps didn't expect it to be quite this tight in the opening stages.
Yeah, what I love about this particular contest, Fergus, so often we reach this stage of the weekend to a foregone conclusion in the Boys' Championship quads. It's Windsor Boys or bust. Although Windsor Boys are doing a sterling job so far in this final, they're leading from the front. I think there are 2 or 3 boats who could win this final. And I think all eyes for me on Borlase, Leander and that Windsor crew in lane 6.
So far, Windsor Boys, they've been one of the top crews this season, winning at the head of the Charles back in October. They won the Schools Head, but they didn't have it all their own way at the Schools Head of the river. 0.6 of a second that they beat Tideway Scullers School by. But of course, most recently, Sir William Borlase is dealing Windsor Boys a loss for the first time in goodness knows how long racing here. But Windsor Boys, they've bounced back with absolute vengeance, out in front, and probably a length or so that they are controlling this final by.
Yeah, they had a lightning quick start, as is so often the case with these Windsor athletes. They're taught to row with no mercy, and that's exactly what they're doing. You can see them being called on there by the lad in the 3-seat. Big push through that 1,000 metres. They scull so beautifully, don't they? And actually those margins haven't changed. Windsor just maintaining control, but the battle for minor medal is absolutely on between essentially 6, all 7 boats behind Windsor could win a medal from here.
Well, Sir William Borlase is just holding on to that silver medal position at the moment. Next to them, it's Leander Club. And over on the far side of the course, it's our 2021 winners. It's the Tideway Scullers School. All of them sitting within half a canvas of each other in this third 500 metres. A quick glance across, but Tideway Scullers, that blade work is absolutely imperious at this point with 750 metres left to go.
That's beautiful, isn't it? Look at that. I mean, that would not be out of place at a World Cup. This is set up to be a phenomenal final 1,000. Any one of these crews could win a medal.
Right, 3:01 through 1,000 metres. Record time for this set by Henley Rowing Club back in 2019. 6:02 was the record. So let's see what our crews can do in the final half of this performance. So William Borlase's Grammar School, perhaps they've just etched out. It was maybe half a canvas. Maybe it's up to a canvas now they have over the rest of the field. They haven't won since 2015 when we saw the likes of Chris Laurie, Rufus Biggs involved in some of the best sculling we've seen over the decades. They won their semi-final coming into this, but what a performance from Windsor Boys School, who have suffered a loss this season, but when it matters most at the head of the Charles, at the Schools Head of the river, they've stepped up and won, and it matters here right now at National Schools Regatta, and they're leading this incredible field.
Yeah, going for 5 in a row here, Windsor Boys, and looking like a pretty good bet for it. The question for me here, Ferg, is I think Windsor Boys, they won't be overhauled from here. They're too good. The question will be silver and bronze, who gets the bragging rights heading into the Henley run-in as to the lead challengers to Windsor.
Well, Sir William Borlase, this last time we saw them, they were holding on to second place by their fingertips. Leander Club in the mix, Tideway Scullers School, but not too far back. It was Clares Court and it was Marlow. The noise on the embankment is building. We've got 250 metres left on this incredible showdown. We knew it was going to be great. The two head coaches, Jonathan Keir, Mark Wilkinson of Borlase's, and Sir William, the Windsor Boys, knew this was going to be an incredible showdown. And this rivalry, as we come into the last 250 metres, is just finding another gear. But it's Sir William Borlase is, I think, still just in second place at the moment. third and fourth being determined between Leander and Tideway Scullers School, but Windsor Boys out in front. What a performance from them. Windsor Boys, they're going for 5 in a row. They've won this in 2022, 23, 24, 25, and up to the finish line. Windsor Boys School in 2026. They've done it 5 in a row, but that race, it's a blanket over Borlays, over Leander, over Tideway Scullers School. Incredibly tight between the rest of them. We've got a fast finishing combination from Marlow at the top. We've got Hinksey coming through. We've got Norwich and Clare's Court rounding out this field. We're going to wait for the official results to come through. It's too close to call from our position. Windsor Boys, though, winners for their 5th time in a row.
Brilliant from Borlays from lane 6. Coming in, having lost the semi-final earlier today to their intense perennial rivals, Borlays, to go out there and put on that performance just shows you why Mark Wilkinson is the GOAT of schoolboy sculling.
There they are. We haven't got the official results coming through for the rest of the field, but our winners are gold medalists, 5 years on the bounce.
And another shoot. Yet another shoot. This production line of talent that this family have. That's the 3rd generation of shoot to win gold at the National Schools Regatta.
Confirmation then is now starting to come through on our timing system. Silver medal going to the Tideway Scullers School, 606.26. The bronze medal to Sir William Borlays' Grammar School, 606.79. 0.5 of a second separating them, meaning Leander pushed down into 4th place, 607.03, 0.2 of a second further back.
What a row from Scullers, by the way. Again, from the unfavoured lane 7, to find that speed in the closing stages and win silver sets us up beautifully for the next few weeks.
Well, the boys have now set the standard. Let's see what the girls can do. We go back up for the B final of the Championship Girls Quadruple Sculls. Lane 1, York City. Peterborough City in 2. Lee in 3. Hartbury University and College are in 4. Oundle School in 5. Yarm School next to them in 6. Kingston Rowing Club in 7. And Hereford going in lane 8. And once again, all 8 of our crews within just a couple of lengths of each other, if that. So it's that crew in lane 5, Oundle School, who are just starting to distance themselves from the rest of the field. I think going nicely on the top of the screen as well, the likes of York City, Peterborough and Lee. And just next to Oundle, Hartbury University and College as well, putting their bows into a good position in this race as well.
Yeah, all to fight for as they come up towards that 1,000-metre marker. I love what Oundle are doing at the moment, just across the board, building a really robust programme. Weren't always punching at the business end of junior rowing, but starting to appear more and more on the call sheets. But as you say, Ferg out in lane 1, York City giving a very good account of themselves. And we see Hartbury as well in lane 4, one of the favoured lanes. The depth that that programme has, every time we turn up at the National Schools Regatta, they tend to produce gold medal standard crews. And although this is the B final, will be interesting to see what they can do with some of the results they've already had today.
Well, there's Oundle, there's the crew next to them in lane number 6. That's Yarm School up from the northeast. It's a big look around though from the girl in the bow seat, just checking out where Oundle are. There are race leaders at the moment. Work to be done. She'll be relaying that information up her crew to let them know they're sitting down, they've got work to do. They're going to claw themselves back into contention for one of the top spots in this B final. But down there on the right hand side of your screen, your winners for the 5th year in a row, the Forest Cup for Championship Quadruple Sculls, the Windsor Boys School. Congratulations to them. An awesome performance in that race we saw just a couple of minutes ago. Back then with the B final of the Championship Girls Quadruple Sculls. We commented just about how good the blade work was across the boys' quads. The exact same thing can be said for the junior girls' crews as well as they come up to the 1,500-metre marker. It was Oundle through 1,000 metres. Let's see if they can hold on to that advantage as they come through the 1,500-metre marker. And it does look to be that school at the moment just about holding on. The rest of the field, it's so condensed at this stage, and a push here, a push there could bring anyone into contention for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th place at this point.
Yeah, it's compact, and I'm not sure that's a good thing for Oundle actually, because each of those crews will be pushing each other on. They'll be using each other to find a little bit of extra speed in the closing 500 metres, and those timings are definitely wrong. There's no way Oundle have 28 seconds on the rest of the field. But they're clinging on, Oundle. They've led right from the starting gun. What they'll hope is that they don't come unstuck before the finishing hooter, because this is where it really counts. And that, as you say, congested field beneath them is going to be driving additional speed that they will not want to have to countenance.
Tell you what, we know Yarm are going quite nicely. I think Kingston Rowing Club as well going nicely. One lane over from them in lane 7. And they're taking Hereford with them just on that outside of the course as well. But again, on the far side, York City, Peterborough, right in the mix for this one with about 300 metres or so left for it to unfold. It's reaching its crescendo, and what a crescendo it's set to be. Oundle School, they weren't able to break clear in that third 500 metres of this one. And with 250 metres to go, it's still all to play for the minor positions in this B final.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ferg. I think Oundle, barring any late drama, have got this one under control, but I think you're right. Lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 and 7 all within a shout here of a nominal podium placement, although this is of course a B final. I like the look of lane 2 there. Peterborough City pushing on, looking like my favourites to finish second.
Peterborough City moving nicely there with 150 left to go, less than that as we come up to the finish line. Oundle School, they've been fantastic right the way from the get-go, really controlled this B final. But Peterborough City, just as Tom called, finishing nicely. Looks like they've come through Yarm School and they're taking York City with them on the top of the screen. That'll be tight between Yarm, but Oundle will come through ahead of Peterborough. Fast finishing, as we said, from York, from Yarm in the middle of the course. We've got the Lee coming through, we've got Heartbreak coming through on the bottom of our screen. That's Hereford Rowing Club rounding out this B final. Well, we go back up then. We draw breath and we go again. This time the A final, the Sheriff Cup for Championship Girls Quadruple Sculls. We're up to the halfway point already, 1,000 metres done in this contest. Lane 1, Sir William Borley's is Royal Shrewsbury School in 2, Wycliffe College in 3, Marlow are in 4, Tideway Sculler School in 5, George Heriot School in lane 6, Maidenhead Rowing Club in 7, City of Cambridge in 8, Marlow Rowing Club. Tom, they've been the story of the season and they're looking to go one better again here at the National Schools.
Yeah, I've talked about them a few times on this commentary. Already this weekend, they've been so close so many times under Pete Chambers' tutelage, and this year feels like the one where they are going to take that final step onto the top of the podium. The bridesmaids for so long, will they finally take centre stage? It's looking very, very promising at the 1,000 metre marker. They have clear water on what is a very fast Tideway Scullers unit.
Tideway Scullers, of course, the winners of this event last year. Rona McCallum has done such a fine job with this programme, taking them right to the very top of junior women's sculling and taking the whole of the Tideway Scullers programme with them as well. We can see there George Heriot School just coming into shot there. The white kit and the blue hoops, never won a sculling medal at the National Schools Regatta. Could this be the crew that ends that streak? We'll wait and see. I think 750 metres left to go. Out in front though, it's going to take a lot to topple this Marlow programme. They won at the head of the Charles, they won at the school's head of the river, but on that occasion, less than 2 seconds separating them from Tideway Scullers School. They're our favourites at the moment, our leading crews. That's 1,500 metres, 500 left to go then in this A final of the Championship Girls Quadruple Sculls. Marlow, 3 times winners of this event, 2003, 2014 and 2022 as well. It's been a few years since they did it, but they've got clear water on the rest of the field. Wycliffe College though, what about them? Sitting incredibly well, potentially in that silver medal position. They're jostling with Tideway Scullers, who are sitting 2 lanes over from them. It looks like those medals, those positions are all but wrapped up. Lane 7 going nicely. Maidenhead Rowing Club over on the left-hand side of your screen. But again, I think, Tom, it's going to come down for a race for silver and bronze.
Yeah, it's the struggle for silver. Marlow, I think, have got this one in the bag. They are looking really, really impressive as they come up towards the line, and a well-deserved, I think, hopeful victory for them. I think you're right, Ferg. Wycliffe, who are, of course, the previous winners of the Diamond Jubilee, and Tideway Scullers, who are the holders in this event. They have got a rivalry that stretches back through the last 5 years. It's been one of the defining narratives of junior women's sculling in this country. Who will get the last laugh here on Dorney Lake?
Well, it looks like it will be Marlow Rowing Club, the crew of the season so far. They've dominated in the UK, they've dominated overseas in the United States of America, and they're doing it right here at Dorney Lake. Wycliffe there, just in the background. What sort of magic can they conjure up as they come into the last 200 metres of this one? That gold medal all but sold up for Marlow Rowing Club, but that silver, that bronze, will it be Tideway Scullers? Will it be Wycliffe College? We'll have to wait and see. 150 metres to go. 4th place occupied by Maidenhead Rowing Club. But that race for silver, that race for bronze, 100 metres left for them. But Marlow Rowing Club, here we go then, up to the finish line. Winners at the head of the Charles, winners at the schools head of the regatta, and here in 2026, winners of the National Schools Regatta in the Girls' Championship quads. In that race for silver, it will be won by Tideway Scullers School. They come through and take silver by about half a length over Wycliffe College. What a performance from them to come through and take that silver, holding off an impressive challenge from Wycliffe. Maidenhead hold on for 4th. George Heriots will take 5th. On the top of the screen, it will be Shrewsbury and Sir William Borlase is coming through. And then rounding out this field, it will be the City of Cambridge. They come through in lane 8, rounding out this A final of the Championship Girls Quads.
Immense congratulations to Marlow and to Pete Chambers and all the young women in that quad. Richly deserved. I thought Scullers sculled exceptionally well there, holding off what was a very, very strong Wycliffe unit. Sets us up beautifully for another few weeks of contests between this leading trio of schoolgirl scullers.
Well, they've won the schools head of the river, they've won the national schools.
That Triple Crown's on.
The quadruple's on
The
after the head of Charles as
well.
Yes. The infamous quadruple. Let's see what they can do. 4 weeks or so, 4 or 5 weeks to build until Henley Women's Regatta, until Henley Royal Regatta. But here at Dorney Lake, they will be soaking up all of this in the sun, because that was an incredible performance.
So much quality in that boat. 4 under-19 internationals. And it's fabulous to see Marlow take that last step.
I think a new course record as well for our Girls' Championship quads.
There we
Previously
go.
held by Wycliffe, 650.84. Marlow Rowing Club have just done a 644. Wow. 2 races left then at the 2026 edition of the National Schools Regatta. And this is the B final of Championship 8s, and we've had a redraw. Eton College are no longer racing in this one. They've been bumped up to the A final, our final race of the day. St Edward's School have had to pull out of that race, so that's why Eton have gone up, which means we've just got 7 boats then in this one. Lane 1, it's Abingdon School, Enniskillen and Royal Grammar in 2, Royal Shrewsbury School next to them in 3, Reading Bluecoat School go in 4, Dulwich College in 5, Kew House in 6, Latimer Upper in lane 7.
Got a bit of skin in the game here, because we know that Ed Evans' brother, dear Ed of JRN, his brother is riding in the Royal Shrewsbury School boat in lane 3, so wishing him all the best. But fascinated to see how this B final plays out. Of course, this for some of the peripheral slots in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup down the line. So it's more than just bragging rights on the line here for these boats.
7 boat tussle, as we've said. Eton College got bumped up of the best of the rest in that set of semi-finals. Eton College have the fastest time. That's why they've taken the spot of St Edward School, who sadly have had to withdraw on medical grounds. So we hope all is well in that St Edward's boat. We hope the crew is all well. But we'll be riding with this B final then, setting the stage for our final race of the day. On screen at the moment, we can see again setting up to be a thriller. Perhaps Abingdon School going nicely in lane 1. That combination from Kew House looked to be good. What a season Kew House have had already this year.
What a few seasons Kew House have had. They've built some real momentum. A relatively new programme to the circuit, continuing to impress. They've had a couple of athletes reach under-19 status for the GB team. So curious to see how they progress. I think actually, Ferg, you called it right. Abingdon having a good row here. I'd also say lane 3, Royal Shrewsbury doing well too. They look like to have nudged their bows out in front of lanes 4 and 5, but it does look like Abingdon up to the 1,000 in the lead.
Abingdon leading as they come through 1,000 metres, but I think no more than a length separating Royal Shrewsbury in second, Enniskillen, Reading Bluecoat, Dulwich College and Kew House with Latimer Upper just rounding this one out in lane 7 at the moment. Contact across the field at this point, 2 or 3 lengths separating the field. What's that? 4.3 seconds, length and a half from the start to the finish of this field. Setting the stage for a thrilling second half performance.
Well, Abingdon, it's gutsy from lane 1, and we've seen it a couple of times now. Crews in the outside lane driving for home very, very early. So 1,000 metres, they have the lead. The question now is really, can they hold on to it from that unfavoured lane? There's no difference in speed across the lanes today. It's perfectly flat tailwind conditions, but in theory Abingdon were on the slower crews qualifying here. Have they found an extra burst, an extra gear, or have they just thrown everything at it in the opening 1,000 metres?
Well, this is the time to chuck absolutely everything at it. I think over the past 10-15 minutes, I think the wind speed has dropped. I felt the temperature in our commentary box just rise up ever so slightly. We haven't got that breeze coming through anymore. Well, I certainly hope it doesn't. But it means we've got pan-flat conditions now. The stage is set. It's a perfect football pitch for them to play on here. Abingdon School, though, it has to be gutsy. They missed out on a spot in that A final, so why not just throw all the chips on the table and just go for it? It's the best way to race the 8s. Get out in front, hold it, because it's a long way to come back in the 8s. If you find yourself a length down, 3/4 of a length down, and that confidence as you're leading will just build and build and build. So let's see what Abingdon can do on the outside.
Yeah, this one's a question, I think, for Abingdon to answer, Royal Shrewsbury to answer. I think Dulwich College are going well in lane 5 as well. I think they're right in the thick of it too. So I'll be interested to see who can just nudge themselves in front as they cruise come up towards the red boys. They move so fast, these boys' 8s. Abingdon still firing along, and half a length in an 8's a long way for any of these crews to overtake.
Do you know what? I think this is Abingdon's now. I think with about 300 metres left to go, I think this is Abingdon's. We've mentioned going nicely, that combination from Dulwich College. Shrewsbury, let's see what they can do as they hold on to perhaps just about 3rd place, maybe a canvas separating them, and that combination from Dulwich going well in 2nd and 3rd. Abingdon School, though, still leading, still a length's advantage as we come into the final 250 metres left for them. It's been a brave performance, a gutsy performance from them in this B final. The semis didn't go their way, but they've stepped up, though, and really wrestled with this one right the way through to the finish line. But Shrewsbury, Dulwich, it's going to come right down to the wire. Q House certainly backing out, but I think they might run out of water. Reading Bluecoat School in the middle. But is it going to be Shrewsbury? Is it going to be Dulwich as we come into the final stage? I think Dulwich are just moving nicely there with about 50 metres left to go.
Yeah, stunning from Abingdon, that really, really brave, gutsy performance. And they've actually taken more water out the field here, I think.
Abingdon walking up to the finish line then. They'll take this B final of the Championship 8s. Dulwich will hold on to silver, and I think it will be Shrewsbury School. Fast finishing though from Enniskillen, from Reading Bluecoat, Q House, with Latimer Upper rounding out this B final. Well then, 1 to go. It's the A final of Championship 8s, the racing for the Queen Mother's Cup. And the umpires have done us an absolute solid here. They've kept the crews in the stake boats. We get to follow this from metre 0 right the way through to the finish line. As we've mentioned, Eton College bumped up following the withdrawal of St Edward's School. The stage is set. The fastest junior 8s in the country lining up here for an absolute showdown to bring the curtain call on the National Schools Regatta 2026. They are underway. We're lights out and away we go then. In the Queen Mother's Cup for Championship 8s from left to right, Hampton School, King's College School, Westminster in 3, St Paul's in 4, Radley College in 5, Shiplake College in 6, Bedford School next to them in 7, and Eton College right on the outsides of the lane in lane number 8. What a start across the field as these V12 engines get up and roaring. There they are then, our crews taking part in this one, all of them up and running. We're through 250 metres already. The eyes will naturally be drawn to Radley College, they'll be drawn to St Paul's, but Westminster, Shiplake, the rest of the field laid down some incredible performances in the semi-finals.
Absolutely. I think this could go any one of 4 ways. It's one of the most tightly contested Open Championship 8s finals we've seen in a very long time. It looks to me, Ferg, like it is the crew from Radley who have got the early running here, just sneaking their bows out in front of bitter rivals St Paul's. These two have clashed time and time again, editions and veterans of the schoolboy circuit. The question will be, can Radley finally press gold?
Well, Radley College doing what you have to do in 8s racing, up and running, nose out in front. But what about this performance from Hampton School? We just saw Abingdon winning from the outside lane. Hampton School taking a bit of inspiration from that. Right up there with our race leaders at this point of the race. Radley College going well. St Paul's at this stage sitting, what, 2, 3, maybe even half a length back on Radley College. Radley haven't won this in 15 years. Last time they won this was 2001. And after the performance of some of their 8s across the regatta so far, could this be their year to finally win the Queen Mother's Cup?
Well, they've had a sensational regatta, picking up goals all over the shop. Patrick Duggan introduces the first 8 coach last year, clearly having an immense impact on this programme under the overall directorship of Sam Townsend. And I think as we watched these crews, Ferg, I think Radley are edging away.
Radley are walking away here in the second 500 of this race. They've really settled into a commanding rhythm, stepping away from St Paul's, who just can't match their speed. St Paul's now sitting half a length, maybe even 3/4 of a length down. And as we come up to the 750 metre marker, it's a long way for St Paul's to come back at this point.
It really is, particularly in an 8. I mean, if anyone can do it, it's Paul's. I wouldn't keep out Hampton out of the conversation. I wouldn't keep Hampton out of the conversation either from lane 1. They're tracking Paul's step for step, predator to prey. But that crew from Radley looking absolutely sublime in the evening sun.
Aren't they just? What a shot that is. The fastest 8 crews in the country, just duking it out here at Dorney Lake, racing for the Queen Mother's Cup for Championship 8s. Radley College haven't done this since 2001. They won it in 75, 81, 97, 2000. For the whole of this crew, they wouldn't have been born the last time Radley won this one. But here they are, nearly a length over the rest of the field as we enter the third 500.
Brilliant opening 1,000 from Radley. Now it's all about connecting minds to body. This is where we wanted to be at the halfway stage. We're in complete control of proceedings. The field is spread out beneath us. It's where the Pauls can continue to hold off Hampton. Don't rule out late charges from Westminster and Shiplake right to left.
Well, we've got our eyes on Hampton School as well. Perhaps the crew of St Paul's there in the middle. Last won this in 2024. Perhaps they've checked the move of Radley College, who are looking just to kill off this race in the third 500. Glances across from some of the boys in the Shiplake boat. Some of them looking tired. It's hot. It's really hot racing out here. 2 seat just glancing across, just checking out where the rest of the competition is. But they've got a long way to go if they're going to catch up with Radley.
Yeah, I think Shiplake probably out of the medal conversation unless they can find some real gusto in this third 500. Paul's just checked that Radley move. They haven't allowed them to go any further away. The bow just overlapping slightly with the stern of the Radley crew, but Paul's are going to have to really turn the gas on now.
Tell you what, some tired looking faces there in that Hampton School crew, but they've raced so well for the first 1,250 metres of this one to put themselves in a position to win that bronze medal. They're up there with the top crews in this race, holding off the charges that will be coming from Shiplake, coming from Westminster, from Bedford. Eton College, of course, bumped up to this A final. What can they chuck into the mix? But still, 500 metres left to go then. Momentum is still with Radley College. They won their semi-final coming into this. They were third place at the school's head of the river. But here they are stepping up. Less than 500 metres to go. 440 big strokes for them away from their gold medal. What can Radley College do then as we come into the closing stages?
Yeah, Radley will feed off this noise. We know how many supporters they're going to have down. We've heard them get cheered out at events before. They will find energy, find just the guts to do this on the biggest stage of all for junior rowing. I think Radley are going to take this one. I'm going to call it early into the Red Boys. It's Radley, it's Paul's, and whether or not they can continue to press on ahead of a fast finishing Hampton.
Well, here come Hampton School out there on lane 1. Abingdon did the exact same thing in the B final that we just saw. I think they're probably about a third of a length back of St Paul's at the moment. We're into the last 200 metres. It's a lot of water for Hampton School to make up. We've got the King's College School, Wimbledon finishing well. We can see the coaches there. Shiplake College finishing fast as well. But no one is going to catch Radley College as we come up to the finish line. Dorney Lake has been their canvas. What a masterpiece they have painted. They haven't won this since 2001. Radley College 50 metres away from victory now. None of these boys were born. What a result for Patrick Duggan, for Sam Townsend, for the entire Radley College programme. Up to the line then, winners of the Queen Mother's Cup in 2026. Radley College ahead of St Paul's, ahead of Hampton School. KCS will take fourth with Westminster and Shiplake on the line for 5th and 6th. Come through Bedford next. Eton College will come through in 8th place. Radley College, though, here at Dorney Lake to round out the National Schools Regatta history makers.
Yeah, let's let the pitchers do the talking here. Stunning performance from Radley. Let's tear up the form book as well. I don't think anyone saw that coming when we came into the weekend. I think it was all about the Paul Shiplake conversations, their tussles at the head of the river, the school's head, all the small boats that they've been putting out. Radley crept in, did the job, turned up, and as you so eloquently put it, that was a masterpiece of a performance.
Well, St Paul's won at schools, Shiplake won at Schools Head. St Paul's then beat them at the head of the river, as Tom said. Perhaps that was going to be the narrative, but there's just been something building across this whole regatta, not just from the time trial and from the semi-finals, but across the entire depth of the 8s. Their fleet of 8s from Radley College have just been superb, this National Schools.
Yeah, credit to Sam Townsend, as I say, director of rowing at that programme. Patrick Duggan's come in done a splendid job with these boys, transformed them from the nearly men to winning the Championship 8 title at the National Schools Regatta for the first time in 15 years. That is a historic performance from Radley College, and it never looked in doubt. Right from the first moment we joined them at about 300 metres gone, they always had a grip on this race and never relinquished it.
It's home the record for this race, the Queen Mother's Cup for Championship 8s, held by St Paul's in 2019, 5:48.1.
Wow.
Radley College just posted a 5:43 flat to win ahead of St Paul's with a 5:44.87. Hampton School took bronze with a 5:46.79. There you have it. There are the times. 3 crews have gone quicker than the old record that St Paul set in 2019.
I mean, conditions are fast, but crews are just so much quicker, and that Radley performance was epic. A pleasure to watch it. 5:43 for a schoolboy crew is extraordinary.
Well, there'll be one more set of medal presentations to do. Seems like the crowd has followed our 8s down. They'll take their time. They're in absolutely no rush at all to receive their medals. Hampton School there, we can see, coming into view. What a job Josh Butler's done bringing them to life over the past couple of seasons.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk about coaching carousels here in the UK. Josh Butler to Hampton's been an inspired move. Moved over from Westminster a few seasons ago and has put them right back at the bleeding edge of schoolboy rowing in this country. And a bronze medal will not be the limit of their ambitions. We know how close they were to a Henley Royal Regatta final last year. All eyes now on them. From the outside lane to win bronze, that was an epic performance and shows us more about the gut and the grit that they have.
That was incredible, absolutely incredible from Hampton School. To take that bronze medal, you can see there all of the supporters, they've run down. No longer able to shelter in their gazebos. They're starting to get packed up. The tents are starting to disappear as well. The friends, the family, the supporters from Hampton, from Radley, from St Paul's are making their way down to the pontoon. As Radley College arrive, and they will be embraced by their friends, families, supporters, and all of their club mates as well.
Yeah, a word for St Paul's. I mean, their consistency almost works against them at this stage because they're so effervescently strong. Every year they produce crews that are capable of doing amazing things, and they won the Head of the River. They will not be satisfied with the silver medal. I know Bobby well enough to know that he will have now his eyes firmly planted on a date with Destiny at the beginning of July. But the silver medal is nothing to be ashamed of, and I think actually, reflecting on it, they were coming on fast. They were moving very, very quickly towards the back end of that race. Left it a little bit too late to regain parity with Radley, but it leaves things tantalisingly open for races to come in the next few weeks. Radley, nothing should take away from this moment for them. What a day, what a weekend for this programme. Richly deserved. And what a memory to take on for all these athletes who are graduating to university or whatever comes next for them. What a memory to take with them into the rest of their lives.
I just think the way they just blasted out in this H race, it was confident. Very much stepping up into the shoes that they knew they needed to fill. And not to just use a phrase that we use so often, but they grabbed the bull by the horn with this one, and I thought stepped up, led from the get-go, and didn't let anyone else come back into contention. A really mature race and a really mature way to prepare, particularly when you come to Henley and it's side-by-side racing and you have to get out in front.
It's mandatory to race like that in an 8. You have to be aggressive, you have to be punchy, and Radley did just that. As I say, deserved winners. Nothing about that performance suggests to me that they don't have what it takes to win again in 5 or 6 weeks' time. This also means that we've got no chance of a schoolboy triple this year. Shiplake, who took the Schools Head, Pauls, who took the Head of the Charles, Radley now, who have won the National Schools Regatta. We could be in a situation where we have 4 separate winners of the major schoolboy titles throughout the course of this season. But this evening, this day, as the sun sets long over Dorney Lake, belongs to Radley College.
St Paul's School, they're just receiving their silver medals for the Queen Mother's Cup for Championship 8s.
Great performance from them, a brave performance from them, but not enough on the day to take down the mighty Radley College, who last won this event in 2001. 15 years of long wait for them. Silvers, bronzes, A final positions, but here in 2026 they got it done and will leave as champions. And we'll leave you with those pictures of our medalists of the Championship 8s, of Hampton School, the bronze medalist, St Paul's School, the silver medalist, and our winners, Radley College, in 2026. And what a way to bring down the curtain on the 2026 edition of the National Schools Regatta. It's been a pleasure to bring the National Schools back to Dorney Lake, the host of the London 2012 Olympic Games. And this year's regatta has certainly lived up to that legacy from an incredible Games 14 years ago. Thank you very much to all of our competitors for creating an incredible 3 days of racing. Thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage of 3 days of phenomenal racing, and we'll see you all back here for the 2027 edition of the National Schools Regatta.